Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 3850 to Chapter 3933. Ling Xiao, you're a smart man. You should be able to make the right choice, don't risk your life for a few things. It's not worth it. Gu Fenghua's eyes were filled with killing intent. If Ling Xiao didn't agree, he would have to do it himself. Letting the scourge continue to live would be a great threat to him. Hurry up and agree. Don't be so stubborn. You've already done well. That's right. This is the best outcome. The onlookers were all trying to persuade Ling Xiao. No one knew if it was out of concern for Ling Xiao or if it was to help Gu Fenghua. What should I do, Gu Fenghua? You didn't give me the choice I wanted the most. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. What choice do you want? As long as I can give you something, I'll give it to you. Gu Fenghua said. I want your life. Before he finished speaking, Ling Xiao suddenly turned into a blood-red lightning bolt and pounced on Gu Fenghua. You're courting death. Gu Fenghua activated his true yuan and was about to meet the attack. However, he found that Ling Xiao was just faking it. Ignoring him completely, he sped off in a certain direction. What's that place? Gu Fenghua turned around and chased after him. The camp of the Purple Mansion Army. The Purple Mansion Marshal said. After him. They didn't know why Ling Xiao was going to the camp of the Purple Mansion Army. However, they all knew that Ling Xiao wouldn't do something so useless. Since he chose to go, there must be something else. Everyone followed behind him. The stronger ones went faster, while the weaker ones went slower. Soon, they arrived at the camp of the Purple Mansion Army. When Gu Fenghua caught up with Ling Xiao, he found that Ling Xiao was standing in front of a huge skeleton. The skeleton looked more like a giant bull demon. It held 2 axes in its hands, and blood-red lightning flashed all over its body. The lightning looked like a divine dragon coiling around it. This bull demon had taken the blood-red divine dragon as a pet, except for the members of the Purple Mansion Army. Everyone else was shocked by the scene. Gu Fenghua also felt an uneasy aura coming from this strange skeleton. At this moment, Ling Xiao's hand was pressed against the demonic bull's corpse. She turned around and looked at Gu Fenghua with contempt. That uneasy aura became more and more obvious. Chen Yu, what is going on? Gu Fenghua asked cautiously. In all the camps of the Z Mansion Army, there is a corpse of a demonic beast brought back from the bloodthirsty battlefield, which is used to help the soldiers comprehend the cultivation method of the evil qi. However, this one was a little special. This skeleton was dug out from a secret realm in the bloodthirsty battlefield. Because the baleful aura was extremely terrifying, it was left in the headquarters of the Z Mansion Army. Chen Yu explained. I see. But what is Ling Xiao doing here? Gu Fenghua was still confused. We don't know either. Chen Yu and the others shook their heads. They didn't know what the corpse, which had been sleeping for tens of thousands of years, was for. A bunch of fools. They have such a treasure but don't know how to cherish it. Ling Xiao couldn't help but curse inwardly. This terrifying skeleton was also guided here by the blood-colored thunder god. That pendant seemed to be the energy of the blood-colored thunder god. And this skeleton was the true body of the blood-colored thunder god. If they were combined, he didn't know how great the effect would be. If he wanted to defeat Gu Fenghua, he had to make himself stronger. Therefore, he felt that it was necessary to try any method to increase his strength. Boom, suddenly, a terrifying sound was heard. A blood-colored beam of light shot up to the sky from the originally sleeping skeleton. It enveloped Ling Xiao and the demonic bull's corpse. A terrifying baleful aura burst out. Everyone was so shocked that they hurriedly dodged. Only Gu Fenghua stood there without moving. When the baleful aura rushed over, it was knocked away by his aura. Even so, Gu Fenghua's face was still somewhat unsightly. He was careless, too careless. He had never imagined that the Purple Mansion Army would have so many terrifying treasures that could increase Ling Xiao's strength. Roar. A terrifying roar came from the blood-colored beam of light. Everyone seemed to see the phantom of a huge demonic bull appear. The terrifying pressure was even stronger than before. Countless people covered their ears and closed their eyes, urging their true essence to protect themselves. They didn't want to bleed to death. Could it be that the demonic bull's corpse is alive? Impossible, the demonic bull's corpse has been here for thousands of years. Even the blood-colored sword lord couldn't change it. How did Ling Xiao do it? But he did it. This guy is simply a miracle worker. If he doesn't die, the 4 territories will become his world. Everyone gradually recovered from their fear. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at the blood-colored beam of light. They could feel a supreme fear in the depths of their hearts. It was the pressure of a god, the pressure of the Black Tortoise Continent's beast god. That's right, Ling Xiao also felt it. The full name of the demonic bull in front of him should be the blood-colored demonic bull. It had a high-level beast god divine position. It was a high-level beast god divine soul. It was the beast god divine martial soul that countless warriors in the 4 territories dreamed of. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to subdue such a terrifying thing. But Ling Xiao was different. Ling Xiao had the beast god divine martial soul. And it was the primordial divine soul. Above the high-level divine positions were supreme divine positions and master divine positions. Next were the 12 primordial divine positions. Not only did Ling Xiao have the 12 primordial divine positions, he also had the Sun God divine soul, the Ox God divine soul, and the Incomplete You God divine soul. These 3 divine souls were all primordial divine souls. The Ox God's primordial divine soul belonged to the same series as the Blood Lightning demonic bull's high-level divine soul. But it was even stronger. Therefore, the Blood Lightning demonic bull's divine soul could only submit in front of it and didn't dare to resist. The blood-colored light continued to be released. Then, blood-colored lightning began to fall from the sky. Gu Fenghua, who originally wanted to stop Ling Xiao, was forced to retreat by the blood-colored lightning. This made him feel a little terrified. What kind of power was this? How could it be so strong that it could make him feel terrified? Right at this moment, those who were slower than him had already witnessed this terrifying scene. Above the Purple Palace Army's campsite, dark clouds were gathering, and blood-colored lightning was falling from the sky. It was a strange scene. No wonder the Blood Lightning God led me here. The lightning on the Blood Lightning demonic bull's body must be formed by it. It was able to merge with the Blood Divine Dragon and turn it into its own strength. The Blood Lightning demonic bull's strength was unimaginably strong. But too bad, with Ling Xiao's current cultivation, he couldn't obtain such a powerful divine soul. Therefore, even if the Blood Lightning demonic bull was subdued by him, it could only display the strength of a 9th heavenly core divine core beast soul. Just like the other divine soul, it couldn't surpass this limit. Suddenly, a scene emerged in Ling Xiao's mind. This scene should be the Blood Lightning demonic bull's past. Tens of thousands of years ago, there was a king in the bloodthirsty battlefield. He was 10 meters tall and had blood-colored lightning dragons coiling around his huge body. He held 2 huge axes in his hands and controlled the most terrifying territory in the bloodthirsty battlefield. He was the king of the bloodthirsty battlefield, the ruler. Countless human warriors stepped into the bloodthirsty battlefield one after another in an attempt to kill him. However, no one had ever succeeded. No matter how many people entered, they would all die. His strength caused the people of the world to be terrified. At that time, the bloodthirsty battlefield was almost a forbidden area. Entry was strictly forbidden. Fortunately, the Blood Lightning Bull demon did not intend to enter the modern world to cause destruction. Therefore, both sides could live in peace. Later, the world changed and the earth collapsed. The complete mystic world fell apart. It turned into 13 continents. At that time, new laws were born in the Black Tortoise continent. Beast gods appeared. The strongest among them were the 12 primeval beast gods. The Blood Lightning Bull demon was unlucky. It was at that time that it encountered a natural disaster. A drop of strange resin fell from the sky and wrapped around it. No matter how hard it struggled, it was useless. In the end, it turned into a huge fossil. The Blood Lightning Bull demon did not lose to anyone but lost to nature. Sure enough, nature was the most powerful existence. It was no wonder that countless people desperately wanted to become one with heaven and earth, to become one with heaven and earth. So that's how it is. This guy is actually such a fierce existence. It seems that he is suitable to become one of my beast souls. Ling Xiao had not used the beast soul of the ox god for a long time. Because it was too weak before. It was a pity that the ox god's primeval soul was wasted. But it was good now. With the blood lightning bull demon beast soul, the ox god's primeval soul could erupt with power. At the very least, it could be awakened like the sun god's blood. Ling Xiao was clear about the benefits of awakening. It could increase his strength dramatically. Ling Xiao's wild laughter came from the blood-colored lightning. Hearing it made one's hair stand on end. It was impossible for a person to survive in that kind of environment. Gu Fenghua was so anxious that he was going crazy. He knew that Ling Xiao was getting stronger. However, he could not stop him. This was simply the worst thing that could have happened. Ling Xiao didn't care if he was anxious or not. At this moment, Ling Xiao was carrying out a very important task. The enormous Blood Thunder Bull magical beast soul had already been awakened by him. The next step was to merge with his deity position. It was a little similar to the Yin-Yang Universal Light Tiger he had fused with. However, it was much simpler than that. After all, Ling Xiao's cultivation had improved too much. Moreover, there was no primeval divine soul above the tiger god's deity seat, so it couldn't intimidate the hell cosmic light tiger. That was why it was so difficult. But now, with the ox god's primeval divine soul suppressing it, the blood lightning bull demon didn't dare to resist at all. He allowed Ling Xiao to transform him into a beast spirit and fuse with the deity position. In fact, this was a supreme honor for the blood lightning bull demon. What it possessed was merely a high-level deity position. Now that he could temporarily reside in the primordial god position, he could laugh to himself. Terrifying power continuously poured into Ling Xiao's body. Behind Ling Xiao, a lively figure gradually formed. This figure was completely formed by blood-red lightning. It was the appearance of the blood lightning bull demon. It also held a broad axe in its hand and had a divine dragon coiled around its waist. It was incomparably domineering. Success. Moreover, the energy in my cultivation C has increased by nearly 50%. The potential that was originally consumed has been completely filled. This blood lightning bull demon is too terrifying. It's just a skeleton, but it actually possesses such terrifying power. Ling Xiao was incomparably emotional. Of course, the fusion of the blood lightning bull demon beast soul also allowed Ling Xiao to have an additional special skill on the ox god's deity position. Originally, there was only earthquake, but now there was an additional blood-red thunder god. This blood-red thunder god's attack was similar to Ling Xiao's attack when he used his arm to release it. Similarly, it had to swallow high-grade spirit stones to attack. The more high-grade spirit stones it consumed, the more terrifying the attack power would be. At present, the strongest attack could even reach the terrifying power of a 7th-level Emperor-level martial skill. Even Gu Fenghua would be seriously injured if she was hit by this attack. As Ling Xiao subdued the blood lightning bull demon, the huge blood-red light pillar disappeared. The blood-red lightning bolts that filled the sky disappeared as well. Only Ling Xiao was still standing there, staring at Gu Fenghua with a mocking expression. I have to thank you for your arrogance. If you had acted personally from the beginning, I would have been able to defeat you. If you had attacked me first, I would have had no choice but to run away. But now, even if you want to kill me, it won't be that easy. Ling Xiao really had to thank Gu Fenghua. Or, he had to thank all those who looked down on him. Do you really think you can defeat me like this? Gu Fenghua's voice was cold and cruel. Everyone thinks I'm just an early 7th-level divine core warrior. But today, I'm going to tell you, my real cultivation is actually a perfect 7th-level divine core warrior. Bang, a terrifying aura exploded out. The strength that Gu Fenghua had been hiding was unleashed at this moment. The reason why he had been hiding his strength was because he wanted to disguise himself as a pig to eat a tiger. Of course, his target wasn't Ling Xiao, but his competitors in the Eastern Victory Kingdom. But, even he didn't expect this. He actually had to reveal his hidden strength for Ling Xiao. But, he felt it was worth it. If he could get his hands on that high-grade divine soul, he would be as powerful as Wang Tian from the Eternal Emperor domain. He would become a terrifying beast god warrior. At that time, not only the Eastern Victory Kingdom, no one in the entire Golden Heavenly region would dare to look down on him. Do you understand now, Ling Xiao? The gap between our strengths is so huge. Now, give me your high-grade divine soul, or else, I'll kill you right now. Gu Fenghua furiously roared while unleashing his aura. Are you an idiot? If I take out my divine soul, I'll be dead. Ling Xiao looked at Gu Fenghua with disdain. But, he was secretly feeding the blood lightning bull fiend with high-grade soul stones. This guy had a huge appetite. In order to fuse with him, Xianxia had spent 10 million high-grade soul stones. But now, this guy had eaten a few million high-grade soul stones, and he was still eating. But, the more he ate, the more terrifying his strength became. Ling Xiao was in pain and joy at the same time. Gu Fenghua, I won't kill you because you helped me raise my strength today. Activate your Vajra barrier and let me leave. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. Otherwise, not only will I destroy your Vajra barrier, but I'll also let you know what fear is. Actually, Ling Xiao already knew Gu Fenghua's true cultivation through the Tai Chi Eye. Of course, he only managed to do it after fusing with the Blood Lightning Bull Fiend Beast Soul. The Beast Soul of the Blood Thunder Bull Demon had made his soul power even stronger. The effects of the Tai Chi Eye had also been greatly enhanced. He knew that he wasn't a match for Gu Fenghua now. But it wasn't impossible to injure him. He only needed 2 moves. One was the Blood Lightning God, and the other was the Rage of the Onyx Soul. What a ridiculous suggestion. Fine, I have nothing else to say to you. Now, I'll just kill you to prevent any unexpected events from happening. Gu Fenghua sneered, then he suddenly leapt toward Ling Xiao. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao just now, but because of the blood-red lightning, he couldn't do it. But now, the opportunity had arrived. How could he just let Ling Xiao go? That would be the same as releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Looks like there's nothing to talk about. When Ling Xiao saw Gu Fenghua attacking him, he immediately dodged with the falling plum-clear shadow steps and the firestorm wheels. At the same time, he continued to feed the blood lightning bull. He wanted the blood-red lightning to reach its current limit. Only then could he severely injure Gu Fenghua. Or even kill him. But, this Gu Fenghua was really hard to deal with. His speed was terrifyingly fast. Even with the falling plum-clear shadow steps and the firestorm wheels, Ling Xiao still felt a great threat. 20 million upper-grade soul stones, I can still eat them? Ling Xiao was surprised. 20 million upper-grade soul stones, perhaps even an 8th divine core warrior could only afford 20 million upper-grade soul stones. This blood lightning bull demon really had a big appetite. But now, its speed had obviously slowed down. It should be reaching its limit soon. Damn it, you're just like a cunning loach. Although Gu Fenghua was pressuring Ling Xiao, he still couldn't land a single hit on Ling Xiao. With the falling plum-clear shadow steps and firestorm wheels, Ling Xiao was giving him a headache. Finally, he was enraged. His martial soul emerged behind his back. It was also a blade martial soul. However, Gu Fenghua's blade martial soul was golden in color, and it shone brightly, illuminating the entire campsite. Many people couldn't help but close their eyes. Golden blade martial soul, this is young master Gu Fenghua's martial soul. In order to deal with Ling Xiao, he actually unleashed his martial soul. This Ling Xiao is really admirable. Chen Yu was filled with mixed emotions. He was even glad that he had not attacked Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he might have been the one to die instead of Qing Maxue. 10,000 Zhang golden light breaks evil. Gu Fenghua let out an explosive shout. His hands formed the saber art. Suddenly, with his body as the center, countless saber lights suddenly burst out, heading towards Ling Xiao. These saber lights were streaks of golden light. It almost enveloped the entire world. Gu Fenghua was known as the heaven-slaying saber demon. His comprehension of the saber was outstanding. His golden light saber soul was already at the 10th level of the Khanate realm. Compared to Ling Xiao's 30% innate God-fiend sword soul, the difference wasn't that great. The power of his saber art was more than 10 times that of a normal saber soul martial artist. This was the reason why he was able to fight above his level. In fact, with Gu Fenghua's strength, even if she couldn't defeat an early 8th divine core warrior, she wouldn't be easily killed. At the perfect 7th divine core realm, his battle prowess was definitely among the best. Of course, Ling Xiao's Dao of Sword was even more frightening than his. Therefore, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. The 10,000 golden lights were extremely frightening. Ling Xiao could feel that even if he tried to defend himself with the wind flame wheels, they would still be shattered. Once the saber lights landed, Ling Xiao would be sliced into pieces and turned into minced meat. This is too domineering. Even if there were 100 of me, I wouldn't be able to defend against such a powerful saber energy. Everyone, run away. Yu could feel how frightening the saber lights were. He quickly ordered everyone to run away from the battlefield. Actually, even without his order, everyone had already started running away. Fear was something that everyone had. When facing a powerful force, everyone would have a direct reaction. However, Ling Xiao didn't run away. What a pity, Gu Fenghua. Such a powerful attack, if you had used it earlier, your junior sister Qing Moshue wouldn't have died. Ling Xiao could sense that the blood lightning bull fiend had stopped devouring the energy stones. He knew it was time for him to strike back. It's not too late to kill you now. Gu Fenghua shouted coldly. You're the only one who thinks so. Today, I'll teach you a good lesson. I'll let you know that there's always someone better than you out there. Blood lightning bull fiend, come out. Following Ling Xiao's shout. The blood lightning bull fiend's beast soul, which was 10 meters tall, appeared behind him. Its two huge eyes were like two blood-red suns. A frightening murderous aura filled the air. Roar. The blood lightning bull fiend's roar was like thunder. At this moment, Ling Xiao's body was completely covered by blood-red lightning. He immediately put away the wind flame wheels. This was because he had a more powerful attack to execute. The wind flame wheels were a little cumbersome. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was inexplicably shocked. They couldn't understand why the blood lightning bull fiend would become Ling Xiao's martial soul. This was too inconceivable and too illogical. It was hard to understand. Blood lightning god. Ling Xiao spat out these words. In an instant, blood-red lightning filled the entire space. When the 10,000 rays of golden light came into contact with the blood-red lightning, they instantly shattered and disintegrated. The blood lightning bull fiend turned into a human-shaped lightning bolt and charged toward Gu Fenghua. This wasn't just a beast soul. It was a terrifying attack that contained more than 20 million upper-grade spirit stones. It was also an attack from the blood lightning god. Compared to the embryonic form that Ling Xiao had used before, it was much more powerful. The weather changed, heaven and earth roared, the onlookers continued to flee. The golden light was frightening, but the blood-red lightning was even more frightening. At that moment, Gu Fenghua actually revealed a terrified expression. He was an expert, so he knew what Ling Xiao's attack meant. This was a power that could definitely kill him. But he didn't understand. How could such a terrifying power be contained in Ling Xiao's body? It was puzzling. But he didn't have time to think about it. He quickly retracted the 10,000 rays of golden light and formed a huge golden shield in front of him. In order to defend against Ling Xiao's attack, he even retracted the golden shield and used it as a defensive item. But, in front of the mighty blood lightning god, all of his efforts were in vain. In front of Qin Yu's eyes, a scene that he would never believe for the rest of his life appeared. A huge blood lightning bull demon swallowed Gu Fenghua in one gulp. Young master. Qin Yu's expression changed dramatically. Qing Moshue was killed, and he didn't know how to explain this to the Eastern Victory Kingdom. If Gu Fenghua was killed as well, it would be a huge problem. This little life of his would probably be gone. Bang! A frightening shockwave exploded from the blood lightning bull fiend. Before Qin Yu could even think about it, he was sent flying away. This power was simply too frightening. Just the shockwave alone was enough to send a peak 6th heavenly core warrior flying away. How strong was this blood lightning bull fiend? This was too frightening. Not bad. Ling Xiao nodded his head. He didn't waste 20 million upper-grade spirit stones for nothing. 20 million upper-grade spirit stones, and he just threw them away like that. The shockwave continued to wreak havoc. A large number of Purple Mansion army soldiers were devoured by the blood-red lightning, and they were instantly turned into charred corpses. Right now, everyone only had one thought about Ling Xiao, and that was fear. This man was too frightening, he didn't even use all of his strength to kill Qing Moshue. He still had such a terrifying attack. Gu Fenghua was too careless. I was careless as well. Qin Yu furrowed his brows. he didn't know what Ling Xiao would do to them once Gu Fenghua was killed. In any case, nothing good would happen. Gu Fenghua, do you feel it now? Aren't you arrogant? Aren't you arrogant? Aren't you looking down on me? How about now? Doesn't it feel great to be struck by lightning? With his Tai Chi eye, Ling Xiao could clearly see Gu Fenghua's current situation. Within the terrifying blood-red lightning, the golden shield was first destroyed. Then, the golden shield was shattered as well. After that, Gu Fenghua's body was torn apart. Gu Fenghua's body was completely destroyed amidst the pain and anger. But, that inner core was really strong. Gu Fenghua's inner core was an earth core, and it was a perfect earth core. Its defense was incredibly strong, and it was shocking. Even the terrifying blood lightning god couldn't destroy it. So this is an earth core? It can draw upon the earth force, that's why it's so strong. Ling Xiao knew that if he couldn't destroy the earth core, he wouldn't be able to kill Gu Fenghua. It looked like he had to settle for the next best thing. The blood lightning god was his strongest attack, but it still couldn't kill Gu Fenghua. Even if he used the Sky Tyrant martial soul, the result would still be the same. Looking at the earth force gushing out from the ground and wrapping around the earth core, Ling Xiao's frown deepened. Whatever, I've saved Xianxia, there's no need to kill him now. Once I break through to the 6th divine core realm, it won't be too late to kill him. With this thought in mind, Ling Xiao was ready to leave. Finally, the blood-red lightning disappeared. The blood lightning bull's shadow once again returned to Ling Xiao's body. He seemed a little weak. This attack had consumed 20 million high-grade spirit stones, and if he wanted to recover the blood lightning bull magical beast soul, the amount of high-grade spirit stones would probably have to be doubled. However, Ling Xiao was not stingy. He knew very well that such a powerful attack was the best way to save his life. Therefore, he hurriedly fed a large amount of spirit stones to the blood lightning bull demon to devour. An earth core floated in the air. Gu Fenghua's shadow appeared. The power of the earth continued to pour in, and Gu Fenghua's illusory figure gradually solidified. Ling Xiao knew very well that Gu Fenghua would launch a fatal attack on him the moment the illusory figure materialized again. Since he could not kill Gu Fenghua, there was no need for him to suffer here. Mei Qing's shadow steps rose and fell, and then she entered the body of cosmic light state, raising her speed to the extreme. Ling Xiao, ever since I broke through to the perfect 7th divine core realm, no one has been able to injure me so much. You're the first. And he would be the last one. Run, no matter where you run to, I'll find you, and tear you into a million pieces. Gu Fenghua's shadow had a ferocious expression, and she looked like an enraged devil. Ha ha ha, I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Fine, I'll wait for you. I can tell you now, I'll return to the Purple Spirit Capital this time. If you want to find me, just come. I'll be waiting for you. The next time we meet, it'll be your death. Amidst the wild laughter, Ling Xiao had already disappeared. Only this sentence was left, echoing in the Purple Palace Royal Capital. They didn't disperse for a long time. It was as if he was mocking Gu Fenghua on purpose. Young master, are you all right? Xinyu didn't chase after Gu Fenghua, and he didn't have the courage to do so. When he saw Gu Fenghua only had her inner core left, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. What if the attack just now had hit him? Perhaps he would have been turned into ashes by now. There wouldn't even be a single fragment left. Not only him. None of the people present had expected such an outcome. They had set up an inescapable net, waiting for Ling Xiao to walk right into it. Ling Xiao had come. Not only had he saved Xianxia, he had also killed 2 generals, Qing Mashue, Yu Qilong, and even severely injured Gu Fenghua. As for the tens of thousands of captains, major generals, and lieutenant generals of the Purple Palace Royal Capital, they didn't even need to be mentioned. It could be said that Ling Xiao had achieved a complete victory. And they had suffered a complete defeat. Gu Fenghua's body was still in the process of reforming. At the earth core stage, as long as the inner core wasn't destroyed, one could use the power of the earth to reform their body. But even if the reform was successful, it would take a few days to recover to its original level. At that time, Gu Fenghua might not be a match for Ling Xiao. He was the 7th strongest on the combat strength list. If someone else faced Ling Xiao, how could they have any chance of winning? Gu Fenghua's consciousness hadn't dissipated. It was stored in her inner core. Everyone could speak of the fury in his soul. This anger made everyone tremble in fear. Those who had nothing to do with it all turned around and left. They didn't know what Gu Fenghua would do after she recovered, so it was better to leave as soon as possible. However, Gu Fenghua was already fuming with anger. He felt as if every cell in his body was burning crazily. Since young, he had always been a proud son of the heavens. He had never been humiliated like this. Although he thought highly of Ling Xiao, he only thought that he had outstanding talent. In terms of strength, he didn't care at all. But such a person had not only killed his junior sister in front of him. Moreover, he had also severely injured him. How could he not be angry? However, Xianxia's inner core is still in my hands. Even if Ling Xiao escapes, can you not come back? At that time, won't you have to hold back? This might be the only thing that Gu Fenghua could let go of. However, he might not know that Xianxia had the Blood Sword Supreme's inner core and hadn't used it yet. Even if she lost her inner core, with the help of an expert, she could take the Blood Sword Supreme's inner core for herself. In this way, not only would her cultivation not be destroyed, but she would also have a great breakthrough. While Ling Xiao was causing havoc in the Purple Mansion royal capital. In the immemorial divine tomb, there was also a life and death battle. The beast race of the savage beast region had attacked again. The scale this time was even larger than the previous battle. The savage beast region had sent 100,000 beasts. The weakest was at the 7th level of the reincarnation divine realm. Among them, 10,000 were divine vein realm cultivators. The strongest was at the 9th level of the divine vein realm. The reason why such powerful beasts could reach the immemorial divine tomb was because the laws of the entire western region were changing. After Ling Xiao unified the western region, the laws became more strict. Everyone's cultivation speed increased, and the spirit qi in the air became more abundant. However, the trouble that came with it was that the foreign invaders had also become stronger. However, before Ling Xiao left, he'd already considered the possibility that the 4 domains would target the primordial divine tombs. Thus, before leaving, he'd set up the strongest defenses on the front lines. This included powerful formations and terrifying puppet armies. At the very least, the Savage Beast region's army wouldn't be able to break in anytime soon. The only problem was that the passageways to the 4 domains were blocked. The Celestial Empire's cultivators in the 4 domains were cut off from those in the Western domains. Moreover, the Western domain's cultivators lacked a way to continue strengthening themselves. If the passageways were blocked for too long, it might even cause the laws to collapse again. They'd return to their previous situation. Currently, Xianxia Ko was the only divine vein expert left in the Western domains. The others had already left the Western domains for the Golden Skies to further their studies. They'd built their own base there, using the Meng village as a fortress. The cultivation resources over there were much better than here. Xianxia Ko stood on a tall city tower, gazing at the Savage Beast region's army in the distance. She couldn't help but feel a bit worried. In truth, her goal in coming to the primordial divine tombs was to head to the Golden Skies and meet up with her colleagues there. Generally speaking, any divine vein cultivator born in the Western domains would do the same. After all, the Western domain's soil wasn't suitable for divine vein cultivators to cultivate. But now it was troublesome. There was no way she could leave. I have to think of something. Xianxia Ko frowned, lost in thought. General, why don't we contact the Celestial Emperor? Perhaps he'll have a way. Standing next to Xianxia Ko was the Ling family's head, Ling Wuhan. The Skydragon Continent's Ling family and the Black Tortoise Continent's Ling family had merged. Ling Tianxiong was willing to join the Skydragon Continent's Ling family. He still worshipped Ling Wuhan as the head of the family. Apart from the branch families, the Ling family's main branch had all moved to the primordial divine tombs. According to Ling Wuhan, they were Ling Zhao's strongest spiritual support. No matter where Ling Xiao was, no matter how powerful Ling Xiao was, he needed the support of his family. The current Ling Wuhan was already a martial artist at the 1st level of the reincarnation divine realm. His aptitude was not bad, it was just that the Skydragon Continent's conditions were too poor. Therefore, after coming here, his cultivation base rose steadily. However, due to the delay, he was only at the first level of the reincarnation divine realm. He couldn't help Ling Xiao much, but he could take care of the rear for Ling Xiao. This person was very capable. He was also the first benefactor that Ling Xiao had met. Without him, perhaps Ling Xiao would have already died in that small corner of the Sky Dragon continent. Don't disturb His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor for now. Hai Miankeo shook her head. It's not easy for His Majesty to cultivate. Coming back will waste a lot of time. Let's wait and see. As long as the formation left behind by His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor exists, the formation department of our Heavenly Dynasty Empire will be maintained well. At the very least, it could last for a few years. Maybe they retreated. That's true. It seems that other than this method, the only other way is to cultivate as hard as possible. Only by surpassing those beasts can we truly protect the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Ling Wuhan looked at Hai Miankeo and said, General, among all of us, only you have the highest chance of defeating the leader of the beasts. Go and cultivate. When you're here, I and the others will be in charge. There won't be any problems. Fine. Hai Miankeo could only think of this method now. Since she couldn't go out, she would stay here and cultivate for the time being. She definitely couldn't cause trouble for Ling Xiao. Just as Hai Miankeo was about to go back to cultivate, suddenly, a white figure appeared in the sky. Her heart tightened. Oh no, the enemy is attacking, but how can they break through His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor's formation? Hai Miankeo was extremely worried. Ling family head, immediately evacuate the people in the city. Warriors above the reincarnation divine realm stay, and the rest hide. Although she looked very calm, in her heart, she was feeling despair. That guy had said that the weakest person who could break through his formation was a divine core warrior. No one below the divine vein realm could do it. That also meant that the attacker was at least a divine core warrior. How could they fight this? Facing such a terrifying opponent, there was no hope for them to win. Damn it, she had no choice but to fight, and, just as she was feeling despair, a bright light landed on the ground. She had a clear look at the person's face. Senior Moon Maiden. She still gave off the same ethereal feeling. She still gave off the same beautiful feeling. She still made all other women feel inferior. The Moon Maiden wasn't a perfect woman. But, her flaws had become her strengths because of her temperament. It made people feel like she was supposed to be something more beautiful. Ling Wuhan hadn't left yet. He quickly kneeled down. He was lucky enough to meet the Moon Maiden before. He knew that the Moon Maiden was Ling Zhao's woman, and she was the savior of the Ling family. Next to the Moon Maiden, there was another beautiful woman. She was wearing a white dress, and she was giving off a fierce aura. Compared to the Moon Lady, she seemed to be less graceful and more wild. The beast race? Hai Miankeo furrowed her brows. But, after thinking about it carefully, since the Moon Maiden was here, she shouldn't be doing anything bad to the western region. We meet again. Yu Fenghua smiled bitterly. Weren't you imprisoned in the Eternal Palace? Hai Miankeo was surprised. It's nothing, I just escaped. He can go to the 4 regions for me, and I can come here for him. Yu Fenghua smiled and said, originally, I was going to ask him where he went. But, I saw the Savage Beast region's army of 100,000 attacking the immemorial divine tomb, so I knew you were in trouble. I'm here to help. Help? You alone? Hai Miankeo knew that Yu Fenghua was strong, but she wasn't sure how strong she was. You don't need to do anything, I can do it. The white-robed girl had a pair of angelic wings on her back. She was beautiful to the extreme. Go, Bai Shui. It's best if they retreat of their own accord. If they can't, then we'll have to use a more forceful method. Make them fear us. Yu Fenghua said calmly. Understood, big sister. Bai Shui nodded, then shot into the air. Above the Savage Beast Race army, she spoke in a loud, clear voice. All Beast Race soldiers below, listen up. Retreat to the Savage Beast region immediately, or none of you will return. Bai Shui's temper was far worse than Yu Fenghua's. She was a Yao, after all. She'd been tainted by the White Eagle's viciousness. Ha 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 ha, where did this little White Eagle come from? She doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. wild laughter rang out. A man soared into the air. He was a 7th-level divine vein expert. He was also the leader of the 100,000 soldiers. This fellow was a vulture that had cultivated into a human form. However, he was different from the demons. Unlike humans, beasts retained most of their characteristics. This vulture wasn't very good-looking. "Are you talking to me?" Bai Shui asked coldly. "That's right. Little White Eagle, if you're willing to become my woman, I'll let you live. Otherwise, you'll be trampled by the beasts when the city falls." Martial Vulture laughed proudly. "I think you're tired of living." Bai Shui snorted coldly and flapped her snow-white wings. A terrifying gust of wind instantly pierced through Martial Vulture's body. Martial Vulture was torn into dozens of pieces in midair. Even his demonic beast crystal core was completely shattered. The demonic beast crystal core was very similar to a human's inner core. Once it was damaged, there was no way to revive it. Moreover, the gust of wind didn't stop there. It directly hit the ground. In an instant, the 100,000-strong army was annihilated. I didn't stop." Bai Shui stuck out her tongue and looked at Yu Fenghua helplessly. "Sister, what should we do? This guy was rude and I was angry, so I used too much strength. We're doomed. Forget it. Let's just kill him. The beasts have been harassing our Eternal Emperor region for years. Many of our martial artists have died at their hands." Yu Fenghua naturally couldn't bear to blame Bai Shui. Moreover, Martial Vulture's words were indeed unpleasant. The conversation between the two of them left the hundreds of millions of warriors in the Divine Devil City dumbfounded. In their eyes, the 100,000-strong army was like a god-fiend. The girl with the snow-white wings had actually wiped them all out with a light flap of her wings. Was she a god? Everyone knelt down. In their eyes, Yu Fenghua and Bai Shui were more terrifying than a god-fiend. "Get up. I'm only helping your heavenly emperor." Yu Fenghua smiled faintly and looked at the stunned Hai Mian-ko. "I'm here to ask about the exact details of his departure. I used the dream reflecting mirror the last time, so I'm not too sure." No problem." Hai Mian-ko recovered from her shock. "Oh my god, Yu Fenghua is so strong, even Bai Shui can't compare to her. Would Ling Xiao really be able to catch up to such a terrifying person?" After His Majesty the Celestial Emperor left the immemorial divine tomb, he arrived at the Golden Sky region. They had even established a base. "On our side, all cultivators who have reached the divine vein realm will be sent there to further their studies. I don't know what's going on over there. I only know that he went to the Golden Sky region." Hai Mian-ko replied. "He actually went." In Yu Fenghua's eyes, she was touched and worried. She was the clearest about the situation in the 4 major regions. Although the Golden Sky region wasn't as strong as the Eternal Emperor region, it was definitely not weak as one of the 4 major regions. She wondered how he was doing now. To be honest, when she parted ways with Ling Xiao, she never thought that the two of them would meet again. Or rather, if they were to meet, she would be the one to look for Ling Xiao, instead of Ling Xiao looking for her. If I go and look for him now, it would be different from what we agreed on. That would be an insult to him. Yu Fenghua already had an idea. She wasn't going to look for Ling Xiao anymore. Because she believed that Ling Xiao would definitely be able to find her at the agreed time. However, because she was worried, she would definitely hide in the dark to observe. After confirming Ling Xiao's situation, she would then decide what to do next. "It seems like that person is sincere to you. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to do it." To be honest, Bai Shui didn't like Ling Xiao. Because Ling Xiao made Yu Fenghua suffer the torment of longing for him. She was even willing to be put under house arrest rather than listen to the Eternal Palace's arrangements. But at this moment, she seemed to have understood. Yu Fenghua's longing for him for such a long time was worth it. That person was also risking his life. She was very clear about how dangerous it was for a Western region cultivator to enter the 4 major regions. Perhaps as soon as he entered the forest, there was already no hope. Now, she was very worried about whether Ling Xiao was still alive. Because she knew that if Ling Xiao died, her sister Yu Fenghua would be in so much pain that she wished she was dead. That was the last thing she wanted to see. Hi Mian-ko, can you tell me how he managed to survive for such a long time? Yu Fenghua really wanted to know. How did that man, who could make her heart ache and make her miss him, go from a small country to the emperor who unified the western region? Of course. Hai Mian-ko nodded and told Yu Fenghua everything that had happened after Yu Fenghua left. During this process, Yu Fenghua would occasionally cry out in surprise. Because Ling Xiao had encountered danger in the story. Bai Shui's eyes widened. She had never thought that a man would go to such lengths for a woman. He was simply a madman. However, she really liked this lunatic. After a long time, Hai Mian-ko finally stopped. Yu Fenghua seemed to be still immersed in the story. As expected of my man. He's too strong and too crazy. It seems that everything I've done has not been in vain. Ling Xiao, it's my turn to look for you now. I hope I can find you soon. She knew that even if she found Ling Xiao, she could not be with Ling Xiao. Because once the Palace of Immortality found out, they would definitely send experts to find her. Her existence would only cause more trouble for Ling Xiao. But it was fine. She just wanted to quietly hide in the dark and watch over her man. She just wanted to see him safe. Alright, the story is over. I should leave. Before I leave, I'll give you something good. Yu Fenghua took out a palm-sized puppet beast and said, "This is my toy. Don't underestimate it. Once it has enough energy stones, it can unleash the frightening strength of a first Divine Core warrior. Divine Core realm, not the Divine Vein realm. When the time comes, even if the beasts of the Savage Beast region invade again, as long as you have it, you'll be able to kill them all." "Thank you, Senior Yu Nu," Hai Mian-ko said gratefully. "No need to thank me. Isn't the Heavenly Empire his kingdom? I like him. It's not a big deal to give something of mine to his kingdom." Yu Fenghua smiled. After that, she jumped onto Bai Shui, who had transformed into a huge white eagle. They flew into the sky. Their next step was the Golden Sky region. Although she was still worried, she was willing to believe that Ling Xiao was still alive. And he must have become very strong. "Bai Shui, let's go to the Mang village and have a look," Yu Fenghua said. "Understood, sister." Bai Shui sped up, then it turned into a white beam and disappeared. Hai Mian-ko thought for a moment, then she handed the puppet beast to Ling Wuheng and said, "The Heavenly Empire has its own system. But in the end, it belongs to Ling Xiao, it belongs to your Ling family. That's why you have to shoulder a heavier responsibility. Protect it well. You can take this puppet. I'm going to the Golden Sky region." Originally, Hai Mian-ko wanted Yu Fenghua to bring her along. But, she could tell that the demon called Bai Shui was very arrogant, and she would never let her ride it. Besides, the journey to the Golden Sky region was a kind of cultivation. Ling Xiao didn't know that Yu Fenghua had risked her life to find him. Right now, he had brought the weakened Xianxia back to the Purple Spirit capital. In this battle, not only did he come out unscathed, he even saved Xianxia. It was a complete victory. His only regret was that he couldn't kill Gu Fenghua. "My strength is still too weak. If I can break through to the mortal core realm, I might have a chance." Ling Xiao furrowed his brows, thinking about how to break through to the next realm. He didn't have much time. Gu Fenghua would need at most half a month to fully recover. Within this period of time, he had to break through. Or else, once Gu Fenghua came, it would be like a thunderbolt. The reason why he was able to severely injure Gu Fenghua was because he didn't know anything about the Blood Thunder God. If they really fought, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. But come to think of it, Ling Xiao was only famous in Zifu Kingdom, but in the entire Dongxing Kingdom, he was just a nobody. He was able to injure Gu Fenghua to such an extent. It could be said that he had done something that left people dumbfounded. He felt good about it. "Brother Ling Xiao, what should we do next? Should we leave the Purple Spirit capital?" Towards Ling Xiao, Zilong didn't just admire him, he respected him. Ling Xiao had really saved Xianxia all by himself. This was unbelievable. Why should we leave? Not only is this Purple Spirit Kingdom mine, the Zifu Kingdom will also be mine. Since he had already started, he might as well do something bigger. At this stage, it was better to control the Purple Spirit Kingdom first. The Dongxing Kingdom wouldn't care about a small kingdom, and he could make Xianxia continue to pretend to be loyal to the Dongxing kingdom. He believed that the death of Gu Fenghua and Qing Mashue would make the Dongxing kingdom restrain themselves. After all, no matter how good the Dongxing heavenly sword and immemorial martial skills were, it wasn't worth it to lose too much. The Dongxing kingdom was facing the competition from the other three kingdoms. They didn't have time to waste on a small kingdom. Of course, if the Dongxing kingdom really wanted to destroy the Purple Spirit Kingdom, then Ling Xiao would have to retreat to the Meng family first. A temporary retreat was to prepare for a better counterattack in the future. But this was all in the future, no one could say for sure. Right now, what Ling Xiao wanted to do the most was to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. Sister Xianxia, is there a place that is dangerous but also filled with opportunities? Is there a place that can increase my cultivation level in a short amount of time? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. There really is such a place. In the past, even I didn't dare to casually enter that place. But with your current strength, it shouldn't be a problem. Xianxia pondered for a moment before replying. What place? Asked Xianxia. Actually, there's a portal in the king's residence that connects to an unknown small world. And there is the aura of the heavenly demon inside. It is very terrifying. Xianxia, take me there. No matter what, I have to give it a try. After all, it's only half a month. Xianxia, King, Xiao. Xianxia. In the depths of the king's residence, there was a sealed portal. Legend has it that one day, a heavenly demon flew out of it, killed the monarch of the Purple Spirit Kingdom, and took over the capital city. Later, it was killed by the experts of the Dongxing kingdom. However, Xianxia was the successor of the monarch, so she didn't know much about it. This sealing technique is really crude. Seeing the seal, Ling Xiao couldn't help but curl his lips. Crude? No way, this was sealed by the imperial master of the Dongxing kingdom. Xianxia smiled bitterly. So what? Crude is crude. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. He tapped a few times and the seal was destroyed. A terrifying demonic aura gushed out of the portal. Ling Xiao was immediately invigorated. Yes, this is the feeling. I really like it. Ling Xiao said excitedly. Brother Ling Xiao, take me with you. I want to become stronger too. If there's any danger and you can't save me, don't save me. I want to join the battle as well. I don't want to be a coward all the time. Zilong suddenly said. He was an early third divine core warrior, and he wasn't weak at all. In terms of cultivation, he wasn't weak. The main reason was that Ling Xiao was too abnormal. I'll go with you. Xianxia said. No problem. But before we go, Sister Xianxia, you need to recover your strength first. Ling Xiao looked at Xianxia and said, I don't think you've merged with the Blood Sword Lord's inner core yet. Let me give you a hand. Will it take a long time? Xianxia was worried that she would waste Ling Xiao's cultivation time. About an hour, it's nothing. Ling Xiao said confidently. He had 2 divine cores in his body, and they were more than enough to suppress the Blood Sword Lord's heavenly core. It was easy for him to merge with Xianxia. Besides, the heavenly core of the Blood Sword Lord had lost its consciousness, only its memories were left. Once the fusion was successful, Xianxia would inherit the Blood Sword Lord's combat skills and wisdom. Not only would her cultivation improve, her combat strength would also skyrocket. Of course, she wouldn't be able to reach the same level as the Blood Sword Lord. But, it was still possible for her to reach the peak 6th Divine Core realm, or even the early 7th Divine Core realm. Let's not waste any more time. Let's begin. Consume this healing pill first, it will heal your injuries. Ling Xiao didn't have much time, and he didn't want to waste any time. Therefore, he quickly started. After Xianxia's injuries were fully healed, Ling Xiao and Xianxia worked together to merge the Blood Sword Lord's inner core. Xianxia thought the process would be extremely difficult. But in fact, besides the pain, every step was smooth. All the problems and troubles that arose were solved by Ling Xiao one by one. In less than an hour, around 40 minutes had passed. The Blood Sword Lord's inner core had completely merged with Xianxia, it now belonged to her. Just as Ling Xiao had expected, Xianxia's cultivation had successfully broken through to the early 7th Divine Core realm from the early 6th Divine Core realm. It should have been an Earth core, but now, it had become a heavenly core. Xianxia was an invincible existence among all warriors at the same level as her. An Earth core could only utilize the force of the Earth. But a heavenly core could utilize the force of the heavens and Earth. It was much more powerful. Alright, let's depart now. Purple Spirit Capital is protected by a formation, we won't be in any danger for the time being. As long as we can make it back in half a month, we'll be fine. Ling Xiao stood up and was the first one to enter the portal. Xianxia and Long followed closely behind. Inside the portal was an incomparably huge space. The strangest thing was, there were countless volcanoes here. The volcanoes were huge. Just the craters of the volcanoes were more than 1,000 meters long. Below them was a land that stretched for dozens of miles. It was truly a shocking sight. The scariest thing wasn't the gigantic volcano. The scariest thing was, there was a huge forest not far away. Vaguely, they could hear the strange cries of heavenly devils coming from within. The sky above the forest was covered by a dense devilish energy. Black, evil, terrifying, countless demon beasts could be seen roaming around the forest. Miserable cries could be heard from within the forest. Obviously, some demon beasts had been killed. They could even hear the miserable cries of humans. There are people here. Xianxia was surprised. She thought the Heavenly Devil's ruin was only connected to the Purple Spirit Capital. She didn't expect it to be connected to other places as well. This isn't strange. Perhaps the Heavenly Devil's ruin is similar to the bloodthirsty battlefield, it is connected to 30,000 small kingdoms. If that's the case, we have to be extra careful. We might encounter some people with evil intentions. Ling Xiao reminded Xianxia. After that, he started walking towards the forest. Since that was the most dangerous place, perhaps it was also the place where he could break through. Swoosh! Swoosh! Suddenly, a group of men descended from the sky and landed outside the forest. The Heavenly Devil energy here is so dense, this must be the nest of the Heavenly Devils. But, I wonder if the Heavenly Devils are as scary as the rumors say. One of the men said with a smile. It seemed like he wasn't afraid of the legendary Heavenly Devils, and instead, he looked quite relaxed. Sister Xianxia, who are those men? Ling Xiao asked curiously. They didn't walk towards them, they just hid. At this moment, it was better for them not to be discovered so easily. Bai Tianyu from the Blood Sun Kingdom, and Lu Yi from the Greenwood Kingdom, I know both of them. Bai Tianyu is the #1 warrior from the Blood Sun Kingdom, and he is much stronger than the Purple Palace army you joined. I think he is at the mid-6th Divine Core realm. Lu Ye's strength is on par with him. I didn't expect them to team up. Xianxia furrowed her brows. She was worried. Sister Xianxia, don't forget about your current strength. Those two guys are just cats and dogs in front of you. As for the rest of them, they are not worth mentioning. Ling Xiao reminded her. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. I thought I was at the early 6th Divine Core realm. Xianxia was startled, then she said with a bitter smile. Lu Yi said, the Heavenly Devil Relic is such a good place, but it's not allowed to be opened. What a waste. To martial artists like us who cultivate Devil Dao martial techniques, the Heavenly Devil Grass can be said to have many benefits. As for the Heavenly Demon Pith, it's even more beneficial to us. It might even help us break through to the 7th Divine Core realm. Bai Tianyu shook his head and said, Heavenly Devil Essence isn't that easy to obtain. No matter what, since I'm already here, I should go and take a look. If he was lucky enough to get it, he would be rich. Moreover, it was rumored that a terrible war had taken place in the Heavenly Devil ruins a long time ago. At that time, the Heavenly Demon was still at its peak and was very powerful. They had killed many of the Dongxing Strong Country's martial artists who had come to encircle them. There should be a lot of inner cores and treasures left behind. Even if I can't get the Heavenly Devil Essence, it's still good to get those things. Lu Yi, on the other hand, was optimistic. Then let's go. Bai Tianyu seemed to be tempted as well. Smiling, they entered the forest together. There were a total of 20 men in this group, and all of them were at least at the 4th Divine Core realm. It was obvious that the Blood Sun and Greenwood Kingdom had been preparing for this trip to the Heavenly Devil Ruins for a long time. However, they didn't expect to bump into Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao and the other two arrived at the forest, Lu Yi, Bai Tianyu, and the other men had already entered for some time. Someone is opening a path for us, great. Ling Xiao smiled, then he followed the path Lu Yi and Bai Tianyu took. Along the way, they found a lot of demon beast corpses. They must have been killed by Lu Yi, Bai Tianyu, and the other men. Be careful, I can feel that after entering the forest, my divine sense has suddenly become very weak. Originally, I could release my divine sense to a few dozen miles in circumference. But now, I can only release my divine sense to a few dozen meters away. I think I'm affected by the heavenly devil energy. Xianxia furrowed his brows and said. Don't worry, just follow me. Although Ling Xiao's divine sense was affected as well, his Tai Chi I wasn't affected too much. He could still see things up to a mile away. It was much larger than Xianxia's divine sense. Zilong, get ready to fight. I won't be following the men in front of us. After all, we're here to train ourselves. If we don't fight, it'll be meaningless. Ling Xiao reminded Zilong. Among the three men, Zilong was the weakest. But, with the Blood Sovereign armor, Zilong was able to unleash the combat strength of an early 4th Divine Core warrior. Furthermore, his defensive strength was comparable to a 6th Divine Core warrior's. Therefore, he didn't have to worry too much about his safety. I understand, Brother Ling Xiao. Zilong nodded his head. When he thought about how his sister was taken away, he couldn't do anything about it. When he thought about how his sister was slaughtered in Purple Spirit City, he couldn't do anything but watch. Zilong's heart was filled with endless courage. No one could stop him from moving forward. He had to become stronger. Roar, not long after they moved forward, a roar suddenly sounded out. Within the dense forest, a ferocious devil tiger leapt towards Ling Xiao and the other two men. This devil tiger must have been contaminated by the heavenly devil energy, that's why it became like this. It had become an aggressive beast, and its strength had become much stronger as well. Early 4th Divine Core warrior, Zilong, you do it. A small fry like this was nothing to Ling Xiao. Therefore, he didn't plan to fight. But, since the demon beasts in the outer perimeter of the forest were so terrifying, the demon beasts in the inner perimeter must be even stronger. It looked like he still had a chance to break through. Die. Zilong's dragon martial soul emerged behind his back. With the Blood Sun World in his hand, he charged towards the demon beast. After a fierce battle. Although Zilong wasn't injured, he was exhausted, and his true yuan was almost depleted. As for the devil tiger, it was killed as well. Come, eat it. Ling Xiao took out a demon beast core from the devil tiger's body and gave it to Zilong. Of course, he had prepared it beforehand. If he let Zilong eat it, he would be harming Zilong also. I'll teach you the sky-devouring art. This is a skill I got from the ancient emperor of Dongxing. A few thousand years ago, there was a warrior who relied on devouring demon beast cores to increase his strength. This was his cultivation technique. I'll let you slowly comprehend it, but there's no time for that. Let me give you some pointers. Ling Xiao pressed his finger on Zilong's forehead, then a memory entered Zilong's mind. In an instant, Zilong felt as if his head had been pierced through, and he held in pain. He was rolling on the ground. This pain will make you remember how hard it is to obtain this thing. If you can't hold on any longer, just tell me, I'll give up. Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. Although he couldn't bear to do this, but, he also knew that only by experiencing the toughest of hardships could one rise above others. If he couldn't do it, then Zilong would have to slowly cultivate. Brother Ling Xiao, I can do it. Zilong was a young master from a rich family, and he hadn't suffered much. But now that the situation had changed, he had no choice but to endure it. If he didn't, he wouldn't be able to protect his family. Good, I didn't misjudge you, my brother. Let's continue moving forward. Zilong had learned the sky-devouring skill, and he could slowly study it along the way and try to devour the demon beast's crystal core. Everything was difficult at the beginning, and as long as he succeeded the first time, the rest would be easy. The heavenly demon energy in this forest was extremely dense. Perhaps because of this, heavenly demon beasts that were much stronger than ordinary demon beasts were born here. These demon beasts had absorbed the heavenly demon energy, and possessed the heavenly demon energy. Although their cultivation level wouldn't increase, their combat strength would become stronger. Compared to demon beasts of the same cultivation level, they were much more ferocious. This was similar to the bloodthirsty demon beasts in the bloodthirsty battlefield who were affected by the murderous aura. After walking for another mile or so, a huge monster suddenly jumped out of the dense forest. It was a frightening heavenly demon bear. It was about 8 meters tall, and its huge body contained a power that could destroy everything in its path. Its eyes were glowing with a blood-red light, and it was emitting a ferocious killing intent. Any martial artist who barged into this forest had to die. This was the territory of heavenly demon beasts, and they hated human warriors even more than ordinary demon beasts. Furthermore, it could sense that the 3 men in front of it were all pretty strong demon beasts. If it could devour them, it might be able to increase its strength. In this heavenly demon forest, it would be able to rule over everything. Great Earth Demon Bear, this guy's combat strength is really strong. Xianxia stared at the monster in front of him, and he was eager to fight it. This Great Earth Demon Bear was an early 7th Divine Core demon beast. Such a powerful monster would definitely be of great help to his cultivation. Sister Xianxia, Zilong, you two deal with the cubs it brought here, leave this guy to me. Xianxia said. Understood. Although Xianxia was worried, when she thought about Xiao's frightening combat strength in the Purple Palace Kingdom, she had miraculously performed a miraculous feat. She didn't want to waste any more time talking. Together with Zilong, they blocked off the heavenly demon bear's army. This demonic earth bear seems to have absorbed a lot more heavenly demonic chi than the previous demonic tiger. His feet had turned into the appearance of a heavenly demon, and strange demonic wings had appeared on his back. Although it wasn't big, if it continued to change, it would probably become a true heavenly demon. It's been a long time since I've absorbed heavenly demonic chi. It's a good opportunity to play with it. Xianxia stared at the demonic earth bear in front of him and launched an attack. The battle lasted for half an hour. In the end, Xianxia completely defeated the demonic earth bear with a single fiend god seal. Then, it swallowed the demonic earth bear's core. Black energy surged within his body. After a long time, he smiled. The energy in his sea of cultivation had increased to 60%. It seemed like coming here was the right choice. If an earthen bear alone could bring him such a huge improvement, then perhaps a breakthrough wouldn't be impossible. By the time his battle ended, Xianxia and Zilong's battle had also ended. The purple dragon was devouring the demonic beast cores. With the heaven-swallowing art, Xianxia no longer needed to purify the demonic beast's crystal core. After all, Zilong's martial soul was a divine dragon. Although he was a low-ranked divine dragon, he was still a dragon. The strength of his bloodline was much stronger than ordinary demonic beasts. The heaven-swallowing art was the best for him to cultivate. After another half an hour, Zilong's cultivation had broken through to the late 3rd Divine Core realm. This speed was much faster than simply cultivating. Of course, it was also very dangerous and painful. Because every time Zilong devoured the demonic beast's crystal core, he would feel a pain that made him wish he was dead. If he couldn't endure it, he would be dead for sure. The heaven-swallowing art was a torturous skill, but it was also a heaven-defying cultivation skill. Can you still endure it? Xianxia asked. Yes. Zilong said while gritting his teeth. Good, let's continue. Xianxia really wanted to see a demonic beast similar to the demonic earth bear again. Ha ha ha, this is awesome. Although that heavenly devil giant serpent's power is at the same level, it is still extremely powerful. Although the demonic earth bear was similar to the demonic earth bear, with the combined strength of all 20 of us, we finally killed it. Besides, the demonic earth bear's demon crystal core is a great supplement for us, a devil cultivator. In just a short period of time, my stagnant cultivation has broken through the bottleneck. I've reached the mid-6th Divine Core realm. About 10 miles away from Xianxia and the group, Lu Yi was looking at the dead body of a demonic earth bear in front of him excitedly. Bai Tianyu nodded his head and said, "Me too, looks like we've made the right choice this time. Us devil cultivators are different from the other cultivators, we're just like half-demons, we're not welcomed by anyone. But, if we become invincible, who will dare to look down on us?" "That's right, if this continues, it won't be a problem for us to break through to the peak 6th divine core realm in a short period of time. At that point of time even the king of Z Palace will be no match for us," Lu Yi said excitedly. It had to be said that these people were a little too arrogant. This heavenly devil python was only at the early 6th divine core realm. It was much weaker than the demonic earth bear. If they knew that the demonic earth bear was killed by Ling Xiao alone, what would they think? "Let's continue." Bai Tianyu called out to the group and continued walking. "Brother Bai, what do you think we should do if we encounter other warriors?" Lu Yi suddenly asked. He had smelled the scent of other humans. "What else can we do?" "Of course, we'll kill them, there are only a few devil cultivators, we can't be careless," Bai Tianyu said with a cold voice. Along the way, Ling Xiao and the group had encountered many frightening devil beasts, but they managed to survive. The energy in Ling Xiao's cultivation ocean had increased to 70%. Zilong was an early 4th divine core warrior, and with the help of the blood sovereign armor, he could unleash the combat strength of an early 5th divine core warrior. Xianxia's cultivation hadn't increased, but he had become more familiar with his combat strength. "What is that?" Suddenly, Zilong cried out in shock. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked over. What he saw startled him as well. A frightening skeleton that was 100 times bigger than the Blood Thunder Bull Devil skeleton had appeared a few hundred meters away. The skeleton stood there like a towering mountain. Only those who stood far away could see it clearly. It was a gigantic heavenly devil. If they stood in front of it, they wouldn't even be as long as its fingernail. Ling Xiao had seen heavenly devils before, but they were all transformed heavenly devils. None of them were as huge as this one. From this, it could be seen that heavenly devils were different species from the beast race. Different species would have different forms. Although it had been dead for more than 10,000 years, they could still feel the frightening pressure coming from the skeleton. Xianxia and Zilong were both trembling, and they kept stepping back. Ling Xiao almost knelt down at first. But at this critical moment, the martial soul of Tyrant Heavens had a miraculous effect. The aura of supremacy instantly shattered the pressure brought by the heavenly demon skeleton. This terrifying pressure, it belongs to a real heavenly devil. I wonder what kind of race this heavenly devil is, why is it so terrifying, why did it have to come to the mystic world? Xianxia took a deep breath. He could still remember the trembling he felt just now. That's right, this is terrifying. This heavenly devil has been dead for so long, but it still has such a terrifying pressure. I wonder how terrifying it was when it was still alive. How did the human martial artists kill him? Zilong was shocked as well. Did you notice? There is a strange herb growing on the heavenly devil skeleton. It's called the heavenly devil herb, it can only grow from the heavenly devil's blood and flesh. It contains a rich amount of heavenly devil energy. If you can concoct it into a heavenly devil pill, it can greatly increase the strength of your body. Also, the heavenly devil energy will be born in your body. The heavenly devil energy can be used for both offense and defense, it's similar to a magical treasure. If you're lucky, you can even cultivate the heavenly devil combat body, and your true yuan will be completely transformed into heavenly devil energy. You will be at least 10 times stronger than your opponent at the same cultivation level, or even dozens of times stronger. Ling Xiao was an alchemist, that's why he knew all this. Of course, the heavenly devil essence is even more valuable than the heavenly devil herb. The heavenly devil essence is formed from the heavenly devil's inner core. It has the same effect as the heavenly devil herb, but it's 100 times stronger. This is great. Looks like we've really found some precious treasures this time. We didn't come here in vain. When Xianxia heard what Ling Xiao said, he couldn't help but become excited. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect someone to be here before us, but we'll take both the heavenly devil essence and the heavenly devil herb. Suddenly, a wild laughter sounded out from another direction. 20 men appeared at the same time. The 2 men leading the group were Bai Tianyu and Lu Yi, the men Ling Xiao and the others had seen before. Both men had broken through to the late 6th divine core realm at the same time. It looked like their cultivation method wasn't ordinary as well. Bai Tianyu, Lu Yi, do you think I, Xianxia, am not here? Xianxia said with a cold voice. Little girl, if you don't want to die, bring your 2 brothers and get the hell out of here, everything here belongs to us. Bai Tianyu glared at Xianxia. He was much older than Xianxia. In fact, he was already 100 years old. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with calling Xianxia a little girl. What a joke. You, Bai Tianyu, are just a mortal core warrior, do you think I'm afraid of you? Now that Xianxia's strength had increased greatly, he was looking for someone to spar with. The Blood Sun Kingdoms Bai Tianyu had given her a lot of trouble. This was because the Purple Spirit Kingdom and the Blood Sun Kingdom were neighbors. Bai Tianyu was also the great general of the Blood Sun small country and often led his army to invade. It gave her a headache. Now that her strength had skyrocketed, she really wanted to vent all the grievances she had suffered all these years. Xianxia, I heard that you were captured by Gu Fenghua. Although I don't know how you managed to get the information out of her, I don't know. However, since he had already escaped, he should cherish his life and not cause trouble for no reason. You're just an early 6th divine core warrior, even if you have the Blood Sovereign armor, you won't be a match for us if we join forces. Lu Yi also spoke up. They did not put Zilong and Ling Xiao in their eyes at all. A bunch of idiots, all you know is nonsense. I think the ones who should scram are you. Zilong couldn't help but scold. Buddy, you're Xianxia's younger brother, right? How dare you scold us? Fine, you don't have to scram, just prepare to die. A cold expression emerged in Bai Tianyu's eyes. Die? Brother Ling Xiao, did you hear that? He said he wants to kill us. Zilong sneered. How dare a few pieces of trash act so arrogantly in front of us? You guys don't know what's good for you. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to scram. If you don't even think about leaving. Ling Xiao's temper was even worse than Zilong and Xianxia's. Especially when these people kept saying that they wanted to kill him, he would never pretend that he didn't hear anything. Did you hear that? Brother Ling Xiao asked you to scram within 10 breaths of time. Zilong mocked. Buddy, I think I've heard of your name before. You're Xianxia's younger brother, right? I think you've also robbed the ancient Dongxing Emperor's treasure. Looks like we're going to be lucky today. Bai Tianyu looked at Ling Xiao with a sinister smile. The things that Gu Fenghua can't get will belong to us. Even Xianxia won't be able to protect you today. Just wait for your death. After saying that, a demonic figure appeared behind Bai Tianyu. This guy's martial soul was indeed a little strange. It was emitting a dense demonic aura. I was wondering who you were. So you're the bastards left behind by the heavenly demons. No wonder you're so arrogant. Ling Xiao saw the truth from the martial soul. Since you've seen through us, then all the more reason for you to die here today. We're the legendary human demons. The descendants of the heavenly demons possess the noble bloodline of the heavenly demons. You humans will die at our hands sooner or later. The heavenly demons haven't come to the mystic world for 100,000 years. But you just have to wait. One day, they will come. At that time, you lowly humans will become the slaves of the heavenly demons. Bai Tianyu seemed very proud when he mentioned the heavenly demons. Is your mother also a heavenly demon? Ling Xiao asked curiously. My mother? She's just a lowly reproductive tool. There's no need to talk about it. Bai Tianyu said in disdain. You bastard, you're simply a scum. Not only did you forget your human bloodline, you even humiliated your own mother. It seems that if I don't kill you today, I won't be able to sleep well. Ling Xiao hated people who forgot their ancestors the most, especially those who dared to humiliate his own mother. Reproductive tool, scum, he's simply a scum. White Bear, that little guy called you a scum. Lu Yi laughed. Humph, kid, do you have the guts to report your sect and family? I dare to guarantee that after you die, they'll definitely go down to accompany you in death. Bai Tianyu snorted coldly. He was obviously furious. Boom, suddenly, Bai Tianyu stomped on the ground. A crack appeared on the ground. Then, he threw a terrifying punch at Ling Xiao. Behind him, the strange demonic figure actually cracked open its mouth and revealed a sinister smile. Brother Ling Xiao, be careful. These human demons aren't easy to deal with. Zilong reminded. He knew that Ling Xiao was very strong, but he didn't know how strong he was. After all, Ling Xiao didn't tell him about what happened in the Purple Mansion royal capital. Therefore, he wasn't too sure. If he really saw how Ling Xiao beat Gu Fenghua half to death, he probably wouldn't be worried anymore. This Bai Tianyu was nothing in front of Ling Xiao. Desolate ancient demonic fist. Bai Tianyu's body seemed to be wrapped by the shadow of a heavenly demon. The fist that he threw out was also like the fist of a heavenly demon. His figure was similar to the way a heavenly demon moved. The strangest thing was that his battle intent actually contained the will of a heavenly demon. As expected, it was the bloodline left behind by a heavenly demon. Too slow, you're too weak. Facing Bai Tianyu's attack, Ling Xiao didn't even have any interest in fighting. He casually pointed his finger forward. A sharp sword energy pierced through the air. Not good. Bai Tianyu was startled, and he immediately circulated the energy in his body. Movement of the devil shadow. He gave up on attacking, and used all his energy to dodge the attack. In an instant, wisps of black smoke emerged from his body. He had actually entered the devilized state. His combat strength had skyrocketed, and he had almost reached the level of an early 7th Divine Core warrior. This surprised Ling Xiao. But, his finger attack wasn't something that could be dodged by anyone. Bai Tianyu had entered the devilized state too late. His shoulder blade was still pierced through by the sword energy. The pain caused him to scream out in agony. How is this possible, Bai Tianyu, be serious. He's just a little bastard, and you've already used the movement of the devil shadow and the devilized state. Lu Yi furrowed his brows and shouted out. What do you know? This guy is very strange. Everyone enter the devilized state, kill these guys. Bai Tianyu roared out while healing his wounds. After just one fight, he knew that Ling Xiao wasn't someone to be trifled with. All right. Lu Yi immediately entered the devilized state as well. He looked at Xianxia with an indifferent expression and said, Little girl, you have one last chance, either get the hell out of here, or die. Why do I feel like you're panicking? Xianxia mocked, let me tell you something, Ling Xiao is stronger than me. Bai Tianyu has offended him today, and he's dead for sure. Zilong, you deal with the rest of them, I'll handle this guy. With the Blood Sovereign armor, Zilong's combat strength could reach the early 5th Divine Core realm. Apart from Bai Tianyu and Lu Yi, the strongest among them was only an early 5th Divine Core warrior. The rest of them were all at the 4th Divine Core realm. Therefore, although it was a bit difficult for Zilong, it wasn't impossible. Don't worry, big sister, I'm no longer the old me. Along the way, not only had Zilong improved his cultivation, he had also improved his combat skills. Tempering himself in the midst of life and death had greatly improved his strength. That's great. Xianxia smiled and released his martial soul. It was also a purple dragon. However, his aura was clearly much stronger than the purple dragon's. Her hands had turned into sharp dragon claws. The sharp light made Lu Yi frown again and again. Fine. Little girl, since you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth and insist on seeking death. Don't blame me then. Lu Yi snorted and leaped towards Xianxia. After demonizing, his combat strength was equivalent to an ordinary early 7th Divine Core warrior. Although he wasn't as strong as Xianxia, he was more adept at controlling his strength. After all, it hadn't been long since Xianxia had reached this level of strength. It would probably take a long time for him to get used to it. Human demons had always been cruel and bloodthirsty. Killing was nothing to them. Under the temptation of those treasures, their true ferocity erupted. All of them charged towards the purple dragon. Lu Yi charged towards Xianxia. His first move was a killing move. Little girl, we fought 3 years ago. At that time, you lost miserably. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Don't tell me that after 3 years, you're already my match. While defending against Lu Yi's attack, Xianxia was also familiarizing himself with his strength. His sharp dragon claws were grabbing towards Lu Yi's head. He was going to leave a bloody hole in Lu Ye's head. Soon, you'll know how much I've improved. What a joke. Lu Ye's hands changed as well. They turned into pitch-black devil claws and clashed with Xianxia's dragon claws. The devil claws were pitch black, and they were emitting a gloomy aura. It gave people the feeling that they were made for killing. Clang, the devil claws and dragon claws clashed in the air, producing a loud metal clashing sound. Blood devil seal. Xianxia let out a cold snort. After taking a few steps back, he struck out with his dragon claws. The frightening blood devil seal was unleashed, and it smashed towards Lu Ye's head. Devil eye. At this critical moment, a devil eye suddenly grew out from Lu Ye's forehead. The devil eye unleashed a sharp red beam and hit the celestial devil seal. Their attacks collided once again. Then, they shattered. Surprisingly, they were evenly matched in both attacks. On the other side, Bai Tianyu launched another attack. His devil claws clawed out continuously, forming claw shadows that filled the sky. His terrifying speed coupled with his terrifying attack power. In addition, he had a pair of powerful devil wings. Ling Xiao was forced to retreat step by step. Bai Tianyu finally revealed a look of excitement. However, Zilong and Xianxia were not worried at all. Because Ling Xiao had yet to transform. Both of them knew very well that Ling Xiao's battle prowess was the most terrifying when he transformed. However, even without transforming, Ling Xiao was able to block all of Bai Tianyu's attacks with the Blood Supreme Sword. Ling Xiao was purposely squeezing out his potential. The sense of danger would only be stronger if he fought without transforming. In this way, his potential would erupt faster. More importantly, Bai Tianyu was not worthy of his transformation. Bai Tianyu's devilization did cause his combat strength to skyrocket. But, his speed was still slower than Jiang Chen's falling plum-clear shadow steps and cosmic body. Why is this guy so fast? After a series of storm-like attacks, Bai Tianyu suddenly stopped. Kid, I've really underestimated you. You don't look like much, but you actually possess such terrifying strength. But, did you know, a completely devilized human devil is extremely terrifying. I can give my everything to a heavenly devil. Bai Tianyu sneered, then his body started transforming again. Originally, he still looked like a human. But, in just a short moment, his skin had turned black. His arms and legs had turned into the hands and feet of a heavenly devil. Even his face had turned into a malevolent sheep-bodied demon. He no longer looked like a human. Of course, what replaced it was a terrifying strength. Mid-7th Divine Core Realm? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. He could sense that Bai Tianyu's soul had turned completely black. He had given his everything to a heavenly devil. Under such circumstances, his combat strength would skyrocket. But, after the battle, his combat strength would drop drastically, and he would be severely injured. This was the price he had to pay. It was similar to Ling Zhao's sanguine rat devil. They were both devils, and they felt the same. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, this feeling is great, this is great, kid, in less than 3 minutes, Daddy will eat you alive, die, kid. Suddenly, his body trembled in midair, then he was blasted away like a cannonball. His speed had reached an extreme. A pair of devil claws grabbed toward Ling Zhao's head. And? So fast. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. A completely devilized human was indeed powerful. 10 swords merge. In an instant, 10 bright sword beams shot out from Ling Zhao's hand, then they merged into one. He shot out. It's useless. Bai Tianyu sneered and shattered the sword light with his terrifying claws. Then, he landed a heavy blow on Ling Zhao's body. Boom, a terrifying explosion sounded. Ling Xiao took a few steps back. However, he was not injured. Your defense is quite strong, you can defend against it once, but can you defend against it a second time? Whoosh, a black shadow flew out from behind Bai Tianyu. It was actually a tail. It entangled Ling Xiao. It did not give Ling Xiao any chance to dodge. Let's see how you dodge. Go to hell. Bloodthirsty demon fist. The terrifying fist landed on Ling Zhao's body. It was like a storm. On the other side, Lu Yi sneered. Xianxia, did you see that? your god brother is done for. I told you that Bai Tianyu is stronger than me. Among us, he is the only one who can completely transform into a demon. That little guy is dead for sure. Xianxia sneered. A frog at the bottom of a well. You always think that you know more than others. But you don't know that you can only see a small part of the sky. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, Bai Tianyu's attack had also ended. Over 100 punches landed solidly on Ling Xiao's body. All the human demons thought that Ling Xiao was dead for sure. However, the smoke and dust dissipated. Only a trace of blood flowed down from the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth. You really disappoint me. Such an attack can't even increase the energy in my cultivation C by 10%. It seems that my anticipation was in vain. It's time for this battle to end. Ling Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb. Blood Lightning Bull Demon, Beast Soul Transformation. Boom, a terrifying explosion sounded. In an instant, before Bai Tianyu could even see what had happened, he was sent flying. What's going on? You're a beast god. Bai Tianyu spat out a mouthful of blood. Just the power of this attack was more terrifying than his hundreds of attacks. Bai Tianyu's face turned ugly. Didn't I tell you? I was just playing with you. If I had fun, I might have spared your life. But you let me down too much. Ling Xiao sneered in his beast soul transformation state. Plum Blossom Acupuncture Hand. Whoosh, paw, streams of light shot out from his fingertips. It pierced through Bai Tianyu's body. As for Bai Tianyu, he stood there, unable to move. Although he could still move his eyeballs and speak, he couldn't use his true essence. He couldn't move his body. It was simply a situation where they were at the mercy of others. How could he lose? This scene gave Lu Yi a fright, and he was somewhat distracted. In the end, Xianxia seized the opportunity and sent him flying hundreds of feet away with a palm strike. He coughed up blood. Retreat. All of you, retreat. Lu Yi turned around and fled. He completely ignored Bai Tianyu. That was because he knew that if he ran a little slower, he wouldn't even have a chance to survive. At this time, Zilong had also killed 3 people. The rest fled with Lu Yi. Only Bai Tianyu was immobilized by Ling Xiao's Plum Blossom Acupuncture Hand. Don't be so afraid. I won't kill you. A living Bai Tianyu is more useful to me than a dead Bai Tianyu. Ling Xiao looked at Bai Tianyu and smiled faintly. What are you trying to do? Bai Tianyu asked. Submit to me. Ling Xiao said coldly. Submit to you? You're just a nobody. What right do you have to make me submit to you? Bai Tianyu said in disdain. I thought you were still useful, but you're actually so blind. Since that's the case, die. Ling Xiao sneered and swung the Blood Supreme sword, directly chopping off Bai Tianyu's head. Bai Tianyu regretted it the moment he died. Originally, he just wanted to show off his firm will and ask for more negotiation terms for himself. But he didn't expect that Ling Xiao wouldn't even negotiate with him. He actually killed him with a single strike. It was too late for regrets. Collect the heavenly demon herbs. Ling Xiao ordered Xianxia and Zilong. The 2 of them hurriedly went to pluck the heavenly demon herbs from the heavenly demon bones. There was a total of 64 sticks, and all of them were handed over to Ling Xiao. With these things, I believe our strength will skyrocket. As for the heavenly demon bones, I'll take them. Ling Xiao waved his hand and the heavenly demon bones were directly trapped in the mountain river world. Next, let's cultivate here. Cultivating and fighting at the same time is more beneficial to the absorption of the heavenly demon herbs. Help me guard while I refine the heavenly demon herbs into heavenly demon pills. This way, the medicinal effect will be better. With that, Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged. Refining pills required concentration. A powerful immortal fire bloomed from Ling Xiao's hands. 64 heavenly demon herbs and more than 1,000 supplementary herbs danced in the flames. Constantly refining, constantly changing, after a full 3 hours. The supplementary herbs and heavenly demon herbs were completely removed and replaced with 64 heavenly demon pills. Alright, each of you take 1 heavenly demon pill. Just this 1 pill alone is probably enough for Zilong to break through again. And it's very likely that he'll cultivate the heavenly demon battle physique. Although Sister Xianxia can't break through, with your aptitude, it's also very likely that you'll cultivate the heavenly demon battle physique. After speaking, Ling Xiao gave the heavenly demon pills to the two of them. Then, he began to cultivate himself. However, what he used for cultivation was not the heavenly demon pills. It was the heavenly demon bones. The heavenly demon bones contained the heavenly demon essence. Together, not only could it improve Ling Xiao's black tortoise divine physique again, and it was very likely that he'd cultivate the heavenly demon bone. The so-called heavenly demon bone was just a name. It was a layer of black bone attached to the surface of the body. Like a close-fitting armor, it could greatly increase a martial artist's defense. Ling Xiao's current physical strength had reached high-level 6th Order Emperor with the help of the black tortoise divine physique. But it was not enough. Because this strength was still vulnerable against Gu Fenghua. So he had to strengthen it. He closed his eyes and began to absorb the energy of the heavenly demon bones. This terrifying energy poured into his meridians like a torrential river. It poured into his body. On one hand, it was frantically tempering his physical body. On the other hand, it continued to strengthen every cell of his. This energy is indeed terrifying. Just feeling it for a while, Ling Xiao was very surprised. This amount of energy was definitely enough for him to strengthen his physical body a few times. It might even allow his cultivation to break through. The energy in the heavenly demon bones was divided into 3 parts. One part was tempering the physical body, one part was strengthening the cells and turning them into potential, one part flowed into the cultivation sea. With the 3-pronged approach, the effect was simply violent. An hour passed, 2 hours passed, 3 hours passed, a day passed. Ling Xiao was still immersed in cultivation. Zilong and Xianxia were also refining the heavenly demon pills. At this time, on a tree a mile away from them, Lu Yi and the others looked over viciously, revealing greedy and angry expressions. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. Gu Fenghua, who had always harbored resentment, had finally recovered from his injuries. He had recovered even earlier than Ling Xiao had predicted. He stood coldly on the tallest pavilion in the Purple Mansion royal capital, looking in the direction of Purple Spirit Capital. The shadow of that failure still shrouded his heart. If he could not kill Ling Xiao, he would probably never be able to recover from this shadow in this lifetime. He could only live in incomparable pain and torment. It would even have an immeasurable and terrifying impact on his martial path. His cultivation might stagnate from then on. So Ling Xiao was his inner demon, a demon that had to be eliminated. Qin Yu, immediately lead the Purple Mansion army and besiege Purple Spirit Capital. I want to use Ling Xiao's blood to wash away my humiliation. Suddenly, Gu Fenghua said to Qin Yu. Yes, sir. Qin Yu naturally did not dare to disobey Gu Fenghua's orders. Gu Fenghua had suffered a loss at the hands of Ling Xiao. But in the end, he had underestimated his opponent. An existence at the peak of the Earth Core realm was definitely not someone a Golden Core realm warrior like Ling Xiao could contend against. So, he still chose Gu Fenghua. Moreover, Gu Fenghua was backed by the Dongxing strong country. Even if Ling Xiao was really heaven-defying and killed Gu Fenghua, facing the terrifying Dongxing strong country, wasn't there still no chance of victory? The Purple Mansion army was quickly assembled. With Gu Fenghua in the lead, Qin Yu, the Purple Mansion Marshal, the Purple Mansion Academy Principal, and the only remaining general, Pan Feng, followed by his left and right. They marched towards the Purple Spirit Capital City in a grandiose fashion. This Purple Mansion army only had 1 million people. But they were all elites of the elites. Their speed was relatively fast. As for the main group, they were still following behind. The total number was over 10 million. Gu Fenghua not only wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but also wanted to destroy Purple Spirit Country. Make this country completely disappear from the map. Only this could relieve the depression and pain in his heart. The vanguard advanced for 10 miles before Gu Fenghua suddenly ordered the army to stop. They stared blankly at a huge white eagle in the sky. A woman sat gently on the white eagle. She was a fairy who could captivate and bewitch all living beings. She wore a light blue gown. Her elegant temperament made her seem like an otherworldly woman. That peerlessly beautiful face seemed to have been drawn by an immortal. although he did not release any aura. However, that graceful and noble temperament was definitely not something that ordinary women could compare with. Gu Fenghua thought of her junior sister, Qing Ma Xue. Although it might be disrespectful to the dead. However, Qing Ma Xue was the disciple of the Dongxing Strong Country's emperor. She was also from a noble family. In front of this woman, she was as vulgar as a village girl. He no longer had that transcendent feeling of an immortal. Everyone was dumbfounded. Gu Fenghua was a relatively clear-headed person. What emerged in his heart was not admiration, but fear. Such a woman could only be nurtured by top forces like the Golden Heavenly Nation and the Eternal Palace. Moreover, even the women from the Golden Heavenly Nation and the Eternal Life Palace did not have the unique temperament of this woman. Suddenly, the white eagle swooped down. It set off a terrifying gust of wind. He blew so hard that everyone couldn't stand still. But no one dared to complain. As expected, a beautiful woman was always easy to forgive. Gu Fenghua hurriedly jumped off the battle beast. He knelt on one knee and said, "I didn't know that an esteemed guest had arrived. Please forgive me. I am the prince of the Dongxing Strong Country, Gu Fenghua. Greetings, esteemed guest. May I know the purpose of your visit?" When he asked this question, he was trembling with fear, afraid of offending this woman. Although this woman was as transcendent as an immortal, as if she was not a woman of the mortal world. But he was very clear. In the mystic world, experts seemed to be neither angry nor angry, but in the blink of an eye, they could turn an entire army into ashes. If he offended this woman, he would probably become a corpse in an instant. At this moment, the experts behind him also came to their senses. They all jumped off their puppet battle beasts and knelt down to this woman. They did not have Gu Fenghua's eyesight, but they knew that this woman was extraordinary. Perhaps she was one of those terrifying existences that could not be profaned. Even if they had evil intentions, they could not show it. No need to be so polite. Rise. The woman's voice was indifferent and gentle, as if she was talking to her own people. However, there was a hint of arrogance in her indifference. "Thank you, esteemed guest." Gu Fenghua stood up trembling with fear, but did not dare to raise her head to look at this woman. It was as if one would be completely immersed in her with just a glance. "I'm looking for someone," the woman said indifferently. Looking for someone? What kind of person could cause such a transcendent being to look for him? It must be a super-existence of the same level. Gu Fenghua thought to herself. The person I'm looking for is called Ling Xiao. He seems to be in Zifu Kingdom. The woman was Yu Fenghua. After going to Meng Village, she heard that Ling Xiao had arrived in Ziling Kingdom, so she went to Ziling capital city. However, although the people there were afraid of her, they all said that Ling Xiao was not there. So she could only go to Zifu Kingdom to look for him. On the way, she met this group of people. It was a good opportunity to ask. In fact, she did not know that the people in Ziling capital city did not tell her the truth in order to protect Ling Xiao. After all, no one knew that she was Ling Xiao's lover. At this moment, Gu Fenghua's head seemed to explode. Ling Xiao, how could it be Ling Xiao? Could it be that they just have the same name? He absolutely could not admit that this woman was looking for Ling Xiao, that nobody. He could not accept it. Esteemed guest, what does Ling Xiao look like? Can you describe him? Gu Fenghua asked carefully. Yu Fenghua simply took out Ling Xiao's portrait. This portrait was extremely realistic, and it was 90% similar to Ling Xiao. Seeing the portrait, Gu Fenghua was in complete despair. She was actually looking for that nobody. Why, he was the prince of Dongxing Kingdom, but he could not compare to a tiny Ling Xiao. He really could not accept it. The others were also very surprised, but they all shut their mouths and did not say anything. What kind of joke was this? They had all besieged Ling Xiao before. If this woman knew, wouldn't they be dead? Gu Fenghua pretended to look carefully for a moment. Then she shook her head and said, I'm sorry, although I really want to find this person for you. However, this person really did not appear before. There are many people with the same name, but unfortunately, it's not him. Oh right, I've heard of this person, but he's not in Zifu Kingdom. He went to the Savage Beast region. Chen Yu suddenly spoke up. Savage Beast region? Yu Fenghua was stunned. She suddenly remembered something that Haim Myungkeo told her. Ling Xiao's friends were taken away by the beasts in the Savage Beast region. They might really have gone to that place. After all, the Golden Sky region and the Savage Beast region bordered each other. It was much easier to reach the Savage Beast region from here than the Eternal Emperor region. Looks like I can only make a trip to the Savage Beast region. No matter what, knowing that he's not dead is a good thing. Yu Fenghua thought to herself. Yu Fenghua had mixed feelings. She was happy that someone had seen Ling Xiao. She was worried that there were no more clues. Suddenly, she sensed something fishy. Even though it was just a fleeting change in his eyes. But she still managed to catch it. This person is lying. Yu Fenghua was not the kind of naive White Lotus. She had adapted to the outside world in the training she received in the Eternal Palace. She had seen many different kinds of people. Her masters had also told her many things about the outside world. Although she knew that the other party was lying, Yu Fenghua still remained calm. She gently touched the white eagle's feathers and then flew away. In an instant, she disappeared into the sky. The moment Yu Fenghua left, Gu Fenghua directly collapsed to the ground. It was too terrifying. It was the first time he had such a terrifying feeling. Even when facing his master, the Dongxing Emperor, he would not be like this. How terrifying was this woman? His heart was filled with fear. But young master, who is this woman? She gives people so much pressure. Could it be the one from the Eternal Palace? Qin couldn't help but ask. It shouldn't be. I remember that the one from the Eternal Palace is under house arrest. Look at the white eagle she rode. It's really extraordinary. I suspect that she might be from the heaven-sacred land of the 9-star realm. Gu Fenghua thought for a while and said. Heaven-sacred land, that's not easy. The people from the heaven-sacred land are the most protective. Although they claim to be holy and just, the people there are the most untouchable. And the overall strength of the heaven-sacred land is probably much stronger than our golden heavens. They are even stronger than the sky demon ghost region that our golden heavens has allied with. Qin said in horror. Whether it was the heaven-sacred land or the sky demon ghost region, they were both part of the 9-star realm. They were definitely a big force that could be on par with the 4 major regions. Seeing Yu Fenghua like that, it was no wonder that they would think of these 2 big forces. But Ling Xiao, that guy, what right does he have to be favored by such a woman? Gu Fenghua felt very unbalanced in his heart. He had always been obsessed with martial arts. He believed that he would never be affected by a woman. He even treated his junior sister, Qing Mashue, as a plaything. However, this woman had thrown his emotions into chaos. Amidst the fear, there was also an indescribable longing. When he saw the woman leave, he heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he felt very uncomfortable. It was as if something had been snatched away. If only junior sister was still alive. She liked to flip through those strange books. He must know the breed of the white eagle that the woman was riding. From this, he could deduce the woman's identity. It was a pity. It's all because of that Ling Xiao. Gu Fenghua felt that her hatred for Ling Xiao had increased by another level. That was taking away someone's love. He felt that the thing he liked had been taken away by someone else. But he didn't want to admit that Yu Fenghua didn't even look at him. However, he had known Ling Xiao for a long time. No matter what, young master, we've finally resolved a crisis this time. No matter who that woman is, she's a terrifying existence. If she meets Ling Xiao, we'll be in big trouble. Qin felt that he had done very well. He had tricked that woman into going to the Savage Beast region. As long as they killed Ling Xiao, this lie would never be exposed. Therefore, he wasn't afraid. Yes, you did well. Gu Fenghua was very happy with Qin Yu's wit. Army, continue forward. Now, he wanted to kill Ling Xiao even more. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to bear the fact that such a beautiful woman had been snatched away by Ling Xiao. Little did he know that their conversation was completely heard by Yu Fenghua and by Shui. Sister, I'll go kill them. How dare they lie to you? Bai Shui had a bad temper. After all, she was a demon and was very bloodthirsty. She really wanted to wipe out the million-strong army right now. There's no hurry. This is something that Xiao has to deal with himself. We'll just follow him. As for Xiao, if there's no danger to his life, we definitely can't interfere with his battle. Otherwise, he won't be happy. Yu Fenghua had known Xiao for a long time. She also felt that it was strange that she seemed to have known Xiao in her previous life. Very familiar. So troublesome. But this is the so-called training, right? If we help Xiao, will we deprive him of a chance to gain experience? Bai Shui said, but sister, I think you won't be able to bear it. How can you not do something when you see the man you love suffer? That's true. If those people dare to hurt Xiao, I'll let them all die in Violet Spirit Capital. Let's go, follow them. Yu Fenghua wasn't a good girl, nor was she a saint. For the man she loved, she would do anything. In the Heavenly Devil Ruins. The place where Xiao, Zilong, and Xianxia were cultivating was suddenly filled with many frightening demon beasts. The strongest of them all was at the mid-7th Divine Core realm. Zilong was the first to finish his cultivation. He glanced at Xianxia and Xiao. Both of them were still focused on their cultivation. Why are there so many demon beasts here all of a sudden? They must have been lured here by someone. Zilong thought about Lu Yi and the others who had escaped. Killing intent emerged in his mind. Once I'm done with these demon beasts, I'll kill you all. A violent fighting intent emerged in his eyes. Right now, his cultivation had reached the early 5th Divine Core realm. Together with the Blood Sovereign armor, he could unleash the combat strength of an early 6th Divine Core warrior. Although he was still far weaker than his sister, Xianxia, and his brother, Xiao. But, the speed at which his cultivation was increasing was still shocking to many. Come, you evil creatures! A bloody battle had begun. Zilong's crazy battle lasted for 2 hours. Demon beasts were all over the place. But, he was severely injured as well. He was lying on the ground, unable to move. Both of his legs had been bitten off by demon beasts. He had lost an arm as well. His body was badly damaged. There were too many demon beasts, and they were too strong. It wasn't easy for him to survive until now. Damn it, am I still too weak? Zilong was not convinced. When it was his turn to protect his sister and brother, he couldn't do it. This was really depressing. Xiaolong, you've done well. Next, it's your sister's turn. Right at this moment, Xianxia's voice sounded out. She was the second to finish her cultivation. Although her cultivation hadn't broken through. But, her combat strength was much stronger than before. She had also cultivated the Heavenly Devil combat body. When the frightening aura was unleashed, even the mid-7th Divine Core demon beasts were scared and backed off. How dare you hurt my brother? Die. Xianxia leapt towards the demon beasts. She looked like a purple divine dragon. The frightening dragon claws instantly ripped 2 early 7th Divine Core demon beasts apart. It was an instant kill. Such frightening combat strength had stunned Lu Yi and the others who were hiding in the dark. Xianxia was fighting the 3 mid-7th Divine Core demon beasts. Although she wasn't in a disadvantageous position, it wasn't easy to defeat them in a short period of time. When Lu Yi saw this, he gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go, this is our only chance." That young man is severely injured, the other one is cultivating, and the woman is fighting the 3 demon beasts. As long as we kill those 2 men and get their Heavenly Devil cores and inner cores, we'll be rich. All the demon beasts nodded their heads. Greed could be seen in their eyes. There was a total of 18 demon beasts, and they quietly approached Zilong. Right now, Zilong was severely injured, and he couldn't move. Therefore, they decided to kill Zilong first. When Xianxia saw this, he anxiously rushed back. But, the 3 demon beasts were extremely powerful, and they were able to stop him. Of course, these demon beasts didn't want to help Lu Yi, they just felt that Xianxia was the biggest threat to them. Only by killing Xianxia would they be able to take care of the rest. Hee, Xianxia, so what if you're strong? Just sit back and watch your other brother get killed by us. Lu Yi laughed out proudly. He had been hiding in the forest for nearly half a month, and he had endured for so long, all for this day. Now, his chance had finally arrived. How could he not be happy? Bang! Suddenly, a terrifying explosion sounded out. Lu Ye's laughter stopped abruptly. The 3 mid-7th Divine Core demon beasts were so scared that they stopped attacking. Everyone turned to look at the same direction. Ling Xiao's body was shrouded by a huge heavenly demon. It looked exactly the same as the heavenly devil skeleton. This was the effect of the black tortoise divine body after fusing with the heavenly devil marrow and heavenly devil bone. Heavenly devil black tortoise, one was an ancient divine beast, and the other was an extraterritorial heavenly devil. Both were legendary items, and now, they had fused with Ling Xiao's body. A terrifying aura was spreading out in the air. The aura was extremely powerful. It was so powerful that Lu Yi and his men couldn't move at all. The 3 demon beasts let out furious roars, then they turned around and fled. How dare you run? I'll kill you all. Ling Xiao's voice was cold and frightening. The 3 demonic beasts were so frightened that they stopped abruptly. One was a demonic dragon bull with dragon claws, the other was a demonic 7-colored bird with rainbow wings, and the last was a giant demonic elephant with terrifying power. Very good, kill those people for me. Ling Xiao coldly looked at the 3 magical beasts and gave the order. The 3 magical beasts charged towards Lu Yi and the others without hesitation. Lu Yi and the others didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy before they were killed by the 3 magical beasts. From today onwards, the 3 of you will listen to my orders. Guard the heavenly devil ruins. As Ling Xiao spoke, he activated his 4-leaf demonic eyes and a strange demonic light entered the bodies of the 3 demonic beasts. This caused the 3 demonic beasts to lie on the ground and bow their heads in obedience. Very good. After subduing the 3 magical beasts, Ling Xiao fed a healing pill to the purple dragon. He smiled and said, "See? You still protected me and your sister. Although it was only an hour, it was the most crucial moment for us. Let's go back. Next, it should be the decisive battle between us and Gu Fenghua. Have you broken through?" Xianxia asked. Guess? Ling Xiao smiled and didn't answer. Instead, he lifted his foot and walked outside. When they arrived, they were warmly received by all kinds of magical beasts. However, when they left, none of the magical beasts dared to show up. It wasn't because of the 3 magical beasts. It was mainly because the aura of the heavenly devil skeleton that Ling Xiao released had intimidated all the magical beasts here. Why didn't you just bring those 3 magical beasts out? That would be so cool. After the purple dragon consumed the healing pill, its body quickly recovered and it asked excitedly. Do you want to summon all the people from the Dongxing strong country? I'm going to pretend to be dead after killing Gu Fenghua. This way, the small purple spirit country will be safe. But if those 3 magical beasts are here, the Dongxing strong country will definitely make a move. Ling Xiao thought of a way out. If he killed Gu Fenghua, he would definitely be hunted down by the Dongxing strong country. It would be better to pretend to die together with Gu Fenghua. This way, without the main culprit, the Dongxing strong country would stabilize the situation in the small purple spirit country and even the large purple kingdom. They would definitely choose to appease Xianxia. At that time, Xianxia would just pretend to surrender. This way, the Purple Kingdom would become a stable cultivation ground for the Heavenly Dynasty to enter the 4 major regions. Even the Heavenly Devil Ruin was left by Ling Xiao for the Heavenly Dynasty's martial artists. The cultivation effect inside was no worse than the bloodthirsty battlefield. Anyway, he knew the Yin-Yang Demon King's transformation technique. Even if he pretended to be dead, the Dongxing strong country wouldn't notice. Of course, this wasn't forever. When he was strong enough, he would naturally return. At that time, not only would the Purple Kingdom become the Heavenly Dynasty's territory. Even the entire Dongxing strong country would be the same. In order to pretend to be dead, he had to win this battle. Otherwise, he would really die. When Ling Xiao and the other 2 left the Heavenly Devil Ruin, the 1 million soldiers of the Purple Mansion army had already arrived at the small purple spirit country and surrounded the capital city. Ling Xiao, if you don't come out, I will destroy the capital city of Purple Spirit and the small purple spirit country today. Not a single person will be left alive. I will let you bear the heavy sin, let's see how you continue on the path of martial arts. Gu Fenghua couldn't wait to soar into the sky and roar in the direction of the capital city. No need to be so troublesome. Don't you want to kill me? I'm coming out. Ling Xiao handed the capital city of purple spirit to Xianxia and Long. Then, he directly flew out of the Vajra dragon trapping formation. You dare to come out, this time, no matter what, I won't let you escape, limitless blade formation. Gu Fenghua roared and waved the sky-chopping blade in his hand. In the sky, a huge blade formation appeared. It wrapped the two of them inside. Ling Xiao could feel it. This limitless blade formation was even more terrifying than his martial spirit barrier. Although their attributes were similar, they could only be broken by killing the opponent. However, the limitless blade formation could be used to attack. The martial spirit barrier couldn't. This is a 7th level Emperor grade martial skill. Kid, you've probably never seen it before. Gu Fenghua looked at Ling Xiao mockingly and said, do you really think you can defeat me after seriously injuring me and then running away? The only thing you're relying on is the Crimson Lightning God. Last time, I was careless. But this time, all of your lightning attacks will be useless against me. In these 10 days, Gu Fenghua not only recovered from his injuries, but also returned to the Dongxing Imperial Court and borrowed a treasure. It's called the Mystic Lightning Armor. This Mystic Lightning Armor only has one effect, and that is to block lightning attacks. The reason Gu Fenghua took such a treasure was to deal with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's Blood Thunder God's attack was too terrifying. Even he had to be careful. Now that he had the Mystic Lightning Armor, Ling Xiao's move was equivalent to being useless. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao had any other methods to deal with him. Isn't it satisfying to use a 7th level Emperor class martial skill? No matter how strong your Fiend God seal is, it's only a 6th level Emperor class martial skill. It's far from a 7th level Emperor class martial skill. I can turn you into minced meat with a wave of my hand. Do you believe me? She trapped Ling Xiao and made Ling Xiao's Crimson Thunder God lose its effect with the Mystic Thunder Armor. Gu Fenghua's confidence was restored again. There were 2 figures in the sky in the distance. They were wrapped in a mass of energy. No one could see them. They couldn't sense them. Sister, aren't you going to help? Your man is talented, but Gu Fenghua has a master to guide her. I'm afraid the limitless saber formation won't be able to resist her. Bai Shuai looked at Yu Fenghua and said. Yu Fenghua's eyes showed a hint of anxiety. But in the end, she shook her head and said, I believe him. Look at his face. There's no anxiety or fear. He should have a way to solve it. She didn't want to interfere with Ling Xiao's battle. She didn't even want to meet Ling Xiao now. After all, meeting him now would only harm Ling Xiao. She believed that the people of the Eternal Palace were looking for her. It was only a matter of time before they found her. So the best thing she could do was to watch her man from afar. She just needed to watch him. In fact, it was just as Yu Fenghua said. Although the limitless saber formation was terrifying, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. After his Fiend God Seal merged with the innate Fiend God Sword Soul, it turned into the innate Fiend God Seal. It was also a 7th level Emperor class martial skill. Since you're so sure that you can kill me, why don't you do it now? Ling Xiao said sarcastically, I know. You're afraid. You're afraid that I have other trump cards. Besides, I've heard about them. The Mystic Thunder Armor can block lightning damage. But it has 0 defense against physical attacks. In other words, as long as I don't use the Crimson Thunder God, I can deal with you however I want. Gu Fenghua frowned. He wanted to scare Ling Xiao, but he didn't expect that someone would see through the weakness of the Profound Thunder Armor with a single glance. So what? I don't fear your other attacks at all. Gu Fenghua said coldly. Oh, right, I almost forgot to tell you. I met a woman before. Gu Fenghua felt that Ling Xiao was completely flawless, and she wondered what trump cards he had. If he wanted to attack, he had to first make the other party reveal an opening. He suddenly thought of the woman from before. She was sure that it was a woman related to Ling Xiao. Thus, he came up with a plan. What does it have to do with me that you met a woman? Ling Xiao was a little curious. That woman looks like a fairy. One look and you can tell that she comes from a top force. Right, although I don't know her name, she said that she was looking for a man named Ling Xiao. He also showed me a portrait of the man. It's you in the portrait. Gu Fenghua sneered and said, you know that I hate you to the bone. So when I saw that portrait, I flew into a rage. I directly killed that woman. Speaking of which, it's strange. That woman's aura is very terrifying, but she seems to be injured. She's actually not as strong as I am. At this point, he secretly peeked at Ling Zhao's expression. He saw anxiety in Ling Zhao's eyes. Ling Xiao could already tell that the woman was definitely Yu Fenghua before he finished listening to Gu Fenghua. Although he had a few friends in the 4 major regions, Yu Fenghua was the only woman with the aura of a fairy. You're saying that you killed her? Ling Zhao's eyes suddenly turned blood red. He thought that he would deal with everything calmly. But today, he suddenly realized how important that woman was to him. If the Moon Lady died, he would really blame himself for the rest of his life. He might even go crazy because of this. I don't care if you're telling the truth or not. How dare you use her life as a joke? I'll let you know that the scariest thing in this world is not death. It's a fate worse than death. Ling Zhao's voice became extremely cold. It was as if a terrifying voice came from the depths of hell. His body had completely transformed into the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul. At that moment, he also released his tyrant martial soul. The Moon Lady was actually looking for Ling Xiao. This was something that Ling Xiao didn't expect. He always thought that he knew about the Moon Lady's past life, which was why he tried so hard to chase after her. But he didn't expect that the Yu Fenghua in this life would have such feelings for him. She actually escaped from the Immortal Palace's imprisonment and came to find him. This made him feel extremely happy. But now, Gu Fenghua told him that the Moon Lady was dead. His heart was about to break. It hurt so much. At that moment, Gu Fenghua couldn't help but take a step back. He didn't know that his words didn't make Ling Xiao waver. Instead, it made Ling Xiao explode with even more terrifying killing intent because of his anger. Even he felt fear. Not to mention the Zifu army behind him. At this moment, they didn't feel like they were facing a human, but a demon. A terrifying demon. Ling Xiao didn't want Yu Fenghua to die. But if Yu Fenghua really died, he would bury the entire Dongxing strong country and the Immortal Palace with her. He felt that he had never been as angry as he was today. Violent power rushed out crazily. It was as if a terrifying storm had broken out. This guy's power is so strong. What kind of martial soul is that? Why is it as all-encompassing as the universe? My martial soul is actually trembling in front of that martial soul. Gu Fenghua was shocked. If the blood-colored thunder god made Gu Fenghua afraid, then this terrifying tyrant martial soul. It was enough to make him tremble. He felt as if his fighting spirit was about to collapse. Sister Yunu, I believe that you're not dead. But if you're dead, I'll bury all those who have mistreated you. Ling Zhao's angry roar resounded through heaven and earth. It was like a shocking thunder. At this moment, Yu Fenghua had an impulse. She wanted to appear in front of Ling Xiao. Tell Ling Xiao that she wasn't dead. That she was still alive. Big sister, you can't go over now. He's currently gathering his last breath, and if you appear, he'll definitely die. If you appear, he'll be in trouble. Bai Shui reminded her. Yes, you're right. Sigh, maybe I should have met him earlier. Then, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Yu Fenghua sighed. Sister, this might not be a bad thing. At the very least, you know how devoted this man is to you, how deep his feelings are for you. Now, even Bai Shui thinks that you've chosen the right person. Bai Shui's eyes were filled with respect. Not towards Yu Fenghua, but towards Ling Xiao. Also, sister, that Gu Fenghua seems to have made a fool of himself. Perhaps your man will achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation because of his anger. He'll reach the 6th divine core realm. At such a young age, he's able to reach such a level in such a terrible environment. Looks like in order to get close to you, sister, he's really risking his life. This guy actually has such terrifying potential in his body. Fortunately, his cultivation is not strong enough. Otherwise, he would really die in this guy's hands. Shocking, Horrifying, Gu Fenghua originally thought that as long as he was serious, Ling Xiao would definitely be unable to withstand a single blow from him. However, he realized that he was wrong. Ridiculously wrong. He had to quickly kill this guy. Otherwise, no one knew what would happen. To be honest, he had been practicing martial arts for so many years and had seen many difficult opponents. However, Ling Xiao was definitely the first. Gu Fenghua, you must die today. There was no longer any emotion in Ling Xiao's eyes. Cold and emotionless. It made people's hair stand on end. The people in Ziling's capital were also very nervous. They did not know what Gu Fenghua said to Ling Xiao that caused such a big change in Ling Xiao. In the past, Ling Xiao was always calm and composed. However, today, he was so furious and ferocious. Sister, is brother Ling Xiao okay? Zilong asked worriedly. All we can do now is to watch this battle quietly. Because no one can interfere. However, I believe in Ling Xiao. You should also believe in him. Along the way, he has overcome many difficulties and experienced many hardships, but he has not been defeated. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, in case Ling Xiao can't hold on, I will risk my life to save him. I can only say sorry to all of you. Sister, what are you saying? Brother Ling Xiao has already done so much for us. If we do not save him when he is in danger, our conscience will be uneasy for the rest of our lives. Zilong said loudly. That's right, Your Majesty. Whatever you want to do, you can do it without worry. We are not afraid of death. Moreover, we are dying for young Master Ling Xiao. The people of the king's residence who survived were all loyal officials and good generals. Moreover, they were all saved by Ling Xiao. Therefore, they naturally would not watch Ling Xiao die. As he spoke, the limitless blade formation began to change. Gu Fenghua didn't want to see any more changes or accidents. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao in the shortest time possible. Suddenly, his body turned into a dazzling saber light. Like a sharp arrow, it shot towards Ling Xiao. Sky-severing saber chi. Saber chi that could even cut through the sky. This was also Gu Fenghua's signature move. A mid-6th order emperor-class martial skill. It seemed simple, but its power was terrifying. His body seemed to have become one with the saber chi. The huge blade covered Ling Xiao's entire body. If this saber had landed, Ling Xiao's entire body would have been chopped into minced meat. Ling Xiao, you've really surprised me. But today, I cannot let you live, kill. Heaven-cleaving blade demon Gu Fenghua had no intention of showing mercy. The powerful saber soul had also been released. Even an early 7th order Emperor Realm cultivator wouldn't be able to block this attack. Gu Fenghua's attack was very sudden. His speed was also extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could feel the power released from the huge saber that made his whole body tremble. But at this moment, he didn't know fear. At this moment, he was only angry. Slaughterhouse of Fiend God Seals. Ling Xiao didn't dare to slack off in the slightest when facing Gu Fenghua. He immediately used the powerful Fiend God Seals. In an instant, the sky was filled with blood-red sword chi. It was crazily shuttling back and forth. The huge saber was constantly hit by the blood-red sword chi, making a sound like a violent storm hitting metal. Crack, crack, a moment later, the huge blade actually shattered into pieces, turning into bits of blade light that fell to the ground. Like a meteor shower, the ground was full of potholes. And all of this wasn't over yet. When the huge saber was destroyed, the blood-red sword chi was aimed at Gu Fenghua. Do you think I can't kill you without the blood-red thunder god? You think too highly of yourself, Gu Fenghua. Gu Fenghua's face suddenly changed. He could feel that although the power of Ling Xiao's sword wasn't as terrifying as the previous blood-red thunder god, it had definitely reached the point where it could seriously injure him. He didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. Yes, you can't kill me. The biggest difference between you and me is that your status is too low and you don't have a backer. Gu Fenghua was full of pride for his background. With a wave of his hand, he took out another magic treasure. It was a round ball that glowed with a water blue light. It released a reassuring energy. The water god's blessing. Gu Fenghua muttered and released the magic treasure. His entire body was suddenly enveloped by a beautiful mist. The blood-red sword she couldn't pierce through. This water god's blessing was brought back by my master from the deep-sea dragon domain. There's only one in the entire Dongxing country. In order to defeat you, I put in a lot of effort. Even if you have any trump cards today, they are useless in front of me. Speaking of which, Gu Fenghua still felt a little embarrassed. The protection of the water god was one of the most precious treasures of the Dongxing strong country. This was because the emperor of the Dongxing strong country had helped the deep-sea dragon region's oceanic race do something big. This made the deep-sea dragon domain's oceanic race feel greatly indebted. That was why he gave it to them. Its grade was a rare grade Heavenly King artifact. In the Purple Mansion Great Country, mortal grade Heavenly King artifacts were already extremely rare. Above the ordinary grade, there was still the fine grade. Gu Fenghua's saber was a fine Heavenly King artifact level treasure saber. As for the water god's blessing, it was an even higher grade Heavenly King artifact. It was of the same grade as the Blood Sovereign sword in Ling Zhao's hand. However, it was even rarer than the Blood Supreme sword. Because it was a defensive magic treasure. Generally speaking, defensive magic treasures were more precious and rare than offensive magic treasures. Defensive magic treasures were 10 times more valuable than offensive magic treasures of the same grade. This item originally belonged to the Dongxing Emperor. When he heard that his son, Gu Fenghua, was in trouble, he temporarily lent it to Gu Fenghua. If the Dongxing Emperor knew that Gu Fenghua had borrowed the water god's blessing just to deal with an early 6th Heavenly Core warrior, he didn't know what to think. He would probably be embarrassed. But, Gu Fenghua didn't care about him. As long as he could survive, as long as he could kill Ling Xiao, he didn't mind being embarrassed. He accepted it. Because of embarrassment and death, he could only choose one. Under the water god's blessing, Gu Fenghua was as arrogant as the son of God. No one could break through the water god's blessing. The heaven-chopping saber in his hand shone brightly as he prepared for the next attack. The next attack would be right after Ling Zhao's slaughterhouse ended. He was waiting for Ling Xiao to run out of energy. This was because it was impossible for any move to last forever. There would eventually be a moment of exhaustion. Gu Fenghua thought he was in an invincible position. Because the water god's blessing was much stronger than the severely damaged wind flame wheels. The original grade of the firestorm wheels had probably reached the celestial grade Heavenly King artifact level. It was a pity that the battle between Thief God and Huang Jindi. The firestorm wheels had suffered heavy damage. In addition, the firestorm wheels had not been repaired for such a long time. Naturally, they were not as good as before. The blood-red sword chi in the slaughterhouse gradually dissipated. It became thin. Gu Fenghua revealed a cruel sneer, "Ling Xiao, your end has arrived. And, today, I am extremely powerful. Not to mention you, even if the Emperor of the East Xing Kingdom came personally. I'm going to kill him too." Sometimes, anger could really make people become incomparably terrifying. Ling Zhao's potential was terrifying. Under his anger, his potential surged out. His cultivation actually soared crazily at that moment. He was not joking when he said that he would even kill the Emperor of the East Xing Kingdom. In order to live to see the Moon Lady. In order to know whether the Moon Lady was dead or alive. Today, he had to win. Ridiculous guy, but in order to kill you, I'm still willing to go all out, strengthening upgrade talisman, strengthening sky-cleaving blade. Gu Fenghua really had a lot of treasures on him. Because this kid had suffered a loss once, he had become cautious all of a sudden. Although he knew that with his strength, he did not have to fear Ling Xiao at all. But he still brought a lot of treasures. This strengthening upgrade talisman could turn the sky-cleaving blade in his hand into a rare grade Heavenly King artifact for a certain period of time. It was the same as the Blood Sovereign sword in Ling Zhao's hand. With a flash of light, the sky-cleaving blade was upgraded. Gu Fenghua's smile became even brighter. Limitless blade technique, heaven-defying blade. It was still the 7th Order Emperor grade martial technique. Coupled with the rare grade Heavenly King artifact sky-cleaving blade. The blade slashed down, and the terrifying blade light was covered with complicated incantations. This blade was obviously not just a martial technique, but also seemed to be integrated with a secret technique. The limitless blade technique was indeed terrifying. This heaven-defying blade was truly stunning. Feeling this terrifying blade chi, Ling Xiao frowned. A huge pressure was released from the blade. The potential in Ling Xiao's body began to surge out even more crazily. Boom! At that moment, Ling Xiao felt his strength increase. A breakthrough in cultivation. Early to middle stage. Although it was only a small step, it still increased Ling Xiao's chances of winning. Tyrannical Celestial Demon Seal, Bloodthirsty Forest. Ling Xiao finally used the power of the Tyrant martial spirit. Because if he didn't use it now, even if his cultivation increased, he wouldn't be Gu Fenghua's match. In that instant, the entire limitless saber array turned into a pitch-black universe. Then, a terrifying scene appeared. In the void, countless giant starry sky beasts pounced on Gu Fenghua. Even though Gu Fenghua's heaven-defying saber strike was extremely domineering, one giant star beast after another was killed. But in the end, he was still outnumbered and sent flying. Even if it was the blessing of the water god, it still trembled a few times. Blood flowed from the corner of Gu Fenghua's mouth. What? Gu Fenghua touched the blood at the corner of her mouth and was shocked. Ling Zhao's attack had not only destroyed his saber chi, but it had also injured him despite the water god's protection. Although it was only a minor injury, it was not worth mentioning. But this was too inconceivable. If it wasn't for the water god's protection, Gu Fenghua believed that this attack would be able to shatter him into pieces. To his shock, he realized that the power of Ling Zhao's attack had surpassed the blood lightning god. I never thought that you would be able to increase your cultivation in the middle of a fight. That's why you killed my junior sister Qing Ma Xue, right? Not only did she fail to kill you, she even gave you a chance to break through, and in the end, she was killed. Although Gu Fenghua spoke casually, he was extremely shocked in his heart. He had never seen an opponent like this before. He was able to continuously break through in the middle of a fight. In less than half a month, he had broken through to the early 6th Divine Core realm. This was already shocking enough. But now, he had broken through again. Was he still human? Gu Fenghua took a deep breath. He tried his best to calm himself down. So what if you've broken through? Your overall strength is still weaker than mine. I'm afraid that's your most powerful attack. But, so what, with the water god's protection, you can't hurt me. No, even if you're hurt, it's only a minor injury, I can recover in just a moment. Do you think you still have a chance of winning? Gu Fenghua's words weren't meant to attack Ling Xiao, but to comfort himself. He was trying to numb himself. He was telling himself that he was stronger than Ling Xiao, telling himself that he was invincible, and that there was no way he would lose to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's face was still expressionless. Apart from indifference, there was only indifference. Once he unleashed his martial soul of Tyrant, there was no way out. He had to win today, even if he didn't want to, he had to take down Gu Fenghua. If not, not only would he have to die, all the men behind him would have to die as well. Even those who secretly came from the western region would have to die as well. Gu Fenghua had said that he was going to wash the entire Purple Spirit Kingdom with blood. And those men were all within the Purple Spirit Kingdom's territory. No matter what, I have to win. Ling Zhao's fighting spirit was at its peak. Just like Gu Fenghua, they both had a reason why they couldn't lose. Up until now, his martial soul of Tyrant had only appeared in its most basic form. It was just a boost to his martial skills. A boost to his fighting strength. He had never really used the power of the martial soul of Tyrant. Today, he was going to give it a try. Anyway, the consequences of using the martial soul of Tyrant would be better than using the bloody devil rat. He wouldn't use the bloody devil rat unless he had no other choice. After all, the price was too high. But the martial soul of Tyrant was different. Ancient, primitive, overbearing, and terrifying power gradually merged into Ling Zhao's body. Possession of the Tyrant. The possession of a martial spirit was a very common thing. But it was the first time that a martial soul like the martial soul of Tyrant was possessed. Ling Xiao had never done it before. At least not in front of his enemies. He had tried it in private before. He knew how terrifying that power was. Ling Zhao's body gradually turned into nothingness. His consciousness was gradually connected to the whole world. The mountains and rivers seemed to have become his hands and feet. He could overturn rivers and seas and destroy the world with a single thought. Of course, this was something that could happen after he became stronger. At this stage, the only thing that he could control was the power between heaven and earth. The power of the heavenly queen of earth had been completely merged into the martial soul of Tyrant. It had become a part of the universe. What the hell is this? Why does Xianxia seem to be gradually disappearing? Also, what's with the feeling of being filled with the power to destroy the world? Everyone looked at Xianxia. But Xianxia disappeared in front of their eyes. But they could clearly feel Xiao's aura in the limitless saber formation. But that aura didn't feel like a human at all. It felt like heaven, like earth, like the ruler of all things. It was hard to explain, but it was indeed terrifying. What kind of opponent have I encountered? What kind of martial soul is this? I've never heard of or seen it before. Gu Fenghua had heard of the mountain river martial soul, but it didn't look like this. The mountain river martial soul could allow a martial artist to control the power of mountains and rivers, but the martial artist himself wouldn't disappear. Compared to the current situation, the difference was a little too great. This should be his true martial spirit. The others are just supplementary. Yu Fenghua also looked at this scene in shock. She was astonished. She had lost her memories of her previous life, so she didn't know that Xianxia had the Sky Tyrant martial soul. She just thought it was best not to expose this martial soul. Otherwise, it would attract the attention of many people. That's impossible. What kind of thing are you? Gu Fenghua asked in horror. Don't you think it's too late to ask this question now? I'm the chaos, I'm the universe. I'm the vitality of all things. What do you think you're fighting against? It's a battle between heaven and earth. Do you understand? Xiao's cold voice sounded. He didn't want to use the power of the Sky Tyrant possession. On one hand, he was afraid of exposing himself. On the other hand, it was mainly because his physical body was still too weak. His cultivation was still too low. He could only maintain this state for 10 breaths. After 10 breaths, he wouldn't be able to use the Sky Tyrant martial soul for a period of time. This was also a rather troublesome matter. However, as long as he could kill Gu Fenghua, it was all worth it. It was much better than using the bloody devil rat. Under the Sky Tyrant possession state, Xianxia could use the most powerful attack. It was the attack of the Heavenly Queen. The Heavenly Queen transformed into the Firmament Fist, the Sun Fist, the Cold Moon Fist, and the Storm Fist, the Heavenly Sword, the Heavenly Punishment Sword, the Myriad Lightning Sword, and the Demon Subduing Sword. The Heavenly Queen transformed into the Shield of Earth, the Light of Life, the Wrath of 10,000 Spirits, and the Tree of World. She waved the scepter in her hand, and huge beasts stood up on the ground, roaring at the dark space. This was the protest of the creatures of the earth, the fury of the beasts. She waved her scepter again, and the terrifying lava turned into a giant dragon, the raging waves turned into a giant whale, and the mountain rocks turned into giants. In the world of the tyrannical martial spirit, Xianxia was the master. Imperial Heaven Hutu was the spokesperson. Facing this overwhelming attack, Gu Fenghua had a feeling that she was unable to resist at all. He felt like he was a bug that no one cared about in this world. It was a confrontation with nature. There wasn't even the slightest chance of winning. In that instant, his fighting spirit completely collapsed. The water god's blessings crumbled under the royal Heaven Hutu's continuous attacks, gradually shattering. Then, the violent attacks drowned Gu Fenghua. He was the genius who ranked 7th on the Eastern Victory Combat Prowess list. In the end, he died in a rather vexed manner. But he couldn't do anything. Facing Xianxia, who was possessed by Tyrant Sky, there was only one outcome for him. The limitless blade formation was also destroyed, and the attacks poured down in torrents. The people of the Purple Mansion army fled like crazy. Unfortunately, not a single person was able to escape the sky-covering attack. Over 1 million soldiers, including the Purple Mansion Kingdom's King Chenyu and the Purple Mansion Marshal, all died in battle. Everyone in the capital of Violet Spirit City was shocked by this scene. They had never seen someone with such terrifying attacks. In that instant, they even thought that Xianxia wasn't Xianxia at all, but a great god from the primordial era. Sister, it seems like your man is a very impressive fellow. Do you want to go meet him? Bai Shui looked at Yu Fenghua and asked. Yu Fenghua quietly looked at Ling Xiao in the distance. She was hesitating. Although she said that they shouldn't meet at this time for fear of causing trouble for Ling Xiao, she had already found her man. However, she had already found the man she loved. How could she bear to turn around and leave just like that? Just as he was hesitating, a beam of white light suddenly shot down from the sky. The terrifying white light contained shocking killing intent. Yu Fenghua and Bai Shui hurriedly dodged. While dodging, they also exposed their aura. Ling Xiao, who had just escaped from Tyrant's possession, saw the girl he was chasing after. His angry expression instantly turned into a surprised one. Fenghua. Surprised, he dashed towards her. Although the fight with Gu Fenghua had exhausted him, after swallowing the pill, he was fine. Don't come any closer. Yu Fenghua hastily shouted. Right at this moment, 4 figures appeared in the sky. Although these 4 figures were wearing different outfits, they were all wearing masks, as if they didn't want to reveal their faces. But, one thing was for sure, they were all very strong. Ling Xiao could only see the cultivation of one of them with his Tai Chi eye, but he was a peak 8th Divine Core warrior. This was the cultivation of the Blood Sword Reverend. As for the other 3, Xianxia couldn't see through them at all. In other words, they were at least 9th Divine Core warriors. So the reason why young Miss Fenghua from the Eternal Palace ran away was because of a piece of trash like this? What a joke. If this were to spread out, the Eternal Palace would become the biggest joke in the world. No wonder the Eternal Emperor didn't allow you to come out. One of the men wearing a dragon mask said with a mocking tone. Who are you? You know Big Sister is from the Eternal Palace, why did you sneak attack her? Bai Shui questioned. It doesn't matter who we are. The most important thing is, you have to leave today. Another slightly chubby man wearing a tiger mask said with a muffled voice. With just you? Bai Shui said coldly. That's right, with just us. The third man had a skinny body, and he was wearing a lion mask. He was emitting a gloomy aura. These 3 men were the ones Ling Xiao couldn't see through with his Tai Chi eye. As for the 4th man, he was wearing a white wolf mask, and he was the weakest amongst the 4 men. But, he was still not someone Ling Xiao could fight against. He was much stronger than Gu Fenghua. Lao Er, Lao San, both of you fight that white hawk together. Be careful, that guy is pretty strong. I'll deal with you Fenghua. As for Lao Si, you go and capture that man called Ling Xiao. With him around, Yu Fenghua won't be able to attack without fear of breaking the vases. As soon as he finished speaking, the man with the dragon mask had already pounced on Yu Fenghua. Lao Er and Lao San also charged at Bai Shui. As for Lao Si, the man wearing the white wolf mask wasn't very satisfied. Big brother, is it worth it for me to take action against trash like him? Don't talk nonsense. He may be trash, but the goddess of the Eternal Palace likes trash like him. Only by capturing him can we truly control Her Highness the Goddess. The man with the dragon mask had already started fighting with Yu Fenghua. As they clashed, the diamond dragon trapping array of Violet Spirit's capital city began to shake, and cracks even appeared. One must know that the place where they were fighting was over 1,000 meters away from Violet Spirit's capital city. This was a battle between absolute powerhouses. Ling Xiao, run. No matter what, escape first. I'll be fine. Yu Fenghua knew how strong the enemy was, that's why she shouted at Ling Xiao to run away. But, Ling Xiao didn't run away. Yu Fenghua was right in front of him. The woman he had spent so much effort chasing was right in front of him. Why should he run away? At this moment, he didn't care about anything else. Even if his cultivation dropped to the Divine Vein realm, he didn't care. He had worked so hard for so long, and experienced so many hardships. Now, seeing his woman being attacked, she wanted him to run away. He didn't want to. Even if it was the Moon Maiden, he couldn't accept it. Sister Xianxia, lead us into the Heavenly Devil's ruin now. He shouted towards the ground. Suddenly, a blood-red True Yuan emerged from his body. Sanguine Rat. This was a heaven-defying skill that he had to avoid no matter what. Because it was too powerful, the side effects were too great. That's why he didn't want to use it. But, at this moment, he had no choice but to use it. He didn't care what would happen if he used it. He wouldn't die, it was just a drop in his cultivation. With his cultivation speed, he would be able to recover in no time. Although his cultivation would drop, the strength of his body wouldn't drop. He wouldn't become too weak. Furthermore, in order to protect his woman, and in order to fight this battle, he had been waiting for this for a very long time. As long as he didn't die, he could accept anything. If he died, he would lose everything. Even if he lost all his cultivation, he could still cultivate it back. Right now, it was as if his blood was burning. Even the peerless heavenly rat's transformation had turned blood red. It had blood-red wings and blood-red skin. Ling Xiao was desperately burning his true yuan. He was trying to make his combat strength skyrocket. The sanguine rat had 3 transformations. The first one increased his combat strength by 2 times. Actually, the effect wasn't that great because Ling Xiao had too many methods to increase his combat strength. The increase in the sanguine rat's combat strength was negligible. Of course, the first transformation didn't have any side effects. The second transformation increased his combat strength by 10 times. This was extremely useful. But, after using it, his cultivation would drop by 1 stage. For example, he was now a mid-6th level Divine Core Warrior. So, a drop of 1 stage meant he was a mid-5th level Divine Core Warrior. This drop was still acceptable, and it didn't put too much of a burden on his body. The third stage of the transformation was even more terrifying. It directly increased his combat power by 100 times, however, after using it, one's cultivation level would drop by an entire realm. He was currently at the mid-6th Divine Core realm, and that meant his cultivation would drop to the 6th Divine Vein realm. Not only that, but after using it, his body would also suffer a very serious burden, and he might even be seriously injured. His life was in danger. However, he didn't care. As long as he was still breathing, life reversal and fiery rebirth would bring him back to life. His opponent was too strong. A perfect 8th Divine Core Warrior. It was definitely not something the Bloodsucker's second transformation could handle. Therefore, from the very beginning, he directly used the third transformation of the Bloodsucker. He felt a tearing pain in his body. However, his strength continued to rise. The reason why Ling Xiao dared to use the third stage transformation was because his fleshly body was strong enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long and would self-destruct. This trash actually has such a trick up his sleeve? The white wolf-masked man was stunned. In fact, he had already seen the battle between Ling Xiao and Gu Fenghua. Ling Xiao's Sky Tyrant possession had already surprised him greatly. However, it was still nothing in front of him. But now, Ling Xiao's Bloodsucker had truly shocked him. A mid-6th Divine Core Warrior, and he could sense that his aura was almost as strong as his own. How was this possible? Ling Xiao. Yu Fenghua was getting anxious. Although she didn't know what kind of transformation Ling Xiao had undergone, she knew very well what was going on. To achieve such a terrifying increase in strength, he had to pay a huge price. Focus on the battle, don't worry about me. Although I have to pay a huge price, I won't die. Ling Xiao smiled and said, since we've finally met again, let's work together and defeat these enemies. Although he didn't know who these 4 terrifying men were, he had no idea who they were. Since they wanted to capture Yu Fenghua, they were his enemies, and he couldn't let them succeed. All right. Yu Fenghua took a deep breath. Since her man had come to this realization, there was no need for her to waste any more time. The most important thing was to end the battle as soon as possible. Ha 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 ha, what a joke. The white wolf-masked man let out a crazy laugh. You think trash like you can use some secret skill to increase your strength? You think you're my match? You're ridiculous. I smell something fishy. Could you be warriors from the deep-sea dragon realm? Ling Xiao didn't care about his mockery. While continuing to increase his combat strength, he asked with a cold voice. N? The white wolf-masked man was startled. They were indeed from the deep-sea dragon realm. They came to the Dongxing kingdom to make a deal with the Dongxing emperor. But, they didn't expect to meet the Dongxing emperor's son, and the goddess from the eternal palace. At first, they thought Gu Fenghua would definitely be able to kill Ling Xiao, so they didn't plan to interfere. Their original plan was to wait for Gu Fenghua to kill Ling Xiao, then make Yu Fenghua sad. Then, they would suddenly attack. Their hope was greater. But, who would have thought that Gu Fenghua, that trash, would lose? She lost to that guy called Ling Xiao. They wore masks because they didn't want to expose their identities. After all, no one wanted to start a war between the Eternal Emperor realm and the Deep-Sea Dragon realm. But, the troublesome thing was, this guy actually saw through them at a glance. Hee, looks like I guessed right. I've killed quite a number of your sea tribe's rotten fish and shrimps. Since you're here today, don't go back. Once Ling Xiao used the bloody devil rat, there would naturally be a result. Otherwise, it would be too much of a loss. T. The white wolf-masked man was enraged. You're courting death. He suddenly attacked, turned into an afterimage, and blasted his palm towards Ling Xiao. In his imagination, this palm would definitely be able to kill Ling Xiao directly. But, to his surprise, Ling Xiao shook the blood sovereign sword in his hand, and a sword chi actually shattered his palm wind, forcing him to retreat. This is impossible. What kind of secret technique can actually increase your combat strength to such an extent? This is simply cheating. The white wolf-masked man was dumbfounded. Are you surprised? Although my combat strength is still slightly weaker than yours, it's still not enough. However, this small gap is not enough for you to crush me. Ling Xiao's combat strength had reached its limit, and it was basically equivalent to a mid-8th level divine core warrior. Compared to the white wolf-masked man, there was still a gap. But, the gap wasn't that big anymore. From being instantly killed, he was now able to fight back. This bloody devil rat's improvement was truly terrifying. But, the price he had to pay was huge as well. Ling Xiao's cultivation would drop to the 6th level of the divine vein realm because of this. But, if the price was to save his life, if he had to save his woman, it was definitely worth it. Ling Xiao also noticed it. Right now, both sides were in a delicate balance. Yu Fenghua's strength was on par with the masked divine dragon mask. Bai Shui was stronger than Yu Fenghua, and she was able to fight the masked tiger mask and lion mask without any fear. Therefore, the key to the outcome of this battle was the battle between him and the masked white wolf mask. If he lost, then their side would probably be finished. If he won, the situation would change completely. Therefore, he couldn't lose, he had to win. This was related to his and Yu Fenghua's future. Facing the masked white wolf mask, Ling Xiao wasn't completely without advantages. In terms of the strength of his true yuan, he might be weaker than the masked white wolf mask. But in terms of the strength of his body, he was stronger than the masked white wolf mask. In terms of speed, combined with the cosmic body, blood lightning god, and Luo Mei's clear shadow steps, he was definitely stronger than the masked white wolf mask. As for weapons, the blood sovereign sword in his hand was a rare grade heavenly king weapon. The masked white wolf mask's claw weapon was also a rare grade heavenly king weapon. There wasn't much difference between the two. But martial skills were a little troublesome. The masked white wolf mask was a true perfect 8th grade divine core warrior, and he could at least use a 7th grade emperor realm martial skill. As for Jiang Chen's strongest martial skill, it was only the innate fiend god seal. It was a 7th grade Emperor realm martial skill. But with the help of the Sky Tyrant martial soul, its strength should be able to reach a 7th grade Emperor realm martial skill. If the masked white wolf mask had an 8th grade Emperor realm martial skill, then it would be troublesome. But even so, Ling Xiao still had 3 big advantages. First, his soul strength was equivalent to a perfect 9th grade divine core warrior. Second, he had 2 divine cores from an extreme core warrior in his body. Third, he had the trait of becoming more and more courageous in battle. Although the quality of his true yuan wasn't as good as his masked white wolf masks, the quantity was much higher. Therefore, it was hard to tell who would win in this battle. Each of them had their own advantages and disadvantages. After the masked white wolf mask's first attack, he suddenly stopped. Looking at his blood-red transformation, he furrowed his brows. Ling Xiao, this person whom he had repeatedly called trash, made him feel a strong sense of fear. This doesn't make sense. What kind of secret technique is this? How could it be so abnormal? A mere mid-6th Divine Core warrior was able to make him, a perfect 8th Divine Core warrior, feel threatened. This is unheard of. Are you surprised? That was how it should be. If I don't kill you after using such a terrifying power, I'll feel that it's a loss. Ling Xiao's transformation had basically ended. He could feel the terrifying and invasive energy gushing out of his body. His entire body released an earth-shattering pressure. In that instant, the white wolf-masked man retreated several hundred meters away. To his horror, he discovered that he was not facing a human, but a terrifying demonic beast that blotted out the sky. That terrifying pressure was enough to make him tremble with fear. F***CK. What happened? After stabilizing his mind, the white wolf-masked man realized that this was simply an illusion. Damn small fry, you actually made a fool of me. If I don't kill you today, I'm not human. This kind of heaven-defying secret technique can't be maintained for a long time. I want to see what your outcome will be. You're not human to begin with. Ling Xiao, who was in his bloody rat form, had become extremely calm and indifferent. It was as if all his emotions had disappeared. What replaced them was a cold killing intent. Pretentious fool, I've seen too many people like you. You've cultivated some kind of secret technique, and you think you're invincible. But you have to know, this kind of power isn't the right path. It's the evil path. The white wolf-masked man tried his best to calm himself down. He was trying to comfort himself. It doesn't matter if it's the evil path or the right path, as long as I can kill people, it's fine. Ling Xiao's voice was emotionless, it was as if he was talking with a cold blade. Fine, I'll play with you then. Let's see how powerful this evil path of yours is. The white wolf-masked man looked down on Gu Fenghua, let alone Ling Xiao. But now, he felt that he had to be serious. Ling Xiao gave him a very dangerous feeling. Wrath of the Sea Beast, Devil of Tides. The white wolf-masked man didn't dare approach Ling Xiao, he stood a few hundred meters away. He unleashed his martial soul. It was a gigantic sea beast. It had a strange appearance. Overall, it looked more like a gigantic octopus, but there were many differences. But, one had to admit that this guy's martial soul was very frightening. Following the unleashing of his martial soul, he swung both of his claws in the air. In the void, a pair of huge claws formed by water elements clawed at Ling Xiao. It carried an indomitable ferocious aura. This move was a 7th-order Emperor realm martial skill. The white wolf-masked man didn't underestimate Ling Xiao. Using a 7th-order Emperor realm martial skill to kill a mid-6th Divine Core warrior was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito in many people's eyes. A powerful attack, but too bad, it still can't break through my defense. Heavenly Devil Bone, Firestorm Wheels. 2 layers of defense were unleashed. With the help of Ling Xiao's powerful energy, the Firestorm Wheels formed 3 defensive walls. The gigantic claws broke through the walls of wind and fire. But, when they collided with the wall of electricity, they shattered into pieces. The wall of electricity was the strongest layer of defense. It was merged with the Blood Lightning God's energy. Awesome. Truly worthy of being an attack from a perfect 8th-level Divine Core warrior. With just this attack, the energy in my cultivation C has increased by 90%. Ling Xiao was laughing in his mind. In order to defeat the white wolf-masked man, he had to become stronger. And, breaking through to the next level was the key. At the very least, he had to break through to the perfect 6th-level Divine Core realm. Firestorm Wheels? Are those the legendary Firestorm Wheels used by the God of Thieves? So tough. The white wolf-masked man furrowed his brows. He didn't expect his attack to fail to leave any wounds on Ling Xiao's body. This made his expression turn ugly. Humph, if a 7th-order Emperor martial skill doesn't work, then I'll use a mid-order Emperor martial skill, Claw of the Sea God. The furious white wolf-masked man once again clawed through the air, unleashing an attack 10 times stronger than the previous one. Furthermore, the speed of this attack was much faster than the previous one. In an instant, it arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Finally, the wall of electricity collapsed. But, the Black Tortoise Divine Body's defense had blocked the attack. Once again, Ling Xiao was safe and sound. Furthermore, his cultivation had broken through. Late 6th-level Divine Core realm. Such a good martial skill, it's a waste for you to use it. Ling Xiao sneered, if I were you, I could have easily killed you with the same attack. Bullshit. Devour the sea devil. The white wolf-masked man didn't seem to have a good temper. He was a man who was easily angered. Facing the unkillable Ling Xiao, he once again upgraded his martial skill. High 7th Order Emperor Realm, devour the sea devil. The gigantic octopus turned into an attack and leapt towards Ling Xiao. In the sky, nothing else could be seen except for the gigantic sea devil, which covered the entire sky. It brought Ling Xiao a lot of pressure. Hold on. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. He could dodge the attack, but he couldn't. He had to increase his cultivation level. If he wanted to increase his cultivation level as soon as possible, he had to take this attack head-on. Humph, I didn't expect that trash of a boyfriend of yours to be so strong. He can actually block 2 attacks from White Wolf. But this time, he won't have the chance. White Wolf's Devour Sea Devil is something that even an early 9th level Divine Core warrior can't withstand. The Divine Dragon masked man coldly harumphed. He wanted to attack Yu Fenghua. Because in the battle, he found that no matter what he did, he could not completely suppress Yu Fenghua. This woman was too strong. On the other side, the Lion Masked Man and the Tiger Masked Man were in a tough battle as well. Originally, the two of them joined hands to deal with Bai Shui, wanting to end the battle quickly. But, no matter how hard they attacked, White Snow wouldn't be in a disadvantageous position. The two battles had reached a stalemate, and they could only rely on White Wolf to win. As long as White Wolf could kill Ling Xiao, or capture Ling Xiao, Yu Fenghua would definitely reveal her weakness. At that time, the battle would truly end. I believe in him. Yu Fenghua said with an indifferent tone. This man was able to walk all the way from a small city in the western region, and create countless miracles. He was able to increase his cultivation to such a level, and even kill the crown prince of the Eastern Victory Kingdom, Gu Fenghua. What miracles couldn't he create? That White Wolf was indeed strong. But, she believed in Ling Xiao's strength more. In her eyes, this man was invincible. Bang! Right at this moment, the Devour Sea Devil landed on Ling Xiao's body. The black tortoise divine body only lasted for a brief moment, then it exploded. But, before the White Wolf masked man could feel happy, the terrifying Heavenly Devil's shadow appeared. The Heavenly Devil's bone took effect, and once again, it blocked White Wolf masked man's attack. Although this time, Ling Xiao was sent flying a few hundred meters away, his injuries weren't serious. However, his injuries were not serious. Only a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He wiped the blood away from his mouth, then an excited smile appeared on his face. Thank you, stranger. Your attack, it made me feel good. Finally, he had broken through to the peak 6th Divine Core realm. When he was in the sanguinary rat form, he could unleash the frightening combat strength of a perfect 8th Divine Core warrior. This could be considered as standing on the same starting line as the White Wolf mask. Damn it! Sea Devil devour! The White Wolf mask saw that Ling Xiao was not dead. In anger, he once again burst out with the same attack. But in the next moment, he was dumbfounded. Because Ling Xiao had actually disappeared in front of him. He hurriedly used his divine sense to capture Ling Xiao's whereabouts. However, there was none. What's going on? This guy's aura suddenly disappeared? The White Wolf masked man was terrified for a moment. However, his combat experience was still very rich. Not noticing Ling Xiao's presence, he hurriedly put up a powerful defense. At that moment, a sword pierced out from behind him. What a pity, your reaction is quite fast. Ling Xiao's voice sounded, making the White Wolf mask's hair stand on end. If it wasn't for him instinctively putting up a defense, this sword would have definitely pierced through his heart. Even if he didn't die, he would still be severely injured. At this moment, the White Wolf mask finally realized how frightening Ling Xiao was. This seemingly insignificant guy actually possessed such frightening strength. This was unbelievable. Sea God's Claw. In a hurry, the White Wolf mask simply swung his claw towards the Blood Sovereign sword. The two forces collided, and both men were sent flying away at the same time. This guy, not only is he terrifyingly fast, the weapon in his hand is also not ordinary. I've misjudged him. The white wolf mask's eyes were filled with shock. Although she couldn't see his expression, she could see his face very clearly. What kind of monster are you? The white wolf mask furrowed his brows and asked. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to answer this question. It was just a question he had in his mind. He was from the Ocean Clan. The Ocean Clan was naturally more talented than humans. But even so, he was still suppressed by this tiny Ling Xiao. I am whatever you think I am. Ling Xiao looked at the white wolf mask indifferently. He wasn't afraid of wasting time. Because once he entered the state of the bloody rat, as long as he didn't remove it, it wouldn't disappear. The bloody rat would keep consuming his vital essence and physical strength. But that was nothing to him, because his true essence and physical strength were much more than the martial artists of the same realm. It wouldn't be a problem for him to continue like this for 2 or 3 hours. As long as it didn't exceed 2 hours, he had nothing to fear. I give you some sunshine, and you're so brilliant. Do you really think that's all I have? Dragon Clan Martial Arts, Raging Tide Strike. It was also an advanced 7th level Emperor class martial arts technique, but this Dragon Clan martial arts seemed to be a little different. When the white wolf mask displayed it, it actually had the terrifying aura of an elementary 8th level Emperor class martial arts technique. Even Ling Xiao had to take it seriously. A blue divine dragon spiraled out and flew out from the white wolf mask's claws. It let out a dragon's roar and pounced on Ling Xiao. The power of this attack was indeed more terrifying than the sea demon devour. However, Ling Xiao just watched coldly at this time. The power of this attack was indeed terrifying, and its speed had already surpassed his. But speed wasn't all about the falling plum clear shadow step. The most terrifying part of the falling plum clear shadow step was its strangeness. The plum blossoms danced in the sky. Ling Xiao raised his foot and took a step forward. He had actually managed to dodge the terrifying attack of the raging tide in the nick of time. Not only that, he had already arrived in front of the white wolf mask. The blood-red blood sovereign sword erupted with a resplendent strike. It pierced the white wolf mask's shoulder blade. His target was of course the throat, but the other party avoided it. Idiot, you've been fooled. The white wolf mask sneered. Although Ling Xiao was faster than him, he also had a powerful movement technique. It was impossible for him to be hit by Ling Xiao's attack so easily. He did this because he relied on his strong vitality to set a trap for Ling Xiao. He used himself as bait to lure Ling Xiao to make a mistake. As he spoke, he released a tentacle behind him and entangled Ling Xiao's right hand that was holding the sword. At the same time, he waved his claws and blasted towards Ling Xiao's head. At such a close distance, the sea god's claw is enough to crush your head. Is that so? I don't think so. People who dare to get so close to me are generally courting death. Hell's undying bird, hellfire. The crazy flame instantly burned on Ling Xiao's body. The tentacle was instantly burned. The white wolf mask exclaimed and hurriedly retreated to escape. He even had no choice but to cut off his own tentacle. Immortal fire. It's actually an immortal fire. In this world, no one can control an immortal fire. How did you do it? The white wolf mask could still feel the tingling pain on his body. He thought that he had set a trap for Ling Xiao, but he didn't expect that in a battle of wits and courage, Ling Xiao would not lose to him. Knowing that it was bait, Ling Xiao still wanted to eat it. Naturally, it was because he also had his own ideas. The fear on the white wolf mask's face had reached its peak. If this guy was just relying on some secret skill to increase his strength, it would be fine, but he was actually able to use the immortal flame. Something like this, even the overlords of the 4 major regions couldn't do it. This guy, who the hell was he? At this moment, he was standing nearly 1,000 meters away from Ling Xiao, still recovering from his shock. This wasn't the first time he had chosen to run away, and every time he did, it would make people tremble with fear. Didn't you want to kill me? Why are you running away? Ling Xiao looked at the white wolf mask with disdain and mocked him. Damn it, how dare you look down on me? If that's the case, I'll show you the true strength of the ocean tribe. You have your beast soul transformation, and I have my sea soul transformation. How could the white wolf mask endure this, being looked down on by a 6th divine core warrior? This was a huge blow to his pride. Don't look down on a perfect 8th divine core warrior from the ocean tribe, sea god's physique. This special transformation was something only the geniuses of the ocean tribe could awaken. And this white wolf mask happened to be one of the geniuses of the ocean tribe, an outstanding existence in the deep-sea dragon region. If not, those two mighty warriors wouldn't have brought him to the Eastern Victory Kingdom for the trade. The purpose of this trip was to let him gain some experience. Right after the transformation was completed, the white wolf mask's entire body was covered by a thick layer of seawater. Every single drop of water contained a terrifying amount of energy. As for his martial soul, the sea devil, it had turned into a real sea devil formed from seawater. It waved its tentacles behind the white wolf mask's back, threatening Xianxia. Xianxia couldn't help but furrow his brows. This guy wasn't bluffing. The sea god's physique had increased the white wolf mask's combat strength by a few times. Not only that, he now had a powerful helper. This wasn't a good thing for Xiao. To be honest, there aren't many people who can force me to unleash the sea god's physique. Among the younger generation, I've only met 2 or 3 people who can do that. But those people's cultivation bases are stronger than mine. You're special, your cultivation base is so much weaker than mine, but you forced me to unleash this divine skill. I'll remember your name, you should be proud of this. To be honest, the white wolf-masked man was quite excited. Originally, when his family told him to come to the Dongxing strong country to train, he was a little disdainful. What kind of expert could there be in the Dongxing strong country that was worthy of him going all out? But now, he had encountered one. His fighting spirit blossomed crazily. Xiao looked at the white wolf mask and knew that this battle would be very dangerous. However, since he had transformed into the 3rd stage sanguinary devil rat, and with his peak 6th divine core cultivation base, he was able to unleash his full strength. How could he be afraid of his opponent? With a sneer, his figure once again turned into a sword light and attacked the white wolf mask. The blood sovereign sword in his hand released a terrifying killing intent. To be honest, in terms of martial skills, Xiao was no match for his opponent, but in terms of defense and physical strength, his opponent was no match for him. Therefore, his martial skills and attacks were all targeted at his opponent's physical body, instead of contending with the opponent's martial skill. In any case, he was fast enough. The initiative was in his hands. Tyrannical blood shadow kill, tyrannical phantom kill, tyrannical multiple shadow slashes, tyrannical blood shadow clone slash. All of his attacks were merged with the tyrannical martial soul's energy, and each of his attacks were targeted at the white wolf mask's physical body. This made the white wolf mask feel extremely uncomfortable. Damn you, do you think you can make me submit with this, sea devil? Kill him. While using the water elemental energy to defend himself, the white wolf mask ordered the sea devil to attack Xiao's body. With the combination of his martial soul, he didn't believe that he couldn't hurt Xiao. However, his happiness soon disappeared. Although the sea devil's attacks were powerful, they still couldn't touch Xiao. Xiao's falling plum clear shadow steps was a miraculous skill. No wonder the thief god was able to travel freely in the golden heavenly region. Apart from the firestorm wheels, he also relied on this falling plum clear shadow steps. The falling plum clear shadow steps wasn't a high-ranked skill, because it was relatively easy for him to cultivate. However, this movement skill had a special feature. The stronger the warrior was, the faster the speed, and the better the effect. The strongest movement skill could even reach the level of an 8th grade Emperor Realm movement skill. Facing the white wolf mask, Xiao naturally had the upper hand. Damn it, sea devil, use your strongest move and cooperate with me. After the white wolf mask gave the order, the sea devil suddenly roared. For a moment, the air was filled with tentacles. On the white wolf mask's side, he also released water droplets to protect him. Those water droplets were like sharp arrows. They completely wrapped Xiao. Kid, let's see how you dodge this time. Although your speed is fast, this kind of airtight attack should be your weakness. The white wolf mask finally revealed a smug expression. Weakness? Are you thinking with your thighs, innate godfiend seal, tyrannical slaughterhouse? Xiao sneered and merged with the power of the tyrannical martial soul. For a moment, blood-red sword chi was released crazily with his body as the center. It was as if the entire sky had become Ling Xiao's home ground. The huge sea devil was directly torn into pieces. With a scream, it returned behind the white wolf mask. It turned back into a martial soul. That thing was not a real sea devil after all. It was just condensed by water elements. Therefore, its attack power was not bad, but its defense power was far from it. At this time, the white wolf mask found that his water droplets could not resist the terrifying blood-red sword qi. As a last resort, he could only hurriedly urge the water droplets to defend. Only then did he avoid the tragedy of being cut into pieces. Ling Xiao's martial skills were not as good as the opponent's. But under the enhancement of the tyrannical martial soul, the innate God-Fiend seal, a 7th-grade Emperor Realm martial skill, could fully exert the power of a 7th-grade Emperor Realm martial skill. Innate God-Fiend seal, tyrannical bat cave. The slaughterhouse had just ended. Before the white wolf mask could catch his breath, Ling Xiao's next attack came. A terrifying ultrasonic wave sounded. Although the people outside could not hear it, the white wolf mask covered his ears in pain at that moment. The huge black bat, like a giant beast that swallowed the starry sky, pounced on him. Ah! One of the white wolf mask's arms was bitten, and it was painful. Ah! Then, his leg was bitten again. The white wolf mask felt as if he had entered a terrifying bat cave. There were enemies everywhere. It was full of darkness everywhere. In this bat cave, both eyes and divine sense were useless. The only useful thing was hearing. But the problem was that the ultrasonic wave attack had completely destroyed his hearing. He could only desperately urge the sea god's body to defend. His body was resplendent again and again. It was destroyed. At this time, the white wolf mask finally felt the fear of death. His fighting spirit also began to fade. He originally thought that if the battle continued, the guy opposite would definitely become a weakling when the secret skills effect ended. But the battle had lasted for nearly half an hour, and the opponent did not seem to be exhausted at all. On the contrary, his combat power seemed to be getting more and more fierce. He had reached the feeling that he was above him. In fact, the white wolf-masked man should be glad that Ling Xiao had used the Sky Tyrant's possession technique against Gu Fenghua. Otherwise, the combination of the bloody demonic rat and the Sky Tyrant's possession. He would have been a corpse by now. Stop, there is no enmity between us. There is no need to fight to the death. I can't kill you, but it's impossible for you to kill me either. The white wolf-masked man suddenly shouted. After all, he had too little actual combat experience. Although he had sparred with his peers before, it was just sparring. He had never met a lunatic like Ling Xiao. It wasn't the first or second time that Ling Xiao had gone through all sorts of crazy battles. Therefore, his viciousness and strength in battle were definitely not something the white wolf-masked man could compare to. Nonsense! Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. He took out the Dongxing demonic sword. The Eastern Victory demonic sword and the Eastern Victory heavenly sword were a pair, but because of the terrifying sword soul contained within them, the Eastern Victory demonic sword and the Eastern Victory heavenly sword were a pair. It was extremely powerful. It was impossible for Ling Xiao to use it to perform martial skills because he could not control it. However, if it was just an ordinary attack, there would be no problem. The sharpness of the Dongxing demonic sword was even better than an 8th-level Emperor martial skill. At this moment, Ling Xiao held the Blood Sovereign sword in his right hand and continued to control the Khanate God-Fiend seal. He held the Dongxing demonic sword in his left hand and performed ordinary attacks. Each sword was more ferocious than the last. The opponent in front of him had to be killed. Even if he could not kill him, he had to seriously injure him. Only then could he force the Sea Tribe experts to retreat. Otherwise, if he was captured today, he would not be the only one to die. Not only would Yu Fenghua be captured, but the people in the king's residence would also be buried with him. The white wolf-masked man is an enemy that I have to defeat. No matter what, I can't show mercy. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with crazy killing intent. The sword light flashed and was extremely fierce. You damned dog, you don't know how to appreciate favors, you forced me to use my life-saving Dharma treasure. In that case, I have to kill you today. The white wolf-masked man was completely annoyed. As one of the young masters of the deep sea dragon realm, he was greatly appreciated by the Dragon Mother of the Dragon Realm. Although he had come out to train, he was still worried that he would encounter danger, so he gave him a powerful artifact. That treasure was a celestial-grade Heavenly King artifact. There were only a few of them in the entire 4 regions. This item was originally reserved for assassination attempts by the top experts of the 4 major domains. Although that thing was powerful, every time it was used, it would take a long time to recover. But today, in order to save his life, in order to kill his opponent, White Wolf Mask couldn't care less. Soul of the Dragon Mother. Amidst the roar, a dragon's roar rang out. The surrounding water elements transformed into a terrifying water dragon, which actually forced Ling Xiao away. Then, a blue light in the sky fell into the body of the White Wolf Mask. In that instant, the White Wolf Mask seemed to have changed into another person. Not only had he recovered from his previous injuries, but he had also recovered completely. The most terrifying thing was that his temperament was completely different from before. This feeling was somewhat similar to Long Chen's. Could it be that there are still descendants of the Dragon Clan in the Deep-Sea Dragon Realm? Ling Xiao frowned. He knew that Ling Xiao and the others belonged to the last of the Dragon Clan. Perhaps the so-called Dragon Mother is just a sea beast with part of the Dragon Clan's bloodline. This thought flashed through Ling Xiao's mind in an instant. Ling Xiao, bear my wrath. This is my most powerful attack, Soul of the Dragon Mother, kill. White Wolf Mask was completely bathed in the blue light. His body turned into a blue divine dragon and pounced on Ling Xiao. I didn't expect that kid to force young master to use the soul of the Dragon Mother. Dragon Mask, who was fighting with Yu Fenghua, had a look of shock in his eyes. This battle was really too unexpected. He thought that White Wolf would be the first to end the battle. However, up until now, the White Wolf had not even hurt a single hair on Ling Xiao. Instead, he was forced to use the soul of the Dragon Mother. Don't worry, big brother. Once young master uses the soul of the Dragon Mother, that kid won't be able to live anymore. Tiger Mask said confidently. That's right, big brother. This battle should finally end. It's really troublesome. Lion Mask said. They all knew what the soul of the Dragon Mother meant. It was definitely not something that little brat Ling Xiao could resist. However, in the next moment, they heard White Wolf Mask let out a shrill scream. A horrifying scene appeared in front of them. Ling Xiao's Dongxing demonic sword easily shattered the gloves on White Wolf Mask's hands. Then, with an unstoppable momentum, the sword split White Wolf Mask's body. From head to toe, White Wolf Mask's entire body was directly split into 2 halves. What a foolish person. Is this the most powerful power you have? It's really laughable, innate fiend god seal, bloodthirsty tyrant forest. Ling Xiao knew that even if White Wolf Mask's body was split open, he would definitely not die. Therefore, his next attack was already coming. The whole world turned into a blood-red forest. Frightening gigantic beasts emerged from the forest. A heavenly devil had become their leader. They ripped White Wolf Mask apart with their bare hands. Even the heavenly core belonging to the perfect 8th divine core realm was devoured by Ling Xiao. At the last moment, his cultivation level broke through once again. He had reached the early 7th divine core realm. This breakthrough wasn't completely useless. The stronger he was now, the higher his cultivation level would be after the sanguine rat state ended. The 7th divine core realm corresponded to the 7th divine vein realm. It was much higher than the 6th divine vein realm, and it had saved him a lot of trouble. Normally, breaking through like this wasn't a good thing, because it would cause his foundation to be unstable. But right now, Ling Xiao knew his cultivation level would drop, so why would he care about this? White Wolf Mask's heavenly core was completely absorbed into his cultivation ocean. After breaking through to the 7th divine core realm, it didn't stop. It only stopped when he reached the early 8th divine core realm. Although his cultivation level wasn't stable at all, it could collapse at any moment. Just like a dangerous house. But right now, Ling Xiao didn't care about it at all. This house was going to be torn down anyway. He had to build a new foundation and rebuild it. If it was a dangerous house, then so be it. No. The divine dragon mask let out a shocking roar. Their young lord had been killed by someone. Just when they were full of confidence, he had been killed by someone. This was something they couldn't accept. Their young lord had been killed, and the three of them had followed him as bodyguards. If they went back, they would be severely punished by Dragon Mother. Of course, being severely punished wasn't a big deal. More importantly, they had lost all their face. They had allowed a nobody to kill their young lord in front of them. No matter what, they would become a laughingstock. Thinking of this, they stared at Ling Xiao crazily. All of this was caused by that guy. They had to capture that guy alive and bring him back. Bam, Yu Fenghua would not waste the opportunity created by Ling Xiao. The moment the dragon god's mask showed signs of panic, she seized the opportunity. She slammed her palm on the dragon mask's back. Pfft! The dragon mask spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. His strength was on par with Yu Fenghua. Now that he was injured, he was at a complete disadvantage. The same went for the tiger mask and the lion mask. White Snow took the opportunity to injure them. At this moment, the battle came to an end. Let's go. The three of them did not dare to continue fighting. They turned and fled. When they appeared, they were arrogant and looked down on everyone. Ling Xiao was even more of a minor character that was not worth mentioning. However, such a person had actually caused them to suffer such heavy losses. White Wolf, whose real name was Water White Wolf, was one of the personal disciples of the Dragon Mother of the Deep-Sea Dragon Field. In the end, he was buried here. The other three were the Mud Dragon, the Ice Sea Lion, and the Water Tiger King. The three of them were the strongest in the Deep-Sea Dragon Field. However, he couldn't even protect a White Water Wolf. It was really embarrassing. In the end, they could only flee in a hurry. Otherwise, they might not even be able to save their own lives. When the three people escaped, Yu Fenghua did not chase after them. She was most concerned about Ling Zhao's health. This was because Ling Zhao's current appearance was truly pitiful. Although he killed the Water White Wolf, he looked as if he was bathed in blood. Not a single part of his skin was unharmed. That was one of the negative effects of the bloody rat. Moon Maiden, I finally see you again. Ling Xiao withdrew the bloody rat. He seemed to have used up all his strength and fell to the ground. He only dared to be so relaxed in front of Yu Fenghua. In fact, the bloody rat could continue, but the price was that he would be more seriously injured. The three masters of the Deep-Sea Dragon Field had been defeated. With the Moon Maiden here, Ling Xiao did not have to be so persistent. He had looked back so many times just to see this woman. He cultivated with all his might. Although he had many goals, the most important one was to reunite with the Moon Lady. At that moment, his entire body was dripping with blood. Even though his body was extremely powerful, it was still severely damaged. He estimated that it would take at least 1 or 2 months for him to fully recover this time. Unless there was some special secret method to treat it. His bones were almost completely shattered, and his internal organs were bleeding. If it was a normal person, they would have stopped breathing long ago. Luckily, he was a Divine Core warrior. Oh, no, he was now an early 8th level Divine Vein warrior. The drop this time was truly ruthless. However, if he could protect the Moon Lady, it was all worth it. His falling body was caught by the Moon Maiden. His blood dyed the Moon Maiden's clothes red. It was so bright. Yu Fenghua was already in tears. She really didn't know that Ling Xiao would become like this after using that secret technique. If she had known, she would rather die than see Ling Xiao get hurt. Bai Shui quietly looked at the two men. Her eyes were filled with tears and gentleness. She was a demon, and although the demon race had always been cruel and ruthless, there were still true feelings among them. Most women were emotional, and when she saw this touching scene, how could she not cry? Within the Purple Spirit capital, Xianxia and Long were crying their eyes out as well. You're so stupid, why did you have to do this? Yu Fenghua didn't understand. Even if Ling Xiao liked her, he didn't have to do this. Because I owe you. Ling Xiao smiled. Although Yu Fenghua didn't know about it, it was enough for him to know. If it wasn't for him, the Moon Maiden wouldn't have fallen into the 10 reincarnations. Therefore, no matter what he did, it wouldn't be a problem. Even if he had to sacrifice his life for this woman, it would be worth it. You don't owe me anything, you really don't owe me anything. The Moon Maiden tightly hugged this man. It was as if all the suffering she had suffered for the past few days had melted away, evaporated, and disappeared. Which man could do this for a woman? He had gone through countless dangers, and nearly lost his life many times. And now, with his 6th Divine Core cultivation base, he had killed a perfect 8th Divine Core warrior. He had done everything he could, for her. This man had created one miracle after another. Don't cry, Moon Maiden, for you, everything is worth it. Furthermore, I'm still alive, right? Xianxia was lying on the Moon Maiden's shoulder, gently wiping away her tears. With a gentle voice, he said, "You're so beautiful, your eyes are blurred from crying. Don't talk anymore, have a good rest. I know everything you've done, I know everything." Yu Fenghua covered Lingxiao's mouth, as if she was worried that Lingxiao would die from exhaustion if he spoke one more word. Since the day she was born, her life hadn't been good. Although she was the high and mighty goddess of the Eternal Palace. But everyone looked at her with hostility or greed. She felt like an object, not a human being. Only when she was with Lingxiao did she feel like she was being cared for. Today, this man had almost given up his life for her. Her heart was filled with warmth, but also fear. The warmth was because of this love, and the fear was also because of this love. She was really afraid that Lingxiao would die because of her. To be honest, when she left, she never thought that Lingxiao would one day step into the territory of the 4 major regions. That was why she worked so hard to find Lingxiao herself. Until she found out that Lingxiao had arrived in the 4 major regions, and had turned the entire Dongxing strong nation upside down. Only then did she realize that this man was a man of his word, a man of his word. He would never go back on his words. While searching for Lingxiao, all she heard were stories about Lingxiao's miracles. There was another main character in these stories, and that was the woman Lingxiao was searching for. A person called Yu Fenghua. This woman was her. This made her feel extremely proud and honored. In the distance, a sword light was speeding towards here. The Dongxing Emperor was cultivating when he suddenly felt that his disciple Gu Fenghua's divine consciousness had shattered. He was shocked and rushed over. When he arrived, not only was Gu Fenghua dead, but even one of the 4 people from the deep-sea dragon region was dead, and the other 3 had escaped. The Dongxing Emperor looked at Yu Fenghua and frowned slightly. "Miss, that person is Lingxiao who killed my disciple, right? Hand him over to me, and I can let bygones be bygones." The Dongxing Emperor was very famous in the Dongxing strong nation, and he was the #1 expert. However, in the entire 4 regions and 9 heavens, he was nothing. Yu Fenghua, this kind of high-level person, he really had never seen before. He had only heard of her. However, he could also feel the terrifying threat from Yu Fenghua's body. That was why he was so polite. Otherwise, with his character, he would have killed his way over. "Get lost." Yu Fenghua didn't say anything, but Bai Shui spoke first. "You old thing, can't you see that a beautiful couple is meeting? You don't have any eyesight at all." To Bai Shui, the Dongxing Emperor was just a small figure. He was far inferior to the people from the deep-sea dragon territory. Therefore, she didn't hold back at all. The Dongxing Emperor frowned. This woman was too rude. He was the emperor of the Dongxing strong country. How dare she speak to him like that? "Miss, I am the emperor of the Dongxing strong country," the Dongxing Emperor said coldly. He hoped to see fear on Bai Shui's face, or at least panic. But there was no response. She only looked at him with disdain. "So what if you are the emperor of the Dongxing strong country? If I ask you to get lost, then get lost quickly. You will lose your life if you are late." Bai Shui looked impatient. This old thing really thought too highly of himself. Hearing this, the Dongxing Emperor's face turned even uglier. He was the most powerful person in the Dongxing strong country. No one had ever dared to speak to him like that. But this unknown girl had no intention of giving him face at all. This caused the rage in his chest to explode. "I gave you face and spoke to you nicely, but you don't know how to restrain yourselves. Aren't you afraid that I will kill all of you?" The Dongxing Emperor said coldly. "You can try." Bai Shui said sarcastically, "I want to see who will die faster." "You are courting death." The Dongxing Emperor was really annoyed. He activated his sword intent and stabbed at Bai Shui. Bai Shui just sneered and waved her claws casually. The terrifying claw mark in the void completely shattered the sword intent. It even forced the Dongxing Emperor to retreat dozens of steps. What? The Dongxing Emperor felt his blood boiling in his body and was extremely uncomfortable. How could this girl be so terrifying? Who are you? The Dongxing Emperor frowned and asked. You don't need to know. What you need to do now is to get out of Purple Spirit Country. From today onwards, you are not allowed to set foot in this country. Otherwise, I will make sure you don't see the sun tomorrow. Bai Shui's attitude was really domineering. Humph, I don't believe it. The Dongxing Emperor was the same as Gu Fenghua. They were both people who did not believe in superstitions. They both felt that they were extremely powerful. No one could do anything to them. But in the next moment, white snow poked 5 holes in his chest. Those terrifying holes were dripping with blood. The Dongxing Emperor gritted his teeth in pain. This injury will take at least 1 or 2 years to heal. This is also my final warning to you. If you still don't know what's good for you, then you'll die. Bai Shui's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The Dongxing Emperor looked at him in horror and turned to flee. He knew that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. Even though he still didn't know the identities of these 2 people. But this little violet spirit kingdom, for the time being, he didn't dare to return. As the emperor, he had many enemies. If others knew that he was seriously injured, he would probably die an unnatural death. So when he returned this time, he planned to go into seclusion. As for Ling Xiao, we'll talk about it later. Now, he definitely had no way to avenge his 2 disciples. Sister, is it okay for me to do this? White Snow stuck out her tongue and asked Yu Fenghua, who was looking at her. If it was me, I would have killed him. Yu Fenghua didn't say anything. Instead, it was Ling Xiao who spoke, but everyone has their own way of doing things, so I won't comment. I'm really tired. I've never felt so tired before. Moon Maiden, can I borrow your leg and sleep for a while? Of course. Right now, Yu Fenghua's heart belonged to Ling Xiao. No matter what Ling Xiao asked for, she would try her best to agree. As for whether the Eternal Palace would come after them, she didn't even consider it. Since she had met him, she might as well seize this moment of warmth and spend some time with Ling Xiao. Oh right, Moon Maiden, I think your cultivation is at the 9th level of the Divine Core Realm, the Extreme Core Realm? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. He didn't know the Moon Maiden's true strength, but after the fight just now, he could roughly guess. N. Yu Fenghua nodded her head and said, actually, when I was in the western region, I wasn't this strong. After I was captured and brought back to the Eternal Palace, in order to meet you as soon as possible, I've been cultivating with all my might. That's why I've achieved what I have today. I thought I was the only one who would risk my life for you, but I didn't expect you to risk your life for me as well. Perhaps I, Ling Xiao, am the happiest man in the world. Ling Xiao smiled, then he turned to White Snow and said, I think she's even stronger than you, right? That's right, don't underestimate White Snow. When she was in the wild beast region, she was a peerless demon king. But too bad, she was harmed by some evil people, and her strength dropped a lot. But now, she's still a half-step divine physique realm warrior. She's much stronger than a martial artist at the Extreme Core Realm. Half-step divine physique realm? Is the divine physique realm above the divine core realm? Ling Xiao asked. That's right. The divine vein, divine core, and divine physique all belong to the same realm. The most important thing is to strengthen your body before your second reincarnation. If not, you won't be able to pass through the gate of reincarnation, and will die on the way. The Moon Maiden replied. Kid, you're pretty good. I'm an old monster who has lived for several thousand years. But, this is the first time I've seen a man as infatuated and crazy as you. Originally, I had decided to kill you the moment I saw you, so that my sister wouldn't take you seriously. But, after meeting you, I changed my mind. Kid, you're pretty good. Not just my sister, even I would be infatuated with you. White Snow giggled and said, don't worry, no matter how much your strength dropped, as long as White Snow is here, nothing will happen to you. Thank you, Miss White Snow. Ling Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It looked like he had really escaped a disaster. If White Snow really wanted to kill him, perhaps even Yufenghua wouldn't be able to stop her. Yufenghua was only at the extreme core realm, but White Snow was at the half-step divine physique realm. She was completely above the extreme core realm. You're welcome. You deserve it. After all, you used your own actions to protect your own life. Even I'm touched. This Demon King White Snow's carefree manner was quite interesting. Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's go to the king's residence first. Ling Xiao was feeling extremely tired now. He felt like the sky was turning dark, and he really wanted to have a good rest. After saying that, he fell asleep. Outside the purple spirit capital, the only thing left was the smell of blood in the air. Those who were killed had all turned into dust, and there was no need to deal with their corpses. The sky gradually darkened, and night was about to arrive. But to Ling Xiao, this wasn't night, but the beginning of a brand new day. Although his cultivation had dropped significantly, he still had some treasures. However, he still had some treasures on him that he hadn't used yet. Recovering his original cultivation was much faster than cultivating. He wasn't worried. Of course, the most important thing was that he could see the woman he loved again. While he was asleep, the divine pills in his body were taking effect. They fused with Ling Xiao's limbs and bones and fused with Ling Xiao's energy. His damaged body was rapidly repaired, tempered, and strengthened. However, the injuries on his body could be healed by the miraculous effects of the two divine pills in his body. However, the pain in his soul couldn't be healed so easily. Moreover, the pain in his soul was even more torturous than the pain in his body. Perhaps an ordinary person would have chosen to commit suicide out of pain long ago. The reason why Ling Xiao didn't do that was because he still had his own obsession, his own dreams. The people he wanted to meet, his lover, his friends, his family, and the great wish he had to fulfill. Although that great wish was like a joke to many people. However, that wasn't the case for Ling Xiao. He believed that he could do it, so he had to live. Therefore, he gritted his teeth, endured, and endured so that he wouldn't fall asleep in the endless darkness. Once he fell asleep, he would die a terrifying death. What's the big deal about pain? He had experienced more painful things than this. Once upon a time, the Moon Maiden had died because of him. That pain was much more severe than this. At that time, he still persevered. Now, what couldn't he persevere? As his body gradually recovered, the pain in his soul became even more obvious. His soul felt like it was walking in the darkness filled with thorns. That kind of feeling was really unpleasant. Suddenly, a bright moon hung in the sky in the darkness. This bright moon illuminated the darkness. It expelled the pain. It was like the best healing medicine for the soul. It actually made him gradually feel comfortable. The injuries in his soul began to recover. What was going on? Ling Xiao was still unconscious, so he didn't know what this was. However, he could clearly sense a familiar aura in the moonlight. Is it her? Is she helping me? This aura belonged to the Moon Maiden. It was an aura that made people feel extremely comfortable. Although he didn't know what the Moon Maiden had done, it was his woman's good intentions. How could he let this energy go to waste? His soul was wrapped in the moonlight and constantly recovered. The pain had almost completely disappeared. Ling Xiao forced his soul to wake up. This was because he didn't know what the Moon Lady was doing. If the Moon Maiden sacrificed herself to help him, it would be the biggest failure of his life. It would make him feel guilty for the rest of his life. Therefore, as soon as his soul showed some signs of improvement, he forced himself to wake up. In front of him was Yufenghua, who was sitting cross-legged. Yufenghua's soul force passed through the void and into his soul realm. The girl's face was deathly pale. There was a price to pay for the healing of the soul. The pain that Ling Xiao didn't have to bear, Yufenghua had to bear it for him. Seeing this, Ling Xiao forcibly cut off the soul transfer. He pulled Yufenghua into his arms. Looking at the trembling girl, he blamed himself. If you do this, although you can heal me, you will hurt your own soul. Fortunately, I discovered it in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to recover for the rest of your life. Ling Xiao sighed. He wanted to scold the girl, but he found that he couldn't say anything. The girl was risking her life for him. How could he bear to do that? I don't care. As long as you can recover, even if I die, what's the big deal? I've already obtained your love. I've received your most sincere love. I have no regrets. Yu Fenghua smiled. Nonsense, if you die, I'll be the first to die with you, so remember, you can't die. Ling Zhao's tone became firm. Also, don't worry. I'm an apothecary. Healing the soul isn't a problem for me. You've already woken me up. Let's stop here. Eat this. This is the soul-stabilizing pill that I concocted in the past. It can prevent your soul from weakening. Regardless of whether Yu Fenghua was willing or not, Ling Xiao stuffed the soul-stabilizing pill into Yu Fenghua's mouth. As soon as the pill entered her mouth, it melted and instantly integrated into Yu Fenghua's soul realm. It turned into a trickle and healed Yu Fenghua's soul. Ling Xiao also ate a soul-stabilizing pill. Although this thing couldn't heal his soul completely, it could temporarily prevent him from suffering. Anyway, as long as he woke up, there were many ways to heal his soul. After all, his soul was much stronger than Yu Fenghua's. Fenghua, in this life, I won't let you down, even if the world collapses, you'll always be number one in my heart. Ling Xiao had always liked to call Yu Fenghua the Moon Lady. That was because he felt that he liked the Moon Lady and not the Yu Fenghua of this life. However, from this moment onwards, he changed his mind. What Yu Fenghua did for him wasn't any worse than what the Moon Lady did for him. Moreover, Yu Fenghua was the Moon Lady. Why did he have to make such a clear distinction? All he needed to know was that he loved this woman deeply. That was enough. He would never allow anyone to take this woman away from him. That's so mushy. Bai Shui shook her head and walked out of the room. Yu Fenghua smiled sweetly and said, I know how you feel. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done that. In this life, I will only love you, no matter what difficulties we have to face. No matter how others threaten me, I won't care. The two of them held each other's hands tightly, transmitting the love of life and death between them. After a long time, there was a knock on the door. Ling Xiao, can I come in? It was Xianxia's voice. Ling Xiao smiled and let Xianxia in. Xianxia wasn't the only one who came in. Zilong was also there. You're finally awake, brother Ling Xiao. You almost scared me to death. If you didn't wake up, I would have gone crazy. Zilong was the first to rush over. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's body had already recovered. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Ahem, Xiaolong, don't you see that our benefactor is still here? Xianxia coughed and said. Zilong hurriedly cupped his fist and thanked Yu Fenghua. You don't have to thank her. She is my woman. I can thank her alone. Ling Xiao smiled and said, since the two of you are here, I have something to ask of you. What's the matter? Just say it. Our lives are yours. Whatever you want us to do, we won't refuse. Xianxia said. First, I want to apologize to both of you. Because I lied to you about some things. In fact, I came from the Western Domain. I am the Celestial Emperor of the Western Domain. Ling Xiao decided to be frank with Xianxia and Zilong. He needed these two to help him establish the foundation of the Celestial Empire in the 4 domains. So that's how it is. No wonder I always felt that brother Ling Xiao was so mysterious. I didn't expect you to come from the Western Domain. Then you are even more powerful. A Western region martial artist can actually enter the 4 major regions, and even become so strong. Zilong sighed. There's no need to apologize. Our lives are yours. Just tell us what you want us to do. Xianxia said seriously. Alright, I'll explain my thoughts to you in detail. Next, Ling Xiao told Xianxia and Zilong about his plans and considerations. A grand blueprint had been woven by him. After listening to him, Xianxia was still in a daze. Can it really succeed? You want to unify the mystic world? Xianxia was really shocked. I believe that brother Ling Xiao will succeed. He is that kind of powerful person. Zilong said excitedly. Whether it succeeds or not depends on the future. But now, Sister Qianyi, are you willing to become the ruler of the Heavenly Empire in the 4 regions? Ling Xiao asked. Of course I am. I will do as you said and bring the talented cultivators of the western regions to the small purple spirit kingdom to cultivate. But will the Dongxing Emperor come to make trouble? Xianxia asked. Not for a while. His injury will take at least a year or two to recover. And after a year or two, I can guarantee that I will be stronger than him. At that time, not only the small purple spirit kingdom, but even the purple mansion kingdom and the Dongxing kingdom will be mine. Ling Xiao said confidently, by the way, you know Half Demon City, right? I have people there. You can contact them with my token. If you need help, just say the word. Well, in that case, I will take this heavy responsibility. Xianxia nodded. She thought that the only meaning of her life was to protect her brother. However, Ling Xiao gave her a new meaning, which made her more confident and motivated. But where do you plan to go next? If you offend the Dongxing Emperor, I'm afraid you can't go to the Dongxing Kingdom. Xianxia frowned. To the Southern Sky Kingdom. Yu Fenghua suddenly said. Why? Ling Xiao was a little surprised. He was also a little confused about the future, but since Yu Fenghua mentioned the Southern Sky Kingdom, there must be a reason. Among the four great kingdoms, the Western Kingdom is the most powerful. And it was also very special. The other three superpowers did their own thing, but they belonged to the Golden Heavenly Nation. However, this Western Kingdom's powerful country was directly under the jurisdiction of the Golden Heavenly Kingdom. To put it simply, the other three strong nations were like small sects affiliated to a powerful sect. And this Western Sky Kingdom was more like the outer sect of this powerful sect. They belonged to the same lineage. Yu Fenghua explained. So it's like this, no wonder you suggested that I go to the Western Kingdom. Apart from being directly under the jurisdiction of the Golden Heavenly Nation, what other characteristics does this country have? Ling Xiao had to get to the bottom of this. In the Western Kingdom, the concentration of spiritual energy is about 10 times that of the other three great powers. The number of experts they had was also 10 times that of the other three superpowers, and most importantly, as the periphery of the Golden Heavenly Country, the most outstanding disciples of the Western Kingdom could directly enter the Golden Heavenly Country to cultivate. It was the same principle as the outer sect disciples entering the inner sect. If you go there, your path to promotion will be much easier. It's much better than staying in the Dongxing strong nation. Yu Fenghua explained. Hearing this, Ling Xiao roughly understood the path that Yu Fenghua had arranged for him. He would first go to the Western Kingdom and find a way to become the most outstanding disciple. After that, he would step into the Golden Heavenly Country and become the most outstanding warrior in the Golden Heavenly Country. Although the Golden Heavenly Country's overall strength was slightly weaker than the Eternal Palace, they were still on the same level. As long as Ling Xiao could become the most outstanding warrior in the Golden Heavenly Country, he would be able to marry Yu Fenghua openly. He knew very well that the reason why Yu Fenghua stayed by his side was because she was worried about him. Soon, Yu Fenghua would leave. Or else, when the people from the Eternal Palace came after them, they would all be in danger. All of this was because of his strength. Even if his strength didn't regress, it was still not enough. At the very least, his cultivation had to be steady, and he had to break through to the peak 8th Divine Core Realm step by step. Only the peak Heavenly Core Realm could achieve that. With this thought in mind, he looked at Yu Fenghua affectionately and said, Fenghua, I won't disappoint you. I will become the strongest warrior in the Golden Heavenly Country, the man who is most qualified to marry you. Even the Eternal Emperor won't be able to stop us. Being weak didn't make Ling Xiao feel dispirited. On the contrary, it made his blood boil even more. Because he knew his own path, he knew his goal. Yu Fenghua sighed and said, to be honest, I really want to stay with you forever. But too bad, I can't. Although Bai Shui and I are very strong, when compared to the entire Eternal Emperor domain, we are nothing. The people from the Eternal Palace have already found out that I've escaped, and they will be here soon. I can't drag you into this. It's not your fault, I'm useless. Ling Xiao shook his head. He loved a woman, but he couldn't protect her. This was the biggest sorrow for a man. Therefore, he had to work harder. The separation now was only temporary. When he was in the Western region, his strength was much weaker than now, but he still managed to survive. To him, it didn't take long for him to recover his strength from the peak of the 8th level of the Divine Vein realm. His cultivation speed was already very fast. Now that he had recovered his strength, his cultivation speed was even faster. Because he had experienced the same thing before, he didn't feel dispirited at all. Fanghua, just wait for me in the Eternal Palace. Today, they look down on me. One day, I will make them look up to me. The existence of the Eternal Palace is also a kind of motivation for me. It's good that you can understand this. I was worried that you wouldn't understand. Yu Fanghua let out a sigh of relief. The man she liked was indeed not an ordinary man. He wasn't the kind of man who couldn't understand what was important. If Ling Xiao insisted on her staying, then she would agree. But if she did that, she would face the wrath of the Eternal Palace sooner or later. Humiliation was considered light. If things went wrong, he might even lose his life. That was something Yu Fanghua didn't want to see. And now, Ling Xiao seemed to have considered this point. He wasn't begging for her protection. Instead, he was working hard to become stronger. No matter what, such a man was worthy of respect. By the way, Fanghua, I heard that you were betrothed to a man called Wangquan Tianming. Is he very strong? Ling Xiao had to understand how terrifying his opponent was. Yu Fanghua froze for a moment. Originally, she did not intend to say this. Because the opponent was too strong, Ling Xiao might break down. But this time, after seeing Ling Xiao kill the White Wolf Mask, she decided to believe in Ling Xiao. She believed in her man. To be honest, Wangquan Tianming's strength is weaker than me in the younger generation of the Eternal Palace. He's only weaker than me. And this weakness isn't in terms of cultivation. His cultivation is even higher than mine. He's on the same level as Bai Shui, half-step divine body realm. I was born with a special martial soul, so I have an innate advantage. Yu Fanghua continued, this Wangquan Tianming also has a special martial soul. Just like you, he is a beast god. Furthermore, his beast god realm is a supreme divine realm. Apart from me, no one in the younger generation of the Eternal Palace is his match. A supreme divine realm. Ling Xiao had heard about this Wangquan Tianming before. Most of them said that Wangquan Tianming's beast god realm was a high-grade divine realm. Unexpectedly, it was even higher than that. It looked like this guy wasn't going to be easy to deal with. A beast god with a half-step divine physique realm cultivation base, he was definitely a terrifying mountain in front of Ling Xiao. But, so what? Ling Xiao couldn't help but sneer in his mind. Above the Supreme Divine Realm was the Lord Divine Realm, and above the Lord Divine Realm was the Primordial Divine Realm. The Beast God Realm he possessed was something that Wangquan Tianming couldn't compare with. What he needed to do now was increase his cultivation base. He believed that his cultivation speed would be much faster than Wangquan Tianming's. In fact, Wangquan Tianming's strength was within his expectations, so he wasn't surprised. If Wangquan Tianming wasn't so strong, the Eternal Emperor of the Eternal Palace wouldn't have betrothed his most outstanding daughter to Wangquan Tianming. Oh right, there's something else I need to tell you. Yu Fanghua suddenly said, do you still remember Wangquan Tianming's brother, Wangquan Tianming? He went to the western region with Wangquan Jin. In the end, his body was destroyed by someone. But, his inner core wasn't damaged. Now, he has recovered, but he's been clamoring to get even with you. What's going on? When Yu Fanghua was unconscious, she didn't know that Wangquan Tianming was killed by the black demon in Ling Xiao's body. At that time, Ling Xiao didn't know anything about the Divine Core Realm, he only knew that he destroyed Wangquan Tianming's body. He thought Wangquan Tianming was dead. But now, it seemed like Wangquan Tianming was still alive. There are some reasons. But, how strong is Wangquan Tianming? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. If he could kill Wangquan Tianming once, he could do it again. Last time, he relied on the black demon's strength. This time, he would rely on his own strength. Kingship of the World's talent is also very strong. His strength is basically the same as that water white wolf. Yu Fanghua replied. He's really strong. Looks like I have to hurry up. Ling Xiao did not want to delay for even a moment. He could not wait to go to the Western Kingdom's strong country. Ling Xiao, it won't be easy for you to become one of the best in the Golden Sky region. The Western Kingdom alone has a population of billions. Among them, there were also countless experts. I hope you won't be too anxious. You know my strength. It won't be easy for them to put me under house arrest. During this period of time, I will travel through the 4 major regions and draw away the Eternal Palace's attention. You just need to focus on your cultivation. Whether it's 1 year, 3 years, or even 100 years, I can wait. Yu Fenghua said seriously. She was afraid that Ling Xiao would be too anxious and walk down the wrong path. If that happened, it would be troublesome. Don't worry, I understand. Ling Xiao nodded. Yu Fenghua and Bai Shui were both super experts. It would not be easy for the experts of the 4 major regions to deal with them. Even if they could not win, they could easily escape. But even so, Ling Xiao would not be free because of this. After all, his goal was not only to marry Yu Fenghua. He had a bigger and more magnificent blueprint. He wanted to control the entire 4 major regions in his hands. Fenghua, I won't let you wait too long. Of course, I won't be anxious because of this. After so many days, don't you believe me? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Of course I believe you. Yu Fenghua nodded heavily. Then, Ling Xiao looked at Xianxia and said, I'll leave the small purple spirit country to you. The martial artists of our Heavenly Dynasty Empire are also entrusted to you. The Heavenly Devil Ruin is very safe. Before I leave, I'll seal all the entrances. Only the small purple spirit country is left. Once you encounter any danger, just hide inside. During this period of time, keep a low profile and steadily increase your strength. The day I return will be the day the Eastern Victory Kingdom will be mine. At that time, you won't have to be sneaky anymore. Hearing what Ling Xiao said, Xianxia and Long understood that Ling Xiao was leaving. Although they were reluctant to leave, they also understood that this small purple spirit country could no longer help Ling Xiao improve his strength. A dragon diving into the ocean, only the Western Victory Kingdom's ocean could allow this dragon to continue his evolution. Ling Xiao's current cultivation was only at the peak 8th level Divine Vein realm. However, one must understand that his physical strength had already reached the 7th order Emperor realm. This meant that any martial artists below the 7th level Divine Core realm would be able to cause him very little harm. Also, there was the hero army in the Dongxing Emperor Ring. If he wanted to survive in the Western Victory Kingdom, it would be very easy. Before leaving, as promised, Ling Xiao sealed all the entrances to the Heavenly Devil Ruin. The seals wouldn't weaken for at least a few hundred years. Furthermore, even a divine physique warrior wouldn't be able to destroy it if they didn't know how to set up a formation. The Heavenly Devil Ruin had become the safest place. Only then did Jiangchen feel relieved and set off with Yu Fenghua and Bai Shui. The first step was to head to the Eastern Victory Kingdom. Not to massacre the city, but to use the teleportation formation to travel to the Western Victory Kingdom. With Yu Fenghua around, when they used the transmission array, no one actually came to stop them. Perhaps the Eastern Victory Emperor had already given the order. Yu Fenghua and the others didn't cause any trouble, they just used the teleportation formation. Yu Fenghua knew very well that as one of the 4 strongest kingdoms in the Golden Heavenly region, the Eastern Victory Kingdom wasn't weak. If they really had to fight to the death, they might not be able to get the upper hand. Furthermore, if they attacked the Eastern Victory Kingdom, the Golden Heavenly Kingdom wouldn't just sit back and watch. That would also be very unfavorable to Ling Xiao's future development. The Eastern Victory Kingdom's teleportation formation sent the 3 of them directly to the Imperial City of the Western Victory Kingdom. The Imperial City of the Western Victory Kingdom isn't just a single city. It's a combination of 108 cities. Any one of the cities had tens of millions of martial artists, and all of them are extremely powerful. Your current cultivation is only at the peak of the 8th level of the Divine Pulse realm. It's better to keep a low profile. Standing in the Imperial City of the Western Victory Kingdom, Jiangchen felt the terrifying aura and abundant spiritual energy around him. Ling Xiao seemed to be somewhat fascinated. Yu Fenghua was afraid that he would be impulsive and couldn't help but remind him. Don't worry, I won't be so impulsive. Ling Xiao smiled and said, but if someone provokes me, I won't be polite. For example, that Wang Quan Tianming. Wang Quan Tianming is very vengeful. This person is a genius. From the moment he was born, he was a genius in the limelight, so he is very arrogant. His younger brother was injured, and he will always remember it in his heart. If you appear, he will be the first to kill you. Yu Fenghua reminded, the Wangquan clan is a famous clan in the Eternal Palace. Even if he kills people indiscriminately, no one will dare to say anything. Wangquan Tianming's strength didn't exceed my expectations. Actually, I'm more interested in this Eternal Emperor. How strong is he? Ling Xiao asked with a puzzled expression. You're talking about father? Who knows? Father hasn't shown himself for a long time. I can't tell how strong he is either. The ones in charge of delivering father's orders are usually the first queen and the 4 emperors. Wangquan Tianming's grandfather is one of the 4 emperors of the Eternal Palace. As for the Eternal Emperor-Empress, she's my father's woman, but not my birth mother. Speaking up to here, Yu Fenghua couldn't help but feel sad. My mother passed away when I was 7 years old. But as for how my mother died, I just couldn't remember. I only remember that I was at the scene when she died. How strong are the first queen and the 4 emperors? Ling Xiao asked curiously. If he wanted to go to the Eternal Emperor domain in the future, he had to find out how strong these people were. Or else, if he went there recklessly, he might just lose his life for nothing. Furthermore, the Eternal Emperor wasn't someone who would show his face. If he wanted to get Yu Fenghua, he would have to at least be qualified to talk to the first queen and the 4 emperors. Yu Fenghua shook her head and said, I don't know about that. In fact, they have never done anything. Basically, no matter what happens in the Eternal Emperor domain, their subordinates can handle it. They don't need to do anything. But, I'm guessing that the first queen and the 4 emperors are divine physique realm warriors. And, my father, the Eternal Emperor, is much stronger than them. Otherwise, it would be impossible to intimidate those 5 people. I see. Ling Xiao nodded his head and said, don't worry, it's enough to know that they are divine physique realm warriors. I'll do my best to reach this realm. For others, breaking through from the 8th level Divine Vein realm to the 9th level Divine Core realm in a few dozen years was an extremely difficult task. But for him, it wasn't a problem at all. Oh right, Fenghua, I can sense that you don't have a core in your body. What's going on? Since they were going to separate, he still wanted to know what happened to you, Fenghua. Actually, it's nothing much. They put me under house arrest and were afraid that I would leave. Therefore, he sealed my Naiden. But it doesn't matter. Through the heavenly mirror, I can still use the power of the Naiden. They wouldn't dare to destroy my Naiden. After all, they can't afford to provoke my father. Yu Fenghua said casually. However, Ling Xiao was very clear that losing one's Dantian was a very troublesome matter. Xianxia was only an early 6th Divine Core warrior, and it was extremely difficult for him to fuse with someone else's inner core. Besides, Yu Fenghua was a peak 9th Divine Core warrior. With Ling Xiao's current strength, it was simply impossible for him to do so. Forget it. If there's any danger, you must contact me. Even if my strength is insufficient, I will think of a way to help you. After all, other than being a martial artist, I'm also an apothecary and an array master. Ling Xiao did not delve into the matter of the inner core. Even if he knew now, there was nothing he could do to help. Since Yu Fenghua was not in any danger right now, he didn't need to ask too much. On the day they parted ways, they spent 3 days and 3 nights in a city even stronger than the imperial city in the southern sky. Both of them were venting their love for each other, satisfying each other, and making each other remember them. But, what neither of them noticed was that after the lovemaking session, both of their bodies had undergone some slight changes. Yu Fenghua's cultivation that had been unable to break through for a long time finally showed signs of breaking through. Although Ling Zhao's cultivation hadn't broken through, he could clearly feel that the true yuan in his body had once again undergone a transformation. It didn't become stronger, but it had developed a new characteristic. Under the sunlight of the sun and moon, he was able to continuously increase his cultivation, temper his body, and strengthen it. Although the speed wasn't too fast. But, when combined with Ling Zhao's own cultivation, it became even more abnormal. His future cultivation speed would be at least twice as fast as before. His cultivation speed was already freakish enough to begin with. Even he hadn't expected it to increase by 2 times. After watching Yu Fenghua leave, Ling Xiao began to think about the path he would take next. Now that the two of you are done being affectionate, isn't it time to talk to Master? The sudden voice of the Yuan Venerate startled Ling Xiao. His old face reddened as he said, Master, before you speak, can you give me a reminder? Master has already called you many times. You were in a daze and didn't know what you were thinking. Now you're blaming Master? The Yuan Venerate snapped. All right. Don't be angry, Master. Tell me, what did you call me for? I know that Master can't just show up casually. Ling Xiao asked. Didn't you ask Master to help you decipher that immemorial martial technique? It has already been successfully deciphered. Do you want to know? The Yuan Venerate said with a smile. The immemorial martial technique of the ancient Dongxing Emperor. Great, tell me quickly. Ling Xiao said excitedly. The reason no one knew the true nature of this immemorial martial technique was because even the ancient Dongxing Emperor hadn't been able to successfully cultivate it. This thing had been restricted when the ancient Dongxing Emperor had discovered it. The ancient Dongxing Emperor wasn't an array formation expert. He hadn't been able to decipher it, so he had left it behind. If this thing had fallen into the hands of others, it would have been useless. However, it would have been different if it had fallen into Ling Xiao's hands. There were Yuan Venerates, array formation masters, and alchemy masters from the immortal court. Although it had taken a long time to decipher this restriction, it had been successfully deciphered in the end. Ling Xiao hid the room in the inn he was staying in. Then, he took out the immemorial martial technique. After the restriction was removed, the immemorial martial technique was a glowing jade tablet. Above the sparkling and translucent light, there was a fascinating energy. What do I have to do? Ling Xiao asked. Place your hand on this jade tablet and use your soul spirit to comprehend it. Generally, martial techniques of this level don't have any specific moves. They only have intent. Once you comprehend it, it will become your own martial technique. The Yuan Venerate explained. Ling Xiao nodded and took the jade tablet in his hand. At that moment, Ling Xiao was so frightened that he almost threw the jade tablet in his hand away. This was because he had seen a magical scene. 12 different demonic beasts suddenly appeared. They were ferocious and powerful. Every demonic beast let out a shuddering cry. Not to mention him, anyone else would have been shocked. Are these the 12 demonic beasts corresponding to the 12 primordial god positions? Ling Xiao frowned and thought to himself. Disciple, don't be afraid, you have 12 primordial god positions. This immemorial martial technique was derived from the 12 primordial god positions. Although these 12 demonic beasts could only be considered high-level primordial god positions. However, the power of this immemorial martial technique has probably reached the standard of a high-level level 9 emperor level. If you cultivate it, it will be even more powerful and effective. Actually, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. He had seen a lot of things in his life, and he was just a little surprised at first. After that, he closed his eyes and allowed his soul to enter the jade plate. He used his heart to comprehend this strange immemorial martial skill. Right at this moment, 12 different energies flew out from the jade plate and merged with his body. It had actually fused with his beast soul. The jade tablet disappeared as well. Right at this moment, Ling Xiao was overjoyed. No wonder the ancient Emperor Dongxing and Blood Sword Reverend couldn't comprehend this immemorial martial skill. It looked like this martial skill was made for beast god cultivators. The Blood Demon Seal couldn't be compared to this, even the innate Fiend God Seal and the 9 Heaven Slaughter couldn't be compared to this. Sure enough, they weren't on the same level. Initially, Xianxia thought this immemorial martial skill was at most a 7th Order Emperor Realm martial skill, which was on par with the 9 Heaven Slaughter. But now, it looked like he had really underestimated it. What a monster! This immemorial martial skill requires a powerful beast god martial soul to activate. The 12 beast god martial souls were all at the same level as the Bloodfang Heaven-Splitting Rat. The Bloodfang Heaven-Splitting Rat was a beast god martial soul of a higher level than any of the beast god martial souls in Ling Xiao's body. But, there were 12 of them sealed within the jade plate. This immemorial martial skill didn't look like a simple martial skill. It could merge with the 12 primeval divine positions in Ling Xiao's body, forming a powerful martial soul combat skill. In other words, after cultivating this immemorial martial skill, perhaps there would be a third unique combat skill among the 12 beast souls in his body. Furthermore, it was a ninth-order Emperor realm martial skill. So domineering, in just an instant, as the beast god martial souls merged with the jade plate, all 12 of Ling Zhao's beast souls were upgraded. Ling Zhao's cultivation naturally recovered to the early stage of the 9th level of the divine vein realm. I wonder what kind of terrifying existence created this martial skill. It can actually merge the souls of 12 terrifying demon beasts above the 9th order divine core realm with it. This is really too powerful. Ling Xiao believed that someone like this must be at least at the divine physique realm. His luck was really not bad. The 12 divine beasts technique was the true name of this martial skill. An ordinary beast god martial artist could only master one of the beast god martial skills. As for Ling Xiao, because he already had the divine position of the 12 divine beasts, he possessed 12 complete sets of divine beast martial skills. It would not be a waste if it fell into his hands. However, he was a little puzzled. Although the Yuan Venerate had said that this was a high-level level 9 Emperor-class martial technique, it was still a level 9 martial technique. However, Ling Xiao felt that this was even more terrifying. He hadn't seen the miraculous power of a 9th level Emperor martial skill, but he believed that his intuition wouldn't be wrong. A martial technique created by a divine physique echelon expert shouldn't just be a high-grade 9th level Emperor level martial technique. However, the troublesome thing was that with his current cultivation, he was unable to practice such a mystical martial skill. Another problem was that the higher the level of the martial skill, the higher the requirement for cultivation. He had encountered the same situation when he cultivated the falling plum clear shadow steps and the innate celestial demon seal. He carefully read the information in the 12 divine beasts technique. Sure enough, he found the requirement. Cultivating the 12 divine beasts technique actually required the blood of a high-grade beast god as a material. Furthermore, the cultivation of every beast god required the corresponding blood of a beast god. This was a little troublesome. Where could he find it? Don't worry, the blood of a beast god isn't as hard to find as you think. As long as you can find a beast god martial artist, you can obtain the blood of a beast god. Although beast god martial artists with the supreme divine position and above are rare, high-grade beast god martial artists can still be found. Furthermore, you don't have to kill them. You just need some blood. The Yuan Venerate reminded him. This isn't easy. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Indeed, the more mystical a martial skill was, the more troublesome it was to cultivate it. If you find this troublesome, why don't you go to the ancient ruins of the secret realms to search for the amber, fossils, or even corpses of the ancient beast gods? You can also extract petrified blood from them. Others can't use it, but I will teach you a refining method that can turn it back into blood. The Yuan Venerate chuckled. Actually, you shouldn't be worried about this. You should be more concerned about not exposing this thing easily. You have to know that even a beginner level 9 Emperor-class martial skill can lead to a fatal disaster if others find out about it. Master, I'm not a 3-year-old kid, nor am I a small fry who is roaming the pugilistic world for the first time. I can be considered a hero, so you don't have to remind me about this. I understand. Ling Xiao sometimes felt that the Yuan Venerate was still treating him like a child. You will always be a child in my eyes. Alright, you can think about it on your own. I will go back and rest first. I have consumed a lot of energy helping you break this thing during this period of time. After saying that, the Yuan Venerate disappeared again. Thank you, Master. I, Ling Xiao, will never forget your great kindness. Although Yuan Venerates didn't appear often, they were always of great help to him. Although he didn't say it out loud, he remembered it very clearly. If he hadn't been a Yuan Venerate, he wouldn't have been able to break the seal on the 12 divine beast technique given his strength. Now that he had this thing, he could slowly study it. In the future, he wouldn't have to worry about martial skills. If he added a growth-type auxiliary martial skill like the plum blossom acupuncture hand, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. He suppressed the excitement in his heart for the time being. Ling Xiao looked outside the inn again. The road ahead wouldn't be easy. It was said that the Western Sky Imperial Court only recruited Divine Core warriors. If he wanted to go, he would have to raise his cultivation to the divine core realm first. He had already recovered to the early 9th level divine vein realm. It shouldn't take too much time. Moreover, in order to cultivate the 12 divine beast technique in the future, the beast god's blood was also necessary. Suddenly, a familiar aura came from outside the inn. Xianxia was stunned. He was too familiar with this aura. Wasn't it Dark Frost? But shouldn't Dark Frost be cultivating in the main village now? How could she appear in the imperial city of the Western Sky Empire? Strange. Xianxia frowned, removed the protection, and walked out of the inn. At this moment, he saw a large carriage passing by the roadside. The carriages were filled with young women. Both of their hands were shackled, and it seemed like they were captured from somewhere. Among these girls, there was a familiar face. It was Dark Frost. Damn it. What happened? Ming Shuang's cultivation has increased by quite a bit. But how did she become a prisoner? Xianxia could tell with his Tai Chi eye that Dark Frost's cultivation had reached the 4th level divine core realm. This was an amazing breakthrough. But the problem was, how could someone with such formidable strength be captured alive? Looking at the guards, the strongest among them was only at the 1st level divine core realm. Since he couldn't figure it out, he stopped thinking about it. Since he saw Dark Frost, he had to save her. The carriage headed out of the city. Xianxia decided not to take action in the city. After all, this was one of the 108 cities in the imperial city of the Western Kingdom. Once a fight broke out, they would be caught in no time. Since the carriage was heading out of the city, it would be more appropriate to take action outside the city. He followed the carriage all the way out of the city. After leaving the city, the carriage headed in a certain direction. Looking at it from afar, it was a land covered with snowy mountains. Where was the carriage taking these girls? Xianxia was puzzled, but he still followed the carriage. When they arrived at a desolate place, the environment suddenly changed. What was originally a summertime situation changed into a cold winter in an instant. The ground was covered with a thick layer of snow. Even Jiangchen could feel the coldness. His body was a 7th-order emperor, yet he could still feel the coldness. Since he could feel the cold, perhaps even a divine core warrior would have a hard time surviving in this place. Achoo! What is this place? It's so cold. In the carriage, a girl sneezed and shivered all over. Everyone's faces were flushed red. It wasn't because they were shy, but because they were freezing. Xianxia noticed that none of these girls had a high cultivation base. Dark Frost was an exception. But, it seemed like Dark Frost's cultivation base was sealed by someone with a talisman. She couldn't use it, and she was shivering because of the cold. Actually, not only these girls, even the first divine core warrior who was escorting the carriage had put a warming talisman on himself. If he didn't have the warming talisman, he might not be able to withstand the cold. Where are you taking us? One of the girls in the carriage couldn't help but ask. Don't be afraid, you're lucky. The place we're taking you to is a good place. It's called the Shuayu Kingdom, and it's the closest place to the imperial city of the Western Kingdom. It's also the strongest kingdom in the Western Kingdom. When you go there, you'll be working as servants. But, if you're lucky, you might be chosen by some mighty warrior, and become their disciple. Or a woman. From then on, you'll have a meteoric rise. Therefore, you shouldn't hate us, you should be thanking us. The driver replied with a smile on his face. Shuayu Kingdom. Hearing this, Xianxia immediately thought of several names: Shuayu Country, Bailong Country, Fengho Country. This should be one of the more powerful countries in the Western Kingdom. Amongst them, Shuayu was the strongest and the most mysterious. It was said that the great country of Shuayu had trained many people to go to the 108 cities of the Western Sky Empire. In that case, Shuayu was a perfect place to start. Boom! Just as he was thinking, a loud sound suddenly came from the front. A figure shot out from the snow and landed in front of the carriage. There were a total of 4 people escorting the carriage. All of them were first divine core warriors. However, 3 of them were at the late first heavenly divine core realm, and 1 was at the perfect first heavenly divine core realm. The 4 of them noticed the abnormality and immediately became vigilant. They were all staring at the figure not far away. They didn't believe that this guy who suddenly appeared was here to give them gifts. this guy feels so strong. Ling Xiao also looked in that direction. It was a young man. She was not much older than him. He looked to be in his early 20s. He had a simple and honest look on his face. Frankly speaking, he looked a bit rustic. It was as if he had been cultivating somewhere for a long time, and had only recently come out into the world. The young man's cultivation was at the early 4th divine core realm. His strength was extremely frightening. After all, not everyone was a genius like Gu Fenghua and Qin Maxue. They didn't have the resources they did. Kid, what are you trying to do? The escort asked coldly. It's simple, let these poor girls go. They obviously don't want to. You shouldn't force them to go to the great country of Shuiyu. The young man said. Ha 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 ha, so you're an idiot. Get lost, or else we'll tie you up as well. Although the great country of Shuiyu doesn't need many male slaves, and they aren't worth much. You can still earn some pocket money though. The escort laughed out wildly. Obviously, they didn't realize how frightening this young man's strength was. I'm very strong. The young man said. This guy was indeed a simple and honest young man. Even his words were so straightforward. Go. The person escorting the female slave was a little impatient, and the leader waved his hand at his subordinates. The other 3 men leapt towards the young man. Here's my chance. Ling Xiao didn't care where this young man came from. What he wanted to do was to save Darkfrost. He instantly transformed into his shadow warrior form. Ling Xiao arrived behind the leader and thrust his sword into his throat. Then, he smashed his inner core with his palm. The inner core of a peak 1st divine core warrior was actually very fragile. How terrifying was Ling Xiao's fleshy body? This palm landing, the power was frighteningly great. Of course, when he attacked, he had exposed himself. But that didn't matter anymore. Big bro Ling Xiao. When Darkfrost saw Ling Xiao, she was so happy that she almost cried. They had discovered a strange secret realm near the Meng family's village. That was why she had ventured into the secret realm alone. While she was confused, she had encountered a series of good things, and her cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. But in the end, she fainted while cultivating. When she woke up, she was already in this situation. She couldn't use her true yuan. Even though she was stronger than these escorts, there was no way she could get out of this predicament. Ling Xiao waved the blood sovereign sword in his hand and slashed out. It turned into a few sword beams. The shackles on all the girls' hands were broken. He was not a saint, and he wasn't a saint either. But, why wouldn't he do something that was convenient for him? At the same time, the young man had defeated the remaining 3 escorts. But, this young man was a simple man, and he didn't use too much strength. Therefore, although the 3 men were defeated, they didn't die. When they realized the situation was bad, they turned around and fled. But how could Ling Xiao let them run away? He took out the profound theory bow and shot out 3 arrows, nailing the 3 men to the tree. The 3 arrows hit the 3 men's inner cores. You just need to save them, why did you have to kill them? The young man was confused. Brother, are you a newcomer? If they leave, what do you think will happen? These people are obviously just running errands. Their background can't be weak. Ling Xiao was too lazy to explain too much and said casually. He didn't expect the young man to understand. But that guy's reaction surprised him. I understand. This is what Master said. We can't let the tiger return to the mountain. The young man nodded and said, the martial world is indeed a big lesson. I couldn't understand Master's words in the past. But now, I gradually understand. By the way, my name is Lion Master Bao. What about you? Lion Master Bao? What a strange name. My name is Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was starting to like this kid a little. He wasn't as pedantic as he thought. Brother Ling Xiao, I'm going to Shuiyu to participate in the selection process, what about you? Not only was Xiao Bao honest, he was also very familiar with people. He said with a smile. What selection process? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Don't you know, the Western Kingdom has discovered a secret territory. Although it's not very useful for the geniuses of those kingdoms. But for the warriors of those kingdoms, it's very precious. This time, the Shuiyu kingdom is selecting all kinds of geniuses to join the expedition. It's all for the sake of entering the secret territory. At that time, not only will the Shuiyu kingdom go, all the kingdoms under the jurisdiction of the Western Kingdom will go as well. But the real competitors will be the White Dragon Kingdom and the Fenghe Kingdom. I think Brother Ling is pretty strong, why don't we go together? It's good to have a share. It's said that in this secret territory, there will be the remains of a high-ranked beast god. It's something that can be transformed into a high-ranked beast god martial soul. In the entire Black Tortoise continent, beast god martial souls are respected by all. As for Xiaobao, what Ling Xiao cared about the most was the remains of a high-ranked beast god. If he wanted to cultivate the 12 divine beasts technique, he had to get his hands on it. Although he couldn't cultivate such a powerful martial skill right now, it wouldn't be a problem in the future. He had to prepare the materials in advance. Alright, I'll go with you and try my luck. Dark Frost, let's go together. Since he had bumped into Dark Frost, Ling Xiao naturally wanted to go with her. Dark Frost was a 4th divine core warrior, the same as Xiaobao. She could definitely help him. Is this little girl your sister? She's so young, but she's already at my level, she's amazing. Xiaobao sighed. Indeed, Dark Frost looked like she was only 12 years old. Because her appearance wouldn't change anymore. Ling Xiao didn't explain much, he just nodded and said, that's right, she's my sister. Your sister is really strong, but there are even more powerful warriors in the Shuiyu kingdom. Some of the young warriors in the Shuiyu kingdom are even stronger than the young warriors from the Eastern Kingdom, Western Sea Kingdom, and Northern Wind Kingdom. This was the reason why the Western Kingdom was the strongest kingdom among the 4 kingdoms. The most famous person in Shuiyu is the princess. He is known as the #1 genius of Shuiyu. I think he has reached the peak 5th divine core realm. Although Lion Master Castle had lived in the mountains for a long time, his master had gotten all kinds of information from somewhere. He had always known what was going on outside. He knew a lot more about Shuiyu than Ling Xiao. I'm not from Shuiyu, can I participate? On the way, Ling Xiao could not help but ask. Of course you can. Shuiyu has always been a great country, we don't refuse anyone. As long as they were willing to work for Shuiyu, even if they were from an enemy country, there was no problem. That's why Shuiyu is becoming stronger and stronger. It's not any weaker than the other 3 countries. Liu Xiaobao replied. So good. Ling Xiao said in surprise. Of course. The Shuiyu country has always been like that. Even the king of the country is chosen through the competition. As long as you are strong enough and loyal to Shuiyu, you don't need to care about anything else. Liu Xiaobao said again. This country is interesting, I have to go and have a look. Ling Xiao's interest was piqued. Let's speed up then, we better get to Blood Moon City before nightfall. Otherwise, we'll have to camp here. This damn place is so cold, I'll freeze to death. Liu Xiaobao smiled, then he suddenly increased his speed. This guy wasn't a scheming guy. He increased his speed purely because he wanted to hurry, he didn't care if others could catch up with him. But this kind of guy was easy to get along with. Because Jiang Chen could tell what he was thinking at first glance, he didn't seem like someone who was scheming. Dark Frost, I'll have to trouble you to hide in the Dongxing Emperor ring for a while. Ling Xiao looked at Dark Frost and said. No need, Ling Xiao gidge, I can keep up with his speed. Dark Frost giggled, then with a flash of her body, she flew away. What a powerful soul force, looks like Ming Shuang did have a fortuitous encounter. Ling Xiao looked at the 2 people in front of him and used his falling plum-clear shadow steps to catch up with them. Along the way, they had met quite a number of people. Many of them had come for the selection of the Shuiyu country. When it came to the princess of Shuiyu, Shuiwu Shuang, everybody was full of praises. It was as if that woman was really peerless. Ling Xiao was curious. How could a princess of a big country compare to his woman, Yu Fenghua? He didn't believe it. But since everybody was praising Shuiwu Shuang, she must be extraordinary. Maybe he could make friends with her. One day later, the 3 of them arrived in Shuiyu City. Shuiyu was surprisingly a city of ice. It was built on top of a majestic snowy mountain. The surroundings were covered with white snow all year round. Ordinary people couldn't get close to it. Ling Xiao, that's Shuiyu City. It's rumored to be the capital of Shuiyu country. But some people say that it's just a small city outside the capital. The real capital of Shuiyu country is actually in a small world, said Xiao Bao while looking at Shuiyu City in the distance. Whether it's the capital or not, it should be our first stop. Ling Xiao gazed into the distance. The majestic snowy mountain couldn't be seen. The wind was raging and the snow was roaring. The strangest thing was that there was no road leading to Shuiyu City. How can we get to Shuiyu City without a road? Asked Darkfrost curiously. There's a village at the foot of the mountain. You'll know when you get there, said Xiao Bao with a mysterious smile on his face. Ling Xiao and Darkfrost were following behind him. They were curious about the mysterious country of Shuiyu. They didn't know what was going on in Shuiyu country, but it was still an eye-opener for them. It wasn't a wasted trip. Just as Xiao Bao had said, there was a village at the foot of the mountain. The village wasn't small. It was much warmer than outside. It seemed like there was a special deployment spell there. Even ordinary people could live there. At that moment, outside of a big house, there was a long line. Many people were chatting in full swing. Ling Xiao could roughly make out a few words. Shuewu Shuang, selection, mysterious territory. That must be what Xiao Bao was talking about. But he hadn't thought that there would be so many people. That should be the registration area. Let's go there, said Xiao Bao in a hurry. Xiao Bao was always excited. He was really a hot-blooded young man. When Ling Xiao saw Xiao Bao, he felt that he was a bit old. Maybe it was because he had been through a lot. Sometimes, he was too calm and collected. He wasn't as hot-blooded as a young man should be. That's the two of them. When the three of them were in the line, a few people in the crowd pointed at them and whispered. Ling Xiao and Liu Xiaobao noticed that some people were pointing at them. These people's chi was very similar to the people who had escorted the female slaves. And all of them were very strong. They won't dare to do anything here, but I don't think so during the selection process. Brother Lion, be careful. Ling Xiao reminded Liu Xiaobao. Liu Xiaobao was a simple and honest person. Since they had become friends, he had to remind him. Understood. Liu Xiaobao nodded and looked at Ling Xiao gratefully. Darkfrost, you too. If you are attacked during the selection process, don't be merciful. Just kill them. Ling Xiao looked at Darkfrost and said. Got it, brother Ling Xiao. Darkfrost was in a very good mood. She hadn't had a good time after leaving Ling Xiao. She had been thinking about him day and night. As expected, the heavens were moved. Her big brother Ling Xiao had finally appeared. Finally, it was their turn. The person in charge of registration smiled and said, "Write your real name on this piece of paper. Remember, it's your real name. If it's a fake name, you will be eliminated immediately." Ling Xiao noticed that the piece of paper was very special. It actually had the luster of a formation on it, and lines of incantations were faintly discernible. Others couldn't see it, but he could see it clearly with his Tai Chi eye. Liu Xiaobao wrote his name on the paper and it shined. The person in charge looked at him and said, "Good young man, I hope you can become a member of the Shuiyu country." Ling Xiao was surprised when he heard that. The person in charge could tell a person's origin just by looking at his name. "Brother Ling, I'll wait for you over there." Liu Xiaobao stood aside after he finished registering. Ling Xiao nodded and walked over. "Master, I'm not a citizen of the Shuiyu country. Can I participate in the selection process?" Ling Xiao didn't want to cause any trouble, so he decided to be frank. "It's okay. You can register. But you have to remember one thing. The Shuiyu country is recruiting people, regardless of their origin, status, or background. But he absolutely could not betray his country. Otherwise, you will suffer the most severe punishment." The person in charge reminded him, "You decide for yourself." "Thank you for your reminder, senior." Ling Xiao picked up the brush and wrote his name on it. In that instant, it also emitted a golden light. The person in charge was stunned for a moment. He looked at Ling Xiao with interest and said, "Not bad, kid." After going through so many hardships and dangers and walking out of a small town, he was actually able to leave the western regions and come here. You must be very resilient. It was just that his cultivation was a little lacking. However, this old man still thinks highly of you. Thank you for your praise, senior. Hearing the other party's words, Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He could tell that the other party only had a rough idea of what had happened to him after he entered Samsara. After that, Dark Frost also went up and wrote down her name. The person in charge didn't say anything this time. He probably saw that Ling Xiao and Dark Frost were both from the western regions, so there was no need to waste his breath. The selection will officially begin tomorrow. Today, you can stay in the village or go to the top of the snow mountain. However, this old man has to remind you that the top of the snow mountain is not safe. Not only is the natural environment bad, but there are also powerful snow beasts. For your safety, I suggest that you stay in the village for the night. As expected, the person in charge looked at Ling Xiao in a new light and gave him a special reminder. All right. Ling Xiao nodded and immediately left with Dark Frost. Brother Lion, do you want to go to the snowy mountain to play? Although I'm afraid that we won't be able to climb the highest peak of the snowy mountain in a short period of time. Although you can't reach the top of the mountain, you can go to Shuiyu City. Ling Xiao looked at Xiaobao and asked. Alright, I have heard that the princess of Shuiyu, Shuiwu Shuang, is extremely beautiful. I really want to go and see. Maybe she is in Shuiyu City. Xiaobao said excitedly. For a man who hadn't seen a woman for 20 years, Shuiwu Shuang was really attractive. However, Xiaobao wasn't the only one who thought that way. Ling Xiao noticed that some people were already going to Shuiyu City. There were 3 ways to get to Shuiyu City. The first way was to use the portal. Only cultivators of Shuiyu were allowed to use it and they had to pay a fee. The second way was to climb the snow mountain. It was the most difficult way. The third way was to use a cable. If one looked carefully, one would see that there were many cables extending from the bottom of Shuiyu City. There were cultivators walking up the rope. It was much easier than the second way. Most cultivators would choose that way. Ling Xiao and the others also chose to use the cable. Even though it was cold and the cables were very slippery, the 3 of them were extremely strong cultivators, so it wasn't a problem for them. Using the cable, they could also avoid the snow beasts. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, the amount of time he had spent on this was truly not short. It seemed like it was only 2 kilometers, but it took them half an hour. When they arrived outside of Shuiyu City, everybody suddenly stopped talking and became extremely respectful. Ling Xiao knew that those people were probably in awe of the imperial court of Shuiyu. When they arrived in Shuiyu City, someone suddenly shouted, "Your Highness the Princess, look! It's Her Highness the Princess." Ling Xiao looked in the direction those people were pointing and saw a group of people slowly walking towards the imperial court of Shuiyu City. One of them was wearing white clothes and looked like a celestial being. She looked like a fairy born in the snow. It gave people an extremely strong impact. Without a doubt, Shuiwu Shuang was very beautiful. In terms of beauty, she didn't lose to the Moon Lady. Besides, the 2 of them had the same qi. Cold and proud. The only difference was that Shuiwu Shuang's qi seemed to have been cultivated. The Moon Lady's qi was innate. Shuiwu Shuang's qi was a little artificial while the Moon Lady's qi was natural. No matter what she did, it was the same. One of them was made by hand, the other was made by nature. It felt different. Of course, that was only his judgment. For those who had never seen the Moon Lady or Yufeng Hua, Shuiwu Shuang was probably already a goddess in their hearts. Too beautiful, so beautiful that it's suffocating. If I have the fortune to talk to her, even if I die, it will be worth it. The people around him were all sighing and excited. Even the Lion Master Castle was no exception. This woman is indeed a seductress. Ling Xiao smiled. No matter whether he admitted it or not, Shuiwu Shuang's qi was fatal to men. What's so great about her? I'll be prettier than her when I grow up. Dark Frost said angrily. Dark Frost's qi wasn't inferior to Shuiwu Shuang in terms of appearance, but unfortunately, she still looked like a 12 or 13-year-old girl. Apart from people with special hobbies, most people wouldn't have any feelings for her. Hee, you're right. Our Dark Frost is much prettier than her. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Shuiwu Shuang, your daddies. Suddenly, a man jumped out from the crowd and flew towards Xue Wushuang. This man was a late 5th Divine Core warrior, and he was extremely strong. Damn it, that's a famous rapist. He has been running wild in Shueyu for many years. I didn't expect him to hide in the crowd and attack Xue Wushuang. Someone from the crowd shouted out in surprise. But no one dared to help Xue Wushuang. It was rumored that Xue Wushuang hated it when people got close to her. If they couldn't save Xue Wushuang and offended her, it would be a huge loss. As if she had heard the crowd's shouts, Xue Wushuang looked at the rapist who was flying towards her with an indifferent expression. At this moment, the crowd could clearly see her face. What a pity, if such a beautiful flower was destroyed, I would be speechless. Come on, do you really think that rapist can hurt Princess Xue Wushuang? Princess Xue Wushuang is a peak 5th Divine Core warrior. With her strength, how could that rapist be her match? That might not be true. This rapist has been running wild in Shueyu for many years, and many peak 5th Divine Core warriors have died in his hands. Hearing this, many people became silent. Indeed, compared to Xue Wushuang's strength, the crowd admired her beauty more. As for her strength, most of them had only heard about it from rumors, they didn't know much about it. However, in the next second, everyone was stunned. Xue Wushuang gently waved her slender hand. A palm strike turned into an ice-cold attack. The rapist wanted to dodge, but he realized that the air around him had been frozen, and he couldn't dodge it at all. With just a single palm strike, the rapist was slammed onto the ground and suffocated. Right at this moment, the guards next to Xue Wushuang rushed over and tied the rapist up. Let the Ministry of Justice handle this. Xue Wushuang acted like she hadn't done anything. She casually said, then continued walking forward. The crowd clapped their hands and praised her. Even Ling Xiao felt that this woman wasn't simple. Just from that palm strike alone, one could tell that she had a lot of combat experience. How is it? Do you have the confidence to defeat her? Shi Xiaobao asked with a smile. I heard that one of the stages of the selection was personally checked by this Princess Xue Wushuang. I'm afraid it won't be easy. Of course. Ling Xiao smiled confidently. So what if he was a peak 5th Divine Core warrior? Although his cultivation level was low, he had many divine abilities. Dark Frost, let's go to Shueyu City. Ling Xiao withdrew his gaze. Although Xue Wushuang was beautiful, it was not enough to move his heart. In her heart, she only loved the Moon Maiden. Then, he entered Shueyu City. Stop. People couldn't help but shout when they saw Ling Xiao casually walk into Shueyu City. And there was more than one person shouting. Because they felt that Xue Wushuang should not have rashly stepped onto the street before leaving. Otherwise, it would be blasphemous and offensive. However, since when did Ling Xiao care about other people's opinions? Holding Dark Frost's little hand, they walked down the street like brother and sister. Stop right there, didn't you hear me? Suddenly, a man jumped out from the crowd. This man wasn't young anymore, he was in his 30s. Obviously, he had a crush on Xue Wushuang. Seeing Ling Xiao ignore their advice and stubbornly walk down the street, he couldn't help but laugh. How could he tolerate this? In his mind, Ling Xiao's actions were not only disrespectful to Xue Wushuang, he was also looking down on all of them. This man moved with incredible speed. After all, he was a 3rd Divine Core warrior, and his strength wasn't weak at all. While in midair, he drew his sword and thrust it towards Ling Xiao's back. This guy was really cruel, he wanted to take Jiang Chen's life the moment he drew his sword. He didn't even consider whether it was safe or not. Ling Xiao didn't even turn around to look at the man. He completely ignored him. Shi Xiaobao didn't help either. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, it was because he believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't be killed so easily. The reason why he became friends with Ling Xiao was because Ling Xiao was just like him, they were both strong, this was what his beast-like instinct told him. How dare you look down on me? Fine, I'll kill you, I'll show you how strong I am. The man who attacked Jiang Chen wanted to perform well so that Xue Wushuang would turn around and look at him. But right now, Xue Wushuang had indeed turned around. That was why he was so excited. He wanted to show his true strength. The long sword in his hand drew out a sword flower. The beautiful and gorgeous sword move was like a blooming white lotus in the void. Idiot! Ling Xiao didn't even need to turn around to know what the man was doing. Although his soul was injured and hadn't fully recovered, his spiritual sense hadn't weakened. Big bro Ling Xiao, that man is too noisy, what should we do? Dark Frost asked. Just kill him. Jiang Chen's casual voice caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Killing a third divine core warrior just like that, do you think you're Shui Wushuang? Got it, big bro Ling Xiao. Ming Xuang giggled and suddenly turned around. It was just a glance. With just a single glance, the man was knocked down from the sky. When the warrior landed on the ground, his eyes were still filled with terror. Miserable screams kept coming out from his mouth. After that, he stabbed his own dantian with his long sword. His body was destroyed, and his inner core was destroyed. What a terrifying way to die. That young girl and young man are really strange. When the crowd saw what happened, they were all shocked. They knew that both Ling Xiao and Dark Frost weren't easy to deal with. Therefore, no one dared to recklessly attack them. Ha ha ha, you're indeed the brother of young Lion Master Castle. Young Lion Master Castle was laughing out loud as he walked into Snow Moon City. He walked side by side with Ling Xiao and Dark Frost. They completely ignored those warriors who were kneeling on both sides of the street because of Shui Wushuang. Interesting. Shui Wushuang curiously looked at the three men. It was a strange combination, and Dark Frost's attack had surprised her as well. Are you guys here for me as well? Shui Wushuang furrowed her brows. She hated the way these men looked at her. It was as if they were treating her like a toy. She wasn't happy at all. Her voice was filled with arrogance and arrogance. It was as if she was a peerless treasure and everyone had come for her, risking their lives for her. No, I'm here to become the strongest cultivator of Shuiyu. Young Lion Master Castle's answer was straightforward. Shui Wushuang was astonished, she didn't know how to respond. Dark Frost's next words made Shui Wushuang seethe with anger. Ling Xiao, that woman is so narcissistic. Does she think that all the men in the world are crazy for her? Shoo. Don't talk nonsense. Ling Xiao made a gesture to silence her. Shui Wushuang felt a bit better. But Ling Xiao's next words almost made her choke to death, even if it's the truth, don't talk nonsense. After all, this is Shuiyu, it's their territory. After speaking, Ling Xiao walked forward with Dark Frost. He was not interested in Shui Wushuang at all. With a woman like Yu Fenghua, Shui Wushuang was like the pretentious Dongsher in front of him. Shui Wushuang's pretty face was cold. These three people did not take her seriously at all. They were completely different from those people she had met before. Those men in the past were almost crazy when they saw her, and those women were full of praise. However, the three of them acted as if they had just seen a proud hen. Not only were they not interested in her, but they were also mocking her. How could she tolerate that? That was why some people were so cheap. When others were chasing her crazily, she despised them and wanted to avoid them. When others ignored her, she was upset and felt that her pride was being challenged. Stop. Shui Wushuang said coldly. What? Your Highness, don't tell me you're the only one worthy of walking on this street like those idiots? Ling Xiao hated this kind of woman who pretended to be arrogant, and her tone was so stiff. It was a completely commanding tone. It made him very uncomfortable. So his words were also very rude. Hee hee, she must have seen how handsome brother Ling Xiao is and wants to marry you, brother Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, you already have someone in your heart, and she's not on the list. Dark Frost giggled. The two of them echoed each other, and Shui Wushuang's face became more and more ugly. I want to marry him, what a fool's dream. Shui Wushuang seemed to have seized the opportunity to mock the other party, and said through gritted teeth, with your strength, you're practically useless. The person who wants me to marry can't just be a good-looking person. He has to be much stronger than me. His status must be higher than mine, or at least equal to mine. Are you worthy? Aren't your conditions a little too simple? Don't tell me you're degrading yourself, even if you can't get married, you don't have to do this. Although you're a genius, it's not difficult to find someone who is stronger than you and has a higher status than you. How are you looking for a man? You're looking for your father. Ling Xiao smiled. Bullshit, I haven't finished stating my conditions yet. In addition to those two conditions, there's also the condition that they can't be more than 5 years older than me. I'm only 20 years old now. My parents have been looking for a partner for me since I was 15. However, to this day, not a single person was able to fulfill these 3 conditions. Let me tell you, it's not that I can't get married, it's that I don't want to marry trash. Shui Wuxuan was provoked by Ling Xiao to the point of spitting out vulgarities. I'm afraid you've misunderstood something. Most of the young people under the age of 25 who are stronger than you and have a higher status than you will look down on you. I'm worried that if you don't lower your standards, you won't be able to get married for the rest of your life. Ling Xiao continued to smile and said, why don't you just follow my brother? He is about the same age as you, and his cultivation base is at the peak 4th divine core realm. He is only 1 realm lower than you. Moreover, his talent is outstanding. It won't be difficult for him to surpass you. Country bumpkin, why would I marry him? Shui Wuxuan became even angrier. Brother Ling, why are you trying to matchmake me? I don't want a woman like her. If I want to find a woman, I should at least find a woman from one of the Western kingdoms. Although she is beautiful, her strength is too weak, and her talent is mediocre. My master has higher standards than me. He said that if I want to marry a woman, it'd be best if I marry a woman from the Golden Heavenly Kingdom. Marrying a woman from a powerful kingdom is already a disgrace, let alone a woman from a powerful kingdom. Forget it. Lion Xiaobao didn't mean to mock Shui Wuxuan, he was just telling the truth. However, the effect was even more effective than Ling Zhao's words. Shui Wuxuan was furious. She was the princess of the Shuiyu kingdom, but she was being looked down upon by a country bumpkin. This was a great humiliation. I understand now. You two are deliberately trying to arouse my interest in you through this method, aren't you? I almost fell for it. Shui Wuxuan suddenly smiled. Although she was still a bit agitated, it seemed like she had found a way to vent her anger. She had met similar men in the past who had deliberately made sarcastic remarks to her in order to attract her attention. You think too highly of yourself. In my eyes, you are just an ordinary beautiful female cultivator. If you can't extricate yourself from your beauty, your life will end here. Alright, your highness can continue to wallow in self-pity. Brother Lion, Dark Frost, let's go. Ling Xiao was too lazy to talk to this self-righteous woman. It was too boring. Upon hearing this, Ming Xuan made a funny face at Shui Wuxuan. Her giggling appearance was simply infuriating. You think too highly of yourself. In Shui Wuxuan's ears, these words were simply a vicious curse. It made her feel even worse than directly stabbing her with a knife. Could it be that this guy really didn't have any feelings for her? That was impossible. While she was still in chaos, Ling Xiao, Dark Frost and Lion Xiaobao had already left. They left right in front of her without any reluctance. Shui Wuxuan tried her best to calm herself down. She glared at the backs of the 3 people and said, I will remember the 3 of you. In this selection, don't even think about passing my test. As expected of a self-righteous woman. Ling Zhao's voice sounded again. It was like a sharp arrow that fiercely stabbed into Shui Wuxuan's heart. It hurt. This was the first time she was humiliated by a man. Let's go. Shui Wuxuan gritted her teeth. She had no interest in shopping at all. She headed straight for the imperial court. Ling Xiao naturally didn't bother with her anymore. The 3 of them walked around Snow Moon City. Ling Xiao bought a lot of medicinal ingredients. After returning to the village, he began to refine pills. To recover his soul, he still had to rely on these pills to slowly recover. As for the increase in cultivation, he was not worried. As long as there was a battle, he could recover. This was not the first time. It would be very fast. Liu Xiaobao and Ming Shuang, on the other hand, were cultivating. The next day, the 3 of them once again arrived at the foot of the snowy mountain. Because the first round of the selection would begin here. So many people, at least a few tens of thousands. When they arrived at the foot of the snowy mountain, a large number of warriors had already gathered there. Apart from Ling Xiao, all of them were divine core warriors. It was a shocking scene. Indeed, the Shuiyu country was much stronger than the Purple Kingdom. Around 100,000 people. Ling Xiao used his Tai Chi eye to estimate the exact number of people, I heard that we have to pick 10 people from these people. The chance is 1 in 100,000. Yes, it is indeed very difficult. Also, one of the 10 spots has already been taken by Princess Shui Wushuang. To be exact, there are only 9 people. When Lion Xiaobao said this, he didn't seem worried at all. He was full of confidence. Perhaps this was why Ling Xiao was attracted to him. Ling Xiao was willing to make friends with someone, but he had his standards. Everyone. All of a sudden, the person in charge from yesterday spoke up. A frightening aura could be sensed from his voice, causing all the warriors who were talking to each other to stop. Ling Xiao was surprised as well. This man looked to be in his 50s or 60s, and his cultivation had reached the peak 6th divine core realm. He was at the same level as the king of Zifu. The king of Shuiyu was much stronger than the king of Zifu, Qinyu. Seeing everyone looking at him, the old man smiled. The old man smiled and said, "Everyone, I don't care about your origins or where you came from. But, once you participate in the selection and pass, you'll become a citizen of Shuiyu. You'll never betray Shuiyu. If you disobey, you'll be killed without mercy, therefore, you still have the chance to regret your decision. Those who have evil thoughts, you better give up now. You can still keep your life, or else, you'll know the consequences of betrayal in the future." But no one left. Since they were all here, who would leave so easily? Besides, they might not even be able to pass the selection. Choosing 9 people out of 100,000, the probability of being selected was too low. Fine, since none of you want to give up, I'll congratulate you in advance. I'm sure all of you know that the purpose of this selection is to enter a secret realm in one of the Western Kingdom's superpowers. One thing is for sure, the secret realm is filled with dangers. Although the opportunity is great, the possibility of losing your life is also great. You're all warriors, I'm sure you've been to many secret realms and ancient ruins. As for how dangerous it is, I don't need to tell you. Anyway, I can only describe it with one word: 9 deaths and 1 life. I can tell you this, in this trip to the secret realm, a total of 300 superpowers from the Western Kingdom will participate. This includes the White Dragon superpower, Fenghe superpower, and other superpowers that aren't any weaker than Shuiyu superpower. Even the superpowers from the Western Kingdom will send their representatives to participate. I'm sure you all know what kind of competition this is. Therefore, only 10 people will be selected. I'm sure many of you already know this, so I won't explain it to you. Those who don't want to lose face in the selection, or even lose your life, I hope you can give up now. Warriors below the Divine Core realm don't need to participate. As for those early and mid-Divine Core warriors, they could withdraw from the competition as well. Of course, this is just a suggestion. But if you really want to participate, I won't stop you. After all, everyone has their own ambitions. The old man's words caused a strong reaction among the crowd. Finally, some people began to withdraw. However, there weren't many of them. Out of 100,000 people, only 10,000 chose to withdraw. Most of these men were at the 1st or 2nd Divine Core realm. On the other hand, Ling Xiao, a Divine Vein realm martial artist, didn't withdraw. "Brother Ling, let's go to the mystery realm together. That way, we can look after each other," Liu Xiaobao said excitedly. "I don't quite understand. Why do you insist on going to the secret realm?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. "Firstly, I naturally have to fulfill my master's wish. I have to become stronger, head to the Golden Heavenly Kingdom, and marry a woman from there. Secondly, I also want to test what my limits are." "What about you?" Liu Xiaobao asked. "For one thing," Ling Xiao said indifferently. He had entered the secret realm for the beast god's blood. Of course, it would be best if he could raise his cultivation during this process. Regardless of whether it was an ancient relic or an extraterrestrial relic, the secret realms were filled with mysteries and secrets. As long as he seized the opportunity, he would be able to rapidly increase his strength. Ling Xiao wanted to recover his cultivation as soon as possible, and become even stronger. He knew clearly that the people he was about to face weren't ordinary people. Wangquan Xianxia, Peak 8th Divine Core Realm. Wangquan Tianming, Half-Step Divine Physique Realm. 1 Empress and 4 Emperors, all Divine Physique Realm warriors. If Ling Xiao couldn't defeat them in terms of strength, he wouldn't be qualified to marry Yu Fenghua. The trip to the mystery realm in the Shuiyu Kingdom was the first step. Next, he would head to the Western Kingdom. Step by step, he would become stronger. Since no one is withdrawing, the first round of the exam will begin soon. Many of you have been to the Shuiyu city yesterday. Today's first round of the exam will be a trip to the Shuiyu city without using a portal or a rope. The first 10,000 people to arrive will be able to enter the second round of the exam. If there are less than 10,000 people, then everyone will be counted. Do you all understand? Understood. The rules were simple and easy to understand. Everyone understood. However, it was cruel to know that only 10,000 people were left after being eliminated from 90,000 people. Only 1 out of 9 people could pass the first round. Alright, everyone, take your places. Everyone unleashed their terrifying auras. Ling Xiao unleashed his firestorm wheels as well. Since his cultivation wasn't strong enough, he could only use his magical treasures. Begin. Following the old man's order, 90,000 people leapt into the air at the same time. It was a spectacular scene. Boom. Many people had just leapt into the air when they were knocked back down by the people around them. This wasn't a simple race. It was a competition. Warriors could use different methods to influence their opponents. After all, it wasn't realistic for 90,000 people to climb the mountain at the same time. Bone cage. A ring of eerie white bones appeared around Darkfrost's body. These white bones were controlled by her soul power. Not only could they attack her enemies, they could also protect her. She easily blocked the attacks from the warriors around her, then leapt into the air. Lion Master Fort's actions were even simpler. He let out a furious roar like a furious lion. Everyone around him was knocked down by his roar. On the other hand, he dashed forward like a ferocious lion. Although those who were knocked back didn't die, and weren't seriously injured, they were at a disadvantage in terms of speed. Ling Xiao's actions were even simpler. He simply stepped onto the firestorm wheels and flew into the air. The cold air didn't affect him at all. His fleshly body was that strong. It's those 3 men. It doesn't matter if you can pass the test or not, you have to kill those 3 men. The warriors who Ling Xiao and Lion Master Fort had offended had started their actions as well. 3 perfect first Heavenly Core warriors leapt towards Ling Xiao. There was also a perfect 4th Heavenly Core warrior and a late 4th Heavenly Core warrior who leapt towards Lion Master Fort and Darkfrost. They felt that Ling Xiao was the weakest amongst the 3 men, so they didn't need any strong warriors to attack him. The 3 perfect first Heavenly Core warriors leapt towards Ling Xiao. Their ferocious attacks were aimed at killing Ling Xiao. They weren't here to participate in the test, they were here to take revenge. Hee hee. Ling Xiao only responded with a disdainful smile. He didn't even attack. All 3 men's attacks landed on the firestorm wheels at the same time. Wind force, fire force, lightning force, all of them exploded at the same time. All 3 men were stunned at this moment. One of them dashed towards his companion. Another man's body froze in midair, then he fell down to the ground. The unluckiest one fainted on the spot, he couldn't even defend himself. Ah! The warrior who was paralyzed by the power of lightning was killed by his own sword on the spot. Blood splattered in the void. However, no one cared. One could imagine how chaotic the scene was when 90,000 people were in the air at the same time. Even if someone was killed by the attack, it probably wouldn't affect the others. The warrior who was confused by the power of wind killed another person who was stunned. In the end, he was also blasted down by the warrior next to him. In an instant, Ling Xiao didn't make a move at all, but the 3 people were all eliminated or even killed. When his battle ended, the battle between Leo Master Bao and Darkfrost had also ended. Leo Master Bao was more soft-hearted and didn't want to kill, but his strength was too terrifying. He directly beat the people who pounced on him into a pile of mud. Darkfrost was much more ruthless. The white bone cage pierced the opponent into a hedgehog, and they fell to the ground and died. How is this possible? How can those 3 guys be so powerful? On the ground, several warriors were terrified. Let's go quickly. We've offended someone we shouldn't have offended. They don't have time to make a move now. But if they pass the exam, we'll be in trouble. The leader of the group was a rather wise one. Knowing that the situation was wrong, he chose to escape. If they stayed, with Ling Xiao's personality, he would definitely kill them all. As for the people who died, they could only die in vain. Their strength didn't affect the progress of the exam. Ling Xiao, Leo Master Bao, and Dark Frost were a little behind at this time. Because they encountered an attack. Even if they solved it in a short time, the problem was that everyone was an expert. Even if it was a breath, they might fall behind the others. However, Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry. At the critical moment, he would use his special methods. Now, there was no need for that. The fastest group of people had only reached halfway up the mountain. And they had encountered trouble. Suddenly, a huge hand reached out from the pure white snow. This hand was more than 10 meters long and several meters wide. With a slap, more than a dozen people were directly sent flying. All the running he had done before had been for nothing. "It's a snow beast," someone shouted. However, the voice was too loud, and a loud rumbling sound suddenly came from the top of the mountain. F***CK, an avalanche. Someone cursed. However, things like avalanches were a common occurrence when climbing snow mountains. Ordinary people could only resign themselves to fate. If he was a martial artist, he would still be able to survive. However, in the face of the snow demon beast's rampage and the avalanche's onslaught, half of the first batch of people were blasted down. Only a small number of people managed to escape and continue forward. Seizing this opportunity, Liu Xiaobao, Dark Frost, and Ling Xiao caught up. Ling Xiao's firestorm wheels had a very strong defense. With his current strength, no one below the third divine core realm would be able to hurt him. It was even more impossible for the avalanche to hurt him. The tricolored light flashed, and before the avalanche could even touch his body, it had already been shattered. Lion Master Bao and Dark Frost also displayed their abilities, and their performance was not inferior to Ling Xiao's at all. At this time, there were still about 30,000 martial artists who were still climbing. However, it was divided into 3 flights of stairs. There were only 1,000 people in the first tier. Ling Xiao, Lion Master Bao, and Dark Frost were all in the first tier. Right now, they were only a few hundred meters away from Snow Moon City. As long as they could reach the top, they would be considered to have passed the first round. However, right at this moment, a figure appeared outside of Snow Moon City. "Xue Wushuang, it's Xue Wushuang." The crowd cried out in surprise. Didn't they say Xue Wushuang wouldn't appear in the first round? Why was she standing there all of a sudden? However, Xue Wushuang didn't do anything. She just stared at Ling Xiao. Compared to Dark Frost and Lion Master Bao, obviously, she hated Ling Xiao even more. Just as Ling Xiao was about to reach Snow Moon City, a sneer emerged on Xue Wushuang's face. "Today, I'll let you know the consequences of offending this princess." All of a sudden, she lightly pointed her finger. Just as Ling Xiao was about to reach Snow Moon City, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. Amidst the rolling avalanche, there was a sword beam. Even though it didn't have any killing intent, it clearly wanted to prevent him from passing the test. Ling Xiao frowned. After all, his cultivation level wasn't high enough. If he directly faced Xue Wushuang's attack, he would be at a disadvantage. Even if he blocked it, he would fall behind 10,000 people. At that time, he still wouldn't be able to pass the test. Maybe that was what Xue Wushuang wanted. Humph. Ling Xiao sneered. He would remember this for the time being. When he shouldn't fight with force, he wouldn't act recklessly. He suddenly used the falling plum clear shadow steps and his speed increased sharply. At the same time, he disappeared from his original position. At that moment, Xue Wushuang was astonished. Because even she didn't see how Ling Xiao avoided her sword beam. Not good. While Xue Wushuang was puzzled, she suddenly felt a terrifying sense of danger. She hastily circulated her pure qi and released an ice crystal shield to block it. The danger finally appeared. It was Ling Xiao. He didn't use any technique. It was just a simple punch. The black tortoise divine body exploded with terrifying power. His physical body was the black tortoise divine body of the 7th Order Emperor realm. This ordinary punch was more effective than any of his current moves. How could Xue Wushuang block it? Boom. The ice crystal shield was directly shattered. Xue Wushuang's abdomen was hit by the punch. She fell from the top of the Snow Moon City. Although he managed to stop himself in time, his sorry state was still seen by everyone. Bastard, how dare you touch Princess Wushuang? Many people saw the scene of Ling Xiao attacking Xue Wushuang. Xue Wushuang had a lot of brainless fans. These people had always treated Xue Wushuang as a goddess. Ling Xiao dared to attack Xue Wushuang. This made them furious. In an instant, at the entrance of the Snow Moon City, countless murderous auras rushed toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at these people coldly. He didn't regret attacking Xue Wushuang. Although Xue Wushuang didn't intend to kill him, she secretly attacked him in an attempt to eliminate him. It was reasonable for him to fight back. In other people's eyes, Xue Wushuang might be a goddess, a blessed girl. But in his eyes, she was just a self-righteous idiot. Do you all want to die? A cold voice came out from Ling Xiao's mouth. If you want to die, go ahead. My hands have been itching recently. These people thought that by threatening Ling Xiao together, they could make Ling Xiao afraid. However, they didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so arrogant. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. Count me in too. Dark Frost also walked to Ling Xiao's side and released her terrifying soul power, causing great pressure to the surrounding cultivators. If you want to fight, you can't leave me out. Lion Xiaobao also walked to Ling Xiao's side. This guy was loyal and didn't choose to avoid it this time. Everyone stop. Xue Wushuang had already returned to the entrance of the Snow Moon City. Her face was pale and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. Ling Xiao used his strength to gain Xue Wushuang's attention. You must be a body-refining cultivator, no wonder your cultivation level is so low. Xue Wushuang looked at Ling Xiao and was surprised. You don't need to know. Ling Xiao didn't give Xue Wushuang any face. Xue Wushuang was so angry that her pale face became even uglier. Ling Xiao didn't care about what she thought. Attacking people as he wished and trying to make them treat him well, dream on. Ling Xiao's unyielding attitude caused the atmosphere to stiffen for a moment. At that moment, the old man in charge of the exam suddenly appeared. You want to fight now? Don't tell me you don't want to continue with the exam? The old man's voice wasn't loud but it was full of threat. Everyone's heart trembled when they heard it. The cultivators who surrounded Ling Xiao and the other two just glared at Ling Xiao and then dispersed. You guys have done well. Surprisingly, there are almost 20,000 people in Shuiyu City. However, those who are ranked below 10,000 will still be eliminated. You don't need me to call your names, just leave. The old man looked at the crowd indifferently. Most of them chose to listen and leave. However, there were a few lucky people who wanted to fish in troubled waters. Unfortunately, those people were miserable. They were directly thrown off the mountain by the old man. They didn't know why they were asking for trouble. The Shuiyu country dared to let the old man in charge of the exam. It meant that they had enough confidence in his strength. If he didn't have the ability, he wouldn't have been the examiner. Very quickly, there were only 10,001 people left in Shuiyu City. That one was naturally Xue Wushuang. Now, let's move on to the second round. Only 1,000 people will be left out of the 10,000. The old man looked at the 10,000 people and then looked at Xue Wushuang and said, Your Highness, you will be in charge of the second round. When Ling Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but frown. He was worried that Xue Wushuang would continue to make things difficult for him. After all, offending the judge was not a good thing. Follow me. Xue Wushuang said indifferently and then brought the 10,000 people to a valley. The valley was transparent on both sides. A strong wind was blowing. A demonic beast accidentally barged in and was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. I don't think I need to say more. All of you have to enter the valley and stay there for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the first 1,000 people to leave the valley will be able to enter the final test. Xue Wushuang said coldly. It can't be. Let alone 10 minutes, even if it's just 1 minute, I'm afraid I'll freeze to death. That's right. Don't even talk about escaping. It's already good enough to survive. Everyone was talking about it. Xue Wushuang added, Those who are afraid, you can leave now. Our task does not force anyone. I quit. I'll withdraw too. This is simply playing with our lives. That's right. Although the treasures are good, it's not fun to lose your life. The threat of the second stage was still too great. Out of the 10,000 people, a total of 2,000 chose to withdraw. Since the 8,000 of you are unwilling to leave, you may enter the valley now. Shui Wuxuang still said expressionlessly. Everyone nodded and stepped into the valley together. In that instant, all 8,000 of them were frozen. Ling Xiao was no exception. The degree of coldness was too terrifying. Start the countdown. Shui Wuxuang took out a magic treasure with a time display on it. While waiting, she glanced coldly at Ling Xiao. Even if I didn't target you, you still can't pass this stage. No matter how strong your body is, in such a cold environment, it's difficult to persevere without true essence. A minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 3 minutes passed. I give up. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore and felt that his consciousness was about to blur. Shui Wuxuang glanced at him and was surprised that it wasn't Ling Xiao. The old man standing beside her raised his hand and the person who chose to give up was pulled out. His whole body was trembling, but at least his life was saved. I give up too. I don't want to persevere either. With one person giving up, more people would give up. Everyone had the problem of following the trend. In an instant, hundreds of people chose to give up. It had only been 3 minutes, when the 4th minute passed, many people gave up again. When the 5th minute passed, the number of people who gave up had exceeded 1,000. 6 minutes, 7 minutes, 8 minutes, 9 minutes. Before the last minute passed, nearly 3,000 people chose to give up. As a result, there were only about 4,000 people who were still able to persevere. The quality of this group of people is quite good. There are 4,000 people who can persevere for 9 minutes. The old man said with a smile. Yeah, I'm afraid that some people will be too full of themselves and end up losing their lives. Shui Wuxuang kept staring at Ling Xiao. Others in the ice cave were trying to break out of the ice, but Ling Xiao was motionless as if he had lost his life. However, since he didn't give up, she couldn't do anything about it. Finally, 10 minutes passed. Start escaping the valley. Shui Wuxuang said loudly. As soon as she said that, a figure jumped out together with the ice. Shui Wuxuang was shocked to see that person. Because the first person to come out was none other than Ling Xiao. However, what surprised her was that all the others had escaped after leaving the ice. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, had escaped together with the ice. Not only was Shui Wuxuang surprised, even the old man was surprised. Only Ling Xiao knew that he wasn't frozen. Right after he entered the valley, he immediately unleashed his Frost Divine Dragon Beast soul and isolated himself with the ice. Not only was the extreme cold unable to enter his body, it was even absorbed by the Frost Divine Dragon Beast soul and turned into potential energy in his body. In just a short moment, his cultivation had broken through to the mid-9th level Divine Core realm. It was enough to show how cold the valley was. After retracting the ice around his body, Ling Xiao didn't look at Shui Wuxuang. Instead, he was celebrating with Dark Frost and Lion Xiaobao. These two people were also among the top. Looks like you do have some skills. Shui Wuxuang felt that Ling Xiao was incredible. But, the more she thought about it, the more unhappy she felt. She gradually realized that Ling Xiao's disregard and disdain for her wasn't an act. It came from the bottom of his heart. This made her feel even more frustrated. Ling Xiao didn't respond to Shui Wuxuang. This made Shui Wuxuang feel like she was going to suffer from internal injuries. Princess, don't be angry. Next, the first 1,000 people to break out from the ice, follow me to the arena in Snow Moon City. Only 9 of you can stay. Just defeat your opponents. The old man ordered. The 1,000 people who passed the second round followed him back to Snow Moon City. They arrived at the huge arena. The arena in Snow Moon City was very special. The arena was set up in the air, and it was 20 meters above the ground. The seats for the audience were set up high, and they could clearly see the battles happening above. At that moment, a large number of spectators had gathered in the arena, including the cultivators from Shuiyu City and those who had been eliminated. The old man stood in front of the judges and announced, "The rules of the final exam are very simple. Her Highness will also participate in the exam with you. In the end, the 10 people who remain in the arena will be considered to have passed. You will also be able to go to the mysterious world of your dreams." As soon as the old man finished speaking, most of the cultivators in the arena looked at Xianxia with a sneer. They hadn't forgotten what had happened in the first round. Xianxia had dared to attack their goddess, Xue Wushuang. They naturally wanted to avenge Xue Wushuang. Maybe they would be able to get the favor of their goddess and get close to her. These people were talking very brightly, but in fact, they were just doing it for a woman. That boy is finished. In the audience, many people had the same thought. Xiao's cultivation level was not high. Even if he had hidden it, facing so many cultivators, it would be difficult for him to survive. Even if he could defeat 1 or 2 people, he would definitely be exhausted. Next, wouldn't he still be eliminated? Lion Master Bao and Dark Frost, who were with Xiao, would probably be unlucky. But who told them to know Xiao? Serves them right. Many people had a strong sense of jealousy. They felt that Xiao's cultivation level was lower than theirs, but he could pass the exam, which made them very unhappy. Therefore, they couldn't wait for Xiao to be unlucky. Dark Frost and Lion Master Bao were standing next to Xiao. Needless to say, Mingshuang was Xiao's best friend. She would naturally support him. Lion Master Bao was a little interesting. In fact, he and Xiao had only known each other for a few days. Unexpectedly, he was willing to help Xiao, which surprised Xiao. "Brother Lion, in this case, if you help me, I'm afraid you will be eliminated," Xiao reminded him. "Master said that once you've decided on a friend, don't give up. That's the only way to gain true friendship. Besides, I don't think they can eliminate us. I'm very strong." Lion Xiaobao laughed. "Alright, Xiao, will recognize you as my friend today. We shall share blessings and hardships together." Xiao rarely treated others as friends. Those who made friends with him were people who had gone through life and death with him. Leo Castle was very special. This simple and honest young man was definitely worth making friends with. "Everyone, can we not attack each other for now? Why don't we kick this Xiao kid off the stage first?" "That's right. This brat is too despicable. He actually dared to hurt Her Highness. How can we let him continue to be free and unfettered? Moreover, his cultivation is the weakest among us. If we don't eliminate him, who should we eliminate? The 2 people beside him are equally detestable. Why don't we just eliminate them together?" Everyone gradually reached a consensus. The reason why he didn't make a move immediately was because he was afraid of being ambushed. "Then let's set a rule. When we're fighting those 3, no one is allowed to attack our own. If anyone violates the rule, we'll eliminate them together. What do you think?" someone suggested. "No problem. Before those 3 are eliminated, let's not fight among ourselves. Alright, let's do it this way. Whoever violates the rule, we'll kill him." When people had a common enemy, they would temporarily put aside their internal conflicts. This was a very common occurrence. As a result, the originally chaotic battle on the stage became a battle between over 900 people and 3 people. Judging from the surface, there was a huge gap in strength between both parties. "We're attacking you because we don't want others to gossip about us. How about this, we'll send out 3 men to fight you. If you lose, you'll have to get the hell out of here, I'm your opponent." A young man walked out from the crowd. He was wearing black clothes and holding 2 daggers in his hands. He looked cold and tough. His cultivation was at the peak first divine core realm. Logically speaking, it wasn't easy for him to last until now with his cultivation base. The reason why he wanted to be in the limelight was because he wanted to win Xue Wushuang's favor. If Xue Wushuang was happy, she might even allow him to cultivate in the Xueyu kingdom. "I'll deal with Lion Master Castle." Another man walked out. This man was a peak 4th divine core warrior. He was wearing a red robe, and he was extremely eye-catching. "Leave that woman to me." The last one to walk out was a woman. She had an enchanting look, but a ruthless expression could be seen on her face. Her cultivation base was at the peak 4th divine core realm. In order to eliminate Ling Xiao and the other two, they didn't underestimate their opponents. Damn, these three are all famous evil sect warriors in the Shuiyu kingdom. Not only have they killed many people, all of them are extremely cunning. They've all used extreme methods to kill people with higher cultivation bases than them. That's right, those three young men are in trouble. A few old men had appeared at the judge's table, and they were chatting with the person in charge. That's not necessarily the case. These three people are all somewhat special. The person in charge replied with a smile. He was the first one to come in contact with Ling Xiao, Dark Frost, and Lion Master Castle. He was actually looking forward to seeing these three. I'll go first. The woman impatiently walked towards Dark Frost. Little girl, you have two choices now, one is to jump off the stage yourself. The other is to be kicked off the stage by me. What's your choice? She seemed to look down on Dark Frost. My choice is simple, you just need to get the hell out of here. After finishing her words, a frightening soul force was unleashed. Before the enchanting woman could understand what was happening, she was sent flying away. She fell off the stage. Soul secret skills were the most frightening. And also the most mysterious. Therefore, when ordinary warriors encountered a soul warrior, they would be very careful. That enchanting woman was too careless. Trash, it's my turn. The man in a red robe unleashed a fiery aura as he leapt towards Lion Master Castle. He didn't underestimate his opponent. When he attacked, he unleashed his martial soul as well. It was a flame martial soul. You're not my match. Lion Master Castle shook his head and said, with your strength, I can send you flying with a single punch. Arrogant. The red-robed warrior was furious. I'm not being arrogant, I'm just telling the truth. Why don't you believe me? Lion Master Castle sighed. He didn't unleash his martial soul, he just casually threw out a punch. Bang! This punch directly shattered the red-robed martial artist's flame attack. Furthermore, the red-robed martial artist's body was struck as well. He was sent flying away, and fell off the stage. In the blink of an eye, 2 out of the 3 men who had stepped forward had been defeated. And both of them had been defeated with just a single strike. This caused everyone to be shocked. Don't be so surprised. Master told me that I have an ancient force in my body, and no ordinary 5th-ranked Divine Core warriors are my match. Besides, he's just a perfect 4th-ranked Divine Core warrior. That's even worse. Lion Master Castle's words were simple and straightforward, but it caused his opponent to feel aggrieved. Looks like I can only start with the weakest one. The black-cloaked dagger man looked at Ling Xiao. Because Dark Frost and Lion Master Castle had both killed their respective opponents, only Ling Xiao, who seemed to be the weakest on the surface, was left. He didn't want to embarrass himself. Taking a deep breath, the black-cloaked dagger man's body suddenly turned into a series of afterimages. On the arena, there were as many as 32 figures. It was impossible to tell which figure was real. This person's martial soul was originally an assassin's martial soul. He had absorbed a lot of benefits from his martial soul, and this phantom doppelganger step was one of them. Many people had suffered a loss under his movement technique. This was also the reason why he could defeat warriors with stronger cultivation than him. Because others couldn't tell which figure was real and which figure was an illusion. Boring trick. Ling Xiao shook his head in disdain. He had played such a trick a long time ago. Moreover, each of his doppelgangers had the power to attack. Ling Xiao didn't move. He was waiting for the real body to approach him. Under the Taiji eye, the other party's doppelgangers had nowhere to hide. In order to test Ling Xiao, the black-clothed dagger man deliberately released his doppelgangers to attack Ling Xiao. But Ling Xiao didn't react at all. It was as if he was stupid. Finally, the dagger man couldn't hold it in anymore. His main body pounced forward at an extremely fast speed. There were more than a dozen doppelgangers with his main body. At this moment, Ling Xiao moved. He still didn't use any moves. It was just an ordinary flying kick. The dagger man was kicked directly in the abdomen. His body suddenly bent, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. His entire body was kicked out like a cannonball. He fell heavily off the arena and couldn't even stand up. If you want to play the hero saving the beauty, you have to see if you have the ability. You don't know what you're talking about. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully and then looked at the others. Don't hide it. Anyway, only 10 people can stay in this arena. If anyone else wants to attack us, feel free to do so. The domineering announcement made everyone's expression turn ugly. However, these people did not immediately make a move. Because they were afraid too. 3 people took action, and 3 people were eliminated. This was simply too embarrassing. Or could it be that all 3 of them were not easy to deal with? The young girl, Dark Frost, was obviously a terrifying soul martial artist. Her soul secret arts were mysterious and unfathomable, making her very difficult to deal with. Lion Xiaobao possessed an ancient force within his body, and when he unleashed it, even a 5th-level divine core warrior would be afraid of him. And Ling Xiao, who was thought to be the weakest, happened to be the hardest to see through. Regardless of whether it was attacking Xue Wushuang or sending the dagger man flying, he had only used normal attacks. He didn't use any moves. This was a little hard to figure out. He had no idea what level his strength had reached. Everyone looked at each other and still felt that Ling Xiao was the weakest. A peak second divine core warrior gritted his teeth and said. Then, he walked out of the crowd. No matter what, he wouldn't be able to pass the next round. Therefore, he decided to try attacking Ling Xiao. If he succeeded, he would be able to get Xue Wushuang's appreciation. It wasn't a loss. Let me give it a try. This man's cultivation was 100 times stronger than the dagger man. He was wearing a snow-white robe, and it made him look heroic. He was still young, and if he could cultivate for a few more years, he would become another outstanding genius. But too bad, he was still young, only around 18 years old. He was about the same age as Ling Xiao. What was interesting was that he also used a sword. Just like Ling Xiao, he was also an expert in using a sword. It's all up to you now. Although the crowd didn't have much confidence in this white-cloaked swordsman, this man could at least test out Ling Xiao's strength, and find out what level Ling Xiao had reached. The audience below the stage were very interested in this fight. Initially, they thought Ling Xiao was the weakest amongst all the contestants, but in the previous fight, the dagger man couldn't even withstand a single attack from him. This proved that Ling Xiao did have some abilities. The next white-clothed swordsman was 100 times stronger than the dagger man. Could Ling Xiao still stay on the stage? Bang! A frightening sword intent emerged from the white-clothed swordsman's sword. It was as if it was going to pierce through the sky. Everyone nearby could feel the sharpness of the sword, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back. Interesting, this man's sword soul is actually an innate sword soul. Although it's only 10%. Compared to those with a higher cultivation than him, his martial soul is even more outstanding. He is definitely a genius. Looks like Ling Xiao is in trouble. Amongst the crowd, a warrior with a bamboo hat and a long sword in his arms couldn't help but laugh. It was obvious that this man wasn't interested in Xue Wushuang, and didn't have any hostility towards Ling Xiao. However, he was one of the stronger competitors. He was also proficient in sword techniques, so he could see the white-clothed swordsman's abilities. If this kid is trained well, he will definitely become an outstanding genius in Xueyu. At the judges' table, a few old men were also discussing. At this moment, Ling Xiao seemed to have become a foil. It was to serve as a foil for this young swordsman. When the white-clothed swordsman heard the crowd's discussion, he seemed somewhat proud. He pointed his long sword at Ling Xiao and coldly said, "Young man, I don't have any enmity with you, so I don't want to hurt you. It's just that what you said before was too much. Now, get out of the arena obediently, and you'll be spared from physical pain." Arrogant and conceited. Only when he stepped on the weak could he have such a strong feeling. He believed that defeating Ling Xiao like this would make Xue Wushuang pay more attention to him. I don't know what it means to get lost. If you want me to get off the stage, then use your strength. Otherwise, that piece of trash just now will be your example. Ling Xiao disdainfully looked at the white-clothed swordsman and said, "Not everyone who uses a sword is a swordsman. You don't understand the true essence of the sword." I don't understand? What a joke, since you are so stubborn, don't blame me. Snow Mountain sword technique, sky filled with flying snow. The white-clothed swordsman suddenly released his sword technique. For a moment, the sky was filled with snowflakes. It was beautiful, but also dangerous. These sword lights were completely locked onto Xianxia. They wanted to tear Xianxia to pieces. And the white-clothed swordsman was the controller of the sky filled with flying snow. He was like a sword immortal, floating endlessly. Your moves are gorgeous and can be appreciated by others, but the sword intent contained within is very laughable. This kind of move is effective against trash who is about the same as you. Against me, it's useless. Now, I will teach you how to use a sword. Xianxia didn't use his sword before because he could rely on his fists and feet to defeat his opponent. Although the white-clothed swordsman could use his fists and feet to defeat him. But if he used the other party's best method to defeat him, wouldn't it destroy his opponent's confidence even more? In his hand, there was an additional sword. It was the ice-revered sword. Right now, the revered ice sword was only an immortal Great Emperor weapon. There was a big gap between it and the divine Great Emperor weapon in the opponent's hand. But the ice-revered sword in Xiao's hand had a completely different feeling. At this moment, it was as if the crowd couldn't see Xiao, they could only see the sword. The sword that had merged with the heavens and earth. His sword intent bloomed in the air, it was violent and sharp. It quickly suppressed the sword intent of the white-clothed swordsman. Although Xiao's cultivation had dropped, his sword intent wasn't weak at all. Get the hell off the stage, you're not qualified to fight me. Xiao didn't attack. The white-clothed swordsman coughed out a mouthful of blood. He had lost in the battle of sword intent. He had lost miserably. Even his soul and martial soul had been severely injured. Xiao's words sounded out, and the white-clothed swordsman jumped off the stage like a madman. If he stayed on the stage for even a second longer, he would feel like he would die. This was the defeat brought to him by the sword intent. It wasn't something that could be achieved with just an attack. Xiao put away his ice supreme sword. He still looked as calm as ever, as if nothing had happened. The violent sword intent in the air had disappeared. However, everyone was still stuck in the shock of what had just happened. They stared at the young man called Xiao with fear. They couldn't understand what had just happened. Where did this guy come from? He was a body-refining warrior, but why was his sword intent so frightening? Although the white-clothed swordsman was only a peak second heavenly core warrior, he couldn't compare with many of the people here. But, he shouldn't have been defeated without even having the chance to attack, right? Xue Wushuang's eyes were wide open. For the first time in her life, she felt like she had been staying in Xueyu for too long. She had become a frog at the bottom of a well, she had no idea how frightening the warriors outside were. Even she didn't know how the white-clothed swordsman was defeated. Sword intent was something only swordsmen could understand. Who said he's the weakest? Are you kidding me? I think his combat strength is at least at the third heavenly core realm. That's right, he didn't even release his martial soul, but he easily defeated the peak second heavenly core swordsman. I'm sure his combat strength is not weak. The crowd were discussing amongst themselves. Some of the warriors who wanted to use Xiao as a stepping stone for their future had given up on this stupid idea. If they really became enemies with Xiao, they would probably lose miserably. Looking at the two people in front of him, it wasn't as simple as being eliminated. One of them was severely injured, and it would probably take a long time for him to recover. As for the other, he had suffered a severe setback. His path as a genius had probably come to an end. This Xiao was really ruthless. Your sword intent is very interesting. Perhaps we will have a chance to spar in the future. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. It was the young man who wore a bamboo hat, had a wolf's tail grass in his mouth, and held a long sword in his arms. This person was dressed very casually. She was also dressed sloppily. There was also a wine gourd hanging from his waist. He was like a wandering swordsman. However, no one dared to underestimate him. Dragon Sword Mountain. Everyone looked at the young man. Dragon Sword Mountain was extremely famous in the entire Xueyu country. She was not inferior to Xue Wushuang. If he were a woman, he would be even more shocking than Xue Wushuang. Long Jianshan's cultivation was the same as Xue Wushuang's, he was also a perfect fifth divine core warrior. He also possessed a frightening dragon sword martial soul. This dragon sword martial soul contained the strength of a dragon and the soul of a sword. It was a very special martial soul. Amongst the younger generation in Shuiyu, Long Jianshan was definitely one of the most outstanding. If Long Jianshan is willing to fight, no matter if it's Ling Xiao, Lion Master Castle or Dark Frost, they will all be eliminated. But too bad, it seems like he isn't that interested in Shui Wuxuang. That's right, but I'm sure he'll be one of the last 10. That's obvious. Apart from him, there are a few other famous young geniuses in Shuiyu who will be able to make it to the last 10. That's right. For example, that Yi Lingyan. Rumor has it that her strength is even more frightening than Long Jianshan. Yi Lingyan's martial soul is the beast god martial soul. Although it's only a mid-divine rank, it's still extremely rare in the 4 regions. In his normal state, I'm afraid he can fight evenly with Long Jianshan. If his martial soul transforms, no one here will be his match. Too bad, she's a woman. Not only does she not love Shui Wuxuang, she even looks down on Shui Wuxuang. Everyone says that Yi Lingyan and Shui Wuxuang are the 2 peerless beauties of Shuiyu, but in fact, the relationship between these 2 girls is very bad. Therefore, it's impossible for her to fight Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was paying attention to the crowd's discussion. Although these people were whispering, they couldn't escape his ears. Judging from what they were saying, apart from Long Jianshan, Shui Wuxuang, and Yi Lingyan, there were 3 other people. They were triplets, and they were triplets. They had been cultivating together since they were young, and they were very good at fighting together. All 6 of them were at the peak 5th divine core realm, and they were all existences that were second only to the great generals of the Purple Kingdom. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happened and they didn't kill each other, the 6 of them would be able to make it to the last 10. As a matter of fact, 6 out of the 10 spots had been decided. There were only 4 spots left to fight for. Amongst the remaining 6, the only one who was qualified to fight with these 6 was Du Jiuyi. Du Jiuyi was an expert in using poison. His cultivation was second only to the 6 men in front of him. He had reached the early 5th divine core realm. As for the remaining 6 men, the strongest was only at the peak 4th divine core realm. Of course, the scariest thing about Du Jiuyi wasn't his cultivation, it was his poison. Once he went crazy, even the 6 men in front of him would have to be careful. If not, they would definitely fail miserably. They would be tricked by him. Because of this, no one wanted to be Du Jiuyi's enemy, including the 6 men in front of him. As long as Du Jiuyi didn't seek death himself, he would be able to make it to the last 10. If he took one more spot, there would only be 3 spots left. But, the way Du Jiuyi looked at Ling Xiao was filled with viciousness and hatred. He liked Shui Wuxuang, he liked her like crazy. Therefore, he would most likely attack Ling Xiao, Lion Master Bao, and Dark Frost. However, this man was quite patient. At least, he hadn't attacked yet. Maybe he was still afraid of Lion Master Bao. He was worried that he would be attacked by Lion Master Bao, Ling Xiao, and Dark Frost. It seems like we've misjudged them. Those who are strong enough to eliminate those 3 aren't willing to do it. Those who aren't strong enough to eliminate them are still observing. Don't tell me those 3 are going to advance to the next round together. If that's the case, all 10 spots have been decided. The audience felt that things were getting interesting. The current situation was a bit strange. The 3 men who were thought to be eliminated were now the hot favorites to advance to the next round. No, I don't think those men will accept this. Since they can't defeat those 3 one-on-one, won't they gang up on them? After all, they have a lot of people, and that's their biggest advantage. This was what it meant to wake someone up from a dream. Perhaps the audience was just casually saying this, but the men on the stage understood what they meant. Everyone, listen up. These 3 men will become a threat to all of us. With them here, it will be very difficult for us to get a spot. Why don't we work together and eliminate them? That way, we'll have 3 extra spots. The audience gave a reminder to the cultivators on the stage. They could clearly feel the presence of Ling Xiao, Lion Master Bao, and Dark Frost. Not only would it bring shame to Shui Wuxuang, but it would also bring shame to Shui Wuxuang. Also, the most troublesome thing was that these 3 men might take away the other 3 spots. If that was the case, they wouldn't be able to compete for the spots. They couldn't afford to offend the 6 perfect 5th divine core warriors. They couldn't afford to offend Du Jiuyi either. But these three men, they could afford to offend them. One-on-one might not be enough, but what if they worked together? That's right, we don't need to talk about morality with them. Moreover, this was an elimination round to begin with. They deserve to offend us. Someone immediately responded to the person who made the suggestion. Everyone had realized how extraordinary Ling Xiao, Lion Master Bao, and Dark Frost were. If they continued like this, they would be the ones eliminated in the end. It's decided then, let's work together and eliminate these three men. It doesn't matter even if we kill them. That's right, there's no rule that says we can't kill anyone, so don't show any mercy. When one man agreed, two others followed suit. At this moment, a few hundred men had made their decision. They would eliminate Ling Xiao and the other two, then they would fight for the remaining 3 spots. Ling Xiao kept staring at these men with an indifferent expression. Actually, because of the rules, he had shown mercy in the previous 2 rounds, and didn't kill anyone. But now, these men wanted to kill them. A cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. It looked like he had to kill a few of them. You're all courting death. Ling Xiao's voice was like the cold weather in Shuiyu, it could instantly freeze a man's heart. This caused the expressions of these men to change. Some of them even subconsciously took a few steps back. But after a short moment, they suddenly realized how embarrassing it was. Don't be afraid, there are only 3 of them, they are no match for us. These words made the already timid martial artists muster up their courage once again. Ling Xiao looked at that person coldly. To be able to recover so quickly under his murderous aura, he must be an executioner who had also killed many people. He sneered and moved his body. He walked towards the man. Although this person was not the strongest among this group of people, he was definitely the one who could fan the flames the most. Did you see that? That brat is angry out of humiliation. The man roared again, do you want to watch him kill us one by one? I dare say that if we were to fight one-on-one, none of us would be his match. Therefore, they had to work together. Only by killing him can we be safe. Ling Xiao noticed that there was a hateful scar on this person's face. It was very deep and very sinister. Even though he hid in the crowd, he was still locked onto by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's speed became faster and faster. Finally, the martial artists could not hold back anymore and launched an attack at Ling Xiao at the same time. Compared to Leo Master Castle and Dark Frost, they felt that Ling Xiao was the biggest threat to them. The most frightening, in a split second, hundreds of true energies condensed into hundreds of attacks. The entire arena was filled with the whistling sounds of all sorts of martial skills. They all charged towards Ling Xiao, trying to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. Don't come any closer, they are mine. Ling Xiao wanted to recover his cultivation as soon as possible, so he had to fight. These men were the stepping stones for him to recover his cultivation. He noticed that Leo Master Castle and Dark Frost wanted to help him, so he immediately stopped them. He had no idea how strong Leo Master Castle was, but he knew that he was at least a late 5th Heavenly Core warrior. Dark Frost was just as frightening, she was even stronger than Leo Master Castle. Most importantly, the secret soul skill was too hard to defend against. After all, for a martial artist, the soul was the most difficult part to cultivate. Leo Master Castle and Dark Frost were startled for a second. A few of the attacks landed on Ling Xiao's body. But, Ling Xiao didn't even frown. With the 7th Order Emperor Realm Black Tortoise Divine Body and the Heavenly Demon Bone, he had nothing to fear. On the contrary, this kind of attack had stimulated the potential in his body. For him, it was definitely beneficial. Is this all your attacks can do? Can't they be any stronger? Ling Xiao was actually laughing. He was laughing happily. His laughter startled all the men who were attacking him. He's just bluffing. Don't hold back anymore, or else we'll be the next ones to die. The scar-faced man was still fanning the flames. One had to admit that this scar-faced man was really good at tricking people. After hearing his words, the men's attacks suddenly became a few times stronger. Boom, boom, boom. Even more frightening attacks landed on Ling Xiao's body. He didn't use the firestorm wheels to defend himself. Because the firestorm wheels were magical treasures, they would stop the energy from entering his body, and prevent him from improving his cultivation. This feels so good. Perhaps I'm destined to be the enemy of the entire world. A grin emerged on Ling Zhao's face. Recently, he had been thinking about something. It seemed like the more enemies he encountered, the stronger they were, the faster his cultivation would improve. Others said that pressure was motivation. But, not only was it motivation, it was also cultivation. Bang, amidst the rain of bullets, Ling Xiao walked into the crowd. Suddenly, he threw out a punch. A man's head exploded. He didn't show any mercy. Since his opponent wanted to kill him, why should he endure it? Slap, someone was slapped away by Jiang Chen, and he fell off the arena. He was on the verge of death. Punching and kicking, Jiang Chen looked like a devil god who had barged into a flock of lambs. No one could stop him. No one could stop him. Although his cultivation was low, his body was strong enough. With just the strength of his body, he could fight a 5th-level Divine Core warrior head-on. If he transformed into his beast soul form, he could even fight a 6th-level Divine Core warrior. Therefore, none of the people present were a match for him. He's not a human, he's a devil. This is terrifying. Everyone in the audience cried out in shock. Not only was Ling Xiao unharmed when facing all those attacks, he was even slaughtering them. This was unbelievable. Soon, Ling Xiao arrived in front of the scar-faced man. Die. The scar-faced man took out a machete and swung it toward Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao didn't even try to block the attack. Clang, when the Divine Emperor weapon machete landed on Ling Xiao's head, it was as if it had hit a metal rock. Sparks flew out from the impact. In the next moment, the scar-faced man's throat was grabbed by Ling Xiao, and he was lifted up into the air. The scar-faced man kept kicking his legs, but his strength was getting weaker and weaker. This was because Ling Xiao's true yuan had merged with his body, and it had sealed his true yuan. In Ling Xiao's hands, he was no different from an ordinary man. Now, do you still want to kill me? Ling Xiao looked at the scar-faced man with a sarcastic expression. I should be thanking you. So many people attacking me at the same time, I benefited a lot. Don't kill me. This is the rule set by Shuiyu, you can't blame me. The scar-faced man was ruthless, but when he was grabbed by someone like a little chick, even he had lost his courage. He thought Ling Xiao was being sarcastic, but that wasn't the case. Ling Xiao really had to thank him, because it was their attack that had helped Ling Xiao break through to the late 9th level of the Divine Vein Realm. This was how fast his cultivation speed was. After all, he had broken through to this realm before, and now, he was just recovering, but his cultivation speed was much faster than his usual cultivation speed. Don't kill you? When you instigated those men to kill me, did you ever think you would end up like this? Ling Xiao smiled coldly, then he suddenly tightened his grip. Crack! The scar-faced man's neck was broken. After that, Ling Xiao shattered the scar-faced man's inner core with a single punch, then absorbed all the energy into his own body. His cultivation had broken through once again. Peak 9th level Divine Vein Realm. After all, it was the inner core of a Divine Core warrior. After absorbing all the energy, it was actually quite slow for him to break through to the peak 9th level Divine Vein Realm. This was probably because of Ling Xiao's body structure. His meridians were 100 times stronger than those of ordinary warriors, so the amount of energy he needed to break through was naturally much more. But, Ling Xiao was already satisfied with the speed of his breakthrough. Next was the half-step Divine Core Realm. There was no difference between the half-step Divine Core Realm and the Peak Realm. There were only 9 stages. When he reached the 9th stage, he would form a water core, then he would be able to break through to the Divine Core Realm. Other warriors might need more materials, but he didn't. His body had memorized everything about the Divine Core Realm. All he needed to do was to absorb energy into his body. As long as he had enough energy, he would break through on his own. Everything would happen naturally. After killing the scar-faced man, Ling Xiao turned around and looked at the surrounding men. All these men had attacked him. All of them wanted to eliminate him. Some of them even wanted to kill him. This young man, something's not right. At the judges' table, an old man furrowed his brows and said, I feel like he's been through too much. He doesn't have any resistance to killing, he's just like a devil. So what if he's a devil? As long as he doesn't betray Shuiyu, it doesn't matter. Another old man said. That's right. This brat is a prodigy. His cultivation is clearly in the early 9th level of the Divine Vein realm, but he made consecutive breakthroughs during the assessment. Right now, he is already at the peak of the 9th level of the Divine Vein realm. This is nothing. His cultivation is so weak. Logically speaking, even if he is a body refinement martial artist, his strength can't be too strong. But, the scar-faced man he had just killed was a peak 3rd Divine Core warrior. Strange. How strange. Don't think too much about it. This elimination is a matter of life and death. Those people wanted to kill him, so he killed them. This was a matter of course. It was the same no matter where he put it. Don't tell me you like those Virgin Mary bitches? The person in charge said with a smile. He really liked this Xianxia. Not only did he clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges, but he was also decisive in killing. The key was that this kid was a weirdo. He had never seen a perfect 9th level Divine Vein warrior kill a perfect 3rd level Divine Core warrior. Do you want to kill me? Then I'll send you to hell first. The moment Ling Zhao's voice rang out, his figure suddenly dashed forward, charging towards the cultivator closest to him. His movement was like a ghost. He suddenly disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, his palm strike had already landed on the man's body. A cracking sound was heard. The man's ribs were broken, and his inner core was shattered. He died on the spot. 2. In just an instant, 2 Divine Core warriors had died. Everyone in the audience were dumbfounded by what they saw. As for those participants who thought Xianxia was the weakest, they were completely dumbfounded. The strength Xianxia had just displayed was simply unbelievable. This wasn't something a Divine Vein realm martial artist should have. Xue Wushuang clenched her fists tightly. Although Xianxia hadn't shown any strength that surpassed her, she was still very nervous. Compared to her, Xianxia was obviously more mature, and he was better at killing. Needless to say, she was like a flower that grew in a greenhouse. As for Xianxia, he was like a stubborn sapling that grew in the wild. The gap between the two was just too huge. Die. While Xianxia was attacking, another man suddenly launched a sneak attack. He was trying to assassinate Xianxia from behind. However, Xianxia didn't even turn his head around. He allowed the man's sword to stab into his back. Crack, his back wasn't pierced, but the man's sword had shattered. Xianxia sneered. He picked up the broken sword and stabbed it into the man's throat. After that, he crushed the man's inner core, absorbing the energy. After absorbing another 2/3 Divine Core warrior's inner cores, Xianxia's cultivation had broken through once again. First level of the half-step Divine Core realm. Seeing this scene, everyone in the arena was a little dazed. This was too frightening. This Xianxia had gone mad. He was like a terrifying devil, causing everyone to be terrified. If he was allowed to continue like this wouldn't be an elimination round, it would be a slaughter. Why are you still hesitating? Let's go. Do you really want to be killed by him one by one? Someone finally realized what was going on. Because Xianxia had killed the scar-faced man, they had forgotten to attack. But, when they saw Xianxia slaughtering all of them, none of them dared to stand still. Hearing what he said, those who were still in a daze began to act ferociously. This time, they didn't choose to attack in a chaotic manner. Instead, they attacked at the same time, pouring all their energy into Xianxia's body. They didn't believe that Xianxia wouldn't die. Violent true energies collided in the air, causing the sky to change color. Frightening dark clouds kept rolling around. The frightening aura had actually formed a chain reaction, and it was like an ancient ferocious beast was pouncing toward Xianxia. The frightening aura caused all the spectators to tremble in fear. Can he still hold on? Someone asked worriedly. I don't know. Facing such a frightening attack, if he can really hold on, then he'll be a god. Someone said while trembling in fear. Even I can't defend against an attack like this, I have to avoid it. Xue Wushuang thought to herself. She didn't think that Xianxia could do it. Girl, aren't you going to save him? Liu Xiaobao looked at Darkfrost and asked. No, brother Xianxia won't die. Because he has a true immortal body. Dark Frost said with a smile. In fact, in terms of immortality, Dark Frost was the one. Even if her inner core was shattered, as long as her soul wasn't destroyed, she could be resurrected. This was because she couldn't be considered a living person now. To be more precise, she was a living dead. Since she was already dead, she wouldn't die again. Unless someone could destroy her soul as well. Otherwise, even if her inner core was destroyed, she wouldn't die. But in Dark Frost's opinion, Ling Xiao's was the real magical immortal technique. He could be resurrected, and no matter how serious the injury, he could quickly recover. That's what a freak is, therefore, she wasn't worried about Ling Xiao at all. Seeing Dark Frost's reaction, Liu Xiaobao shrugged. He wanted to help, but it seemed that there was no need. Everyone, let's attack together and kill him. Wind and Fire Sword Art. Snow God Fist. Ice Fury Blade. The Berserk True Essence condensed into a torrent, crazily pouncing towards Ling Xiao. All the warriors unleashed their attacks at the same time, and it was as frightening as a flood breaking through a dam. Die now, you arrogant bastard. Bang, all the attacks landed on Ling Xiao's body at the same time. The explosive attacks exploded on Ling Xiao's body. The crowd could clearly see Ling Xiao's body being shattered into pieces. Lion Xiaobao panicked, but when he turned around and looked at Dark Frost, he saw a faint smile still on Dark Frost's face. He was confused, but he still suppressed his curiosity. Perhaps Ling Xiao wasn't dead yet. Humph, what a fool. With so many people attacking at the same time, even we can't defend against all of them. Why isn't he dodging? Long Jianshan coldly harumphed, he thought he had a strong body, but now he's dead. Too bad, I thought he would be one of the 10 who could advance to the next round. But now, it looks like he died a miserable death. The audience were sighing as well. They clearly saw Ling Xiao's body being destroyed. A divine vein warrior didn't have an inner core. Once his body was destroyed, he would be dead for sure. There was no way he could survive. Serves him right. Good death. All the warriors who attacked Ling Xiao were shouting excitedly. Swoosh, suddenly, a frightening flame shot up into the sky. The place where Ling Xiao was killed started burning. The flame started spreading crazily, and it started burning among the crowd. A few dozen men who were closest to Ling Xiao were instantly devoured by the raging flame, and died a miserable death. Their bodies were all burned into ashes. A man walked out from the flame. Not only was he perfectly fine, his aura had also become stronger. Sure enough, it was necessary to take this attack head-on. Although I almost died, my cultivation base has increased to the 4th level of the half-step divine core realm. My cultivation base has increased by 3 levels. It feels really good. Ling Xiao's smile was illuminated by the flames, making him look very excited. This caused the expressions of those who were attacking him to change greatly, and their hearts to tremble violently. Devil. He's a devil. There's no way he's still alive. How could this be? These people were scared silly. To be able to withstand such an attack and still be unscathed, this was simply impossible. See, I told you, Big Brother Ling Xiao will be fine. Dark Frost's little face was brimming with a smug smile. That's true. But it gave me a fright just now. Liu Xiaobao smiled bitterly. Since you don't want to live, then all of you can die. Ling Xiao walked out of the flames, a ball of anger burning in his chest. Even though the attack just now had allowed him to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation, it had almost killed him. If it weren't for the Hellbird's rebirth ability, he would have been reborn from the brink of death. He would really die. Therefore, at that moment, his smile and his excitement were all fake because of the flames. At that moment, he was burning with anger. Burn, fire of the Hellbird. Ling Xiao transformed into the Hellbird and rushed into the crowd. Even more people were burned to death by the strange flames that were coming out of his body. Terrified screams were heard one after another. Those who were attacking Ling Xiao had already fallen into a complete panic. Fight? It was almost impossible. Right now, there was only fear in their hearts. What could they do in the face of an undying enemy? They couldn't do anything. On the fighting stage, a terrifying massacre had begun. That's the beast god spirit. In the judges' seats, the strong cultivators of Shuiyu were astonished. the beast god spirit was too rare. It was already very rare to see someone like Yi Lingyan who was a medium-level god. And Ling Zhao's beast god spirit seemed to be even more powerful than Yi Lingyan's. Could it be a high-level god, a strong physical body, outstanding sword skills, and now the beast god spirit? How many incredible things did this young man have? Was he really just a divine pulse realm cultivator? The more they looked at him, the more they felt that something was wrong. One had to know that Ling Xiao had mastered 3 abilities. It was very difficult for other cultivators to get even one of them. Even for strong cultivators like them, it was impossible to take care of all 3. It was very difficult to cultivate only one of them. How much energy did this boy have? How strong was his comprehension? It was really amazing. While they were talking, nearly 100 cultivators were killed. At that moment, those who had attacked Ling Xiao were scared out of their wits. They were ready to jump down from the fighting stage and take the initiative to admit defeat. But they were surprised again. Frost Divine Dragon Beast Spirit, Ice Dragon Breath. A terrifying dragon breath was spat out. Those martial artists who were preparing to escape were frozen. They turned into ice sculptures and stayed on the fighting stage. This guy is too scary. He not only wants to eliminate those people, but also wants to kill them all. Many people in the audience were trembling in fear as they cried out in alarm. Xue Wushuang's face was pale as well. She felt lucky that she didn't go crazy and attack Ling Xiao. If not, perhaps she would be a dead body right now. Ling Xiao didn't show any mercy. Those frozen cultivators were all shattered and killed by him. The energy from the shattered inner cores were also crazily absorbed by him. 5th level of the half-step divine core realm, 6th level of the half-step divine core realm, 7th level, 8th level, 9th level. Finally, Ling Xiao felt he was on the verge of breaking through. Once he broke through to the divine core realm, he would be able to unleash a lot of his combat strength. Not long after that, there were still nearly 1,000 cultivators left on the fighting stage. But now, there were only a few hundred left. The rest were all killed by Ling Xiao. Those who were killed were the ones who had attacked Ling Xiao. He didn't kill anyone, but he didn't let anyone go either. Even though Ling Xiao was extremely furious, he was still able to tell the difference. This was a rare thing. Did you guys see that? On the judging panel, a mighty warrior was staring at Jiang Chen. I don't think he's just a beast god warrior. He has dual martial souls. That's right, we saw it too. It's a completely different martial soul from the Hell Phoenix, an ice divine dragon. One is hot and the other is cold, but he can combine them perfectly. How did he do that? Another man said with a trembling voice. That little boy has too many secrets. If he really wanted to join Shuiyu, he would be able to do so. If he really wants to join our Shuiyu, I'm sure we'll get great results in the secret realm. Another mighty warrior said with mixed feelings. I still want to know all his secrets, but I don't think that's possible anymore. I don't think anyone will dare attack him again. Just like what these mighty warriors had said. After witnessing Ling Zhao's abilities, the rest of the people immediately treated him as one of the seeded contestants. He was placed on the same level as the 6th-peak 5th Divine Core warriors. No one dared to attack Ling Xiao anymore. But, none of the participants were willing to accept being eliminated just like that. Therefore, the remaining participants all looked at Du Jiuyi. 6 perfect 5th-ranked Divine Core warriors, they couldn't afford to offend them. Dark Frost and Lion Xiaobao were Ling Zhao's friends, so they didn't dare offend them. Therefore, their target was Du Jiuyi, an early 5th-ranked Divine Core warrior. Du Jiuyi. You can leave now. There were nearly 100 warriors attacking Du Jiuyi at the same time. A cruel grin emerged on Du Jiuyi's face. You can't afford to offend him, but you think you can afford to offend me? You're all a bunch of idiots, you're courting death. With a grin on his face, a strange purple-blue flower emerged behind his back. The flower gave off a strange aura. Although it was a martial soul, it made people feel uncomfortable just by looking at it. The purple-blue aura was unleashed from the martial soul, and it dashed towards the 100 men. In just an instant, a dozen of the 100 men had fallen to the ground, and the rest had been poisoned as well. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Do you know how I got my name? It's the name of this flower, it's called Du Jiuyi. Once this. poison is released, it won't dissipate even after 9 days and 9 nights. Just wait for your death. Du Jiuyi suddenly sneered, then a purple-blue poison shot towards Ling Xiao, who had just fallen from the sky. Brother Ling, watch out. Seeing this, Lion Xiaobao hurriedly intervened. He punched out with his fist, knocking the poison away. But, he still inhaled it into his body, and his face instantly turned pale. What a vicious poison. Lion Xiaobao's body swayed, but he didn't fall to the ground. The chaotic force in his body had the ability to suppress the poison, so it couldn't kill him in a short amount of time. But, his overall strength had definitely dropped. Brother Lion. Ling Xiao hastily leapt towards Lion Xiaobao. Lion Xiaobao was willing to risk his life to save Ling Xiao, and this alone meant that Ling Xiao wouldn't just stand there and watch. But, everything happened too quickly, and all Ling Xiao could do was stand in front of Lion Xiaobao. Boom! Not only did Du Jiuyi not stop, but the terrifying poisonous fog turned into a huge poisonous python and bombarded Ling Xiao's body. The venom completely enveloped Ling Xiao's body. How terrifying! As expected of Du Jiuyi, he chose the perfect opportunity. Ling Xiao had just finished killing people and was currently in a relaxed state. It was simply impossible for him to defend against a sneak attack. Good heavens, Du Jiuyi was indeed much more terrifying than Ling Xiao. I'm afraid that Ling Xiao and Lion Master Castle will both die. Everyone was stunned. Du Jiuyi had been showing hatred towards Ling Xiao, but he had never made a move. Everyone thought that he would definitely not make a move. Who would have thought that he would suddenly attack? Lion Master Bao and Ling Xiao were caught off guard. Heh, Du Jiuyi, this brat is indeed not a guy to be trifled with. I'd rather be an enemy of a perfect fifth divine core warrior than an enemy of him. Long Jianshan let out a grin, as if he was celebrating Ling Xiao's death. He had thought that Ling Xiao was going to die, but in the end, Ling Xiao didn't die, and that was a slap to his face. This made him feel a little uncomfortable in his heart. Now that he saw what had happened, he was gloating over Jiang Chen's misfortune. Damn it! Seeing that both Ling Xiao and Lion Master Bao had been hit by Du Jiuyi's attack, Ming Shuang hurriedly reacted, releasing a wall of white bones to block Du Jiuyi's follow-up attack. Dark Frost, get out of my way. Right at this moment, Ling Xiao's cold and frightening voice sounded out once again. He had killed so many people, and he didn't want to continue. But, what Du Jiuyi did had caused his killing intent to boil once again. And this time, his killing intent had become even colder. This Du Jiuyi was even more despicable than those men just now. He was even more sinister and despicable. Hearing Ling Xiao's voice, Dark Frost was startled for a second, then she immediately stepped aside. Help me take care of Lion Master Bao. Ling Xiao said to her. Got it, big brother Ling Xiao. Dark Frost nodded obediently. However, this scene scared Du Jiuyi to death. Long Jianshan was once again dumbfounded. Ling Xiao was still alive. In front of Du Jiuyi's terrifying poison, it was as if nothing had happened. This was too unbelievable. Although Ling Xiao's performance today had already given him a lot of surprises, Ling Xiao's strength had already surprised him. But he still couldn't accept it. However, Ling Xiao didn't care whether he accepted it or not. From the beginning to the end, Ling Xiao didn't even put this self-righteous Long Jianshan in his eyes. Right now, Ling Xiao only wanted to torture Du Jiuyi. He wanted Du Jiuyi to die in the most painful way. I don't believe that I can't poison you to death, poison sword, kill him for me. With a roar, Du Jiuyi's poison turned into a long sword and stabbed towards Ling Xiao's body. The surrounding warriors all dodged, fearing that they would be contaminated by this terrifying poison. Since you like to use poison so much, I'll let you die from this poison today. Hell Hydra Beast Spirit Transformation. Ling Xiao's body had already entered the Beast Spirit Transformation. Not only did the crazy poison not hurt him in the slightest, but it was also absorbed by the Hell Hydra. Break for me. A snake head poked out from behind Ling Xiao and bit the poison sword. Kacha, kacha kacha, it was as if it was eating something delicious. The snake actually bit the poison sword into pieces and swallowed it. The 9 snake heads spat out their tongues behind Ling Xiao's back, terrifying and ferocious. Black poison mist filled the air. As long as it touched Du Jiuyi's purple poison mist, it would be completely melted and absorbed. This kid. Once again, the strong cultivators in the judges' seats were stunned. This is his third martial spirit, and he unexpectedly has such a terrifying poison resistance. I saw it too, this treasure must be taken. If he grows up, our Eternal Night Palace's status in Xianxia will greatly increase. We won't have to look at the other 11 palaces anymore. Another person said excitedly. Yes, of the 12 palaces of Xianxia, the only one that people really know is our Eternal Night Palace. But in fact, there are 11 other palaces hidden in the dark. Our ambition is not only to become a great country, but also to become the 5th most powerful country in the Golden Sky region. But our Eternal Night Palace is really not doing well. With this kid, plus Xue Wuxuan and Yiling Yin, the Eternal Night Palace will have hope to rise again. The strong cultivators now looked at Ling Xiao in a different way. Every one of them looked as if they had seen a piece of treasure, and there was no need to mention how envious they were. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know what these strong cultivators were thinking. He looked at Du Jiuyi coldly and slowly walked towards him. The 9 snake heads stretched out at the same time and threw themselves at Du Jiuyi. He didn't want Du Jiuyi to admit defeat. He wanted to kill Du Jiuyi. And he wanted to kill Du Jiuyi in the most terrifying way possible. The poison energy was released in the air, and even more people were trembling with fear. Should we take advantage of this opportunity to kill Lion Master Castle and Dark Frost? If you want to go, then go, I don't want to die. Ling Xiao simply has an immortal body. If he goes berserk, who can go against him? I don't want to die either. Even if I'm eliminated, I'll still have a chance in the future. There's no need to seek death here. Although some people suggested attacking Dark Frost and Lion Master Castle, most people rejected the idea. What kind of joke was this, after witnessing Ling Xiao's abilities, who would still dare to attack his friends, not to mention the fact that he might not succeed? Even if he did succeed, what awaited him next was Ling Xiao's thunderous fury. Poison Jiuye's flower, explode. Du Jiuyi panicked. The martial soul behind his back suddenly flew towards his head, then it exploded. It turned into terrifying flower petals and shot out in all directions. The entire arena was filled with purple flower petals, and they had completely covered Ling Xiao. If it was any other ordinary man, even if he was a perfect 5th heavenly core warrior, he would have been pierced by these flower petals and turned into a pool of pus before dying. But too bad, Du Jiuye's opponent was Ling Xiao. A rain of flower petals was actually just a description. Although the poison looked like a flower, it was actually more terrifying than a sword beam. But right now, it had really turned into a rain of flower petals. They softly fell onto Ling Xiao's body and merged into Ling Xiao's body, turning into Ling Xiao's energy. Right at this moment, Du Jiuyi panicked. This was his most powerful attack, but when facing Ling Xiao, it had no effect at all. How could he not panic? Damn it, why is this guy so terrifying? I thought his physical defense was strong, but his poison resistance wasn't that great. But I didn't expect his poison resistance to be so monstrous as well. He blocked my attack so easily. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Run. Although Du Jiuyi didn't want to, he knew that his only way out was to jump off the arena. As long as he jumped off, Ling Xiao would attack him again, and the Xianxia Empire would intervene. With a flicker of his body, he jumped up into the air. Ling Xiao, remember this, I'll never forgive you. Do you still have a future? You want to run away after injuring someone? Not so fast. 9 snakes, entangle him. 9 long snakes suddenly coiled around Du Jiuyi. In midair, Du Jiuyi's limbs, head, and body were all entangled. He wanted to escape, but he no longer had the chance. Terrified, he looked at the approaching Ling Xiao and struggled with all his might, but it was useless. It was simply impossible to break free from the binding of these 9 poisonous snakes. I never thought that Du Jiuyi's poison would fail one day. Ling Xiao is indeed too terrifying. He's not an existence that we can contend against. That's right. Fortunately, we didn't make a move just now. Otherwise, after he took care of Du Jiuyi, we would be next. On the arena, the remaining martial artists heaved a sigh of relief. If they were eliminated, then so be it. They had already accepted their fate. To be able to survive was already an extremely good thing. As long as I give them an order, you will be torn apart by Hydra. Think about that feeling. Isn't it fun? Ling Xiao stood there and looked at Du Jiuyi with cold eyes. He had said that he wanted Du Jiuyi to die in the most miserable way possible. He would never go back on his word. Du Jiuyi was panicking. He could feel that his body was being pulled tightly. As long as the 9 poisonous snakes exerted force, he would immediately be torn apart. His death would definitely not be pleasant to look at. Let me go, let me go. Du Jiuyi shouted crazily. At this time, he no longer had the arrogant look from before. Other than panic, there was only panic. It was only at this moment that he realized that he had provoked such a terrifying person. Why did he have to do this? Originally, he was bound to be one of the people who advanced. Now, not only did he not have to think about advancing, he had to die. If he was a devil among martial artists, then this time, Ling Xiao was a real devil. Ling Xiao, where it's possible to let people off, you should spare them. There's no need to kill them. Long Jianshan frowned. He supported Du Jiuyi, so Du Jiuyi's miserable state made him lose face. He hoped that at the very least, Du Jiuyi could survive. But Ling Xiao did not even look at him and completely ignored him. Long Jianshan was so angry that his teeth itched, but he did not dare to make a move. With the strength that Ling Xiao had displayed, even if it was him, he did not have the confidence to win. Since he had already advanced, there was no need to complicate matters. Princess Wushuang, save me, save me! Du Jiuyi shouted at Shui Wushuang. Shui Wushuang opened her mouth, but in the end, she did not say anything. Because she knew that even if she opened her mouth, it would be useless and she would probably be ignored. That would be too embarrassing. She did not want to lose face because of Du Jiuyi. No one can save you. Next, I will let you taste one of the cruelest punishments in the world. Hell Hydra's 1,000 snakes. Boom, Du Jiuyi was thrown heavily onto the stage. Then, countless poisonous snakes pounced on him, coiling around his body and started to bite his body. He was an expert in using poison and his poison resistance was not low, but the poison of these poisonous snakes was even more terrifying. Just one bite was enough to paralyze his entire body and make him unable to move. After that, he could only scream in pain. Below the stage, many of the spectators could not help but close their eyes. Too cruel, too terrifying, this Ling Xiao was a real demon. I beg you, let me go, I know I was wrong, I will never dare to do it again. Du Jiuyi begged desperately for mercy. But Ling Xiao's heart at this moment was like a block of ice, without the slightest bit of warmth. He just looked at Du Jiuyi coldly. Let you go? Everything that you have done is just reaping what you have sown, I did not even look you in the eye. But you wanted to kill me for no reason. If it was just elimination, then so be it, but you actually wanted to kill me. Since that is the case, I will let you taste the feeling of being tortured to death. Ling Xiao would not kill an innocent, but he would definitely not let anyone who tried to kill him off. I am not participating in this selection. On the stage, some of the martial artists were frightened by this cruel scene and turned to jump off the stage. In a moment, there were only a dozen people left on the stage. And one of them was the half-dead Du Jiuyi. This kid is vicious enough, but he did not kill indiscriminately. This shows that although he is angry, his mind is still clear. The strong martial artists praised. In fact, as a martial artist, they had seen many such miserable scenes, so it did not make them feel disgusted. Only those newbies would be scared to death. Yes, if he can raise his cultivation a little more, then his strength will become even more terrifying, and he will definitely become our Eternal Night Palace's #1. The person in charge of the assessment stroked his beard and laughed. On the stage, Du Jiuyi finally died after enduring the immense pain and torture. Ling Xiao took out his inner core, crushed it and absorbed it. The next moment, he sat there cross-legged. But no one dared to approach him. After about 10 minutes, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. I've finally returned to the Divine Core realm. Although I'm only an early first-rank Divine Core warrior, this feeling is great. Ling Xiao opened his eyes, and an excited look could be seen in his eyes. It was impossible for him not to feel sad when his cultivation had regressed. Now that he had finally returned to the divine core realm, this feeling was great. He didn't look at the others, instead, he walked towards Xiaobao and asked, "How do you feel? Although I've helped you get rid of the poison just now, that Duji's poison is not something to be underestimated. Don't worry, my body is much stronger than you think, I'm fine now. Even if you didn't help me get rid of the poison, I'll still be fine. But, I still have to thank you." Xiaobao wasn't boasting, this man wouldn't boast. What he said was the truth. His complexion had returned to normal, and the previous weak look was gone. "I should be the one thanking you." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "You're still willing to help me in this situation, this proves that you're a friend worth befriending." "Hee, you're making me feel embarrassed." Xiaobao scratched his head and let out a dry laugh. The chaos had ended. There were a total of 18 people left on the arena. Shui Wuxuan didn't attack since the beginning, and no one attacked her. It wasn't only because of her status, it was also because of her strength. Long Jianshan and Yi Lingyan were the same, they were too lazy to attack. The Guegu Three Devils had eliminated dozens of people. It seemed like they liked to fight. Although no one dared attack them, they still did it. Ling Xiao, Xiaobao, and Darkfrost stood together. None of these 9 men dared to attack them. There was no need to mention the 6 perfect 5th Divine Core warriors. Ling Xiao had even killed Du Jui, who dared to attack him and his friends. That was the same as courting death. Excluding these 9 men, there were still 9 men left. They needed to fight for the last spot. The remaining 9 men knew that only one of them could stay. Therefore, without needing anyone to say anything, they had already started fighting. The weak were prey to the strong, and the strong were respected. After a round of fighting, there were only 2 men left. However, both men had the same strength and intelligence, it was hard to tell who was the winner. At that moment, Long Jianshan spoke, "Everyone, how about this? Brother Liu and I are friends. Do me a favor and let him stay. As for the other one, scram. I have no objections." Yi Lingyan said indifferently. This matter did not concern her. She only cared about her spot. "It doesn't matter to us." The Guegu Three Devils also had no objections. In any case, the 3 of them had already obtained the quota. "I'll give Brother Long face." Shui Wuxuan wasn't as unattainable as they thought. The reason why she acted pretentious in front of others was because she felt that those people were inferior to her. But facing Dragon Sword Mountain, she was very polite. "Did you hear that? You can scram now. Don't tell me you want me to do it myself." Long Jianshan looked at the warrior who was competing with his friend. "He doesn't need to leave. The one who should leave is your friend." At this moment, Ling Xiao spoke. Not only did he speak, but he also took action. An afterimage appeared under his feet, and with a single punch, he blasted the cultivator from Dragon Sword Mountain, Brother Liu, off the stage. Why? The one surnamed Liu didn't understand. He didn't offend Ling Xiao. "If he wants to keep you, I will eliminate you. He can only blame himself for being your friend." Ling Xiao directly pointed at Dragon Sword Mountain. Don't think that just because he ignored Dragon Sword Mountain, he didn't hear what Dragon Sword Mountain said. Although this fellow didn't attack him, he desperately hoped that he would be unlucky and mocked him. If he didn't make a move, how could this hatred be dispelled? Are you deliberately targeting me?" Dragon Sword Mountain was so angry that his beard blew and his eyes widened. "That's right, I'm targeting you. How about it?" Ling Xiao looked at Dragon Sword Mountain with disdain and said, "You should feel lucky that you didn't make a move just now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let him be eliminated, but you would have died." Dragon Sword Mountain's face was extremely gloomy, and was about to make a move. Suddenly, the person in charge of the assessment at the referee's table spoke, "The assessment is over. The 10 of you have become the last lucky ones to remain." As soon as he spoke, Dragon Sword Mountain immediately retracted his fighting intent. Making a move in front of this old man was simply courting death. However, Dragon Sword Mountain remembered this enmity and would definitely not let Ling Xiao off so easily. "Thank you, Brother Ling." The person who was lucky enough to stay because of Ling Xiao walked over and said, "My name is Yang Mo. I will definitely repay this kindness." No need, I didn't do it for you. You don't have to worry about it. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, but since you've stayed, you should seize the opportunity. N. Yang Imo nodded and also looked at the old man. The test this time was quite dramatic. Who would have thought that the last 10 out of 1,000 people would be eliminated by Ling Xiao? Even Du Jiuyi, who was thought to definitely stay, was killed by Ling Xiao. His physical body was eaten by the poisonous snake. His inner core was also crushed and absorbed by Ling Xiao. It was really tragic. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, became the biggest dark horse. The person with the lowest cultivation base was considered the strongest among the 10. Who could reason with this? If nothing unexpected happened, these 10 people would represent the eternal night palace of Shuiyu to go to the secret territory. Shui Wushuang, Dragon Sword Mountain, Yi Lingyan, Guegu 3 Devils, Ling Xiao, Lion Master Bao, Dark Frost, Yang Mo. The 10 of you, follow me. The Guegu 3 Devils didn't have their own names. Others called them. If they had to be separated, they were usually called Great Devil, Second Devil, and Third Devil. Therefore, the person in charge of the assessment directly called the 3 of them Guegu 3 Devils. After the old man finished speaking, he walked towards the imperial court in the depths of Shuiyu City. The 10 people followed. In fact, they all understood that passing the assessment was only the first step. Next, the great kingdom of Shuiyu would focus on training the 10 of them. Let them become even stronger. After that, they would also serve the great kingdom of Shuiyu and go to the secret territory to seize the treasure. As for betrayal, Ling Xiao didn't think about it. Because the great kingdom of Shuiyu would sooner or later be his territory. Would he betray his own country? If he hadn't entered the imperial court of Shuiyu, Ling Xiao wouldn't have believed that this so-called imperial court was actually just an empty shell. Its existence was only to conceal a mysterious teleportation door inside. Once you enter this portal, it means that you know the biggest secret of the great kingdom of Shuiyu. From then on, you can't leak this secret. Once this matter is leaked, the great kingdom of Shuiyu will not be easily forgiven. So here, you have another choice, and that is to leave early and never know what is behind the portal. The person in charge of the assessment said indifferently to the 10 people. Of course, these words were mainly said to the 9 people except Shui Wushuang. Shui Wushuang was originally a citizen of the great kingdom of Shuiyu, so she naturally knew what was behind the portal. No one left. They had already come this far, who was willing to leave? The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the portal, he immediately understood why the Shuiyu country wanted to keep this a secret. Behind the portal, it was a completely different world. The energy in the air was a few times denser than the outside world. The environment was 100 times better than the outside world. In the past, many people didn't understand why the Shuiyu country built their capital on top of a snowy mountain when there were so many good places. But now, Ling Xiao finally understood. It was because the world behind the portal was much larger than the Shuiyu country itself. It was a world that only the Shuiyu country had access to. Even the Western Kingdom didn't know about it. It was a world of green mountains and clear waters, and a celestial aura lingered around. All sorts of rare and exotic animals could be seen everywhere. It was a wonderful place. The moment you stepped into this place, you all belonged to the Shuiyu country. I can share the secret of this place with you. But you must keep it a secret. Although there might be some? Aluminum? Chui. Ba? Cover up, keep it a secret, otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state. Let's go, let's keep going. After the old man finished speaking, he continued walking. They arrived at a strange pasture. All the animals here were rare and exotic animals, and the weakest among them were at least at the divine core realm. Some of them were about to transform into human form, and had gained intelligence. Somewhere in the pasture, a wolf with snow-white fur was lying on its stomach, lazily looking at those rare and exotic animals. The old man threw his glance at the snow wolf. But he didn't say anything. Instead, he told the crowd to stand still and wait. The crowd was confused. There was no one in this pasture, so who was the old man telling them to wait for? Besides, with the old man's peak 6th divine core cultivation, why was he telling them to wait for someone else? Didn't that mean that person's strength was even more frightening than the old man's? No one dared to say anything. They all stood still and waited patiently. After a long while, the snow wolf lying on the ground suddenly turned around and stared at the 10 young men standing outside the pasture with its sharp eyes. Its frightening eyes were filled with ferocious killing intent. The crowd felt as if a ferocious beast was charging towards them. The snow wolf didn't even move. But it was able to intimidate them, causing them to be terrified. Just its aura alone was so frightening. If it really attacked, wouldn't it be even more frightening? Early 7th Divine Core Realm? You're not as good as Gu Fenghua, but your evil aura and killing intent are much more terrifying than Gu Fenghua's. Ling Xiao sat there, completely ignoring the killing intent. And the only one who could completely ignore it was him. The other 9 people all stood up, desperately urging their true essence to resist, trying their best not to faint. Yang Mo was clearly the weakest of the 10. After a short while, he was already lying limp on the ground, panting heavily. However, this kid's tenacity was quite strong. He was about to lose consciousness, but he still clenched his teeth and held on. Hee, interesting. Suddenly, the killing intent completely disappeared. A white figure appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a young man in white. Upon closer inspection, one could discover that the young man's body emitted the aura of the snow wolf. General Wolf, thank you for your trouble. These were the 9 newly selected rookies. They had an important mission, so they had to raise their strength in a short period of time. I'll have to trouble you to help them find a suitable mentor. The person in charge of the assessment said respectfully to the man in white. You're too polite. General Wolf nodded his head and casually glanced at the 9 people other than Shui Wushuang, saying, these 9 people are not bad. The weakest one has a strong will and is full of tenacity. As long as he perseveres, even if his aptitude is not good, he will be able to stand out. The one he was talking about was naturally Yang Mo. Thank you for your praise, General Wolf. Yang Mo's spirit was slightly better, but he still needed to rest, so he looked a little listless. General Wolf casually waved his hand and said, who will volunteer to be the first to participate in the test? Can I ask the general what the test is? Long Jianshan asked doubtfully. This test is related to your future. If you perform well, you will naturally be able to receive better guidance from a teacher. So just do your best. General Wolf looked fierce, but he was gentle. Well, speaking of being a person, it was still hard to say whether he was a person or not. Alright, then I'll go first. Long Jianshan was a confident person, or rather, a proud person. He believed that he was the strongest among these people, and also the one with the highest talent. Therefore, he should be the first to take the test. Sure. The test method is very simple, use your strongest power to attack me. General Wolf said indifferently. What if I hurt you? Long Jianshan could not help but ask. Hurt me? Hee, it's my bad luck if you hurt me, but with your strength, it's impossible. General Wolf said with a smile. That was true confidence and strength. Well, since General Wolf said so, I will respectfully accept. Long Jianshan unsheathed his treasure sword. The sword body shone with a sharp cold light, making people not dare to look directly at it. The sharp aura was indeed terrifying. Mortal rank Heavenly King weapon, interesting, it seems that your background is not ordinary. Come on. Remember what I said, attack with all your strength, otherwise you will not be able to get an accurate test result. When the time comes, don't blame this general if you suffer a loss. General Wolf saw the grade of the weapon used by Long Jianshan at a glance. Although there were more mortal rank Heavenly King weapons in Shuiyu country than in Zifu country, they were still very rare. Sorry for the offense. Long Jianshan naturally would not hold back. He wanted to show his best side. He wanted to let everyone know that he was the strongest among them. Buzz, as he spoke, he had already begun to activate his true essence. On the golden sword body, there was actually the aura of a dragon. At the same time, a sword soul with an ancient design appeared behind him. Dragon sword spirit. And it's a 20% innate dragon sword spirit, not bad. Although Ling Xiao hated Long Jianshan, he had to admit that Long Jianshan was indeed a powerful person. Unfortunately, his mouth was too rotten and he was too arrogant. A dragon roar sounded. The dragon sword spirit behind him actually fused with the golden sword in his hand. It caused the long sword to erupt with an even more resplendent light. It was so bright that everyone's eyes could not see clearly. Dragon sword spirit, flying dragon drinking water. The energy of the sword had reached its peak, and Long Jianshan suddenly stabbed out. Golden light flashed. A golden dragon flew out from the long sword and pounced on General Wolf. The sword chi was vigorous, the sword chi was domineering. Long Jianshan was worthy of his reputation. He could be considered a young genius of Shuiyu country. If he did not offend Ling Xiao, perhaps his path would be even brighter. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would be out of luck. Interesting. General Wolf smiled slightly. Facing the violent and domineering sword chi, he did not have the slightest intention to care. He just gently waved his hand and let the sword chi pierce his palm. After that, a strange light emerged from General Wolf's body, and countless runes emerged on his body. Seeing this, Ling Xiao was slightly surprised. This General Wolf was a bit special. It was as if when someone's attack hit him, he could analyze the opponent's talent and true strength through the attack. Just like his Tai Chi Eye. However, it wasn't as useful as his Tai Chi Eye. It could be considered a low-level ability. As expected of General Wolf, he's really strong. The rest of the people were secretly praising. Although they were both divine core warriors, one was at the golden core realm, while the other was at the earth core realm. They couldn't be compared at all. The gap was too big. This young man is an expert in the Tao of the sword. He's brave and fierce, but not flexible enough. However, his talent is not bad. Lieutenant General Ba Jian is the most suitable person to be his instructor. General Wolf looked at the old man and said. Understood. The old man nodded his head. He had already remembered what General Wolf said. Ba Jian was the Lieutenant General of Shuiyu, but his cultivation had surpassed the Lieutenant General of the Purple Kingdom. He was a peak 6th Divine Core warrior. As for the Purple Kingdom's Lieutenant General, he was only an early 6th Divine Core warrior. I'll go next. Yi Lingyan stood up and said. N. General Wolf nodded his head and asked Long Jianshan to return to his seat. Long Jianshan felt a bit depressed. Perhaps he was depressed because he didn't get General Wolf's appreciation. Everyone here actually wanted to be instructed by the Wolf General. Because General Wolf's strength was much stronger than the Lieutenant General's. He definitely had the strength of a Lieutenant General. But too bad, there was only one chance. If he missed it, he wouldn't have another chance. Yi Lingyan walked out and stood in front of General Wolf. Senior, please excuse me. She was polite, and her voice was pleasant to the ears. However, a faint killing intent could be sensed within her voice. Come. General Wolf nodded his head. Golden Feather Swallow Beast Soul Transformation. Yi Lingyan knew that this test was related to her future, so she didn't dare hide anything. She immediately transformed into her beast soul. Beast God Martial Soul, Mid-Divine Realm, very rare, and it has some similarities with me. Come on, let this general try your beast soul's attack after transforming. General Wolf seemed to really like Yi Lingyan, a beast god. Yi Lingyan nodded and suddenly disappeared from where she stood. Then he flew around General Wolf at an extremely fast speed. His speed also became faster and faster. In the end, he was almost unable to see him anymore. At that moment, she finally made her move. Flying Swallow Peck. The name did not sound very domineering, but the power of this attack was much greater than that of Dragon Sword Mountain. In that instant, the space seemed to have been pierced apart. A sharp dagger was placed directly on the Wolf General's neck. It was cold and sinister. This was the action of an assassin. What an interesting girl. The Wolf General only smiled and stretched out his hand to grab Yi Lingyan's dagger. A bloodstain appeared on his palm. Although it was very light, almost no blood could be seen. However, this attack was indeed much stronger than Dragon Sword Mountain's. Congratulations! To be able to rupture my capillaries, you must be a little stronger than that kid. The beast god martial artist was indeed not a boast. It is indeed powerful. General Wolf's evaluation of Yi Lingyan was also much higher than that of Dragon Sword Mountain. This made Long Jianshan feel very uncomfortable. But General Wolf didn't care whether he felt comfortable or not. In the Shuiyu country, there is an organization that specializes in researching how to kill people. They are called the Blood Dragon Guards. The commander of the Blood Dragon Guards is my good friend. He is an early 7th Divine Core warrior, and he is on the same level as me. His name is Shui Long. Let him be your instructor. Shui Long. The old man looked at General Wolf with a surprised expression. This was the first time General Wolf had such a high evaluation of a young man. Even Shui Wushuang might not be able to get such an evaluation. Indeed, Yi Lingyan was very strong. Dragon Sword Mountain's expression was extremely gloomy. His instructor was only a peak 6th Divine Core warrior. He was not much stronger than him. But Yi Lingyan's instructor was an early 7th Divine Core warrior. Wasn't this difference a little too big? It was hard for him to accept. Luckily, the Ghost Valley Three Devils results were not as good as his, and their instructor was only a late 6th Divine Core warrior. Yang Mo's results were even worse, and he was only a peak 4th Divine Core warrior. Therefore, his instructor was only a peak 5th Divine Core warrior. But Yang Mo was very satisfied with this. As long as his instructor was stronger than him, it was fine. Brother Ling, I'll go first. Lion Xiaobao finally couldn't hold it in any longer and stood up. After all, there was only him, Ling Xiao, and Dark Frost left. At this moment, of course, he had to volunteer himself. Hee, I haven't fought with a 7th Divine Core warrior yet, here's my chance. Lion Xiaobao walked in front of General Wolf and said with a smile. Buddy, it seems like you have the same strength as me, but whether you know how to use it or not depends on your ability. General Wolf said with a smile. You're really strong, you can actually tell. If I want to be your disciple, what level should I reach before you're satisfied? Lion Xiaobao asked. Stop fooling around, buddy, you're only a peak 4th Divine Core warrior, what makes you think General Wolf can be your instructor? Dragon Sword Mountain couldn't help but ask. It's none of your business, I didn't ask you. Lion Xiaobao didn't want to give face to Dragon Sword Mountain. General Wolf laughed, I won't teach anyone easily, but I do think I'm suitable to be your instructor. But, you have to make me think you're qualified. At least, you have to make me take half a step back. This is too difficult. Dark Frost clicked her tongue and said. His opponent was an early 7th Divine Core warrior, and with Lion Xiaobao's cultivation, it was too difficult to make him take half a step back. The others had the same thought. But, Lion Xiaobao didn't seem to think so. He believed he could do it. General Wolf, can I have a word with him? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Not too long, I don't have much time to waste here. General Wolf gazed at Ling Xiao and said. Among the 9 kids, the one he couldn't see through the most was Ling Xiao. He had never seen a young man who could remain unmoved under his killing intent. Even those who were at the same level as him couldn't do it. Therefore, he was willing to make things easier for Ling Xiao. Thank you, General Wolf. Ling Xiao walked up to Lion Xiaobao and whispered into his ear. He also thought it would be too difficult for Lion Xiaobao to make General Wolf take a step back. After all, the gap between their cultivation levels was too big. But, his Tai Chi I had captured Lion Xiaobao's weakness. As long as he told Lion Xiaobao about it, he would have a higher chance of success. Is what Brother Ling said true? Lion Xiaobao asked. Of course, if you trust me, just do as I say. I guarantee you'll be able to meet his requirements. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. Alright, I trust your words. General Wolf, be careful. Although I don't know if the next attack will hurt you. But I hope you don't underestimate it. Otherwise, I have no enmity with you. If I hurt your master, he will scold me. Lion Master Bao looked at Wolf General and said seriously, let's see if you can find a way to defeat him. Ha 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 ha, you little guy are interesting. Well, I won't underestimate you. But to be honest, I really want to see how you will hurt me. General Wolf laughed heartily. Although his words were the same as Dragon Sword Mountain's, they were somewhat arrogant. But Dragon Sword Mountain was arrogant. Lion Master Bao was really worried about General Wolf. The two had completely different attitudes, so General Wolf naturally liked Lion Master Bao more. Then are you ready? I'm coming. Lion Master Bao suddenly activated the true essence in his body. On the surface of his body, the image of a ferocious lion appeared. This lion was completely condensed from true essence. It was filled with the aura of a proud king. It's actually a 9-spirit Yuan lion. You have the blood of the beast race in your body. General Wolf originally thought that Lion Master Bao was also a beast god martial artist or a beast warrior. But now it seemed that he wasn't. Lion Master Bao had the bloodline of the 9-spirit Yuan lion, so he should have half the bloodline of the beast race. It was a combination of humans and beast men. No wonder he's so weird, so he's a bastard. Dragon Sword Mountain mocked. As the saying goes, hate a house, hate its crow. Dragon Sword Mountain didn't like Ling Xiao, so he naturally hated Lion Master Bao, who had a good relationship with Ling Xiao. Hearing this, Ling Xiao looked at Dragon Sword Mountain coldly. In his cold eyes, a killing intent that was even more terrifying than General Wolf's suddenly appeared. In that instant, Dragon Sword Mountain jumped up and took a few steps back. What do you want? He asked in horror. What do I want? I just want to tell you, if you can't control your mouth, I'll tear him apart. As Ling Xiao's cold voice fell, his killing intent also disappeared. However, Dragon Sword Mountain was still sweating profusely. But it was all cold sweat. He was scared out of his wits. Just now, he really thought that he was about to die. General Wolf also looked at Ling Xiao in astonishment. What a powerful kid. His murderous aura was even stronger than his. No wonder he could remain unmoved under his murderous aura. General Lang, be careful. Don't look around. A ferocious lion's roar suddenly rang out in the void. A golden energy was released from Liu Xiaobao's body. Although it was very little, it was enough to increase the quality of his Jin Yuan. The illusory lion that enveloped his body gradually became real. The pressure it brought to everyone also became more and more terrifying. What a domineering ability. This golden energy should be the great desolation force that he mentioned. With this strength, his explosive strength could even surpass that of a perfect fifth divine core warrior. Terrifying. Everyone was a little surprised. Initially, Jiangchen thought Lion Xiaobao was only a peak 4th divine core warrior, and he was at most slightly stronger than Yang Mo. But from the looks of it, that wasn't the case. In terms of explosive strength, Liu Xiaobao was no weaker than 6 perfect divine core warriors. He was even stronger than any of the Ghost Valley 3 devils. Interesting. Ling Xiao smiled. When he first met Liu Xiaobao, he had a feeling that this man wasn't an ordinary man. Now, it seemed like he was right. The potential in this guy's body hadn't been fully developed yet. Jiangchen believed that once he joined the Great Shuiyu, his true potential would begin. Bang! Right at this moment, Liu Xiaobao unleashed his martial soul. It was a pure earth element energy. This energy merged with the gigantic lion's body. The lion's strength had once again increased. The bloodline of the 9 spirits lion, and the earth element martial soul, this guy's potential is limitless. No matter if it was General Lang or the old man, both of them were praising Liu Xiaobao's strength. Previously, because Ling Xiao was too outstanding, he had overshadowed Liu Xiaobao's brilliance. But now, it seemed like Liu Xiaobao's talent wasn't any weaker than Ling Xiao's. Of course, this was only their opinion. If they knew about Ling Xiao's true potential, if they knew that Ling Xiao had once killed a perfect 8th divine core warrior when he was only at the 6th divine core realm, they probably wouldn't have thought so. Liu Xiaobao's talent was indeed incredible. He was one of the best in the entire Golden Sky region. Too bad, he didn't receive any systematic training, which was why he couldn't achieve what he expected. But compared to Ling Xiao, he was still too weak. 9 spirits lion fist. Roar, a terrifying roar suddenly sounded out. Liu Xiaobao and the ferocious 9 spirits lion pounced towards General Lang. It was like a majestic lion that came from the ancient times, it was majestic and domineering. The 9 spirits lion bared its fangs and brandished its claws, it was extremely ferocious. Its scarlet eyes made it look like a ferocious beast. Good timing. General Lang didn't underestimate his opponent. This time, he didn't just stand there calmly, he took the initiative and stretched out both of his hands. When he faced those warriors in the previous test, he fought them with only one hand. But now, he used both of his hands. But he still didn't use any martial skills, he only used his palms, they were as white as snow. But on his body, the shadow of a snow wolf appeared. It was probably because the Nine Spirits Lion bloodline had stimulated the snow wolf bloodline in his body. Roar. It was unknown whether it was the Nine Spirits Lion's roar or Liu Xiaobao's roar. Anyway, after this terrifying roar, the Nine Spirits Lion had already hit General Lang's hands. General Lang frowned slightly. Because at the moment of contact, the skin on his hands was scraped. Even his nails were cracked. This power had already surpassed Yi Lingyan's attack. Interesting, but you can't become my disciple with this. General Lang smiled slightly, he still didn't take half a step back. Sure enough, it doesn't work. Looks like Brother Ling was right. Sorry, General Lang, I have to use some skills. If he fought with force, he definitely wouldn't be able to beat General Lang. So, Liu Xiaobao prepared to do as Ling Xiao suggested. The huge lion tail suddenly swung out and blasted towards a certain part of General Lang's body. At that moment, General Lang's face suddenly changed. He didn't take it head-on, but retreated, although it was only half a step, it was indeed retreating, and at this time, the Nine Spirits Lion's attack had also been shattered by him. Hee, General Lang, I did it. Liu Xiaobao chuckled, revealing the smile of a victor. How did you know I was injured in that place? General Lang frowned and asked. Master said that I can't betray my friends. Liu Xiaobao said honestly. Ling Xiao covered his face with his hand and smiled helplessly. You silly kid, isn't that the same as directly exposing me? I see. General Lang turned his head and looked at Ling Xiao, revealing a meaningful smile. Oh no, this guy won't trip me up, right? If we really fight, I'm definitely not his opponent now. Ling Xiao smiled helplessly. Liu Xiaobao, this silly kid. Alright, I'll accept you as my disciple, but it's only temporary. With your talent, you'll soon surpass me. General Lang's evaluation of Lion Master Bao was very high. Thank you, General Lang. Lion Master Bao walked back excitedly. On the other hand, Long Jianshan showed a jealous expression. It was fine if Yi Lingyan's teacher was better than his. But what did Lion Master Bao have? This made him feel depressed. Big bro Ling Xiao, I'll go take the test now. Dark Frost stood up and walked towards General Lang. General Lang shook his head and said, You don't have to take the test, you're a soul warrior, and my soul strength is nothing special. The test won't give you any results. The Soul King concubine is from the Soul Clan, and she's an expert in teaching soul warriors. You can go and ask the Soul King concubine for guidance. The Soul King concubine is a peak 7th Divine Core warrior, you better cherish her. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. No one expected this little girl, Dark Frost, to be able to find such a great teacher without taking any tests. But, no one could refute this. Because among the 9 people, only Dark Frost was a soul warrior. Of course, Ling Xiao was an exception, and he wasn't included in this list. Congratulations, Dark Frost. With a smile on his face, Ling Xiao stood up and said. I believe Big Bro Ling Xiao's teacher will be better than mine. Dark Frost said with a smile, let them see Big Bro's true ability. Ling Xiao's true ability? Jiangchen shook his head. That was impossible. Even if choosing a teacher would affect his future cultivation, he wouldn't easily reveal his martial soul of Tyrant. After all, his cultivation wasn't high enough yet, and he would be in big trouble if he really met someone with evil intentions. You're the only one among these people that I can't see through. But, as for what kind of teacher you'll get, it'll depend on your test results. General Lang really valued Ling Xiao. Because Ling Xiao gave him a mysterious feeling. Being able to see through his weakness with just a glance, this was not an easy feat I know. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Senior, be careful. My attack might be even more terrifying than the Lion Master Castle. Oh? All the more reason for me to take a look. General Wolf said indifferently, but you won't attack where I'm injured, right? Of course not. The reason why Leo Master attacked that place was because he wanted to become your disciple. The conditions you gave were too harsh, so I had no choice but to do so. As for me, there's no need. Ling Zhao's expression remained indifferent, as if everything was under his control. Come on then. Use your strongest attack to attack me. The wolf general nodded. Yes. The moment Ling Zhao's voice fell, his aura suddenly changed. Originally, he was just like an ordinary person who posed no threat at all. He only gave off a mysterious vibe. At that moment, that terrifying aura was released. Even the wolf general's brows furrowed. Terrifying, like a flood breaking through a dam, the calm surface of the river suddenly became turbulent. Everlasting heavenly rat beast soul transformation. That was Ling Zhao's strongest beast soul transformation. In order to get better guidance from a great teacher, he had to unleash his strength as much as possible. Other than the Sky Tyrant martial soul and bloody devil rat, he would try his best to unleash his strongest attack. Therefore, he also took out the Blood Supreme Sword. When the Blood Supreme Sword was unsheathed, a terrifying bloodthirsty aura instantly bloomed. The entire space became extremely eerie and terrifying. At that moment, Ling Xiao was more like a bloodthirsty beast, causing people to tremble. Even the demonic beasts in the ranch became fearful and uneasy. Spiritual Heavenly King weapon, you actually have such a terrifying weapon. It seems that your origin is indeed not simple. General Wolf looked at the weapon in surprise. Even he was full of desire for a weapon of this level. Ah, I took the wrong sword. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. He only wanted to attack with all his strength, but in the end, he subconsciously took out the Blood Supreme Sword. Just pretend that you didn't see it. As he spoke, he put away the Blood Supreme Sword and took out the other two swords. One was the Ice Supreme Sword, and the other was the Heavenly King Sword. They were both immortal Great Emperor weapons. They were much worse than the Blood Supreme Sword. Are you looking down on me? General Wolf's face instantly darkened. Changing a spiritual Heavenly King weapon to an immortal Great Emperor weapon, it was obvious that he was looking down on him. Senior, you've misunderstood. With my strength, I still can't use that sword just now. The power that I can unleash is not as strong as these two swords. Ling Xiao explained. That seems to make sense. Forget it, I'll believe you for now. Come, let me see how strong you are. General Wolf stopped letting his imagination run wild. Instead, he became alert. The feeling that Ling Xiao gave him was as terrifying as an opponent of similar strength. Therefore, he must not underestimate his opponent. Innate Divine Demon Sword Soul. The sword soul bloomed. The martial soul that was intertwined with light and shadow revealed the different power of a god and a demon. Innate 30% sword soul is even more terrifying than Long Yi, who only focused on sword arts. And your sword soul is a little special. General Wolf was surprised again. Actually, the old man was even more surprised. He thought that Ling Xiao only had a beast soul, but he didn't expect that Ling Xiao actually had an innate divine demon sword soul. It was really too surprising. The moment the innate sword soul was released, a terrifying sword chi wreaked havoc in the void. Howl, roar, everyone felt a strong sense of danger. Including the old man and General Wolf. Ice Supreme Sword Art, Heavenly King Sky Dominating Sword Art. When the sword chi condensed to the limit, Ling Xiao finally rushed out. You're strong, but if you want to rely on such an attack to repel me? No way, your attack is not even as good as Dragon Sword Mountain. General Wolf mocked him politely. However, Ling Xiao only smiled slightly. He did not treat this battle as a test. Instead, he treated it as a real battle. If it was an assessment, he had to show mercy. That way, it would be impossible to unleash his true strength. But if it was a battle, it was different. General, it's better to be careful. Don't fail miserably. Ling Xiao kindly reminded. After all, General Wolf had no enmity with him, and he didn't want to kill him. If General Wolf thought that his attack was the same as the others, he would only use ordinary attacks to block it. Then, even if he didn't die, he would definitely be seriously injured. General Wolf frowned, but he didn't dare to be careless. Although he mocked Ling Xiao, he didn't underestimate him. The feeling that Ling Xiao gave him was too dangerous. Clang, the two swords stabbed General Wolf's hands, but they didn't move an inch. Just as Dragon Sword Mountain was about to mock Ling Xiao, the two swords suddenly disappeared. Ling Xiao's hands imprinted on General Wolf's palms. Wrath of the Black Soul. The Wrath of the Black Soul came from the Yin Yang Universal Light Tiger's special skill. It could ignore the opponent's defense. Ling Xiao's dual sword attack was just a pretense. The real attack was it. Roar, the roaring tiger erupted with terrifying power. General Lang hastily circulated his true yuan to defend himself. But it was too late. After all, even if he had taken Ling Xiao seriously, he wouldn't have been able to fight him with his true strength. He had only used 10% of his true yuan. Now that he had hastily circulated his true yuan, he had only used 30% of his true yuan. As a result, his body was sent flying backwards and crashed into the fence of the ranch, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The scene had stunned everyone. This was the first time General Lang had suffered such a serious injury. Furthermore, he had been severely injured by an early first-rank Divine Core warrior. This was simply abnormal. Good boy, I've underestimated you. That attack just now actually ignored my defense. Even I suffered a great loss. General Lang stood up from the ground and wiped the blood off his mouth. He didn't look angry at all. On the contrary, he looked happy. Senior, take this, it's a healing pill I concocted myself. Ling Xiao took out a healing pill and gave it to General Lang. He even said he had concocted it himself. He wanted the Shuiyu country to take him seriously, to give him enough trust and resources. That way, he could become stronger. In this way, when he goes to the Western Kingdom, he can occupy a higher starting point. No need, keep your healing pill for yourself. The Shuiyu country doesn't lack it. General Lang waved his hand and said. Take a look at it first. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. Don't tell me your healing pill is better than the one from the Shuiyu country? General Lang took the healing pill from Ling Xiao, then his eyes lit up. Good boy, even a 7th-ranked Divine Core warrior would be able to recover in a short period of time after consuming this healing pill. Also, it has a bright color, and I can sense a strange energy contained within it. This should be a perfect healing pill. Did you really concoct it? This is many times better than the healing pill from the Shuiyu country. Excited, he swallowed the healing pill in one gulp. After a short moment, all his injuries were gone. Since his injuries weren't serious, his recovery speed was extremely fast. Aya, this is a headache. You're an expert in sword skills, a beast god warrior, and a master of poison. You're also an expert in alchemy. In Shuiyu, we don't have any strong cultivators who can do that. General Wolf frowned, appearing to be in a difficult position. General Lang, I'm only looking for a mentor to pursue the path of martial arts. Concocting pills and using poisons are just supplementary skills. There's no need to be deliberate. Ling Xiao said. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, General Wolf fell into deep thought. The old man in charge of the assessment was grinning from ear to ear. He originally thought highly of Ling Xiao, but he didn't expect this kid to be so capable. Even the wolf general was injured by him. They should definitely focus on nurturing him. Shui Wuxuan's expression was also very complicated. His eyes flickered. She really didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so terrifying. No wonder this person was so arrogant and unbridled. He was indeed confident. Compared to him, she was far inferior. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but blush for her previous arrogance. It was good that she could still feel ashamed. Dragon Sword Mountain was different. At this moment, he only felt jealousy. Among the 9 people, he was only a little better than the Ghost Valley 3 Devils. The Ghost Valley 3 Devils usually worked together, even if one of them was not as good as him. The 3 of them combined were still stronger than him. The rest, whether it was Ji Lingyan, Lion Master Fort, or Dark Frost, all of them had gotten better mentors than him. Even Ling Xiao, who had the lowest cultivation, had received such a high evaluation from General Wolf. He had even injured General Wolf. This time, the mentor he got would definitely be better than him. Damn it, I offended him before. He will definitely target me. Dragon Sword Mountain was both jealous and worried. In fact, he was really thinking too much. In Ling Xiao's eyes, he was not worth mentioning at all. Why would Ling Xiao care about him? General Wolf, have you thought about it? The person in charge of the assessment waited for a long time before asking. Now that the rest of the geniuses had their own mentors, only Ling Xiao had not given a conclusion. This is more difficult. How about this, you give him to me first, I will take him to see the master. Master's knowledge is much higher than mine. He may be able to point out a clear path for this kid. General Wolf thought for a moment. Huh? Hearing this, the old man could not help but be shocked. He did not expect General Wolf to have such a high evaluation of Ling Xiao. One had to know that General Wolf's master had been in seclusion for many years, although he still lived in the Eternal Night Palace. But he did not manage the secular affairs. He had never been a mentor. General Wolf would not bring these people to trouble his master. But this time, General Wolf had made an exception. It's no problem to give it to you, but that person's eyes are high, I'm afraid he won't easily accept a disciple. Can this kid do it? The old man asked. Whether he can or not, it depends on his own fate. General Wolf laughed. Well, in that case, I'll leave it to you. The others, follow me to see your mentors. The old man nodded his head. If Ling Xiao could really obtain the recognition of that person, then his status in the Shuiyu country would definitely rise. Although that person had been living in seclusion in the Eternal Night Palace, he was still one of the strongest warriors in the 12 palaces of the Shuiyu country. Big bro Ling Xiao, I'll take my leave now. Anne, do your best. Ling Xiao nodded his head and watched them leave. Soon, there were only 3 men left outside the ranch. General Wolf, Ling Xiao, and Lion Master Bao. Lion Master Bao was General Wolf's disciple, so of course he had to follow General Wolf in his cultivation. Buddy, you stay here and help me guard these rare animals. I'll bring him to see someone, we'll be back soon. General Wolf said to Lion Master Bao, then he left with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded his head and followed General Wolf. They were heading towards the deepest part of the Eternal Night Palace. The deeper they went, the quieter the environment became. The energy here was also more abundant. From time to time, they could even see some terrifying demon beasts at the 5th or 6th level of the Divine Core realm. But, with General Wolf here, these demon beasts didn't dare do anything. Soon, Ling Xiao saw a cave in the deepest part of the lush forest. Outside the cave, a huge tiger was lying on the ground. The tiger was 6 meters tall, and 8 meters long. Its huge body was lying on the ground lazily. When it suddenly heard someone approaching, it immediately stood up and looked into the distance with an alert expression. When it realized it was General Wolf, it laid down again, as if nothing had happened. Late 7th Divine Core Realm. Ling Xiao was shocked. This ferocious tiger was a terrifying late 7th Divine Core demon beast. Even without releasing any aura, it could still frighten anyone. Its ferocious aura was almost stronger than Gufenghua's. Gufenghua's cultivation was stronger than this tiger's, and their auras were on par with each other. This proved how frightening this tiger was. Big brother. When they got closer, General Wolf suddenly cupped his fist towards the tiger and said. The tiger lazily glanced at General Wolf and said, "What are you doing here? You even brought a human kid with you. Big brother, you must be joking. This child's talent is extraordinary. I think he might be the good disciple that Master has been looking for. That's why I brought him here." General Wolf said respectfully. Extraordinary talent? With your little tricks, what can you test? Fierce Tiger said disdainfully, "Oh right, what's his score?" "Out of 10, I give him a score of 20. General Wolf replied. "You didn't drink wine and got a perfect score of 10. How did he get 20? Fierce Tiger laughed. "I'm not confused, because his performance is much better than a perfect score." General Wolf replied. "Oh? I'm a little interested." Fierce Tiger also suddenly transformed into a human form. He was a muscular man. His height reached 4 or 5 meters. He could be considered a small giant. "Kid, Master is in seclusion. If you can move him, he will come out. So, come on, do what you did to Wolf Cub, and do it to me again. Don't hold back." The brawny man looked at Ling Xiao and said. "Ling Xiao, this is my big brother, General Tiger. He's much stronger than me. There's no need to hold back." General Wolf glanced at Ling Xiao and said, "Yes, sir." Ling Xiao used the same trick again. Under the transformation state of the infinite heavenly rat beast soul, he suddenly attacked. But when the wrath of the black soul was released, it did not cause any harm to General Tiger. However, Ling Xiao had already predicted this. General Tiger was stronger than General Wolf. Moreover, General Tiger had a kind of supernatural power that he had analyzed through his Tai Chi eye. That was the wrath of the black soul that was targeted at him. This supernatural power could ignore any vital essence attack and directly weaken the power by half. To put it simply, it was to reduce the damage of attacks that used vital essence by half. Originally, Ling Xiao's attack could not threaten General Tiger. Adding this supernatural power, it was even more difficult. Therefore, Ling Xiao added a direct attack on the soul after these attacks. Soul assassination. Although the level of this secret technique was not high, but General Tiger's soul was not as strong as General Wolf's. The secret technique of the soul was his weakness. Ling Xiao launched another sneak attack. General Hu's face instantly turned pale. There was even a momentary confusion in his eyes. "Good boy, I didn't expect you to know a secret soul technique, and your soul force is so terrifying." In the end, General Tiger was still General Tiger. Although his soul was his weakness, this was only relative to martial artists of the same level. Low-level martial artists naturally had weaker soul force than him. Therefore, he recovered in a very short period of time. No wonder they were raised by the same master. Their personalities were both so straightforward. He was not angry at Ling Xiao for injuring him. "Master, this kid is indeed a genius." General Hu changed back to his original form and shouted at the cave behind him. "Got it." An amiable voice came from inside. It didn't sound imposing at all, but it sounded very amiable. A moment later, a figure appeared. It was a young-looking man. However, his actual age should be over 100 years old. This was obvious just by looking at his soul. Appearances could be changed, but the age of one's soul could not be changed. This was why many people knew that Ling Xiao was indeed very young, and not an old monster who had become younger. Of course, not everyone could tell. It required a certain amount of soul force to observe the age of one's soul. This was not easy. "I am the Snow Moon Beast Master. I am also a beast god martial artist, and a high-level one. However, that's all. I can help you improve in this area. However, I can't help you with your sword techniques. Are you still willing to be my disciple?" the old man asked with a smile. Yes. Ling Xiao knew very well that it was very difficult to find someone who was as good at all kinds of abilities as he was. In fact, he would be satisfied as long as there was someone who was good at one aspect. "Good. In that case, I will give you your first lesson today." The Snow Moon Beast Master smiled. Suddenly, he covered the sky with one hand and trapped Ling Xiao in a small world. This space was very small. It was only about 50 square meters. There was nothing in it other than Ling Xiao. However, there was a terrifying ferocious beast battle intent. Inside, Ling Xiao could feel countless ferocious beasts pouncing on him. They wanted to kill him. "If you can't hold on, you can tell me directly. I will only give you a hint, the law of the jungle." After saying this, the old man returned to the cave. General Wolf also left. General Tiger was still lying there, staring at the small world where Ling Xiao was trapped. "Little guy, you have to work hard. This is the first time I have seen my master accept a disciple. Although this training is very dangerous, it is also a great opportunity for you." General Tiger muttered to himself. He didn't know if Ling Xiao could hear him. Ling Xiao couldn't hear him. After all, they were separated by a small space. At this moment, Ling Xiao was thinking about the Beast Master's meaning. The law of the jungle. Wasn't it the law of the jungle? It was more cruel and direct than the world of martial artists. In other words, as long as he could be stronger than these ferocious beasts, he could pass this training. It wasn't difficult to understand this principle. What was difficult was the next thing. Even if you knew the law of the jungle, could you really be more ferocious than the ferocious beasts? Others couldn't, but Ling Xiao could. On the contrary, he liked this kind of training very much. Beast god martial artists, in the end, had to unleash the power of the beast god's beast soul to the greatest extent. And the beast god was also a beast. Since it was a beast, it had to have a ferocious nature. It was estimated that the beast master's training was to improve his bestial nature. Thinking of this, Xianxia revealed a sneer. He directly released the 10 types of beast souls he had and turned them into 10 ferocious beasts. They fought against those ferocious beasts. The ferociousness of the ferocious beasts was really extraordinary. At the beginning, Xiao's beast souls were suppressed. This also caused him to be constantly injured. His soul was already injured, and now it was even more troublesome. For a period of time, he really thought of giving up. But when he thought of his great ambition, when he thought of so many people waiting for him, when he thought of the many people who sacrificed for him, he gritted his teeth and endured. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, time passed quickly. And Xianxia in the small world gradually adapted to the ferociousness of the ferocious beasts. His ferociousness was gradually aroused. Ferociousness wasn't just a simple killing intent. It was a feeling of treating the opponent as prey, as moving food. It was more terrifying than killing intent. Killing intent only made people feel the fear of death. Ferociousness, on the other hand, made the opponent feel the fear of being killed, bitten, and eaten. Obviously, it was more intense. On the 5th day, suddenly, a sword light broke through the clouds and pierced the barrier between the small world and the real world. Xianxia walked out from inside. Although his clothes were tattered, his eyes revealed an even more terrifying ferociousness. I broke through, my cultivation has skyrocketed to the peak first heavenly core realm, my demon god sword soul, which has been stagnant for a long time, has also broken through to the Xiantian realm. Xianxia looked at his body in disbelief. He had done most of his cultivation all these years by himself, even though there was a Yuan Venerate around. However, the Yuan Venerate could only guide him in alchemy and formations. The Yuan Venerate's cultivation method was completely different from his. Therefore, he couldn't guide him at all. After all, a Yuan Venerate was a supreme existence in the immortal court, a true immortal. He was just a cultivator at the lowest level. He had a few masters in the past, but those who could guide him were few and far between. However, the Beast Lord was different. He was also a beast god martial artist, so naturally, he could give him some pointers and training to improve his cultivation. He could clearly feel that his combat strength had taken a qualitative leap after transforming. Especially the aura that suppressed his enemies. Even demonic beasts would tremble in fear, let alone humans. What he didn't know was that the moment he broke through the small world, the sword aura that soared into the sky and the ferocious aura intertwined, shocking the entire Shuiyu secret realm. Countless people in the secret realm suddenly looked up at the sky. They looked in that direction. A sword aura could actually tear apart a plane barrier. This was really inconceivable. Another king of the sword has appeared in Shuiyu? People couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. The kings of Shuiyu usually had the word lord in their title. Basically, they were all unique. For example, the beast lord, the sword lord, the demon lord, etc. Their status was very high, second only to the king of Shuiyu. They were very powerful, second only to the king of Shuiyu, and some were even more terrifying than the king of Shuiyu. That direction was the demonic beast forest where the beast lord lived. Therefore, they thought that the aura of the ferocious beast came from the beast lord. However, there was another aura that was on par with this one. Wasn't it an expert on the same level as the sword lord? However, it was different from the other sword lord of Shuiyu. It could only be the new sword lord. However, this guess couldn't be confirmed. The demonic beast forest was a terrifying place. The beast lord had been in seclusion for many years, and even the king didn't dare to disturb him. Only beasts raised by the beast lord had the qualifications to see him. That momentary fanghua only lasted for a moment. Therefore, even though they were still unsatisfied, they continued to do their own things. They didn't know the violent sword chi and the ferocious beast might. No sword master or beast master was released. It was just Xianxia, an 18-year-old young man. General Hu, why are you standing so far away? Xianxia looked at General Hu curiously. At this moment, General Hu looked at him warily, as if he was facing a great enemy. Furthermore, the distance between them had increased significantly. This confused him. "Are you Ling Xiao?" General Hu asked tentatively. "I'm Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao didn't understand. What was wrong with General Hu? He didn't even recognize him. "Fortunately, you weren't devoured by that ferocity." According to Master, there were also people who immersed themselves in this kind of cultivation in the past. However, they had also become mindless ferocious beasts. They're even worse than us monsters. They only know how to blindly kill. General Hu breathed a sigh of relief and stopped being on guard. Then he sighed with emotion. "Boy, you really have great potential. I can feel that your strength has increased a lot. Even the beast god martial spirit has become more terrifying, as if it has a true bestial nature." At this time, the beast lord came out of the cave. There was a bit of surprise in his eyes, but also a bit of surprise. "I didn't expect you to make such progress. It seems that this old man still underestimated you. Your comprehension ability is the most terrifying among all the people this old man has ever seen. Even the king of Shui you can't compare with you." He didn't praise people casually. Even General Wolf and General Hu rarely heard such praises from him. But for Ling Xiao, he was not stingy with his praise. "Even the king can't compare with him?" General Hu was shocked. Everybody knew that the new king of Shuiyu was a peerless genius. Some people even thought that his strength was not inferior to the emperor of the Western Kingdom. But the Beast Lord said that his talent was not as good as Ling Xiao's. "Ling Xiao, with your talent, it would be a waste for this old man to teach you alone. Are you willing to have a few more teachers?" asked the Beast Lord. "A few more teachers?" Ling Xiao didn't say anything. General Hu said, "Master, didn't you say that on the road of cultivation, it's best to be focused on one thing, that way you can improve faster, otherwise, what you get is not comprehensive progress, but comprehensive mediocrity? That's for you, your aptitude is ordinary, you can't dabble too much, otherwise you will end up as a mediocre person. But he is different." The Beast Lord smiled. With his talent, he can improve without any obstacles. "Since the Beast Lord thinks so, I am willing." Ling Xiao naturally wanted more teachers to teach him. As long as he could recover his cultivation as soon as possible, he would become even stronger. Why couldn't he have more teachers? Then come with this old man. In our Shuiyu country, there are a total of 7 kings. They are the Beast Lord, which is me. There is also the Sword Lord, the Demon Lord, the Fire Lord, the Ice Lord, the War Lord, and the Poison Lord. Which one do you want to choose first? The Beast Lord asked as they walked. "Sword Lord," Ling Xiao said without thinking. Although the others seemed to be of great help to him. But Ling Xiao's favorite and best weapon was still the sword. The Sword Lord was his first choice. "Yes, it's just as I expected." The Beast Lord didn't change direction and continued walking. It could be seen that he had already expected Ling Xiao to make such a choice. Perhaps this was the so-called great minds think alike. Both of them were experts and were extremely fast. After a short while, they had already arrived at a valley. This valley was very strange. It was like a sword tomb, broken swords were everywhere. There were huge swords, thin swords, short swords, etc. In any case, all kinds of swords could be seen here. The entire valley was filled with a terrifying sword qi. If an ordinary person approached, they would probably be injured. "Animal, what are you doing here? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" Suddenly, a sharp sword qi broke through the air. In Ling Xiao's eyes, there was only sword qi. It was very terrifying. It was much more terrifying than his sword qi. This person's strength was comparable to the Beast Lord. He should be the Sword Lord that the Beast Lord had mentioned. The Sword Lord was cursing, but his eyes were staring at Ling Xiao. It was as if he wanted to see through Ling Xiao. That gaze was like a sharp sword qi that could cut Ling Xiao's body open. "Bitch, is this how you treat an old friend? Just think that this old man missed you and came to see you, can't he?" Hearing the conversation between the 2 old men, Ling Xiao was startled for a moment. Damn, these 2 old men were hilarious. One called him an animal, and the other called him a bitch. If they weren't good friends, perhaps they would have already started fighting. Cut the crap. Today, I saw a sword beam shoot up into the sky from the demon beast forest you were in. That terrifying sword intent is actually about to reach my level. You're here because of that, right? The sword master sneered. Hee, so you found it. Look at this kid, he's the one who unleashed that sword energy. The beast master laughed. Him? He looks less than 20 years old, and his cultivation is only at the peak first heavenly core realm. Impossible. The sword master shook his head. If you don't believe me, then forget it. I was going to bring him to meet the other old men. Since you don't believe me, then forget it. The beast master laughed and said, I found a treasure and wanted to share it with everyone. Since you don't appreciate it, as an old friend, I won't force you. Bye-bye. After saying that, the beast master was about to bring Xianxia away. What a joke. You came to Daddy's Valley of Swords, and you want to leave so easily? No way. The sword master stopped in front of him. He looked at Xianxia and said, Kid, release your sword soul and sword intent for me to see. Let him have a look, I don't want this old bitch to keep pestering me. The beast master laughed. Xianxia was speechless. In front of others, these high and mighty kings were all dignified and dignified. But in private, they were no different from ordinary kids. How could they be so naughty? No one could be like them. However, he could still sense how powerful this sword master was. Therefore, he had to show him his sword intent and sword soul. After saying that, he unleashed his 40% Xianxia fiend god sword soul. The strange scene of a fiend god and a fiend god harmonizing into one body made the sword master's eyes light up. After that, he unleashed his sword intent. Boom, a terrifying explosion sounded out. An explosive aura shot straight towards the sword master. At this moment, it was as if all the swords in the entire Valley of Swords were resonating with each other, producing a strange sound. The entire sky was filled with sword energy. The mountains in all directions were shattered by the sword energy. The scene was extremely shocking. Such a terrifying sword intent turned into an illusory sword and pierced the sword master's body. However, the sword master himself stood there very calmly. It was as if nothing had happened. The difference in strength between the two of them was too great. No matter how strong Xianxia's sword intent was, the power of his sword chi would not be able to reach that level. There wasn't much meaning to it. It's not a big deal. He's only a peak first divine core warrior at his age. A 40% Xianxia god fiend sword soul isn't bad, but it's not worth the guidance of us old fellows. Compared to the geniuses of Shuiyu, there was a huge difference. I don't see you being tempted by those geniuses. The sword master frowned. He felt that the beast master was toying with him. What kind of bullshit genius was this? It wouldn't be a problem for any ordinary 6th divine core warriors to train him. He actually said that it was a treasure? Hee, you're saying that he's not as good as those people? You'd better think it over. If you don't want it, then I'll introduce you to the others. I believe that there will be people who have a discerning eye for talent. The beast master looked at the sword master with a faint smile. The sword master furrowed his brows. He felt that something wasn't right. Just what was the beast lord planning? Old animal, don't keep me in suspense. We're good friends, and the others don't have a good relationship with us. I don't think they'll accept this disciple. The sword master felt that the beast master wouldn't accept a disciple for no reason. Since the beast master had accepted this disciple, it meant that this disciple must have something extraordinary about him. Now you think I'm your friend? Who said that I don't have a good relationship with the other old fellows? I think old Hua is a good friend. Last time when he went on a journey, he even brought me a bottle of good wine. The beast master laughed and said, Xianxia, don't tease him anymore. Show him your true strength. True strength? The sword master was startled. This guy is hiding his true strength? Why can't I see it? He didn't hide his true cultivation, but there are some things that you can't see on the surface. The beast master suddenly became serious. Just as he was speaking, Xianxia instantly entered the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation state. Not only did his aura increase further, even his sword intent skyrocketed at that moment. The sword master could clearly feel that the sword intent could pose a threat to him. He was extremely excited. It was as if he had seen a piece of treasure. Treasure, it's really a treasure. Apart from having the connate god-fiend sword soul, he's also a beast god. And this beast god's level isn't low. At the very least, he should be at the same level as this old animal. High-level deity position? The sword master was extremely excited, and there was a look of excitement in his eyes. Hey, didn't you say that he's not good? Why did you change your mind all of a sudden? The beast master laughed. It's just a joke. Did you really take it seriously? He has such good attainments in sword Dao. Wouldn't it be a waste to send him to Old Hua? The sword master hurriedly said. Waste? Ling Xiao, open this B*****''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''"****************************************************************************************************************************ling Xiao, nodded. He naturally knew what the beast master wanted him to do. Hence, he raised his hand. All of a sudden, a terrifying flame ignited on his hands. Even his sword intent became extremely hot. Immortal fire. It's actually an immortal fire. Oh my god, Old Hua cultivated with all his might and only got a slightly more powerful exceptional fire. It's impossible to subdue an immortal fire. This kid actually has an exceptional fire. No wonder you asked him to go to Old Hua. However, it's better for him to stay with me. It's obvious that this kid likes sword Dao more. The sword master's eyes almost popped out. Hee hee, you like it now? The beast master laughed. But I suddenly can't bear to part with it. Don't. I know you like to drink. I don't have a jar of good wine. I'll give it to you. The sword master hurriedly said. Hey, why are you suddenly so generous today? I think someone once said that you can break your head and bleed, but you can't give away your exceptional fire? The beast master teased. It's different. Compared to the wine, the person who can inherit our legacy is the most important. Otherwise, won't no one be able to carry forward what we've learned? The sword master laughed. Don't worry about leaving this kid with me. You know what kind of person I am. I'll definitely use the best resources to nurture him. He's going to the mystic realm, so he can't stay here for a long time. The higher-ups only gave him a month to cultivate. He can only stay with you for 10 days at most. If he can't make a breakthrough in his cultivation and his sword Dao can't improve, then, regardless of whether we're good friends or not, I'll have to take him away. I can't let you hold this kid back. The beast master reminded him. Don't worry, 10 days it is. As long as he can swallow it, I'll give him a lot of good stuff. Ling Xiao, you stay here and cultivate, I'm going back now. Actually, the beast lord still had a lot of things he wanted to teach Ling Xiao. But, time was of the essence, and letting Ling Xiao learn more was the best way to increase his overall strength in a short period of time. Therefore, he had no choice but to leave Ling Xiao to the sword lord for now. Boom. 10 days later, a frightening sword intent exploded out from the Valley of Swords. It was 10 times stronger than the one unleashed in the demon beast forest. My cultivation has broken through again. Early second divine core realm, not only that, under the guidance of the sword lord, my control of sword intent has become more flexible. The essence of sword intent is its sharpness. This sharpness can be used to kill, destroy, and save. How to use it depends on the warrior's comprehension. I didn't know this before, but now, I finally understand. Even if it's the same skill, when unleashed with a different intent, it will produce a completely different effect. As for intent, it doesn't just consist of sword intent. In this world, everything contains intent, and it all depends on whether the warrior is able to master it or not. Poison intent, fire intent, ice intent, lightning intent, water intent, darkness intent, all of these are examples. Because I have the divine position of one of the 12 divine beasts, I've mastered many different types of intent. But, I have no idea what these intents are used for. I've just casually used them. But now, I finally understand. Every type of intent can be merged with a martial skill, and it can increase the strength of the skill, as well as provide special effects. It can also frighten the enemy. Ling Xiao sat down with his legs crossed. Excitement and hope could be seen in his eyes. Indeed, with the guidance of a professional mentor, the effect was different. Kid, you're a precious treasure that I can't bear to part with. If others can master even one type of intent, they'll be thankful. But you've mastered so many types of intent, and you've cultivated all of them well. This way, when you're facing an enemy, you'll be able to unleash different types of intent according to the situation. The Sword Lord had appeared behind Ling Xiao and said with a smile on his face. Thank you for your guidance, mentor. Ling Xiao bowed and said. Regardless of whether it was the Beast Master or the Sword Master, he was extremely respectful towards them. Although he was arrogant, when he met someone who was truly willing to help him, he would use his heart to respect the other party. Sigh, I really can't bear to part with you. But there's no other way. I can't stop you from improving. Old man Hua, you've been peeping for a long time. Aren't you going to come out? The Sword Master sighed. Old bitch, what nonsense are you spouting? What old ghost? I'm a delicate maiden, what a cheap mouth. You make it sound like I'm peeping on you. I just heard from old Beast that there's a promising talent here, so I specially came to take a look. What suddenly appeared was a ball of crimson flames. A figure emerged from the raging flames. She looked to be a woman in her 30s and was exceptionally beautiful. Compared to Yu Fenghua and Shui Wushuang, she had a mature beauty. She actually stayed there the whole time. I didn't even notice. Ling Xiao was a little shocked. It seemed that he really had to be a little more humble. The higher he went, the more experts he would meet. He couldn't be careless. However, the old man Hua that the Sword Master and Beast Master were talking about was actually a beautiful woman. That surprised him. Oh? Just to take a look? Sword Master smiled faintly. Cough cough. Young man, are you willing to follow me to cultivate the will of fire? I see that you've cultivated the will of sword, will of fire, and will of beast god the most. You've also used them the most. They're also the most powerful among all of your will of fire. You've cultivated the will of fire and will of beast god. Do you want to cultivate the will of fire? Of course. Ling Xiao agreed without hesitation. The reason was simple. The will of fire wasn't just for fighting. It was also the key to alchemy, weapon forging, and formation. More importantly, only when the will of fire became stronger would he be able to better control the flames. Currently, he couldn't freely use the celestial fire and divine fire to fight because the will of fire wasn't strong enough. Even controlling the strange fire required the help of the undying hell bird beast soul. The will of fire was indeed the key. Alright, follow me. Fire Lord grabbed Ling Xiao and flew into the sky. Should I ask her for something? Only after Fire Lord had left did Sword Master finally realize that he had been tricked by that old bastard Beast Lord. He should have tricked Fire Lord as well. But too bad, Fire Lord had left, and there was nothing he could do. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed. Somewhere in the Blood Moon's secret realm, a volcano suddenly erupted. A massive amount of magma gushed out from the volcano and soared into the sky. What was shocking was that there was actually a person sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the magma. His entire body was red. It didn't look like he was burned, it looked more like the energy of the magma had merged with his body. My cultivation base has increased again, peak second heavenly divine core realm. Ling Xiao excitedly checked the condition of her body. Not only had his cultivation base increased, even his body had broken through to the mid-7th order Emperor realm after being continuously tempered by the flames. He was even stronger than before. This was not an easy thing to do. Will of Sword Dao, will of Beast God, will of fire, great success. In terms of pure willpower, you are even stronger than many of the top warriors in the Shuiyu country. Fire Lord stood there, feeling excited and helpless at the same time. This young man was too monstrous, she had been cultivating for dozens of years, and she had only managed to break through to the completed fire will. Right now, she was only at the peak divine core realm, and it would be impossible for her to break through to the transformative realm. But Ling Xiao had shown her the hope of breaking through to the transformative realm. Thank you for the compliment, Fire Lord. Ling Xiao could feel that after his willpower increased, not only would it bring about a special effect when he condensed it into a martial skill, it would also increase the power of the skill. Normally, a completed will could increase a martial skill's offensive strength by 6 times. This was extremely powerful. Even if a martial skills grade wasn't as high as someone else's, with the addition of his willpower, it might be able to catch up. In the past 20 days, Xianxia had gained a lot. Not only had his cultivation base increased to the peak second heavenly divine core realm, his willpower had increased greatly. Furthermore, his willpower had also improved greatly. He had also grasped different ways to use it. This made him extremely happy. At the same time, the others were cultivating as well. Somewhere in the Blood Moon's secret realm, a figure was flying around in the middle of a strange rock forest. Every time he struck out with his sword, a sharp sword beam would be emitted. The strange rock was shattered. This man's sword intent was extremely domineering, and the roar of a dragon could even be heard. It was shocking. Overlord's sword was floating in the air, watching his disciple Xianxia cultivating. He was very satisfied. Xianxia was definitely a genius. In the past 20 days, not only had he broken through to the sword Tao Will, he had also broken through to the 5th heavenly divine core realm. He had also broken through to the peak 5th heavenly divine core realm, and had mastered 90% of his ocean energy. He was not far away from breaking through. Xianxia, listen to me. Don't go overboard, don't be too hasty, or else, you'll be stuck at a standstill. I know you want to be above the other 9 geniuses. I also hope you can do it. But with your current strength, it won't be a problem for you to be ranked in the top 3. Don't be impatient, it will destroy you. Overlord's sword said when he noticed Xianxia's sword intent was in chaos. Xianxia was startled. He didn't know why, but he didn't really care about others. But, Xianxia, who was also a sword user, he really wanted to be above him. He didn't want that guy to be above him. Therefore, when he was practicing his sword, Xiao's domineering and disdainful figure would always appear in front of him. This made him really unhappy. Although he had no grudge against Xiao. But, because Xiao had slapped his face and displayed a strength that was much stronger than he had imagined. That was why he was jealous, he was insanely jealous. Because of his jealousy, it gave birth to hatred. No matter how much Xiao had improved, he still wanted to surpass Xiao. He would never be defeated by a guy he looked down on. But, he didn't know that Xiao didn't take him seriously at all. In the past, Xiao had even killed super geniuses like Gu Fenghua and Water White Wolf. He was just a mere Xianxia, nothing compared to him. In the last 10 days, Xiao returned to the Demon Beast Forest. He didn't want to sit there and cultivate anymore. Instead, he wanted to improve his sword intent through battles. To him, sword intent was the most important thing. From the Heavenly Dragon continent to the Black Tortoise continent, he had always been obsessed with sword intent. Now, he wouldn't change. Xiao stepped into the depths of the Demon Beast Forest. There were a lot of 5th, 6th, and even 7th Divine Core Demon Beasts there. Although the Beast Lord didn't want him to take the risk, once he had decided on something, he wouldn't change it. In front of the Beast Lord's cave, 3 figures were staring at the direction Xiao disappeared. Are you really that relieved? The Sword Lord asked worriedly. You know this guy's personality. Once he has decided on something, who can change it? The Beast Master sighed. Let him be. I believe in him. The Fire Master smiled and said, it's a pity that the time was too short. I didn't have time to teach him any martial arts techniques. Yeah, what can you do in a month? It's really too short. The Beast Master said helplessly. Old Beast, tell me the truth. Are you planning to nurture this brat into the signature of my Eternal Night Palace? Swordhead suddenly asked. Eternal Night Palace? You're too short-sighted. With his natural abilities, becoming the best cultivator of Shui Yu wouldn't be a problem for him. The Fire Master rolled his eyes at the Sword Master. You're right. We've been accumulating strength for so many years. They wanted to become the 5th powerful country independent of the Western Kingdom in one fell swoop. But because the younger generation wasn't good enough, they didn't expose this ambition. However, this kid's appearance has turned this ambition into reality. The Sword Master pondered for a moment and said. Bullshit. There is no such thing as a strong country in the Western continent, there is only a strong country in Shui Yu. If those things hadn't happened in the past, how could Shui Yu have ended up like this? the Beastmaster said while gnashing his teeth. What had happened in the past had dealt a huge blow to Xueyu. They had lost over 100 powerful warriors in a single night. A strong country had become a great country. The original Western Kingdom had become a strong country with the help of the Eastern Kingdom. Ling Xiao didn't know what the three old men were talking about. Right now, he had entered the depths of the demon beast forest. For him, this was a test. Within the demon beast forest, there were many high-ranked demon beasts. In the first 9 days, Ling Xiao was practically fighting non-stop for a moment. The demon beasts had been attacking him without any fear of death. Until the 10th day. While fighting crazily, Xianxia had recovered his cultivation to the early 3rd divine core realm. It seemed like the demon beasts were scared of him, they no longer attacked him. Xianxia seemed much more relaxed. It's the last day, I should go back. I've gained a lot in this 1 month. Looks like after the secret realm, I can leave Xueyu and go to the Western Kingdom. Going to the Western Kingdom wasn't considered betrayal. Because many disciples from Xueyu wanted to go to the Western Kingdom to further their studies. After all, the resources were not on the same level. Just as he was walking back, he suddenly heard the sound of fighting. He transformed into his shadow warrior form and curiously rushed over. Since he heard the sound of fighting here, he might run into someone he knew. It might be someone from the Eternal Night Palace. It might even be someone from Dark Frost or Lion Master Castle. It would be best if he could help. Right at this moment, a foul wind was blowing through the forest. Many branches had been broken and fallen. From time to time, the roars of some ferocious demon beasts could be heard. Ling Xiao sped up and arrived at a place about 100 meters away from the battlefield. He activated his Tai Chi. The open space was already in a mess. There were 4 people surrounding and attacking a ferocious beast. The beast had a strange appearance. Its body was covered with a thick hard armor, and there were many sharp thorns. Each of the thorns was as sharp as a sword. It was terrifying. Of course, these weren't the scariest part. The scariest part was its poisonous claws and teeth. This demon beast was 2 meters tall and 3 meters long. It wasn't a big demon beast. However, its strength wasn't weak. Peak 5th Divine Core Realm. Its name was Sword Mountain Stinger. It was a type of hedgehog, but after cultivating, it was much stronger than ordinary hedgehogs. Even a perfect 5th Divine Core warrior would have no choice but to run for his life if he encountered this beast. As for the 4 men attacking the Sword Mountain Stinger, Ling Xiao knew 3 of them. Only one of them was an unfamiliar face. Among these 3 men, one was Dark Frost, one was Xianxia, and the last one was Lion Master Castle. As for the unfamiliar face, he seemed to be the one with the highest cultivation amongst the 4 men. After 20 days, Dark Frost, Xianxia, and Lion Master Castle had all made breakthroughs in their cultivation. Dark Frost had broken through to the late 5th Divine Core Realm. The same went for Lion Master Castle. Xianxia had broken through to the early 5th Divine Core Realm. As for the unfamiliar face, he was a peak 5th Divine Core warrior. Compared to Xue Wushuang, his strength wasn't any weaker. The strength of these 4 people was not too weak. But, it wasn't easy to defeat the Sword Mountain Stinger. Most importantly, they hadn't worked together many times before, that was why their teamwork wasn't perfect. But, Dark Frost's secret soul skill and Lion Master Castle's brute force were both able to make the Sword Mountain Stinger a tough opponent. Yang Mo's attacks were decent as well. Of course, the unfamiliar face wasn't bad either. After all, he was the one with the strongest cultivation. He wore a sky blue long robe and held a long spear in his hand. With every attack, he would leave a wound on the Sword Mountain Stinger's body. All 4 men were smart. Although their teamwork wasn't perfect, they could still make adjustments during the fight. Finally, under the siege of the 4 people, the Sword Mountain Stinger fell to the ground and died. In Ling Xiao's eyes. Among the 4 people, the one who put in the most effort was actually Dark Frost. Then it was Lion Master Bao. Then it was that unfamiliar face. Yang Mo's strength was the weakest, but he had already put in a lot of effort. It couldn't be helped that he contributed the least. But it was obvious that the unfamiliar face was very? Nah. He felt that he was the one who put in the most effort among the four. Regardless of whether the other three people objected or not, he took the Sword Mountain Stinger's monster crystal core and put it into his storage ring. Qin Haodong, aren't you being too shameless? We agreed to split the things equally. Why are you taking it all for yourself now? Xianxia couldn't help but say. Shut up, you trash, dare to question me, Qin Zhan. The unfamiliar face sneered, I came to your Eternal Night Palace because I gave you face. On the way, I met the three of you in the monster forest, so I helped. Without me, you all would have died. Don't deny it. This guy is stupid, we will die without him? Lion Master Bao was stunned for a moment and said, your strength is not as good as mine. That's right, we don't need your help. This monster crystal core will be fed to the dogs. We can't be bothered to argue with you, but you can leave. Darkfrost said coldly. She couldn't stand this guy called Qin Zhan's rude appearance. Let me go, in your dreams, this Sword Mountain Stinger usually lives in groups, and usually 10 of them stay together. Every Sword Mountain Stinger's nest will have a Sword Mountain grass. You want to take it all for yourself? No way. Qin Zhan seemed to be relying on the three of them. Sword Mountain grass? Originally, Ling Xiao had already planned to leave. His friends were so strong, so there wouldn't be any danger. But when he heard Sword Mountain grass, his eyes suddenly lit up. Sword Mountain grass was a kind of strange grass that was born because it contained an extremely rich sword intent. After consuming it, not only could it improve one's cultivation, but more importantly, it could improve one's sword intent. No matter what effect it had, it would be of great help to him. So, this thing, he must get it. He was just about to show his face. Lion Xiaobao laughed coldly, don't even think about that Sword Mountain grass. We're going to give it to a friend. Yes, I want to give it to Big Brother Ling Xiao. Darkfrost added. What is Ling Xiao? Qin Zhan said disdainfully, aren't they just trash like you who were selected? Shut up. If you dare to speak ill of Big Brother Ling Xiao, I'll kill you. Xianxia was also very respectful towards Ling Xiao. After all, if it hadn't been for Ling Xiao, he wouldn't have been recruited by Shuiyu. Haha, trash is trash. Are you afraid of what others say? Qin Zhan wasn't afraid of Xianxia, nor was he afraid of Ling Xiao. If I'm trash, then what are you? Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Qin Zhan, giving him a fright. He didn't even notice that there was someone nearby. This was simply too terrifying. Who are you? Qin Zhan hurriedly dodged. He held his spear and looked at Ling Xiao with vigilance. Me? I'm the trash you're talking about. Ling Xiao looked at Qin Zhan mockingly. You're Ling Xiao? Qin Zhan's face didn't look too good. He had never seen Ling Xiao before. He had only heard of him. But now that he saw him, his heart was filled with a very strong panic. Ling Xiao's eyes were too terrifying. The aura he emitted was like a terrifying beast. It was as if he could swallow him in one bite. Moreover, the other side had changed from 3 to 4 people. He was only one. No matter what, he couldn't be a match. What do you want? I'm from Shuiyang Palace. Do you know Shuiyang Palace? They're much stronger than your Eternal Night Palace. If you dare to harm me, Shuiyang Palace won't let you go. Qin Zhan's words were somewhat fierce. I don't want to do anything. As long as you obediently apologize, then slap yourself twice and say you're trash. I can let you go. Ling Xiao mocked. He didn't know what Shuiyang Palace was. However, he even dared to provoke Dongxin country. Shuiyang Palace was just a force under Shuiyu country. What was he afraid of? In your dreams. Qin Zhan knew that a wise man didn't fight when the odds were against him. He turned around and ran. However, how could he be faster than Ling Xiao? He had just run 2 steps when he was stopped by Ling Xiao. Get lost. Qin Zhan roared. The long spear in his hand shook and stabbed at Ling Xiao. Oh, proficient in the will of the spear. Not bad. Ling Xiao smiled slightly and didn't use any weapons. He directly grabbed the spear with his hand. This was a Divine Emperor level spear. It wasn't as strong as his physical body. If his physical body was compared to a magic weapon, it could be considered a spiritual heavenly king-level defensive magic weapon. Will of Fire, smelt. Suddenly, a blazing flame was released from his hand. The spear turned into liquid in an instant and dripped to the ground. It made a strange sizzling sound. Xianxia was startled and hurriedly let go of the spear. Because his hands had already felt the scalding heat. If he didn't throw it away, his hands would be directly burned. Brother Ling Xiao seems to have become stronger. Dark Frost smiled. Yes, I thought I could defeat him if I became stronger, but today I saw it. His progress is much greater than mine. Lion Xiaobao smiled wryly. Brother Ling Xiao is really powerful. Yang Yamo said with a look of admiration. Damn it. Xianxia retreated dozens of steps and said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have called you trash. He apologized because he was afraid of Ling Xiao's strength. It's useless to apologize now. You have to leave an arm. Ling Xiao sneered and rushed forward. Roar, the terrible roar of a beast rang in Xianxia's ears. At that moment, Xianxia was so scared that he almost fainted. Ah! Immediately after, a white light flashed and Xianxia's right arm was cut off. On the wound, there was a dense sword intent. Get lost. Cutting off your arm is just to teach you a lesson. After all, you are also a person of Shuiyu country. But I warn you, don't talk nonsense in the future and don't casually attack others. Otherwise, next time, it won't just be cutting off one of your arms. It will be your death. Ling Xiao looked at Xianxia coldly. Xianxia didn't say anything and turned to run. He was afraid that if he said even one word, he would be mercilessly killed by Ling Xiao. Brother Ling, you are still the best. But that guy is really from Shuiyang Palace. There are 12 palaces in Shuiyu country and our Eternal Night Palace is the weakest. You cut off one of his arms, I'm afraid there will be trouble. Lion Xiaobao reminded. No matter. If he learns, there won't be any trouble. But if he still wants revenge, then I can only kill him. After killing so many people, one wouldn't care so much. In the world of martial artists, there was basically no martial artist who hadn't killed before. After all, they were all people who licked blood on the blade. The reason why Ling Xiao let Xianxia go today was because he was giving face to the Shuiyang Palace, and he didn't want to cause any trouble for the Eternal Night Palace. After all, he was being nurtured by the Beast Master, Sword Master, and Fire Master. He still had to take care of the Eternal Night Palace's interests. That's right, when has big bro Ling Xiao ever been afraid of him? Dark Frost hugged Ling Xiao's arm and said, It's been 20 days, I've missed big bro Ling Xiao so much. I've missed you guys too, but for now, let's focus on the Sword Mountain grass. Ling Xiao said. That's right, the Sword Mountain grass. But Brother Ling, there are still 9 Sword Mountain poison spikes in the cave. Ordinary ones are easy to deal with, but one of them should be the king of the Sword Mountain poison spikes. Perhaps it has reached the early 6th Divine Core realm. It's not easy to deal with it. Liu Xiaobao said. With the 4 of us working together, there's nothing to be afraid of. Ling Xiao didn't just rely on his martial arts. In order to get the Sword Mountain grass, he could use any formation or pill. In the midst of the lush weeds, there was a hidden cave. Even if a warrior had great eyesight, it wouldn't be easy for him to find this cave. Brother Ling, that's the place. Liu Xiaobao pointed at the cave hidden within the grass. What were you guys planning to do? Ling Xiao asked. The Sword Mountain poison spikes like poisonous things, so we only need something that can release their poison. We prepared some poisonous herbs, but with Brother Ling here, I don't think we need them anymore. Liu Xiaobao said with a smile. He had witnessed how Ling Xiao fought poison with poison, and how he killed Du Jiuyi. Good idea. Ling Xiao smiled, then he started setting up the formation. The formations he set up this time were 2 of the 10 terminal formation he had used before. One was the Raging Flame formation, and the other was the Golden Light formation. One of the 2 formations contained the Will of Fire. The other contained the Will of Sword. Under Ling Xiao's control, the formation's power was greatly increased. Ling Xiao had prepared the 10 terminal formation a long time ago, and he had sealed it in a formation refining stone. It was very effective. He set up the formation about a kilometer away from the cave. Because if they were too close, it would easily attract the attention of the other Sword Mountain venomous thorns in the cave. What they needed to do was to take advantage of the fact that the demonic beasts were not very smart and defeat them one by one. At the very least, he couldn't let the poisonous thorns of the nine-headed Sword Mountain rush out. If that was the case, they would all be finished. After preparing everything, Xianxia released the nine-headed hell snake beast spirit. Then, it swallowed and spat out poison mist. A small amount of poison slowly drifted into the cave. After a while, 2 of the Sword Mountain stingers finally walked out. "He's here." Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. "You guys go over there and set up an ambush. I'll lure these 2 guys over." Xianxia instructed, and then everyone began to move. He was very careful, turning back every few steps. He was neither too fast nor too slow. The 2 Sword Mountain stingers were lured into the golden light array. In an instant, he released his spirit formation martial spirit and enveloped the entire battlefield. There was only one reason for him to do this, and that was to prevent the other 7 Sword Mountain stingers from noticing him. The Sword Mountain stingers that fell into the golden light array didn't last long. Xianxia was surprised by the golden light array's current strength. A peak 5th divine core demon beast was turned into a porcupine in just 1 or 2 minutes. It looked like after his sword Dao had reached the level of major success, and his cultivation base had increased. The strength of this formation had become even more frightening. The last time he used the golden light array was in the western region. But now, he was using the golden light array in the western region. Perhaps it had something to do with the laws here. Just like that, they killed 6 of the poisonous spikes from the 9-headed Sword Mountain. The golden light array and raging flame array worked together, and it was extremely powerful. They didn't even need to attack. If I knew this would happen, I would have asked Brother Ling to come with us. With you here, we don't have to fight, this is so easy. Lion Xiaobao said with a smile. Damn it. Xianxia furrowed his brows, because the last 3 Sword Mountain stingers had rushed out from the cave at the same time. The leader of the group, the Stinger King, was much smarter than the other Sword Mountain stingers. When it arrived in front of the golden light array and raging flame array, it suddenly stopped. It unleashed all of its stingers and attacked from a distance. The other 2 Sword Mountain stingers followed suit. Xianxia unleashed the firestorm wheels and blocked the stingers' attacks. After that, he said, Brother Lion, Dark Frost, you guys deal with the 2 smaller ones. I'll deal with the bigger one. Xianxia, you help me from the side, help whoever is in trouble. Let's go. Since they couldn't lure their opponents into a trap, they had no choice but to face them head-on. Right at this moment, no one would question his orders. Lion Xiaobao and Dark Frost each faced a Sword Mountain stinger. They were both peak 5th divine core stingers. For them, although it was a little troublesome, it wasn't a big problem. Besides, Xianxia was helping them from the side. As for Xianxia, facing an early 6th divine core stinger king by himself was still a little troublesome. But, this was exactly what he wanted. He had now recovered to the early 3rd divine core realm. But, this wasn't enough. He still needed to become stronger. During the battle, he used all the skills he had learned from the Beast Lord, Sword Lord, and Fire Lord. He used a normal attack that was infused with his will and killed the Sword Mountain Stinger King. When he killed the most troublesome Sword Mountain Stingers, the battle between Lion Xiaobao and Dark Frost hadn't ended. But, it seemed like they didn't need his help. In just a few seconds, the battle between the 2 had ended. Brother Ling, you're the most frightening genius I've ever seen. Lion Xiaobao's praise was from the bottom of his heart. Because he wouldn't lie. At least, he wouldn't lie until now. He was really shocked by Xiaobao's frightening combat strength. Stop praising me, let's take out the Sword Mountain grass first. The few men carefully entered the cave. Oh my heavens, this isn't just one Sword Mountain grass, there are 3 of them, we're rich. Right after entering the cave, Lion Xiaobao shouted out excitedly. Too bad, this Sword Mountain grass can only be used by warriors who cultivate the will of the sword. Brother Ling, you've got a great deal. Lion Xiaobao smiled bitterly. Of the 3 Sword Mountain grass, I'll take 2 and Xianxia will take 1. As for the 2 of you, I'll give you pills as compensation. Dark Frost, this is a soul-stabilizing pill that I refined after coming to the Black Tortoise continent. It'll be of great help to your soul power. Lion Xiaobao, you're good at strength attacks and have the earth martial spirit. This core of the earth is for you. I got it in my hometown and haven't used it yet. Ling Xiao wouldn't mistreat his brothers. Everyone had worked hard, so he couldn't be the only one to get the benefits. If he always wanted to keep things for himself, then no one would dare to be friends with him in the future. Hee, then I won't be polite. Lion Xiaobao was very straightforward. Dark Frost didn't dawdle, because she also knew Ling Xiao. Only Yang Mo was so excited that he didn't know what to say. Ling Xiao stuffed the sword mountain grass into his hand. After distributing the spoils of war, everyone was preparing to leave. Suddenly, Ling Xiao frowned and said, "Who is it? Come out." Lion Master Bao, Dark Frost, and Yang Mo hurriedly reacted and looked at the bushes not far away. This is the Shuiyu secret world. Outsiders can't enter. Who are you? Dark Frost said coldly. Hee, I didn't expect to be discovered. The new recruits of the Eternal Night Palace are not bad. A sneer came from the forest. Then a group of people came out. There were about 30 of them. Their strength was not bad. Ling Xiao recognized one of them. It was Qin Zhan. I said that if you cause trouble again, you will die. Ling Xiao looked at Qin Zhan. He didn't regret letting him go before. Letting him go was to prepare for killing. This way, if the Shuiyu country pursued him, he would have an excuse. When Qin Zhan saw Ling Xiao, he was a little afraid and stepped back. Qin Zhan, don't be afraid. We have more than 30 people. There are only 4 of them. What are you afraid of? The leader of the group looked like a woman, but his voice sounded like that of a male duck. Ling Xiao even suspected that this guy was a eunuch in the palace. After all, the Shuiyu secret world was the palace of the Shuiyu country. The duck voice revealed a cold murderous Qi. The other party could injure Qin Zhan, so of course he wouldn't underestimate them. That was why he called so many helpers. The more people there were, the more confidence there would be. What do you want? Although the Eternal Night Palace and the Shuiyan Palace have never been on good terms, they are still part of the Shuiyu country. You are not planning to attack us here, are you? Yang Mo frowned. Hee, don't worry. After all, we are from the same sect. How could I bear to kill you? Hand over all your storage rings, then leave that little girl behind so that we can have some fun. This matter is over. The duck voice sneered. The group of people followed and laughed exaggeratedly. Dark Frost's face suddenly became gloomy. She used to be a person of high status, so she was a little domineering. How could she not be angry that someone dared to humiliate her like this? I think you guys don't have to go back today. Ling Zhao's body suddenly emitted a shocking killing intent. In that instant, a few of the 30 or so people on the other side were frightened. Kill. The moment the murderous aura bloomed, Ling Xiao moved. Since he dared to humiliate the girl whom he treated as his younger sister, if he didn't kill him, what was the point of keeping him alive? Falling plumb clear shadow step was displayed. He activated his cosmic body. His entire body dashed over like a ghost. The man with the croaky voice didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so bold as to make a move on him. He wasn't afraid of their numbers at all. When he tried to wave the weapon in his hand to block, Ling Zhao's sword had already pierced through his throat. Then, a terrifying flame ignited on his body. His Niden was actually burnt and cracked. His soul eventually perished amidst his miserable cries. Dark Frost's attacks were not much slower than Ling Zhao's. Suddenly, a giant white bone hand stretched out from the ground and dragged several warriors into the ground. In an instant, they had already lost their lives. Lion Master attacked almost at the same time. Ferocious fists exploded in the crowd. Under one punch, 3 people were killed and several were injured. Yang Mo's reaction was slower, but he also assassinated the injured person. Once the 4 people attacked, they were no longer merciful. Whether they were from Shuiyu or not, they dared to ambush them here and be so disrespectful to them. If they didn't kill them, it wouldn't be enough to vent their anger. In an instant, 7 or 8 of the 32 people were dead. The people of Shuiyang Palace were stunned. Qin Zhan was so scared that he turned around and fled. Ling Xiao had already let him go once. This time, no matter what, he wouldn't let him go. He pointed with his right hand. The wind from his finger turned into a sharp sword and shot out. Piercing through the void, there were bursts of explosions in the air, and finally pierced Qin Zhan's dantian, killing him. I said that if I let you go, you should cherish it. Since you don't know how to cherish it, it's better to die. The hunter had become the prey, the situation had changed too quickly. The people of Xianxia Palace didn't even have time to react. They reorganized their formation and were about to regroup. Now, only 20 people were left from the 32 people. The corpses on the ground were still trembling in a strange manner. Blood had dyed the ground red, attracting the attention of the surrounding demon beasts. Don't be afraid, we have more people. We were just attacked by surprise just now, that's why we lost our composure. A strong warrior walked out from the crowd. Although this man didn't say anything before, Ling Xiao had been paying attention to him. Because he was the one with the highest cultivation in this group. Early 6th Divine Core Realm. That was the strength of the Poison Thorn King from Sword Mountain. He stood out because he had no other choice. He wanted to regroup, so he had to do this. Otherwise, all of them would have to die. This man was holding a long spear, the same weapon as Qin Zhan's, but its quality was better than Qin Zhan's. It was a mortal rank Heavenly King weapon. You talk too much. Ling Xiao immediately attacked. The spear wielder was startled, he quickly waved his spear to defend himself. Ling Xiao's fist smashed onto the long spear. Crack, the long spear and its handle shattered at the same time. How could this be? The spear wielder felt his heart ache. This was a weapon he had spent a lot of effort to get, but it was destroyed by Ling Xiao so easily. How could he not feel his heart ache, but he didn't have the time to mourn for his fallen weapon. This was because after Ling Xiao's fist shattered the spear, it was still aiming for his head without any hesitation. Left with no other choice, he could only defend himself with both hands. Bang, crack, the spear wielder was sent flying by the punch. The bones in both his arms were shattered, and his arms were hanging on both sides of his body. Looking at this scene, no one could believe what they had just seen. Ling Xiao, an early 3rd Divine Core warrior, was able to easily injure an early 6th Divine Core warrior. This was too unreasonable. In fact, Ling Xiao wasn't satisfied with this attack. His body was as tough as a spiritual rank Heavenly King weapon, and his Black Tortoise divine body was a mid-7th Order Emperor. He should have been able to kill this guy with a single punch. Since he didn't, it could only be said that he didn't perform well enough. Of course, his opponent wasn't weak either. This is bad, how can this guy called Ling Xiao be so strong? This is terrifying, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him, run. Although both of his arms were broken, both of his legs were still intact. The spear wielder leapt up into the sky, then he turned around and tried to escape. However, Ling Xiao's speed was faster than his. After that, Xianxia punched the man's dantian. His dantian exploded. After that, Xianxia pierced the man's throat with his sword. When the man's body fell to the ground, all the men from the Xianxia Palace were so scared that they didn't dare to attack. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. Ling Xiao wouldn't show any mercy this time. Since he had already killed someone, he might as well kill all of them and destroy all evidence. While speaking, Ling Xiao released the martial spirit barrier, trapping all the people of the Xianxia Palace in the battlefield. It was like a prey that had been trapped. They were killed one by one. Although these people were not weak compared to Ling Xiao and the others, they were far behind. Not long after, all the people of the Xianxia Palace were killed. Ling Xiao released the will of fire and burned everyone, destroying the corpses. When you go back, no one mention what happened today. Soon it will be the day to go to the secret realm. Go back to your mentors and stay there. Don't come out so easily. The 4 of them had all gained benefits, so they naturally had to cultivate for a few days. Anyway, the day to go to the secret realm was not fixed. It was only said that it would take more than a month. But they didn't know how many days it would take. They could cultivate for as long as they could. Watching Lion Master, Darkfrost, and Yang Mo leave. Ling Xiao also returned to the Beastmaster's cave. He sat down, swallowed the sword mountain grass, and began to cultivate. The higher the cultivation, the higher the chance of obtaining benefits in the secret realm. He might not care about other things, but he had to get the beast god's blood. So, another 3 days passed. Just now, the higher-ups said to gather the warriors who are participating in the secret realm. We are leaving today. But Ling Xiao hasn't finished cultivating yet. What should we do? The Beastmaster looked at Ling Xiao anxiously. Don't worry, there is still some time. They said to gather this afternoon, so there should be a few hours. If he really can't break through, then give up temporarily. The Sword Master thought for a moment. That's the only way. But I can feel that his aura is constantly rising. He should have reached the limit. Let me help him. While speaking, the Fire Master suddenly released a ball of fire and blasted toward Ling Xiao's body. This was not a random attack. Instead, it just happened to help Ling Xiao break through the willpower barrier. The other two also attacked at the same time. About an hour later, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. A sword intent word shot out from his eyes, as if it was real. Peak sword intent. He actually broke through to the peak. Small success, expert, large success, peak, perfection, transformative, immortal, nihility, these were all the realms of martial wills. Reaching the peak of sword intent was already considered an outstanding existence. One had to know that even the sword master only had perfect sword intent. Thank you, seniors. Ling Xiao stood up. His sword Dao will had reached its peak, and his cultivation had broken through to the mid-third divine core realm. These 3 days were not in vain. The reason why he was grateful to the three of them was because of their final assistance, which allowed him to comprehend the peak of sword intent so quickly. Otherwise, it would probably take a long time for it to end. There's no need to thank me. You were the one who got the sword mountain grass. It was your own perception that helped you. We are just adding fuel to the fire. The Fire Lord smiled. You're adding fuel to the fire, but I'm adding a sword. The Sword Master said. Don't tell me I threw in a wild beast? The Beast King smiled bitterly. Alright, let's stop joking around. Let's tell him about our trip to the secret realm. The Fire Lord said. The other two became serious as well. The Beastmaster looked at Ling Xiao and said, the trip to the secret realm is a little complicated. Because none of us have been there before, no one knows what's inside. It could be a tomb of some mighty warrior. It could also be the remains of an ancient palace. It could also be a miracle sent from the heavens. All in all, the reason why the secret realm is called a secret realm is because there are secret treasures inside. The dangers you will face will not only come from your competitors, but also from all sorts of unknown dangers in the secret realm. You have to be extra careful, remember this, if you lose your life, you'll lose everything. Nothing is more important than a human life. The Sword Master nodded his head and said, that's right, don't think that you're strong. In front of those mighty warriors from the ancient times, you're nothing. If it wasn't for the mountain and river martial soul, compared to those warriors from the ancient times, the warriors of today would be like ants. No matter if it's formations, traps, anything can kill you. Disciple understands. Of course, Ling Xiao knew about this. He had entered many secret realms. All of them were filled with danger. Although he survived, many of the people who went in with him died. Just the tomb of the ancient Emperor Dongxing had killed many experts. How could he be careless? After all, not every secret realm would be on his side. Some might even target him. It's good that you understand. Little Fire, I'll have to trouble you to bring him to the gathering point. The two of us have been in seclusion for many years and don't care about worldly affairs. Just pretend that we don't exist. The Beastmaster looked at the Fire Master and said. No problem. The Fire Master nodded and said, let's go, kid. I'll wait for you to return from the secret land. When you come back, you can reunite with these two old guys. Ling Xiao looked at the Beastmaster and the Sword Master deeply. He was a person who clearly distinguished between kindness and hatred. He would take revenge for any grievances and repay any kindness. Let's go. Those little guys who were recruited with you should be at Little Wolf's ranch. The Fire Master smiled and left with Ling Xiao. At this time, in the open space outside the ranch, Dragon Sword Mountain, Yiling Yin, Ghost Valley, Three Devils, Dark Frost, Lion Master Fort, and Yang Mo had all arrived. Most of them came with their own mentors. Only Dark Frost actually came with Shui Wuxuang. The mentors of these two didn't even appear. The reason why the mentors followed them was naturally to see how their own disciples compared to other disciples. Everyone had the heart to compare, and they were no exception. Overlord Sword was a proud person, but when he saw Yiling Yin's mentor, Blood Dragon, he still respectfully addressed him as Blood Dragon Commander. This was because not only was Blood Dragon's cultivation much stronger than his status was also much higher. Looking at Yiling Yin, he understood why Blood Dragon agreed to be this girl's mentor. Yiling Yin's talent was indeed stronger than Dragon Sword Mountain's. The mentors of the Ghost Valley Three Devils were different people, but their strength and status were not as good as Overlord Sword's. So in this way, Yiling Yin was naturally first and Dragon Sword Mountain second. The Ghost Valley Three Devils were about the same. Dark Frost and Shui Wuxuang's mentors did not appear, so it was hard to judge. Furthermore, Overlord Sword and Blood Dragon did not know who their mentors were. Otherwise, they could have estimated it. As for Lion Master Fort, he had been waiting here alone for a long time. He also did not know who his mentor was. This confused the mentors of Overlord Sword, Blood Dragon, and Ghost Valley Three Devils. Ling Xiao hasn't arrived yet? Dragon Sword Mountain said impatiently, his cultivation is the lowest, but his arrogance is the highest. Shut up. What do you know? At this moment, the Wolf General walked out with a gloomy expression. Speaking of which, Ling Xiao was also his young master, so he naturally had to protect him. Dragon Sword Mountain was startled, he did not know how he had offended this Wolf General. He was helpless. But there was nothing he could do. He couldn't beat him, and he didn't dare to say anything. Whoosh, a ball of fire landed not far from the ranch. Beside her was a handsome young man. Seeing the beautiful woman walking out of the fire, Overlord Sword, Blood Dragon, and the other experts all revealed expressions of shock. Then, they looked at the handsome young man, Ling Xiao, with a deep gaze. Overlord Sword and Blood Dragon looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They both felt that their disciples were the most outstanding. However, seeing this scene, they really didn't know what to say. Ling Xiao had actually received the personal guidance of the Fire Lord. This was enough to show that Ling Xiao's talent was completely above their disciples. This Ling Xiao, instead of cultivating properly, he goes around fooling around. I wonder where he got such a beautiful woman from. So he likes mature ones. Long Jianshan laughed mockingly. When he saw Ling Xiao, he seemed to feel that he was an eyesore and uncomfortable, so he didn't keep his mouth shut. Shut up, you bastard. Overlord Sword was shocked and hurriedly scolded in a low voice. Long Jianshan had never seen Overlord Sword so terrified and angry. He couldn't help but shut his mouth. At this moment, the few mentors present, including General Wolf, all bowed respectfully to the beautiful woman. Subordinate greets Lord Fire Lord. Fire Lord, Long Jianshan's face instantly turned pale. His entire body was trembling. This was the legendary Fire Lord. He had actually almost caused a fatal disaster. If it wasn't for Overlord Sword stopping him from speaking nonsense and being heard by the Fire Lord, he would probably have turned into ashes by now. But why? He couldn't accept it. Why could a person like Ling Xiao receive the guidance of a top expert like the Fire Lord? Even his teacher had to bow and scrape before him. Jealousy, even more intense jealousy, he had never felt that he was inferior to Ling Xiao. However, the opportunities he received were much worse than Ling Xiao's. This caused his mentality to become even more twisted. Although he didn't say it, the jealousy in his heart had already turned black. Bam! Just as he was thinking, Long Jianshan suddenly felt his body fly up. He flew up uncontrollably. Finally, he slammed into the wall of the ranch. His internal organs were all injured. I hope that Lord Fire Master will show mercy. This child doesn't know any better and is speaking nonsense. Overlord Sword was such a proud person, but at this moment, he had no choice but to kneel down and plead for mercy for Dragon Sword Mountain. For your sake, I've already been very polite. Otherwise, do you think he would still be alive after I made my move? Be careful what you say next time, or you won't even know how you died. Fire Lord coldly glanced at Dragon Sword Mountain, then ignored him. Then, he looked at General Wolf and said, "Your master, that old fellow, said that he has gone into seclusion and is unwilling to show his face. That's why I came. That little demon was the hope of the Eternal Night Palace and even of Xueyu. Take care of it for me. Understood? Fire Master, Ling Xiao can be considered my young master now. Naturally, I wouldn't dare to neglect him." General Wolf replied. Hearing the conversation between the two, the others were shocked. Xue Wushuang, in particular, simply could not accept it. Listening to the Fire Master's words, it seemed that the Beast Master was also personally instructing Ling Xiao. What kind of situation was this? Regardless of whether it was the Fire Master or the Beast Master, they were both top-level existences in Xueyu. Although they rarely cared about the affairs of Xueyu nowadays. But at the same time, they were instructing a young cultivator. This kind of thing had never happened before. Including her, she did not have such qualifications. Although she was not as jealous as Dragon Sword Mountain, there were some mixed feelings in her heart. Thinking about how arrogant she used to be in front of Ling Xiao, she blushed. Compared to Ling Xiao, apart from her identity as a princess, she really did not have any advantages. Alright, I've sent him here, it's time to go back. Little Wolf, you take care of the rest. After the Fire Master finished speaking, he turned into a flame and disappeared into the horizon. After seeing how powerful he was, everyone could breathe a sigh of relief. General Wolf said at this time, "I think you all heard from the teachers. Xueyu is actually divided into 12 palaces. The Eternal Night Palace is only one of them, and it is currently the weakest palace. Because of this, it is allowed to contact the outside world. The Imperial Court outside is actually just a cover to numb the enemies of Xueyu. In fact, this time, besides the 10 of you, there are another 110 people who are going to the secret territory. Every one of them is an expert. I'm telling you this because I want you to understand that you are nothing. So you must be humble and honest. Alright, let's stop talking nonsense. Let's go to the real imperial city of Xueyu." After that, General Wolf turned into a snow wolf and soared into the sky. The 10 people who were going to the secret territory also followed. As for the teachers, they couldn't go. On the way, Ling Xiao, Lion Master Bao, Dark Frost and Yang Mo stayed together. The 3 demons of Guegu stayed together. Yi Lingyan was always alone. Xue Wushuang still maintained his arrogance, flying at the front, following General Wolf. As for Dragon Sword Mountain, he fell behind, his eyes were filled with intense hatred, staring at Ling Xiao's back. Ling Xiao and the others were talking about the 12 palaces at this time. "Brother Ling Xiao, we killed so many people of Xueyang Palace, will they know?" Yang Mo directly asked through soul transmission. "Don't worry, in the deep forest, they have been destroyed. Even if Xueyang Palace suspects, there is no evidence." Ling Xiao said, "Don't talk about this, the 3 of you seem to have improved. Of course, thanks to the good things you gave us." Lion Master Bao laughed and said, "My cultivation has caught up with those 6 guys, and my fighting strength has surpassed them." "Me too." Dark Frost also said. "I'm almost there, but I've improved, and my sword intent has reached the level of proficiency." Yang Mo said modestly. He knew that he was the weakest, so he had to work harder. "It's good that you've improved. There will be a lot of experts in the secret territory, you need to be stronger to get what you want." Ling Zhao's strength had also improved. But for him, it was far from enough. He still needed to become stronger, as they spoke, they could already see a majestic palace. At this time, they had been flying for more than an hour. It was enough to see how far the palace was from the entrance. It was also enough to see how big the Snow Moon's secret territory was. The secret territory Imperial Court is actually where the Ice Palace is located. The Ice Palace is the strongest existence in the 12 palaces. Remember, don't cause trouble, or if you get humiliated, don't blame me for not warning you. General Wolf was also helpless. These years, Eternal Night Palace was weak in terms of disciples. Otherwise, they wouldn't have recruited warriors from outside to participate in the secret territory. In the world of warriors, the weak would be beaten and humiliated. This was the same everywhere. The Ice Palace was much larger than Eternal Night Palace. It was also clear that the atmosphere was more lively. Disciples who were cultivating or resting could be seen everywhere. Unlike Eternal Night Palace, there were basically not many people. The moment they stepped into the Ice Palace, Ling Xiao and the others felt countless gazes on them. The Eternal Night Palace was the furthest away from the imperial court, so they were the last to arrive. The other 11 palaces had already arrived. Looking at them, they were all dressed in the same way, and it was obvious that they were all wearing Dharma treasures. They were at least Divine Emperor-level defensive Dharma treasures. But what about them? Their clothes were messy, and they looked like a ragtag army that had been put together at the last minute. The others were regular soldiers. There was no comparison at all. Perhaps because of this, these people's gazes were not friendly. Most of them had mocking expressions. There were not many friendly gazes. TSK, I really didn't expect the Eternal Night Palace, which was even stronger than the Ice Palace in the past, to be reduced to such a state. Now, it has fallen to such a state. Only Xue Wushuang could be chosen for this trip to the secret realm. The rest can only rely on external help to make up the numbers. TSK, why did you come? Aren't you embarrassed enough? This thick mockery came from the Xueyang Palace camp. The Xueyang Palace martial artists were all dressed in snow white with a red sun embroidered on it. They were like dog skin plasters. Hearing this person's mockery, the Eternal Night Palace people's reactions were different. Some people felt ashamed and lowered their heads. Meanwhile, some people felt anger and displeasure, glaring angrily. No matter what, being mocked was not a good thing. Finding external help means that you know your place, unlike the Xueyang Palace, a bunch of trash who think you're alright. Ling Xiao was a person with a strong sense of honor. Since he had joined the Eternal Night Palace and was valued and nurtured by them, then, he would treat himself as a member of this group. Whoever insulted the Eternal Night Palace was insulting him. How could he not speak? Kid, who are you? How dare you slander the Xueyang Palace? The Xueyang Palace disciples were filled with righteous indignation. What a joke, only you can slander us, but we can't speak the truth. This time, Xue Wushuang stood on Ling Zhao's side. After all, they were all from the Eternal Night Palace, and Xue Wushuang was also a representative of the Eternal Night Palace. If she didn't support Ling Xiao, was she supposed to support the other party? Haha, Xue Wushuang, you really know how to lie through your teeth. Although I don't know how you guys managed to trick those idiots into joining you. But what they didn't know was that the Eternal Night Palace was at most one of the 12 palaces of Xueyu. The difference in strength is too great, so much so that I have no interest in treating you as competitors. These words scolded the Eternal Night Palace, Ling Xiao, and the others. As soon as he said that, most of the people in the hall burst into laughter. It was clear that the Xueyang Palace was not the only one that looked down on the Eternal Night Palace. It was the same for the other palaces. Yuan Hai, don't you dare humiliate my Eternal Night Palace again. Xue Wushuang's temper was not good. She was a proud person. How could she tolerate others humiliating the place where she grew up, his home? In that instant, a terrifying chill blossomed from her body. He pounced on the man named Yuan Hai. Yuan Hai was a late 5th Heavenly Core warrior. There was no way he could be Xue Wushuang's match. He was so scared that he quickly hid behind one of the men and shouted, "Senior disciple Xianxia, help me." The man named Xianxia didn't move away. Instead, he coldly stared at Xue Wushuang and said, "This is the Imperial Palace, Xue Wushuang, do you want to fight?" While speaking, he unleashed his terrifying aura as well. His aura was exactly the same as Xue Wushuang's. Both were bone-piercing cold. But obviously, he was stronger than Xue Wushuang. He easily blocked Xue Wushuang's cold aura. Get lost. Xue Wushuang was furious. No matter who it was, if they dared to block her way, she would attack. She unleashed a freezing wind with both of her palms. It was like a snowstorm. Everyone was watching the show. Fights between disciples were very common in Xueyu. As long as no one was killed or crippled, nothing would happen. Too weak. Xianxia sneered. He gently took a step forward and threw out a punch. For a moment, his fist energy seemed to have turned into a meteorite condensed from frost. It shattered Xue Wushuang's palm. It even pushed Xue Wushuang back. Early 6th Divine Core Realm, and at this level, he was one of the strongest fighters. Xue Wushuang was no match for him. This man obviously wanted to embarrass Xue Wushuang, that's why he didn't show any mercy. If no one went to support Xue Wushuang, then Xue Wushuang would definitely fall flat on her back. If someone dared to help her up, apart from General Lang, he didn't think anyone in the Eternal Night Palace could stop him. However, right at this moment, a muscular man suddenly appeared behind Xue Wushuang. He hugged Xue Wushuang, then gently put her down. Master said, a man bullying a woman is shameful. The man hugging Xue Wushuang was Lion Xiaobao. Although he didn't like Xue Wushuang, he didn't like people who bullied the weak even more. He was a straightforward man. Oh? I didn't expect there to be someone like you in the Eternal Night Palace. But Xue Wushuang, you should be the strongest disciple in the Eternal Night Palace. Our senior disciple Xianxia is also the strongest genius in the Snow Sun Palace. You two are a perfect match, why don't you follow my senior disciple Xianxia, maybe you can even give birth to an even more outstanding baby. Yuan Hai's words became even more unpleasant to hear. It was probably because Xianxia defeated Xue Wushuang, so he was even more unbridled. Trash that can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. You only know how to stand behind others and hoot, like a clown borrowing the tiger's might. I'm the weakest in the Eternal Night Palace. If you have the ability, do you dare to spar with me? This Yuan Hai was really infuriating. What Ling Xiao hated the most was this kind of person. He didn't have any fart ability and only knew how to hide behind others and hoot blindly. Fight with you? Are you worthy? Yuan Hai gave Ling Xiao a contemptuous glance and said disdainfully. If you're scared, then you're scared. The Snow Sun Palace is just a bunch of bastards, cowards. Ling Xiao's eyes were even more contemptuous. His tone was even more provocative. He didn't like to be taken advantage of, and even more disliked being humiliated by others. Giving others a taste of their own medicine, that was his style. How dare you? The Snow Sun Palace is not a place for trash like you to humiliate. Before Yuan Hai could say anything, Xianxia had already become angry. You keep calling others trash, trash. Brother Ling, I'll make the first move. Lion Master Bao was a straightforward man. He was no match for others when it came to arguing, therefore, he would make the first move. Alright, among the 10 of us, I'm the weakest, and you're the second last. In that case, you should go and get rid of their so-called number one. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. He knew Lion Master Bao's strength very well. Not to mention Xianxia was only at the early 6th Divine Core Realm, even if he was at the mid-6th Divine Core Realm, he might not be Lion Master Bao's match. When Lion Master Bao unleashed his primal strength, it would be extremely powerful. No problem. Lion Master Bao listened to Ling Xiao the most. Ling Xiao was the first friend Xiaobao had made since he came to the mortal world, and his first boss. He was convinced, and he was willing to listen to Ling Xiao. Of course, it wasn't only because of Ling Xiao's strength, it was also because of Ling Xiao's generosity. If not for Ling Xiao, he wouldn't have been able to break through to the peak 5th Heavenly Core Realm. Xiaobao looked at Starry Night, then he let out a loud laugh and said, let me have a taste of your so-called number one strength, take this. After saying that, Xiaobao leapt into the sky, and the roar of a lion could be heard from his body. In an instant, he arrived in front of Starry Night. At this moment, it was as if Xiaobao had turned into a 9-spirit lion. The brutal pressure caused many warriors from the Shuiyang Palace to tremble in fear. What? Starry Night didn't take Xiaobao seriously at all. But now, when he sensed the frightening pressure, even his skin was slightly deformed. His legs couldn't bear the pressure anymore. This made him realize how frightening Xiaobao was. In fact, the smartest thing he could do was to avoid Xiaobao's attack. But, Xiaobao didn't give him the chance. Besides, he was the top 10 geniuses from the Shuiyang Palace. He was the leader. If he chose to avoid the attack, where would he put his face, where would the Shuiyang Palace's face go? Wouldn't it prove what those people from the Eternal Night Palace said? They were frogs at the bottom of a well, cowards? Break for me. A moment of hesitation had caused Starry Night to lose his best chance to avoid the attack. He furiously roared out, then he punched out with both fists. The cold meteor exploded once again. Compared to the fist energy he used to fight Xue Wushuang, it was even stronger. A bone-chilling wind blew, and the surrounding air instantly became cold. Kneel down before me. In terms of voice and aura, Xiaobao wouldn't lose to Starry Night. While roaring out, he unleashed the primal force from his body. He was like a primordial lion. He forcefully grabbed onto Starry Night's fists. Boom! The fist and palm collided, producing a frightening explosion. Everyone present was astonished. Looking at Shuiyang Palace's Starry Night, he was already kneeling on one knee, blood seeping out from the corner of his mouth. Lion Master Bao looked down from above, arrogant and angry. I asked you to kneel on both knees, not one. Roar, the ferocious lion's roar sounded again. Cracks began to form on the ground. Starry Night's 2 knees were actually forcefully pressed down, and his 2 legs knelt on the ground. Everyone looked at this scene in shock, feeling inexplicably horrified. Could it be that Liu Xiaobao was a descendant of a ferocious beast from ancient times? What was going on with the power in his body? You can't even defeat the second-to-last member of our Eternal Night Palace. To think that you're called number 1 in the Shuiyang Palace. What a joke. In the future, when people from the Shuiyang Palace see people from the Eternal Night Palace, they will obediently kneel on the ground. Don't embarrass yourself. How dare you say that we are the weakest? Ling Xiao would not let go of the opportunity to ridicule the other party. Although the people of Shuiyang Palace were furious, they couldn't find any reason to refute. Starry Night was the strongest among the 10 of them. Now, even Starry Night was suppressed by Lion Master Castle. How could they still say anything? Lion Master Castle smiled and said, this guy is actually pretty strong, but compared to me and Brother Ling, he's still far weaker. What he said was the truth. But the problem was, Ling Xiao had said that he was the last, and Lion Master Castle was the second to last. Wasn't he mocking Starry Night for being weaker than the last of the Eternal Night Palace? In fact, everyone could tell that Lion Master Castle's overall strength was definitely stronger than Xue Wushuang. At least, in terms of pure offensive strength, Xue Wushuang was definitely weaker than Lion Master Castle. Therefore, Ling Xiao's words were just a casual remark. Humph, you said that others only know how to hide behind and complain, then what about you? Starry Night wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up. He admitted that he was defeated by Lion Master Castle, but it was because he underestimated his opponent. But, he was currently injured, and even if he fought again, he wouldn't be a match for Lion Master Castle. In order to vent his anger, he threw his glance at Ling Xiao. Me? Don't tell me you want to fight me, a mid-third divine core warrior? Ling Xiao said with a mocking tone. If you don't have the guts, then shut your stinky mouth. Starry Night scolded. I don't have the guts? Ling Xiao let out a bright smile. Brother Lion, he said I don't have the guts to fight him. Ling Xiao looked at Lion Master Castle and said with a smile on his face. That's impossible, he can't even defeat me, he's no match for you, Brother Ling. Lion Master Castle said in a straightforward manner. That's right, but since he asked, I can't reject him. I don't want others to say that I'm bullying an injured man, I'll let him recover first. As for that trash called Yuan Hai, let's fight first. Ling Xiao looked at Yuan Hai and said. Just as Yuan Hai was about to say something, Ling Xiao spoke first. Don't tell me you're going to say that I'm not qualified to fight you again. Don't tell me you think you're stronger than Starry Night. Even Starry Night wants to fight me. How dare you look down on me? Do you think Starry Night is stupider than you, and weaker than you? His words had completely shut down Yuan Hai's reason for rejecting the challenge. I'm not going to fight, what are you going to do about it? Yuan Hai was even more cowardly than Ling Xiao had imagined. He was at least a late 5th rank Divine Core warrior. Facing Ling Xiao, who was a mid-3rd rank Divine Core warrior, he didn't even have the courage to fight him. Just like what Ling Xiao said, he was a complete coward. Do you think I'll stop just because you said so? Do you think it's up to you? Everyone has to be responsible for their own words. Do you think it's exciting to hide just because you're acting tough? If you want to act tough, you have to be prepared to pay the price. Ling Xiao sneered, then he walked towards Yuan Hai. It was as if all the other men from the Shuiyang Palace didn't exist in his eyes. Suddenly, he sped up. He was so fast that only Starry Night could see him clearly, and he was able to react. As long as I'm here, don't even think about hurting a single hair on my Shuiyang Palace's warriors. Starry Night was beaten up by Lion Master Castle, and he was furious. In his mind, Lion Master Castle was the strongest man in the Eternal Night Palace. I can't defeat the strongest man, but you think I can't defeat the weakest man here? He didn't know that Ling Xiao wasn't the weakest man in the Eternal Night Palace, but his cultivation was definitely the weakest. Therefore, there was no need for him to be afraid. Do you really think you can stop me? What a joke. Ling Xiao let out a disdainful sneer. With the falling plum-clear shadow step, he turned into a blur. He flew past Starry Night. Starry Night wanted to catch him, but all he could catch was a blur. Slap. Right after that, he heard the sound of someone being slapped in the face. He quickly turned around and saw Ling Xiao grabbing Yuan Hai's collar with one hand and slapping him in the face with the other. Yuan Hai's mouth instantly became swollen. I told you, if I want to teach you a lesson, he won't be able to stop me. He threw the dizzy and frightened Yuan Hai aside. Ling Xiao turned around and looked at Starry Night. You really want to taste the feeling of being beaten? I'll fulfill your wish, I'll give you a chance now, make your move. Arrogant. Starry Night had never been so despised and humiliated. In a fit of rage, a strange meteorite martial soul appeared behind him. The surface of this meteorite was covered with a thick layer of ice, revealing a cold aura. In an instant, the cold air completely surrounded Ling Xiao. Boy, I will let you know what the consequences of attacking my Shuiyang Palace's martial artists are. If you have the strength, don't be loud. Ling Xiao's hands were shining with a red light. But there was no flame. There was only a blazing heat rising above his fists. Since the other party used ice, then he would use fire to melt it. Kill. Starry Night finally roared, his figure scuttling forward, suddenly pouncing towards Ling Xiao. It was like a small iceberg. Wherever it went, the wind danced, and the cold was bone-chilling. At that moment, Ling Xiao also attacked at the same time. A terrifying fire intent erupted from his fists. The blazing energy fiercely hit the cold fist. There was no rumbling sound. Everyone saw a strange scene. A vast expanse of white steam suddenly enveloped the two people fighting. No one knew what happened in the steam. Only a moment later, Starry Night flew out of the steam. He fell directly in the center of the hall. Battered and exhausted. Everyone looked at the white steam in surprise. A voice came from inside. The people of the Shuiyang Palace are all trash who overestimate themselves. It seems that what I said before was not wrong at all. At the same time the voice sounded, Ling Xiao walked out unscathed and stood beside Dark Frost and Lion Xiaobao. The people of the Shuiyang Palace had gloomy faces. They were angry and ashamed. Their people had previously mocked the Eternal Night Palace as the weakest palace in Shuiyu. But now, their young leader, Starry Night, was defeated by 2 people in a row. Even the usual 10? Yuan Hai was also beaten up like a pig's head. He had really lost all his face. The Eternal Night Palace wants to cause trouble. Some of the martial artists from the other 10 palaces began to discuss. After seeing the strength of Lion Master Ford and Ling Xiao, they no longer dared to ridicule the Eternal Night Palace. Originally, in the world of martial artists, it had always been about talking with one's fists. Whose fist was hard enough, whose fist was big enough, whoever received respect. Otherwise, they would only be looked down upon and even humiliated. These 10 people are all quite strong. It seems that there is no lack of experts in the secular world. Someone else said. So what? A haughty voice rang out. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. This person wore a golden battle robe with a crown embroidered on it. That was the first genius of the Ice Imperial Palace of Shuiyu, Bing Xianji. Having achieved success at a young age, Bing Xuanji not only had a high status, but he was also very arrogant. He looked coldly at everyone from the Eternal Night Palace and said, "Trash will always be trash, unable to be compared to a proper team." Perhaps they were a little stronger than the trash from the Shuiyang Palace. However, if he went to the mystic realm, he would still die. I really don't understand why Shuiyu sent those pieces of trash. 10 people from our Ice Imperial Palace will be enough. Arrogant, extremely arrogant, he was even more arrogant than Ling Xiao. After seeing Ling Xiao and the Lion Prince's strength, he was still so arrogant. It was enough to show how arrogant and confident Bing Xuanji was. Shui Wushuang was the princess of Shuiyu. But that was only to the secular world. In the Blood Moon secret world, everyone knew that Bing Xuanji was the real young master. He was the one who would inherit Shuiyu. He didn't have the title of crown prince, but he was the crown prince. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and glanced at Bing Xuanji. In terms of strength, this guy wasn't inferior to Gu Fenghua in the past. It was obvious that he was one of the top geniuses of Shuiyu. None of the 10 people from the Ice Imperial Palace were weak. Even the weakest one was stronger than Xingyi. No wonder they were called the Ice Imperial Palace. No wonder they were the strongest palace in Shuiyu. They really deserved their reputation. It would be great if I could join the Ice Imperial Palace. Unfortunately, with our strength, none of us have the qualifications to enter the top 10 of the Ice Royal Palace. If we join, we won't be able to go to the Mystic Realm," said Long Jianshan while looking at the 10 people from the Ice Imperial Palace with envy. He really hated the fact that he was a disciple of the Eternal Night Palace. He felt that it was a disgrace. If he became a disciple of the Ice Imperial Palace, who would dare disrespect him? Even though the 9 of you have been accepted by the Eternal Night Palace. But I, Bing Xuanji, will not treat you as a disciple of Shuiyu. You are not qualified. Bing Xuanji seemed to think that he wasn't satisfied enough. He then looked at the people from the Eternal Night Palace who were in the limelight and said coldly. He was the first disciple of the Ice Imperial Palace, the first disciple of Shuiyu. He was also the future emperor. He was the real crown prince, therefore, he didn't want anyone to surpass him. Lion Xiaobao and Ling Xiao were in the limelight. Therefore, he had to suppress them. Especially you two. Where are you? You surprisingly dare to show your slight skill in front of an expert. When he was speaking, no one dared to interrupt. Even Shui Wushuang dared to get angry in front of Xingyi. But in front of Bing Xuanji, she didn't dare say anything. But Bing Xuanji seemed to have overestimated his strength. The others didn't say anything, but there was one person who didn't take him seriously at all. That was Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had even killed Gu Fenghua and the Whitewater Wolf. In the end, Bing Xuanji was still slightly inferior to the two of them. An ignorant young man is standing there and talking nonsense. Surprisingly, nobody dares to refute him. Are the disciples of Shuiyu so cowardly? What a disappointment. Ling Xiao's words finally left his mouth. Shut up. That's Bing Xuanji, do you want to die? Shui Wushuang was furious and hastily scolded him. You should shut up, you are the representative of the Eternal Night Palace and you are acting so humble in front of your peers. You are acting like a coward. Ridiculous, if you don't dare say anything, just shut your mouth and let me say it. Ling Xiao's words made Shui Wushuang speechless. She felt extremely ashamed. Indeed, Bing Xuanji didn't dare kill people here. What was she afraid of? She didn't even dare to refute. In fact, it wasn't just her, the others looked at Ling Xiao with ridicule and disdain. Did he think he was a strong cultivator after winning Xingyi? Impudent. You dare to be disrespectful to Brother Xuanji, you are courting death. Bing Xuanji didn't say anything. A cultivator with 3 eyes beside him was furious. That third eye emitted a strange light that covered Ling Xiao's body. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt that his surroundings had changed. It was as if he had stepped into an illusion. His surroundings were no longer a palace, but a terrifying battlefield. Countless vengeful spirits came to take his life. Ridiculous illusion, it seems like you don't want that eye of yours anymore. It was the first time Ling Xiao had encountered someone who dared to use an illusion on him. Aha! The 3-eyed man suddenly screamed, and his third eye began to bleed. His face turned deathly pale. Ling Xiao stood there and smiled coldly. What? Everybody was astonished when they saw San Yan's condition. San Yan was one of the strongest cultivators in the Ice Imperial Palace. His soul and his third eye made him extremely strong. Even a cultivator of the same cultivation level as him would have a hard time dealing with him. But Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of him at all. Instead, it caused 3i to suffer a backlash. Bing Xianji looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said, "You dare hurt San Yan? Do you want to die? What a joke. He can hurt me with an illusion, why can't I hurt him? According to your logic, I should be bullied by him," said Ling Xiao disdainfully. "You want to kill me? Let's see how you're going to kill me here." He looked at Bing Xianji. He didn't look like he was going to give in. He was extremely strong. Bing Xianji looked at Ling Xiao. He had never seen such an arrogant cultivator in Shuiyu. He had thought that he was arrogant enough, he hadn't thought that someone would be even more arrogant than him. This was really interesting. "San Yan, how are you?" He suddenly retracted his gaze and looked at 3-eyed beside him. "My third eye is injured. I'm afraid I can't use it for the time being." San Yan sighed and said, "It's all my fault. I underestimated him." "How is he?" asked Bing Xianji. "He's very strong. His soul is extremely strong. He's not easy to deal with," replied San Yan in a low voice. "No wonder his cultivation is so weak." "Everything makes sense now," said Bing Xianji nodding. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, "I hope that you can use your strength to fight for the glory of Shuiyu. Don't always think about plotting against your fellow disciples." "I should be the one saying that to you," said Ling Xiao indifferently. Hee. Bing Xianji smiled and didn't reply to Ling Xiao. Instead, he took out a pill and gave it to San Yan. San Yan quickly took it. It could be seen that 3i was still a very important existence in his heart. However, this action of his left the others in a daze. The dignified Bing Xuanji was extremely overbearing. How could he let that brat off so easily? However, that was exactly what Bing Xuanji had done. This forced people to once again take Ling Zhao's existence seriously. In fact, Bing Xuanji also wanted to kill Ling Xiao. However, this was the Blood Moon secret world. If they killed their own people here, they would definitely be held accountable. Shuiyu was different from other influential groups. At the very least, it was fair on the surface. Even if he had already been selected as the crown prince, he would still have to accept the harshest punishment. Otherwise, he would not be able to convince the masses. This was not the first time the Wolf General had attended such a gathering. But every time, what he saw was the people of the Eternal Night Palace being bullied. But he couldn't interfere. Every time, he would leave in frustration. But this time, it was different. Ling Xiao, Lion Master Bao, Darkfrost, Shui Wushuang, and the others. This made the current Eternal Night Palace much stronger than before. Apart from the Ice Imperial Palace, their strength might not lose to the other 10 palaces. How gratifying! Of course, the most important thing was Ling Xiao. With the guidance of the 3 great kings, he was probably even stronger than when he had first met him. He really wanted to know what kind of exciting results he would get from this trip to the secret realm. Young people these days are really lively. At that moment, a middle-aged man slowly arrived. He smiled and sat on the throne in the middle. He was the leader of the Ice Imperial Palace and also the king of Shuiyu. He was Shui Wushuang's father, Shui Mantian. Shui Mantian looked very ordinary and almost didn't release any majestic qi. But this kind of person was even more terrifying. He completely restrained all his qi, as if he had completely disappeared. "Greetings, king." Everyone bowed and saluted. Yes, the elites of the 12 palaces are all here. You 120 people will become the hope of Shuiyu in the future. I only have 2 requirements here. First, come back alive from the mysterious world. Second, don't kill each other. It's understandable for people of the same sect to fight and compete with each other. I won't stop you. But if you kill each other in external activities, then don't blame me for being impolite. I must remind you that the journey to the mysterious world is definitely not as easy as you think. There are a total of 300 countries in the Western Kingdom. Each country will send more or less cultivators. Those who come are all elites and geniuses. Their strength may not lose to yours. If you fight among yourselves, then in the end, it will only let others take advantage of you. Do you all understand? Understood. Everyone responded in a loud and clear voice. But whether these words were taken to heart, no one knew. Maybe it was just a superficial response. After all, from the scene just now, the relationship between the 12 palaces of Shuiyu was not very harmonious. Well, I won't say much. Remember the 2 points I just mentioned and get ready to go. Shuiman Tian took a deep breath. Because he would not follow, he could not predict what would happen in the mysterious world. He could only do his best to let these people come back alive. If Ling Xiao had not experienced too many things, he might have felt excited about this scene. But unfortunately, he had experienced too much. He had seen too much. He was already numb. The only thing in his mind now was to be able to get the beast god's blood in the mysterious world. And to do something for the Eternal Night Palace. Compared to Shuiyu country, he had a stronger sense of belonging to the Eternal Night Palace. After all, in the Eternal Night Palace, he received some help from people who were really good to him. And the others seemed a little excited. The journey to the mysterious world had been prepared for a long time. In fact, as early as a year ago, the news of the selection had been announced to the whole country. This time, the people who came to participate in the selection began preparing a year ago. And the rest of the people of the 11 palaces were even more so. Now, they were finally going to set off. Everyone was very excited. The mysterious world was dangerous and full of opportunities. You may encounter the threat of death, but you may also change your destiny and soar to the sky. This was the biggest attraction of the mysterious world. Although some people were a little worried before they set off, even a little scared. But this could not stop them from moving forward. Since they had chosen to become a warrior, it was impossible to live a leisurely life. If you were not willing to take risks, unwilling to fight, in the end, you would be eliminated by the tide. You would completely become a waste in the eyes of others. Go outside. Shuiman Tian led 120 people outside. There stood 12 martial artists clad in silver armor. They would be the leaders this time. They led 12 teams respectively. Beside every silver-armored martial artist, there was a gigantic demonic beast, Frost Wyvern. This was a kind of demon beast with dragon blood. It was very strong and its flying speed was very fast. Each of them could ride dozens of people. 12 palaces, let's go. Shuiman Tian gave the order. The 120 young warriors followed their leader and stepped onto the body of the ice-snow flying dragon. These leaders were the leaders, they were also the ones in charge of riding the snowy dragons. Bang, sounds of wings flapping could be heard. 12 snowy dragons went through the portal and flew out of the Shuiyu secret realm, heading towards the secret realm. Ling Xiao looked at the silver-armored man. He wasn't too strong, he was only at the early 7th Divine Core realm, similar to General Lang. But, there were 12 of them. This was frightening. The Shuiyu kingdom was really frightening. Not only did the silver-armored man's armor have a defensive effect, it could also hide his aura and his cultivation level. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye, he wouldn't have been able to see their true cultivation level. Sit tight, we're going to speed up. Bang, when the snowy dragon sped up, everyone felt like they were almost thrown off. Dark Frost's body was small, so her grip wasn't firm enough. Right at this moment, one of the men on the snowy dragons made a small movement. A sword beam shot out from his hand and pierced towards Dark Frost's hand that was holding onto the feather. Although it couldn't hurt Dark Frost, it still hurt her. Dark Frost subconsciously let go of the feather because of the pain. Her body was instantly blown away by the strong wind. Dark Frost. Seeing this, Ling Xiao didn't hesitate, he immediately jumped up and transformed into the everlasting heavenly rat. He flew towards Dark Frost. He caught Dark Frost at the critical moment. He caught her. Useless, you can't believe you were thrown off like this. Long Jianshan said in a mocking tone. This caused Ling Xiao, who was already in a fit of anger, to become even more furious. A cold light was flickering in his eyes. What did you just say? And, what did you do just now? I just said something, why are you so angry? Perhaps it was because of the silver-armored man, Long Jianshan was quite daring. Ling Xiao, since everything is fine, let's just forget about it. We're all from the Eternal Night Palace. Shui Wuxuang came out to be the peacemaker. She probably felt that her relationship with Ling Xiao had improved, so her words should be effective. But Ling Xiao didn't even look at Shui Wuxuang, and he said coldly, "It's best if you shut your mouth. Otherwise, do you believe that I will throw you down from here?" Shui Wuxuang was dumbfounded. His expression became extremely ugly. She realized what she had done wrong. To Ling Xiao, a friend like Dark Frost, or even a little sister, was extremely important. Dragon Sword Mountain dared to plot against Dark Frost and even spoke rudely. Ling Xiao already had a strong killing intent. If not for his fear of the silver-armored martial artist, he would have already destroyed Dragon Sword Mountain. However, even with the existence of the silver-armored martial warriors, it was impossible for him to let Dragon Sword Mountain off so easily. With a sneer, he suddenly appeared in front of Long Jianshan in a flash and sent him flying with a kick. Long Jianshan was sent flying with a kick. No one would have thought that Ling Xiao would actually do such a thing. The silver-armored martial artist tried to control the ice snow dragon to catch Long Jianshan, but was stopped by Ling Xiao. Is the secret realm more important, or is a piece of trash more important? You should know in your heart, right? The silver-armored martial artist was stunned for a moment. Then, he sighed. In any case, with Long Jianshan's strength, he shouldn't die from falling from here. At most, he would suffer a little and go a little later. Therefore, he didn't do anything else. The ice snow dragon continued to fly forward. Ling Xiao, I'm going to kill you. I'll definitely kill you. Long Jianshan's angry roar resounded in the wind. Since the Eternal Night Palace doesn't want you, why don't you come with us? Suddenly, another ice snow dragon flew over. It caught Long Jianshan. It was the Snow Sun Palace's ice snow dragon. The one who spoke was Starry Night. The Snow Sun Palace hated Ling Xiao to the bone. As long as it was Ling Xiao's enemy, it was their friend. Furthermore, Long Jianshan's strength didn't seem weak. He could definitely be a great help to them. It wouldn't be a pity if he died. After all, he wasn't one of them. All right. Long Jianshan agreed without hesitation. To him, this was an extremely good opportunity. Not only him, the 12 ice snow dragons flew for 3 days and 3 nights before they finally arrived at the secret realm. During the entire journey, Ling Xiao had to face the strong wind and cultivate. When he arrived at the secret realm, his cultivation had broken through to the late 3rd heavenly divine core realm. Although it was just a small improvement, it was still something worth celebrating. Outside the secret realm, a large number of martial artists had gathered. For Ling Xiao, these were all unfamiliar faces. Many of them were strong, but his goal hadn't changed. What he wanted was the beast god's blood. Whoever dared to stop him, he would kill them. He didn't care who they were. There's still half an hour before the secret realm opens. Everyone, please wait for a moment. A secret realm like this wasn't something that could be opened by human strength. Therefore, even though all the martial artists from the 300 great kingdoms had arrived, they could only wait. While waiting, the silver-armored warrior explained the general situation of the secret realm to them. This secret realm was a little special. Only martial artists under the age of 25 were allowed to enter. There was once a martial artist over the age of 25 who tried to enter, but he was killed by the terrifying formation around the secret realm. After hearing the explanation, Ling Xiao finally understood why all the martial artists from the Shuiyu Empire were below the age of 25. Some secret realms were specially prepared for young martial artists. The powerful martial artists of the past didn't have a good disciple. In order to pass on their legacy to someone who was qualified, they set up a formation. It was a formation like this. It seemed like they had put a lot of thought into this. Half an hour passed by quickly. Terrifying thunder rumbled. Bolts of lightning struck down from the sky and crashed onto the ground. It felt like the sky was about to collapse. Behind that gorgeous lightning curtain was a vast and majestic palace. It was even more magnificent than the palace left behind by the ancient Dongxing Emperor. And it was in perfect condition. This meant that the formation used in the palace was extremely powerful. The technique used to construct it was very mature. Especially when they saw the dazzling lights shooting out from the palace, it made them want to give it a try. Swoosh, suddenly, a figure dashed out from the crowd. He looked like he was over 25 years old. And he was very strong. All the treasures in this secret realm are mine. Although the man had heard that martial artists above the age of 25 weren't allowed to enter the secret realm, he didn't take it seriously. Seeing this, many of the great warriors didn't stop him. Instead, they were sneering in their minds. If no martial artists above the age of 25 were allowed to enter the secret realm, they would have done so long ago. Why would they wait until now? Bang! When the man approached the electric net, he was instantly burned into ashes. He was a peak 7th Divine Core warrior, but he was killed just like that. Seeing this, many of the guys who were eager to try gave up on the idea. There were also some who hid their age and pretended to be below 25 years old. They were so scared that they immediately backed out. Although it was said that as long as one was under the age of 25, one could enter. However, because that person had died too miserably, many people still hesitated. Let's go. Seeing that no one was going in, Ling Xiao called out to Liu Xiaobao, Dark Frost, and Yang Mo, and rushed in first. His Tai Chi could distinguish whether the lightning array was dangerous or not. Liu Xiaobao, Dark Frost, and Yang Mo trusted him very much. Therefore, they did not hesitate and rushed in with him. When they passed through the electric fence, it felt as if the electric fence had suddenly disappeared. There was no harm done. Seeing this scene, the others dared to enter the secret realm. Greed and desire replaced fear in the end. The secret realm was a majestic palace. As soon as Ling Xiao, Liu Xiaobao, Dark Frost, and Yang Mo stepped in, a large number of martial artists rushed in. However, this had nothing to do with them. As long as there was no conflict, they would not take the initiative to attack others. It's actually Sword Mountain grass, and there's more than one. Ling Zhao's Tai Chi saw that there were more than a dozen Sword Mountain grass in the open space in front of him. Moreover, the age of each of them was better than the ones they had obtained in the Snow Moon secret realm. The worst is a 3,000-year-old Sword Mountain grass. This is great. The four of them rushed forward and hurriedly picked the Sword Mountain grass. They were the first to enter, so they naturally had the upper hand. Kid, put down the Sword Mountain grass, or I'll kill you. Suddenly, a violent aura pounced on Ling Xiao from behind. The reason why this person chose Ling Xiao and not Liu Xiaobao, Yang Mo, or Dark Frost was naturally because Ling Xiao's apparent strength was the weakest. A persimmon must be picked on the weak. Brother Ling Xiao, be careful. Dark Frost hurriedly reminded. However, Ling Xiao did not seem to see the attacker behind him and continued to pick the Sword Mountain grass. These good things would definitely help his strength increase again. Moreover, he naturally knew the strength of the person behind him. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded, and the punch landed solidly on Ling Zhao's head. The attacker revealed a sinister sneer. The others also took pleasure in his misfortune. A few pieces of trash actually dared to snatch the treasure? Weren't they courting death? However, at this moment, everyone's smiles suddenly froze. Ling Zhao's head not only did not explode, but it was also not smashed. It was absolutely intact. Not only that, but Ling Xiao had also finished harvesting the Sword Mountain grass. Suddenly, he stretched out his right hand and grabbed the throat of his attacker. A hint of disdain appeared on his cold face. Die. He didn't give the other party a chance to beg for mercy. Ling Xiao mercilessly crushed his opponent's throat before crushing his inner core. He absorbed the energy within. This was a peak 5th Divine Core warrior. The power of the Naiden was still very abundant, but it was converted into the energy of Ling Zhao's Cultivation C. Ling Xiao still couldn't break through instantly. However, Ling Xiao didn't care. There were more than 10,000 people entering the secret realm this time. He was definitely not the only one courting death. He had plenty of ways to improve his cultivation. When the crowd saw what happened, they were all terrified. This man wasn't as weak as he looked. Also, this was too cruel. He killed without any hesitation, showing no mercy at all. This was exactly the effect Ling Xiao wanted. He wanted to intimidate those who wanted to make a move on him. If too many people came looking for trouble, he wouldn't have time to get the treasure. Let's go. Ling Xiao didn't stay where he was. More and more people were entering the secret realm, and he didn't know if there would be some who were not afraid of death. Since he had already harvested the Sword Mountain grass, there was no need to waste any more time. He started walking forward. The other 3 men followed behind him. "Follow my footsteps," Ling Xiao suddenly reminded them. He found a trap in front of him. He could see it with his Tai Chi eye, but the others couldn't. But he just needed to protect his own people. As for the others, he didn't care. The 3 men had just passed through the trap area. Suddenly, a miserable scream sounded out from behind them. A man's body was covered in a strange white flame, and he was burned to death on the spot. Even his inner core couldn't escape. "This place is really scary. Although we found so many Sword Mountain grass as soon as we came in, it's still very dangerous. If it weren't for Brother Ling Xiao, I'm afraid I would have died." Xianxia sighed when he saw the people behind him trembling and not daring to move forward. In the secret realm, danger and opportunity usually coexist. It's nothing strange. In fact, I hope there's more danger, so that I can get more benefits, Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Wait a minute." Suddenly, he stopped and looked at the murals on the walls on both sides and frowned. "These murals are a bit strange." Lion Xiaobao also said, "They don't seem to be painted directly. Instead, they seem to be created by some special means. Every painting and every line seems to be exuding a strange power. Although I don't understand formations, this should be related to formations, right?" "Yes, it is related to formations, but it's too complicated. It's almost impossible to crack it in a short time." Ling Xiao was a formation master, so he could naturally tell. Oh no. Right at this moment, out of curiosity, Xianxia touched the wall. He felt like he was going to be sucked into the murals. His body was starting to become blurry. He cried out in alarm. Ling Xiao quickly walked up to him and cut off his right hand. For a divine core warrior, cutting off a limb wasn't a big deal, it could be recovered. But, if a human was sucked into the murals, it would be troublesome. When his right hand was cut off, it actually merged with the murals, and intertwined with the murals. That was close. "It's all thanks to Brother Ling Xiao, or else I would have become one of the murals on the wall." Yang Mo's face turned pale with fright. "Hurry up and eat this healing pill. Heal your right hand as soon as possible, only then will we have the confidence to fight." Ling Xiao gave Xianxia a healing pill. Xianxia stared at the murals on the wall with fear lingering in his heart. There weren't many murals, there were only 9 of them. But, every single one of them gave people a terrifying feeling. "From now on, don't touch these murals. It's too strange, even my Tai Chi I can't detect the danger of these murals," Ling Xiao reminded. Right at this moment, some people had passed through the trap. After all, Ling Xiao wasn't the only one who knew how to use an ice skill, and Ling Xiao wasn't the only one who knew how to use mechanisms. But, when these people arrived, they didn't attack Ling Xiao. They could still clearly remember what happened just now. If they attacked Ling Xiao, they would have to bear a very serious consequence, and they might even die. Some people rushed forward in front of Ling Xiao and the others. But, some people were staring at the murals like Ling Xiao. "I advise you not to touch those murals." Seeing that some people from the Eternal Night Palace wanted to touch the murals, Ling Xiao reminded them. After all, they were from the same sect. After being reminded by Ling Xiao, the men from the Eternal Night Palace stopped. However, one of the warriors from the Snow Sun Palace sneered, "Don't tell me you found some treasure and want to take it for yourself. Since you don't want me to touch it, I'm going to touch it." He stretched out his hand and touched the mural. Ling Xiao didn't stop him. Since someone was courting death, why should he care about it? Ah. When the man touched the mural, he fell into the same state as Xianxia. But too bad, he wasn't as lucky as Xianxia. All the men from the Snow Sun Palace stayed far away from him. No one came to save him. But in the next moment, he was sucked into the mural. He became the nutrients for the mural. This is terrifying. The scene scared everyone, causing them to quickly move away from the wall. Many of the men who wanted to check out the mural had left as well. This damned place was too dangerous. "Idiots, I told you not to touch it, but you're courting death." Yang Mo said angrily. That's enough, Yang Mo, let's ignore them. Ling Xiao told Yang Mo using his divine sense, these 9 murals are a bit strange, why don't we use a special method to carve them down? They might be useful. He believed these murals weren't some simple traps. Besides, even if they were traps, they were still worth studying. If such a powerful trap was used in a fight, it would definitely be a great help. Agreed. Dark Frost nodded her head, then she told the other 3 through her divine sense, I can also feel a powerful soul energy hidden in these murals. We just need to carve them down in our soul realms. Perhaps they really are some good stuff. Both Lion Master Castle and Yang Mo agreed. As long as they didn't touch them, they wouldn't be in any danger. Although it was a bit difficult to carve something down in their soul realms, it wasn't a problem for divine core warriors like them. Therefore, the 4 men started moving at the same time. After a brief moment, Ling Xiao revealed a surprised expression. What a terrifying mural, it feels like it's fighting against my soul. I just can't carve it down in my soul realms. That's right, it's really strange. Same for me, not only can't I carve it down, when I touched it, I felt like my soul was being sucked into it. It's so dangerous. Yang Mo said. The situation in Lion Master Castle was basically the same. Dark Frost was a little better. Although she didn't remember, she wasn't in any danger. However, this matter still caused them to be extremely shocked. A divine core warrior's soul was much stronger than an ordinary warrior's. He was actually unable to remember these murals. This matter was too inconceivable. Brother Lion, Yang Mo, the 2 of you should give up. Stand guard for me and Dark Frost. Ling Xiao thought of a possibility. This mural might have been prepared for soul martial artists. Although he and Dark Frost did not remember it, that was because their souls were not focused. After all, he had to constantly be aware of the dangers around him. Everyone around them, except for the few of them, could be the enemy. All right. Liu Xiaobao and Yang Mo nodded and approached Ling Xiao and Dark Frost to protect them. Following which, Ling Xiao and Dark Frost began their engraving again. Ling Xiao immediately activated his Tai Chi Eye. Then, he focused on the output of soul power. His soul power was attached to the mural. Clear patterns began to emerge in his soul. He felt a slight stabbing pain, as if someone was drawing on his soul with a knife. It was an uncomfortable feeling. But, he endured it. He had experienced this kind of pain before. It was nothing serious. First mural, complete. Finally, he succeeded. The first mural had been engraved in his soul. Although he still couldn't understand what it was used for, he knew it was not something simple. Second mural, complete. Every time he engraved a mural, the pain would get worse. He felt like his soul was about to shatter. But, he gritted his teeth and persevered. The more difficult something is, the more meaningful it is. Once I complete it, I will gain a lot. Ling Xiao firmly believed in this point. Liu Xiaobao and Yang Mo, who were standing guard for Ling Xiao, were shocked. Right now, they could feel the terrifying soul power unleashed by Ling Xiao and Dark Frost. It was terrifying. Big brother Ling Xiao isn't a soul race being, is he? His soul power is stronger than Dark Frost's. Yang Mo was surprised. But he didn't say anything. After all, he was acting as a protector and couldn't be distracted. Third mural, complete. His soul power was being consumed crazily like a torrent. He believed that these murals were definitely carved by ancient experts. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to be so powerful. Fourth mural, complete. The pressure was getting greater and greater, but Ling Xiao was still persevering. On the other side, Dark Frost had already given up. She had only engraved 4 murals, and her soul power had almost been completely exhausted. She couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. She hurriedly consumed a soul-stabilizing pill. Big brother Ling Xiao is indeed powerful. She sat cross-legged to recover. As a soul martial artist, soul power was very important. If she didn't recover, fighting would be a problem. At this moment, the people from Shuiyang Palace walked over. Among them, there was a guy they were very familiar with, Dragon Sword Mountain. Stop, what do you want? Liu Xiaobao asked coldly. Only you are allowed to stay here, others can't? Dragon Sword Mountain said disdainfully, you guys look at your things, we look at ours, we don't interfere with each other. Although he said this, he suddenly flew up and kicked Ling Xiao's back. Because Ling Xiao was completely focused on engraving the murals, he didn't have any defense at all. After being kicked, his entire body crashed into the mural and was gradually sucked in. Run! After doing this, Dragon Sword Mountain knew that there would be trouble, so he hurriedly turned around and fled. The others from Shuiyang Palace also followed. They knew very well that they weren't a match for Liu Xiaobao, so they wouldn't stay here and wait for death. Big brother Ling Xiao! Dark Frost cried out in alarm and was about to pounce over, but she was firmly held back by Liu Xiaobao. It's useless. At this time, Ling Xiao had completely merged into the mural and completely disappeared. It was impossible to save him. I want to kill that Dragon Sword Mountain. Dark Frost's expression was extremely ugly. Yes, avenge big brother Ling Xiao. Yang Mo gritted his teeth and said. Even if you don't say it, I won't let that guy go, Dragon Sword Mountain. Liu Xiaobao's nature was pure, so he didn't expect that Dragon Sword Mountain would attack Ling Xiao. That was why the situation just now happened. At this time, he was blaming himself. A burst of evil chi suddenly erupted. Not only will I kill Dragon Sword Mountain, I will make everyone from Shuiyang Palace die with Ling Xiao. Let's go. Liu Xiaobao raised his foot and chased after him. Dark Frost and Yang Mo also followed. They all thought that Ling Xiao was dead and swore to avenge Ling Xiao. When they came here, the king of Shuiyang country warned everyone not to kill each other. But now that Dragon Sword Mountain had made the first move, then they couldn't be blamed. At this time, most of the cultivators who came in had already reached a wider area. In the main hall, everyone was nervously looking for something. Master Shirbao was stunned, but when he saw Long Jianshan, he didn't care so much. He didn't care about treasures, he just wanted to kill Long Jianshan first. Master Shirbao rushed out like a lion. Long Jianshan hurriedly blocked with his sword. The two of them collided fiercely in the air. Although Master Shirbao hit Long Jianshan and made him vomit blood, Long Jianshan didn't die. When he wanted to rush over again, he was stopped by the people of Shuiyang Palace. Master Shirbao, what do you want to do? Master Shirbao didn't say anything. Dark Frost's attack was already coming. One of the people who stopped Master Shirbao suddenly felt a pain in his head. Then he saw a white bone spear stabbing towards him. When he wanted to dodge, Yang Mo blocked him. The white bone spear pierced his dantian. He was killed on the spot. The people of Eternal Night Palace are crazy. They are killing people randomly. The other cultivators didn't care because it had nothing to do with them. But the cultivators of Shuiyu gathered. The king of Shuiyu, Shui Mantian, warned them not to kill each other. But now, a war between the Eternal Night Palace and the Shuiyang Palace was absolutely unacceptable. Master Shirbao, Dark Frost, Yang Mo, stop. Shui Wushuang hurriedly shouted. Stop your sister's hand. Do you know what's going on? Stop? Master Shirbao impatiently scolded. Shui Wushuang was about to cry. She was the princess of Shuiyu, the daughter of Shui Mantian. Now, not only Ling Xiao dared to scold her, but also Master Shirbao. What happened? Yi Lingyan asked. That guy from Dragon Sword Mountain ambushed big brother Ling Xiao and knocked him into the mural. Yang Mo explained. He had a good impression of Yi Lingyan, so he explained it to her. Ling Xiao is dead, ha 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 ha. On the other side, Yuan Hai suddenly let out a wild laugh, that damn bastard is really dead? Although he saw Ling Xiao hit the wall, he didn't confirm it and ran away. Now that he heard Yang Mo, it seemed that Ling Xiao was really dead. You're courting death. Master Shirbao was furious. He abandoned Long Jianshan and rushed towards Yuan Hai. Starry Night acted at this time, blocking Lion Master Bao. Although he wasn't as strong as Master Shirbao, the gap wasn't big. Under his attack, it was impossible for the Lion Master Castle to kill Yuan Hai. The people of the Eternal Night Palace have gone mad. They want to kill each other. People of the Shuiyang Palace, listen up. Kill Ming Shuang and Yang Mo. They had the advantage now. He believed that Shui Wushuang, the Ghost Valley Three Devils and Yi Lingyan would not help these three people. Therefore, now was the best time to eliminate these three fellows. He didn't know how strong Ming Shuang was. He only knew that Master Lion was very strong. But now that he had stopped Leo Master Castle, wouldn't he be able to kill those people easily? Kill. Yuan Hai and the rest of the people from Shuiyang Palace, including Long Jianshan, all rushed over. You're courting death. Dark Frost's eyes were cold. Yang Mo, just cooperate with me. Limitless hell. Amidst the roar, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. The original Great Hall actually became a stretch of limitless hell. The ground was filled with white bones. The white bones turned into terrifying skeletons and stood up, charging towards the Shuiyang Palace's warriors. Not good, this is the sole domain of a soul martial artist. It's hard to distinguish between real and fake here, and the longer you stay here, the more blurry your consciousness will become. Kill that woman as soon as possible. Long Jianshan anxiously shouted. It's still not certain who will be the one to kill who. Dark Frost laughed coldly, and then thought again, water of the Yellow Springs. Other than a large number of skeleton soldiers, the water of the Yellow Springs actually seeped out from the ground. As long as they touched the water of the Yellow Springs, the people of Shuiyang Palace would feel as if their entire bodies were poisoned. It was extremely uncomfortable, and their strength decreased greatly. At this time, Yang Mo began his massacre. Yang Mo was an ally, so he was not affected at all in this limitless hell. He directly started his massacre. In more than 10 minutes, 4 of the Shuiyang Palace's warriors were killed by him. Including the 2 who died before, there were already 6 dead. There were only 4 people left, and they were relatively strong. They could not be dealt with in a short time. Long Jianshan was very cunning and did not kill him. Boom. Just as Yang Mo wanted to continue, a golden light fell. Dark Frost's limitless hell was forcibly broken. Not only that, even Dark Frost was seriously injured and fell to the ground. She looked at the person who attacked. It was the three-eyed man beside Bing Xuanji. In the Ice Imperial Palace, Ling Xiao taught the three-eyed man a lesson, but did not hurt his foundation. She did not expect that the three-eyed man not only did not appreciate it, but also injured Dark Frost. You people from the Ice Imperial Palace are really shameless. This is a matter between us and Shuiyang Palace, why are you interfering? Yang Mo roared. What a joke, my Ice Imperial Palace is the first palace of Shuiyang country, and we are the leader, naturally, we have to care about these things. The three-eyed man sneered. Since you want to care, you should kill Long Jianshan first. He is the culprit who started this incident. Yang Mo said. What do I do? Is it your turn to teach me a lesson? The three-eyed man snorted and a golden light shot out from his third eye, injuring Yang Mo. Ling Zhao's death is his own fault. Long Jianshan is not only wrong, but also meritorious, killing that troublemaker is good for the unity of Shuiyu country. The three-eyed man sneered. That's right, he actually dared to offend brother Xianxia, he deserved to die. Everyone else nodded in agreement. Alright, three-eyed, cripple their cultivation. After all, the king said that we can't kill each other. Bing Xuanji said indifferently. It was as if he was detached from worldly affairs. But everyone knew that crippling their cultivation here was more cruel than killing them directly. Once they lost their cultivation, not only would they not be able to get anything, but they would also be bullied by everyone. Understood. The three-eyed man appeared in front of Dark Frost and Yang Mo and sneered, you can only blame yourselves for being so dazzling. Stop. Yi Lingyan, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, finally stood up. What, you also want to go with them? The three-eyed man said coldly. After all, they are my Eternal Night Palace's people. Even if you want to punish them, you have to go back to Shuiyu country. You shouldn't use lynchings. Yi Lingyan instantly transformed into a beast spirit and was obviously ready to attack. Relying on you? Do you think you can stop me? The three-eyed man said disdainfully. Fuck off. Suddenly, the three-eyed man roared and a terrifying strength shot out from his third eye. Even though Yi Lingyan was strong, her advantage was not in frontal combat. If it were any other time, she would definitely have dodged this attack. But today, Dark Frost and Xianxia were behind her, so she could only face the attack head-on. As a result, she was sent flying by the three-eyed man's attack. Become a piece of trash for me. The three-eyed man ignored Yi Lingyan and attacked Xianxia and Dark Frost's Dan Tian with his hands. At the critical moment, Liu Xiaobao knocked Starry Night back with a punch, then he rushed over with all his might. But he was still too far away, and it was too late. Brother Ling Xiao, I'm coming down to accompany you. Dark Frost didn't show any fear. For her, death was nothing to be afraid of. What she was afraid of was the people who cared about her being killed. Brother Ling Xiao, thank you for your care during this period of time. Let's meet again in hell. Although Yang Mo's talent wasn't great, he had a firm will. Even in the face of death, he didn't waver at all. They closed their eyes. But death didn't come for a long time. To be exact, San Yan's attack didn't come for a long time. Ah! Suddenly, a miserable shriek sounded out. They opened their eyes. They saw a sword pierced through San Yan's head. It was a blood-red long sword. Brother Ling Xiao! Brother Ling Xiao! Brother Ling! When Xianxia, Dark Frost, and Liu Xiaobao saw this man, they immediately burst into tears of joy. They thought Ling Xiao was dead. But now, not only did Ling Xiao appear, he even pierced through San Yan's head with his sword. Last time, I spared your life because you're from the Shuiyu country. But this time, if you don't die, I won't be able to face my brothers and sisters. Kill. A cold sword intent exploded within San Yan's body. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao destroyed San Yan's body and absorbed his inner core. San Yan was an early 6th Heavenly Core warrior, a mortal core warrior. Although he wasn't the strongest warrior in the Ice Palace. But his third eye was extremely important to Bing Xuanji. But now, it was destroyed by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had also broken through to the peak 3rd Heavenly Core realm. How dare you kill my men? Bing Xuanji's voice was extremely cold. So what if I did? Ling Xiao looked at Bing Xuanji mockingly. Do you really think you're the boss? Let me tell you, you're nothing in my eyes. The atmosphere became tense. The two people in the Ice Imperial Palace did not fight. But today, in this mystic realm, things might not be the same. Found it. There is indeed a mechanism for the teleportation formation here. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Immediately after, a huge halo of light appeared on the ground. It was covered with all kinds of incantations. Humph, Ling Xiao, remember this. You will pay the price for killing my people. Let's go to the teleportation array. Bing Xuanji snorted coldly, turned around and left. He walked towards the shining teleportation array in the center of the hall. He didn't want to fight with Ling Xiao at this time, because if he fought now, he would most likely let others take advantage of him. It's very likely that this teleportation array leads to the real mystic realm. This is just the entrance. Someone said. That's right. There are many small worlds in the Black Tortoise continent. This mystic realm is very likely to be a small world as well. Someone echoed. Everyone looked at the teleportation array, wanting to be the first to pass through. At this time, Ling Xiao was feeding Dark Frost and Xianxia healing pills. Big brother Ling Xiao, give her one too. Dark Frost looked at Yi Lingyan. I don't need it. Yi Lingyan was very aloof. Take it. Ling Xiao flicked his finger, and a healing pill flew through the air. Yi Lingyan caught it in the end. She knew how important it was to keep her body intact in this place. I will repay this favor. Ling Xiao was a person who knew how to repay kindness. Under such circumstances, he was very grateful that Yi Lingyan was willing to help. This teleportation array can only accommodate about 1,000 people at a time. There will always be people who have to go first and people who have to go later. No one knows what's behind the teleportation array. Because of this, people will start to attack each other. I'm afraid it's not worth it. Bing Xuanji said coldly. Everyone thought about it and agreed. There were more than 10,000 people here. It was almost impossible to teleport all of them in at once. They could only do it in batches. Does anyone want to be the first to try? Bing Xuanji asked. Everyone was hesitant. They had just entered and they had already encountered a lot of trouble. Many of them had died. They didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing to enter the teleportation array. Since you're all worried, Shuiyu will be the vanguard. Bing Xuanji suggested. Why? No. People were like that. They were afraid and didn't dare to go, but they were worried that others would steal the treasures. It was extremely contradictory. Let them go first. They have a total of 100 people, 800 more can go. What's there to worry about? Besides, it's just a different order. Those who go in early may not necessarily get the benefits. Maybe they will die first, said a young man from the White Dragon country. He was about 18 years old. He was wearing white clothes and had a pair of dragon horns on his head. He obviously had the blood of the dragon clan. However, he wasn't a real dragon. His name was Ao Fei and he was the leader of the White Dragon country. He was on the same level as Bing Xuanji. His strength was terrifying. Just by standing there, he was already imposing without being angry. Not many people dared to offend him. I also agree, said another person. It was Feng Qianqian from the Wind Empress country. Feng Qianqian was wearing a yellow dress. She had a good figure but her face was covered by a veil. However, no one dared to offend her. Because she was strong enough. Standing there, she looked like a gust of wind that could blow at any time. She was the leader of the Wind Empress country. Since the two of them had spoken, the others didn't say anything. Bing Xuanji smiled and stepped into the portal. The rest of the people from the Shuiyu country also followed, including Ling Xiao, Lion Master Bao, Dark Frost, and Yang Mo brother Ling Xiao. What happened just now? You scared us to death. Weren't you sucked away by the murals on the wall? Ming Xuang asked telepathically. I was lucky. It wasn't me who sucked it away, I was the one who sucked it away. Ling Xiao had felt that he couldn't hold on for much longer when he reached the 5th mural. Who would have thought that the Dragon Sword Mountain would help him? In order to protect him, the Tyrant Sky Martial Spirit directly absorbed the mural. It was just that this process took a little longer, otherwise, he would have rushed over at a much faster speed. It's a blessing in disguise. Lion Master Bao smiled bitterly. Although it's a blessing in disguise, the Dragon Sword Mountain's intention to kill me has not changed. This person had to be killed. None of the people from the Snow Sun Palace can be left alive. Ling Xiao was really angry. Those people from the Snow Sun Palace actually wanted to kill his friends when he wasn't there. If he did not annihilate this group of trash, how could he vent the anger in his heart? If he couldn't vent his anger, it would be troublesome for his future cultivation. If he couldn't vent his anger, there would definitely be problems. But now that Bing Xuanji was protecting the people from the Snow Sun Palace, he couldn't do anything. But he believed that there would be opportunities. As long as he wanted to scheme against someone, he wouldn't be afraid of not finding an opportunity to kill them. While he was thinking about this, 1,000 people had already gathered on the portal. The extra people were directly thrown out. When the number of people reached exactly 1,000, the teleportation portal shone with light. 1,000 people disappeared from the hall at the same time. When he reappeared, Ling Xiao looked around. The environment had indeed changed. It was different from before. Let's go and take a look around. The others didn't want to stay with the people of Shuiyu because they weren't as strong and couldn't get the treasures. Naturally, they chose to leave early. What made everyone feel strange was that after waiting for more than 10 minutes, no one else came in. Could it be that the teleportation portal can only be used once? Lion Xiaobao asked curiously. It shouldn't be. I suspect that this teleportation portal will send people to different places each time. Although they are all in the same small world, the locations are different. Ling Xiao analyzed. That's possible. The others nodded one after another, thinking that this was the most reliable answer. Prince Xuanji, it seems that only the people of Shuiyu are left. Shouldn't we solve the internal problems first? Suddenly, Yuan Hai spoke. If Ling Xiao didn't die, he couldn't be at ease. That's right, Prince Xuanji, this Ling Xiao actually dared to kill people of the Ice Palace. He'll easily ruin our plan. Dragon Sword Mountain also said. Killing him will be good for us. Starry Night agreed. The people of the Ice Palace and Snow Sun Palace all agreed. As for the people from the other 10 palaces, they didn't want to get involved and just let it go. Bing Xuanji looked at Ling Xiao, his eyes cold. Ling Xiao, take your people and leave. He didn't have absolute confidence in killing Ling Xiao, so he didn't want to act casually. After all, there were still treasures to be fought over. It wasn't wise to waste energy on killing each other. Leaving is not a problem, but some people must die. Ling Xiao didn't want to act with these people. The so-called unity was just a bunch of bullshit. Shui Mantian wasn't here, who cared about what he said? If he cared, he wouldn't have been ambushed by Dragon Sword Mountain. You heard it, Prince Xuanji, this guy has been harboring evil intentions from the beginning. Who knew if he was a spy from another force? After all, he joined Shuiyu temporarily. Yuan Hai shouted. Indeed, from the beginning, I thought it was strange. He's not weak, there's no need for him to join Shuiyu. Back in the Blood Moon secret realm, his acting was rather convincing. But here, his true colors were revealed all at once. He said that Dragon Sword Mountain had plotted against him, but was he dead? The ones who died were all from the Shuiyang Palace and the Ice Imperial Palace. Starry Night said indifferently, Prince Xuanji is wise and farsighted, you should be able to see it too. These people are simply using us to seize the treasures. Shuiyu is nothing in their eyes. Prince Arcana, I also think that Starry Night's words make sense. Apart from the Eternal Night Palace, the members of the 11 palaces all grew up in Shuiyu. We're on the same side. In the Eternal Night Palace, other than Shui Wushuang, everyone else joined at the last minute. He couldn't be considered one of them at all. Dragon Sword Mountain and Ghost Valley 3 devils are still fine, they do not intend to destroy the unity and friendship between us. However, it was different for the others. They tried to stir up trouble, slandered us, and even slaughtered our people. They're already enemies. The king said that we must be united and not kill each other, but he also said that we must unite against outsiders. These guys are our enemies. Another person in the Ice Imperial Palace advised. This person was called Xiaomu, and he had a very good relationship with Three-Eyed. Three-Eyed had been killed by Ling Xiao, and Xiaomu had always held a grudge in his heart. At this time, he naturally wanted to add insult to injury. Yes, Prince Xuanji, kill them, and the next operation will be safer. Another person in the Ice Imperial Palace said. Hearing this, Shui Wushuang frowned. Although she did not like Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao and the others were really killed, the Eternal Night Palace would be completely finished. However, she did not dare to say anything. Because she was also afraid of death. Now that Ling Xiao was the target of public criticism, she did not dare to speak at all. I really admire your group of people. Such shameless words can actually be said in such a dignified manner. It seems that my choice was right. Being on the same side as you is really shameful. Yi Lingyan was still a little hesitant. In the end, she had to follow Ling Xiao to the end. Or choose not to help either side. But after listening to Xiaomu and the others, she had already made a decision. Even if Ling Xiao was bloodthirsty, he would not make a move against his own people. And those shameless people, who knew if they would sneak attack them? Well said, a group of bastards, you don't even take the words of the king of Shuiyu seriously. If you want to fight, then fight, don't talk nonsense. It makes people feel disgusted. Lion Master Bao said disdainfully. Bullshit, you're saying that others sneak attacked you? Who saw it? Isn't it just you talking nonsense? On the other hand, you sneak attacked Dragon Sword Mountain, everyone here saw it. You even killed Three-Eyed, who tried to calm the chaos, and now you're still pretending to be innocent. Yuan Hai cursed. Lion Master Bao wanted to say something, but Ling Xiao stopped him. What is there to talk about with them? In this world, there is no reason to talk. Whoever has the hardest fist is the reason. Whoever can return to Shuiyu alive from the mysterious world is the reason. Dragon Sword Mountain, Yuan Hai, and Starry Night must be killed. If anyone dares to stop us today, we will kill them together. Ling Xiao had seen many such shameless people, so from the beginning, he had not planned to reason with them. Talking reason with such people would only make you angry. TSK, everyone saw it, this is his nature. From the beginning, he wanted to find an excuse to kill us one by one. If we don't do it now, we won't have such a good opportunity later. For Shui Yu, for our supreme glory. We can't let these rats ruin our delicious food. Xiao Hemu's impassioned speech was filled with righteousness, as if he were the spokesperson of justice. However, in Ling Xiao's ears, these words were similar to the barking of a dog. Let's do it, kill whoever dares to stop us. Ling Xiao stared at Bing Xianji and ordered Lion Master Bao to attack. Lion Master Bao nodded and his earth spirit appeared behind his back. His whole body was surging with the power of desolation. He suddenly stomped on the ground. The ground cracked into several pieces because of this. Dragon Sword Mountain, you will be the first to die. You dared to sneak attack my friends, I will destroy you. Lion Master Bao knew that Ling Xiao wanted to kill Dragon Sword Mountain the most. If Dragon Sword Mountain did not die, Ling Xiao would not be able to forgive him. Everyone, as you can see, these people have already become angry out of humiliation. Go back and be witnesses. We didn't start a civil war. They are the ones with ulterior motives. At the same time, two people from Shuiyang Palace rose into the air and rushed towards Lion Master Bao. The two men who attacked Master Lion Fort were both perfect fifth divine core warriors. None of them were Master Lion Fort's match. That was why they had to work together. Get lost. Right now, Master Lion Fort was furious. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao coming back in time, perhaps Dark Frost and Yang Mo would have been killed. Therefore, he was going to make them pay. Roar, a frightening roar sounded out. The Nine Spirits Lion's bloodline was unleashed. He punched both of them at the same time, and actually sent them flying. This guy is as scary as a wild beast. Let me help. Another two men flew up into the sky from Shuiyang Palace. Just like the previous two men, they were both perfect fifth divine core warriors. Four men worked together and surrounded Master Lion Fort. There were only 6 men left from Shuiyang Palace. Only Xingyi and Yuan Hai hadn't joined the fight yet. The other 4 men were facing Master Lion Fort. This proved how frightening Master Lion Fort was. Fine, let me fight to my heart's content today, bloodline power, fully awaken. Master Lion Fort knew these 4 men weren't easy to deal with. While roaring furiously, his hair grew longer and longer. Like a golden waterfall, his hair flowed down from his head to his feet. The muscles on his body became more developed as well. His eyes shone with a golden light. His body was covered with a golden energy. Bang, not only were the 4 men unable to take him down, they were even pushed back. This guy, too bad, he's with Ling Xiao. If not, he would have become a good tool for us. Bing Xuanji furrowed his brows. Master Lion Fort's strength was beyond his expectation. Even though he was fighting 4 men at once, he wasn't at a disadvantage. Instead, he was getting stronger and stronger. He was like a bloodline warrior from the immemorial era. I'll help as well. Seeing this, Yuan Hai flew up into the sky as well. He gathered a frightening amount of energy on his fist and punched towards Master Lion Fort. 5 men worked together, and all 5 of them were 5th divine core warriors. No matter how strong Master Lion Fort was, he was finally in a disadvantageous position. I've said it before, I'll kill whoever stands in my way. Since all of you want to die, don't blame me for being impolite. Yang Mo, go and help. Ling Xiao couldn't act rashly. Because Bing Xuanji was staring at him. As long as he made a move, Bing Xuanji would definitely make a move. Fortunately, Lion Master Bao was fighting against 5 of them. Although he was at a disadvantage, he wouldn't be defeated easily. Yang Mo went up to help, and soon alleviated his disadvantage. The 2 of them regained their advantage. Dragon Sword Mountain, do you want to watch the show? Starry Night looked at Dragon Sword Mountain and said coldly. I'll go help. Long Jianshan gritted his teeth. It was impossible for him to not make a move now. He could only brace himself and charge forward. In the end, he was stopped by Yi Lingyan halfway. Yi Lingyan, do you also want to betray Shuiyu? Starry Night coldly said. What a serious crime. Are you fit to convict me? You're just a disciple of the Shuiyang Palace. I am a disciple of the Eternal Night Palace. Yi Lingyan sneered and charged towards Dragon Sword Mountain. After she transformed into a beast spirit, she could completely suppress Long Jianshan. Starry Night finally could no longer watch from the sidelines. He was also ready to make a move. However, he was stopped by Dark Frost. Don't forget, there's still me. The Eternal Night Palace and the Shuiyang Palace could be said to have begun a true life and death battle. However, the other palaces were still watching. Ling Xiao looked at Xue Wushuang and said, as the representative of the Eternal Night Palace, are you just going to watch the show? No wonder the Eternal Night Palace has been unable to become stronger. Your own people have been bullied and humiliated. As a princess, you don't even dare to seek justice for them. You're simply a waste. This matter is clearly your fault. You've already killed so many people. Even if you let Dragon Sword Mountain and Yuan Hai go, so what? Xue Wushuang said angrily. Hee, you're still blaming me? Ling Xiao shook his head lightly. My impression of you has already changed a little, but the way you are now is really laughable and pitiful. Ghost Valley 3 Demons, what have you decided to do? Ling Xiao looked at the Ghost Valley 3 Demons and asked. We're not familiar with you, so we won't help either side. The leader of the Ghost Valley 3 Demons said. Alright, I hope you won't regret it. Whether or not to help was indeed their own freedom. Ling Xiao would not force them. But Ling Xiao also had the freedom to help them. The Ghost Valley 3 Demons didn't know that their words of not helping either side had caused them to lose a chance to be saved. Yu Yi, aren't you going to help? Starry Night also began to look for helpers. Yu Yi was the young leader of the Moon Demon Palace. At the same time, he was also his twin brother. The two of them chose to join different palaces in order to complement each other better. You really don't let people be at ease. Yu Yi sighed softly, traitors, everyone has the right to kill. People of the Moon Demon Palace, listen to my order, kill. The 10 people of the Moon Demon Palace jumped up at the same time and charged towards Lion Master Fort, Dark Frost, Yi Lingyan and Yang Mo. Hee, you finally can't hold back anymore, but Yu Yi, it's fine if you attack alone, but you actually let the people of the Moon Demon Palace attack together. Do you know what this means? It means that you will kill all of them. Ling Xiao sneered and finally soared into the sky, blocking the 10 people of the Moon Demon Palace. Prince Xuanji, should we attack? Xiaomu asked. What's the rush? Let's observe the situation first. When both sides are injured, it won't be too late for us to attack. Bing Xuanji secretly transmitted. Prince Xuanji is wise. Xiaomu smiled and didn't say anything. In fact, Bing Xuanji was mainly not competent in defeating Ling Xiao. He just wanted to use the people of the Moon Demon Palace to see what Ling Xiao was capable of. Dragon Trapping Talisman. Ling Xiao still had a lot of talismans that he stole from Gu Fenghua and the others. If he didn't use it now, when would he? Releasing the Dragon Trapping Talisman could guarantee that no more enemies would come. This was safer for them. You think you can stop the 10 of us by yourself? Yu Yi looked at Ling Xiao, her eyes cold. Stop? No. Ling Xiao shook his head, you will all die. He had already said that anyone who tried to stop him from killing Xianxia, Long Jianshan, and Yuan Hai would die. These words had never changed. But there were always people who seemed to have forgotten what he had said and insisted on challenging his bottom line. Since that was the case, why should he be merciful? 10 swords, disperse. Ling Xiao coldly snorted, and 10 swords simultaneously flew out from his storage ring. 10 sword lights formed in front of him and attacked the 10 people of the Moon Demon Palace. In the past, controlling 10 swords at the same time was extremely difficult. But it was different now. After his sword intent reached the peak, these 10 swords were no different from a single sword in his eyes. His will and true essence could be released 10 at the same time to attack 10 enemies. This guy's sword intent has already reached the peak, how can this be? The surrounding people all had ugly expressions. All the geniuses from Shuiyu were stunned by Ling Xiao's peak sword intent. This Ling Xiao was much stronger than they had imagined. Ling Xiao was much stronger than they had imagined. The peak sword intent was something that even a 7th Divine Core warrior might not be able to comprehend. When the sword intent was unleashed, all the people from the Moon Palace could feel a sharp pain coming from their bodies. Even their reactions were half a beat slower than usual. The sword intent was impacting their souls, causing them to become sluggish. Do you think we're easy to bully because we're not strong enough? I really don't understand. Where did you trash get your confidence from? A cold smile emerged on Ling Zhao's face. Purple flames ignited on the 10 swords. The complete level of fire intent. The surprise in Bing Xuanji's eyes became even stronger. Each of the swords had become extremely hot, and no one dared to approach them. Infernal Phoenix Beast Soul Transformation. In the next moment, Ling Xiao entered the Beast Soul Transformation state. The Infernal Phoenix Beast Soul Transformation could strengthen the will of fire. It could allow the complete level of the will of fire to erupt with the power of the peak will of fire. All of a sudden, the Moon Demon Palace cultivators stopped in their tracks. It was too terrifying. They had a feeling that if they continued moving forward, they would crash into those swords and become a dead soul under Ling Xiao's swords. Die. Finally, Ling Xiao was done with his preparations. 10 swords suddenly shot out. Together with the peak sword intent, the peak will of fire, and the peak will of beast god, they charged towards the 10 men from the Moon Palace. Although most of them managed to block the attack, 2 of their throats were pierced through. However, there were still 2 people whose throats were pierced by 2 of the swords. Their bodies instantly burst into flames. The moment the blood flew up, it solidified and then became carbonized. They're dead? Everyone stared at the 2 men who were killed in horror. In the end, even their bodies couldn't be preserved, they were burned into charcoal by the scorching flames. Even their inner cores were completely melted, becoming the energy in Ling Zhao's body. Since you provoked me, why should I be polite? Today, not only the Shuiyang Palace, I'm going to kill all of you, everyone from the Moon Demon Palace must die. Ling Xiao spat out a cold and stern voice. Once he made his move, he did not intend to show any mercy. Because Dragon Sword Mountain, Yuan Hai, and Starry Night were all examples. He had spared the lives of these people, but he had almost gotten himself killed. He didn't want to make the same mistake again. Therefore, these people had to die. The violent sword intent continued to bloom. The 10 swords had locked onto 8 people and were constantly attacking. Those from the Moon Demon Palace found it extremely difficult to defend against the 10 swords. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao moved. He turned into a crazy flame and rushed into the crowd. Die. He didn't use any martial skills, just an ordinary punch. How could the Moon Demon Palace cultivator, who was already under attack by the sword light, have the time to defend? Against his attack, a body that was equivalent to a spirit-grade Heavenly King weapon smashed onto the body of a 5th Divine Core warrior. The martial artist's body was directly smashed apart. Then, he was engulfed by the flames and burned. He screamed in terror. Death. This punch was like a prelude to a deadly attack. Every single warrior from the Moon Demon Palace was terrified. Every single warrior from the Shuiyu Kingdom had ugly expressions on their faces. Some of them started to regret their actions. Why did they provoke this crazy Ling Xiao? If they didn't provoke him, they might have been able to find some treasures. But now, they didn't even get to see any treasures, they were all killed by their own kind. Such a way of dying was too cowardly and meaningless. Tremble, everyone from the Moon Demon Palace was trembling. Although Yu Yu was very strong, but right now, he had to face 4 swords at the same time. He was already having trouble dealing with them. As for the others, they had witnessed Ling Zhao's frightening close combat skills. At this moment, none of them had the heart to continue fighting. Prince Xianxia, save us! Finally, someone cried out for help. It's useless, no one can save you today. Ling Xiao sneered. Another punch was thrown out. Another miserable shriek sounded out as another man was killed. So far, 4 people from the Moon Demon Palace had died in battle, leaving only 6. Ling Xiao, it's fine if you don't lose, I know you're furious, but these are the elites of the Shuiyu Kingdom. If you kill them, our strength will be greatly reduced. Enough! Shui Wuxuang shouted from outside. Shut your mouth, idiot woman, if you keep talking, I'll kill you too. Ling Zhao's roar scared Shui Wuxuang so much that her face turned deathly pale. Her mouth was wide open, but she didn't dare utter a word. Ling Zhao's expression was too frightening. It was incomparably ferocious. A single glance was enough to make one's soul feel fear. You won't let me kill you now. Where did you go just now, even if you were willing to say a few words of fairness for us? Today's matter wouldn't have reached such a point. Some people tried to plot against me, and you're actually protecting such trash. Now you think I'm cruel? They asked for it. While speaking, Ling Xiao leapt towards the next man. Although this man had reacted and tried to dodge, there was no way he could escape from Ling Xiao's pursuit. Another punch, and the man exploded. Ling Xiao could feel that the energy in his sea of cultivation had increased by 20% after absorbing the inner cores of the 5 people. Of course, this increase was a bit slow. The main reason was that most of the energy from the inner cores had been stored in his potential cells. Everyone stared blankly at the scene before them. Ling Xiao was dealing with a 5th-level Divine Core warrior. It was as easy as chopping vegetables. Those men couldn't fight back at all. For now, cultivation didn't mean much to Ling Xiao. After all, his body had reached the mid-7th Order Emperor realm. Even a 7th-level Divine Core warrior wouldn't be able to easily injure him. Continue. Ling Xiao still didn't use any martial skills. He still used ordinary attacks. But, with each attack, he could kill a 5th-level Divine Core warrior. Finally, there were 10 men from the Moon Palace. Only Yu Yi was left. Right at this moment, 10 swords were surrounding Yu Yi. One thing was worth mentioning. Yu Yi's cultivation was similar to Xianxia's. But, her overall strength was slightly stronger than Xianxia's. If not, Xianxia would have been dead by now. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, the balance was finally broken. Long Jianshan was severely injured by Yi Lingyan, and he was lying on the ground, unable to move. The reason why Yi Lingyan didn't kill him was because she wanted to leave his life to Ling Xiao. After that, Yi Lingyan went to help Yang Yamo and Lion Master Fort. After these 3 men joined forces, the 5 men from the Snow Sun Palace were in a miserable state. In just a few moments, the only one left was Yuan Hai. Similarly, Yuan Hai was severely injured as well. He was lying on the ground, waiting for Ling Xiao's judgment. Xianxia was obviously panicking right now. His strength was weaker than Dark Frost, and he was panicking right now. Dark Frost seized the opportunity and caused him to fall onto the ground, severely injured. He wanted to get up, but he was held back by the white bones that came out from the ground. His blood was being devoured by the white bones. Dark Frost only stopped when Xianxia was half dead. "Do you want to help?" asked Shi Xiaobao. "No need. You've seen how strong Brother Ling Xiao is. The Moon Demon Palace is much stronger than the Snow Sun Palace. He had single-handedly killed 9 of them. Even though Yu Yi is stronger than Xingyi, it's not a big deal." Dark Frost shook her head and said, "Let Brother Ling Xiao vent his anger, otherwise he'll die." At that moment, Yu Yi's face was extremely ugly. At the same time, he was desperately trying to block the attacks of the 10 swords. He could feel his soul trembling. He couldn't win, that was the only thought in his mind. Even though he didn't want to lose, Ling Xiao was giving him too much pressure. It was too terrifying. The other members of the 9 temples all looked solemn. This Ling Xiao was really terrifying. If anyone wanted to kill him, he would kill them. He wasn't afraid of anything. "Ling Xiao, do you think that if you kill us, you'll be fine? You're so cruel and tyrannical. You'll definitely be killed by Xueyu, definitely." Yu Yi roared hysterically. "Kill me, if you really do that, then Xueyu is blind. I wholeheartedly serve the Eternal Night Palace. But you have the ambition of a wolf. You want to kill me. Now that you're scared of being killed, you want to push the blame onto me. You want to blame me for being cruel and merciless? How ridiculous. The king of Xueyu shouldn't be as stupid as you." Ling Xiao had never thought of betraying Xueyu. In fact, he was very grateful to Xueyu. He also wanted to get some good things from the mysterious world to repay them. But he wasn't stupid. If Xueyu wanted to kill him, he wouldn't sit still and wait for death. "Do you think that the leaders of Xueyu will believe you? Do they believe you or do they believe us, who have been cultivating in Xueyu since childhood? Besides, we didn't kill any of you. But you and your companions killed 9 of my Moonfiend Palace's men, and many others from the Shuiyang Palace. You even killed the Ice Palace's 3 eyes. Do you think you can wash your hands of your crimes?" shouted Yu Yi again. Clear my name? I'm not guilty in the first place, so why do I need to clear my name? Trash like you can't kill us, so you want to use this kind of pitiful method to gain sympathy. Do you really think that the leaders of Shuiyu are as stupid as you? I can't wait to see how they will punish me when I return to Shuiyu with the treasures in my possession. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see anything by then. Because you are going to die now. Ling Xiao seemed to be deliberately humiliating Yu Yi. She didn't attack, only letting the 10 swords leave scars on Yu Ye's body. It was as if he was being sliced into pieces. Ling Xiao, be lenient whenever possible. Your hands are already stained with too much blood. Do you still want to continue? Bing Xuanji finally spoke. He wanted to act as a mediator, making Yu Yi, Starry Yi, Long Jianshan, and Yuan Hai remember his kindness. Unfortunately, he had misjudged Ling Xiao. Would Ling Xiao give up because of his words? What a joke. Ling Xiao looked at Bing Xuanji and said coldly, "Are you talking nonsense? When they attacked Lion Master Castle, where were you? Now you come out and pretend to be a leader. Ridiculous. Ling Xiao, enough is enough. We are all from the same sect, there is no need to kill all of us." The young leader of Red Water Palace couldn't help but try to persuade him. His attitude was better than Bing Xuanji's, but it was still bullshit. If these people really thought of him as a member of the same sect, they should have said something on his behalf. They shouldn't have hit him when he was down. Ling Xiao, don't go too far. If you do this, you will become the target of everyone in Shuiyu. Do you really want to be a traitor? Shouted someone else. Traitor? Ling Xiao looked at that person and said mockingly, "It's just Shui Yang Palace and Moon Demon Palace. If you kill them, then so be it. You have no right to call me a traitor. I know that you people want Eternal Night Palace to be under your feet forever. Now that we have risen, you are afraid. You are afraid that we will settle our old scores with you. Impudent. You are talking nonsense. This guy is just a bastard, he shouldn't have been taken into Shuiyu. No matter what you say, it is useless bullshit. If I, Ling Xiao, want to kill someone, they will not live. 10 swords in one, kill." Finally, Ling Xiao used a martial skill. The 10 swords that were attacking Yu Yu suddenly condensed into one. In an instant, it penetrated Yu Yu's body. Yu Yu's internal core was crushed and energy poured into Ling Xiao's body. Her body fell to the ground. In the end, he was still dead. Just a moment ago, when Bing Xuanji and the others spoke for him, he still had some hope. He thought that maybe he could still live. But at this moment, he finally understood that Ling Xiao wouldn't listen to anyone. When Ling Xiao decided to do something, he would definitely do it. And all of you, it's time for you to pay the price for what you have done. After killing Yu Yu, Ling Xiao didn't even bat an eye. He then turned to Xingyi and the others. Long Jianshan, I spared your life on the way here. But not only did you not appreciate my kindness, you even sneak attacked me. Since that's the case, you can die now. Let's see how you are going to find trouble with me after you die. Ling Xiao waved his hand. A sword beam sliced Long Jianshan's body in half. His internal core was also shattered. Since he had decided to kill Long Jianshan, Ling Xiao wouldn't show any mercy or hesitation. Yuan Hai, Xingyi, you instigated Long Jianshan to sneak attack me, and even tried to kill my friends, you deserve to die as well. Slash, a sword beam killed both men at the same time. The flames burned all the corpses. At the same time, Ling Xiao could feel that the energy in his cultivation ocean had increased to 60%. The energy contained in the inner cores of Xingyi and Yu Yi, 2 6th-level divine core warriors. The effect was indeed extraordinary. Witnessing this scene, all the others were dumbfounded. Their expressions were extremely ugly. The Shuiyang Palace had been completely annihilated, the Moon Demon Palace had been completely annihilated, and this wasn't done by an outsider, they were killed by their own men. Ling Xiao, do you know what this means? Bing Xuanji said coldly. It means I've killed a few trash. Ling Xiao threw a disdainful glance at Bing Xuanji, then he said to his men, let's go, I only feel disgusted here. A group of sanctimonious hypocrites gathered together, the stench of rot is really strong. Just like that, he left in a dignified manner. He brought his own men and left. No one dared to stop him. Not even Bing Xuanji. In this secret realm, unless there was a warrior at the late 7th Divine Core realm or above, no one could stop Jiang Chen. They could only watch as Ling Xiao and his men left. Everyone from Shuiyu had ugly expressions on their faces. Although they knew Ling Xiao wasn't someone to be trifled with, they still didn't dare offend him. Because Ling Xiao's cultivation was weak, they didn't think too much about it. They didn't think this man could be that strong. But today's scene made them finally understand. Everyone felt that Ling Xiao was too strong. He had single-handedly killed 10 geniuses of the Moon Demon Palace and emerged unscathed. He was simply a monster. Xue Wuxuan's body was trembling. Ling Xiao's strength had completely exceeded her imagination. For a moment, she wanted to call out to Ling Xiao, but he didn't even bother to look at her. Back then, she had looked down on Ling Xiao with contempt. She had thought of herself as a high and mighty princess. But now, it seemed that in his eyes, she was the one who was the laughingstock. She had always been the one to put on a show for herself. Others didn't even bother to pay attention to her. Ling Xiao left, leaving the rest of the people of Shuiyu behind. He left with Lion Master Bao, Dark Frost, Yi Lingyan, and Yang Mo. They couldn't tolerate each other anymore. Staying would only increase the friction between them. They strolled through the pocket world filled with the aura of desolation. Ling Xiao put the previous matter aside for the time being. The most important thing now was to find the treasure. There were definitely many treasures in the pocket world. The Sword Mountain grass was just an appetizer. It didn't count for much. This pocket world isn't inferior to Shuiyu's pocket world. Let's just walk around aimlessly. Who knows how long we'll have to walk? Why don't we split up into 2 groups, Dark Frost and I will be in a group. Brother Lion, Yi Lingyan, Yang Mo, you 3 will be in a group. That way, the chances of finding the treasure will greatly increase. After walking for a while, Ling Xiao suddenly suggested. He realized that even with his Taiji eye, he couldn't see through the secrets of this pocket world. The 5 of them staying together would be safer, but it would also reduce their chances of finding the treasure. Lion Master Bao and Yi Lingyan weren't weak. With Yang Mo, their battle prowess would only increase. Even if they ran into people from Shuiyu, they could still escape. I agree. The pocket world is a place of adventure. If we stay together, we'll miss out on a lot of good opportunities. He had heard from his master that this mystic realm would open once every 100 years. As long as one made it out of the secret realm alive, one would become the ruler of a large country. Or go to a powerful nation, or even the golden heavens, and become a hero. In the end, I still have to rely on myself to grasp the opportunity. I plan to go alone. Liu Xiaobao thought for a moment and said. Me too. It's actually safer for me to travel alone. After all, I'm an assassin. Yi Lingyan added. Big brother Ling Xiao, I'm thinking about something. Although this place can only be opened once every 100 years, it's still very rare. However, in the past tens of thousands of years, many people had probably come here. Apart from the Sword Mountain grass, which would grow again every once in a while, there were no other spirit herbs. Most of the treasures should have been taken away by others. The rest were very difficult to obtain. I also want to split up. I know that big brother Ling Xiao is worried about me. But don't worry, I won't get into trouble so easily. It's better to train alone. Dark Frost added. I also want to try it myself. Yang Mo clenched his teeth. Although it would be very dangerous for him to act alone, he wanted to become stronger. He decided to give it a try. Don't be hasty. My suggestion is not to separate now. When it's time to separate, I won't stop you. Follow me first. I have a feeling that that direction is the most dangerous, but it's also the most likely place to obtain the secret treasure. Ling Xiao pointed in a direction. It was located in the northeast of the small world. The others didn't notice anything, but Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye caught some dangerous aura. The most dangerous place would have the fewest people. Then the possibility of leaving behind the treasure was also the highest. Okay, we'll listen to you. The other 4 nodded their heads in agreement. So the 5 of them continued forward. They followed the path that Ling Xiao said. Along the way, they encountered many warriors. But the further they went, the fewer they encountered. Because there were deaths. There were many traps and mechanisms here. Unless one had a Tai Chi eye like Ling Xiao or knew how to set traps, it was very difficult to pass safely. About half an hour later, there were no other figures around them. What was left was only a desolate environment and those corpses that seemed to have been sealed for many years. These are probably warriors who have been here before. Like us, they wanted to find the secret treasure, but they lost their lives here. Yi Lingyan observed the corpses on the ground. When she stepped on them, the corpses shattered and turned into powder that scattered with the wind. If it's just a trap, it's unlikely to cause so many casualties. I suspect that this is caused by internal strife. What kind of treasure is this? So many people have died. Ling Zhao's Tai Chi eye carefully analyzed these corpses and came to a conclusion. What kind of treasure could it be? Lion Xiaobao frowned. Let's go and take a look. There seems to be a building over there. Ling Zhao's Tai Chi eye could see things a mile away. It captured scenes that others couldn't. Everyone increased their speed and arrived a mile away. They discovered that the building here actually looked like a sect. Although the name of the sect was already blurry due to the passage of time, the overall structure could still be seen clearly. Now we can split up and search for our own opportunities. If you encounter any trouble, use this to contact me. Ling Xiao gave each of them a spirit talisman. It was called a sound transmission talisman and could be used to communicate directly. All right. The few of them knew that the scale of this building was huge. It was more efficient to split up and search. After the other four left, Ling Xiao walked into the sect. It was similar to the sect structure seen in the future, but the scale was much larger. There were many rooms and buildings inside. This included the library, the treasure pavilion, and the like. The five of them carefully searched the place. Because everyone had the ability to search with their soul force, they didn't have to do it like ordinary people. So it was relatively easier. In the process of searching, Ling Xiao discovered some treasures hidden in secret compartments in the corners. But they were all pills, weapons, and the like. He didn't care about them at all. There weren't many things. The more conspicuous treasures should have all been swept clean. If not for his Tai Chi eye, he probably wouldn't have been able to find these things. The five of them gathered together an hour later. Lion Xiaobao, Yang Mo, and Yi Lingyan didn't find anything. Dark Frost found some things, but they weren't of high quality. It was obvious that the good things had been taken away. I just noticed that Bing Xuanji brought the people of Shuiyu over. Lion Xiaobao suddenly said. It seems that they didn't stop, but we've wasted some time, so it's not like we didn't get anything. I see that the weapons of the four of you are only divine-grade emperor weapons. They can't keep up with your cultivation anymore. I happen to find a few suitable weapons, all of which are mortal-grade heavenly king weapons. Each of you pick one. There are also good healing pills and recovery pills. You four can divide them. I don't need them. Ling Xiao had gotten what he wanted. There were a few inner cores that had almost turned into fossils, and they belonged to mortal core warriors. After absorbing all of them, the energy in his cultivation base had increased to 80%. Let's move on. After everyone found their weapons and put away their pills, Ling Xiao called out to them and continued moving forward. Their speed wasn't fast. They were afraid that they might miss something good. Another ruin of a sect. I feel like it's much stronger than the previous one. Yi Lingyan said. That's right, if we were to rank it according to the strength of the Golden Sky region. The previous sect was at most a small city. But this sect is as big as a small kingdom. Ling Xiao nodded his head. Let's go in and have a look, we might find something. The five men once again split up and started searching around the sect. This time, because of their previous experience, their search speed was much faster. Soon, all five men gathered at the same place. Watch out. Suddenly, the guy who had turned into a skeleton on the ground suddenly stood up. He dashed towards Yang Mo. Ling Xiao shouted out loudly and threw a punch at the skeleton. Bang! A terrifying roar exploded on the spot. Ling Xiao was pushed back a few steps. But, the skeleton was pushed back a few steps as well. So strong, this is the skeleton of an early 7th Divine Core warrior. Although he's dead, it seems like his inner core shattered and fused with the skeleton before he died. This skeleton is good stuff. Ling Xiao smiled excitedly and said, "Now, you guys continue moving forward, I need to kill this skeleton first. But, it will take some time, we can't let Bing Xuanji and the others take advantage of us." The 4 men hesitated. "Don't worry about me, don't you know how strong I am? If I die, you guys won't be able to do anything here," Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. "Alright, be careful brother Ling, we'll take our leave first." Lion Xiaobao finally nodded his head, then he turned around and left. Yi Lingyan left as well. Dark Frost watched for a while, and after making sure Ling Xiao was fine, she left as well. On the other hand, Yang Mo didn't leave. "Why aren't you leaving?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. "I've thought about it. The 3 of them are all capable of holding their own. I'm the only one who's weaker. Although acting alone could train him, it could also be dangerous. He might as well stay by big brother Ling Zhao's side. Perhaps I can be of some help." Yang Mo smiled. "It's up to you. Watch the door for me. I think someone will come here soon." Ling Xiao did not object. With Yang Mo's strength, it was indeed very dangerous for him to act alone. It might be better for him to stay here. Ling Xiao began to focus on fighting the skeleton. Although the skeleton was dead, its combat strength was still formidable. Especially that strange martial skill, which even Ling Xiao had never seen before. This was a good opportunity for him to hone his skills. The battle lasted for only about 10 minutes. Yang Mo suddenly became nervous. Because someone had indeed come. Moreover, it was an acquaintance. The Ice Royal Palace's Xiahou Mu and another unfamiliar face were probably from the Ice Royal Palace as well. Who would have thought? Prince Xuanji just wanted us to take a look out of curiosity, and we actually ran into you. Where's Ling Xiao and the others, you idiot, they didn't abandon you, did they? Xiahou Mu sneered at Yang Mo. "Do you think everyone else is a heartless bastard like you? I advise you to get the hell out of here. Otherwise, you'll end up like those from the Moon Demon Palace and Shuiyang Palace." Yang Mo said coldly. "What a joke. Trash like you dares to threaten me. If not for that traitor Ling Xiao, I would have killed as many trash like you as I could find." How could Xiahou Mu fear Yang Mo? "Of course I know you're not afraid of me. But what about him?" Yang Mo sneered and stepped aside, allowing Xiahou Mu to see the people in the room. Ling Xiao. Xiahou Mu and the other cultivator from the Ice Royal Palace saw Ling Xiao and immediately took to the air. But halfway through, they suddenly stopped. That's not right. Ling Xiao is fighting. This is the best chance to kill Yang Mo. Both men landed back on the ground and stared at Yang Mo coldly. "Buddy, I'll kill you first, then we'll kill Ling Xiao together. Let's see if that guy can still be so arrogant." Xiahou Mu sneered, then he thrust his palm toward Yang Mo. In his mind, Yang Mo was just a mid-5th rank Divine Core warrior. Xiahou Mu was a peak 6th rank Divine Core warrior. There was a huge gap between their cultivation levels. With just a single strike, Xiahou Mu was able to kill Yang Mo. Right now, Xiahou Mu was thinking about how he should deal with Ling Xiao after killing Yang Mo. Ling Xiao was the real problem. Actually, Ling Xiao had been watching everything that happened outside. He had been fighting with the skeleton for more than 10 minutes. He had recorded everything that happened with the skeleton in the depths of his soul through the heart of gold. The energy in his cultivation C had finally increased to 100%. He realized Yang Mo was in danger. He let out a cold snort, then he immediately transformed into the peerless heavenly rat. Like a blood-red lightning, he arrived in front of Xiahou Mu in an instant. Although Xiahou Mu was attacking Yang Mo, his eyes were fixed on Ling Xiao. He saw Ling Xiao pouncing toward him. Without hesitation, he crushed the talisman in his hand and disappeared. The poor warrior from the Ice Palace who was with him was killed by Ling Xiao with just a single punch. "You're pretty fast at running away." Ling Xiao sneered. He would remember Xiahou Mu. How dare he sneak attack him while he was fighting? He had to kill him. But right now, he had another problem. More and more warriors were gathering here. Even the skeleton's secret had been discovered by many people. They were attacking it together. Although the skeleton was powerful, none of these martial artists were weak. They were besieged by them. Sooner or later, it would be defeated. In your dreams. I found it first, I won't let you touch it, get lost. Xianxia leapt forward and pounced toward the skeleton. The skeleton only had the will to fight, it didn't have a brain. Xianxia had already figured out its weakness. This time, he decided to end the fight with a single punch. The skeleton's energy had completely merged with his body. His cultivation had begun to break through. Xianxia, protect me. Just hold on for 10 seconds. Xianxia sat down with his legs crossed and began to break through. Xianxia responded, then he stood beside Xianxia. This young man was a nice guy. Although he knew the enemy was strong, he didn't back down. He was determined to fight. He only needed 10 seconds, he believed he could do it. Kill him. The surrounding warriors didn't waste any more time. Since Xianxia had already said 10 seconds, they naturally had to kill Xianxia within 10 seconds. If not, they wouldn't know what would happen. However, they had still somewhat underestimated Xianxia. Although Xianxia was only a mid-5th rank Divine Core warrior, the weapon in his hand was a mortal rank Heavenly King weapon. It had imperceptibly increased his combat strength, and made him much stronger than other warriors at the same cultivation level. Of course, more importantly, Xianxia's tenacity was strong enough. Young man, you're pretty tough, but too bad you're too weak, you want to protect others? Can you really do that? A sarcastic voice sounded out from the crowd. Our Hidden Sword Nation's sword skill isn't something to be trifled with. Guys, don't hold back, let's kill this young man. The man who spoke was a very strong man from the Hidden Sword Nation. Judging from his cultivation, he was a mid-6th Divine Core warrior. He was even stronger than Xingyi and Yuyi. The men next to him were all warriors from the Hidden Sword Nation as well. All warriors from the Hidden Sword Nation focused on the art of the sword, and each of them had a sharp blade in their hand. However, except for the mid-6th Divine Core warrior, the rest of them were only using Divine Grade Emperor weapons. Therefore, when they saw the mortal grade Emperor weapon in Xianxia's hand, they coveted it. Their attacks became even more ferocious. Xianxia couldn't defend himself at all. He spat out his inner core, trying to protect Xianxia with his own life. Big brother Xianxia, it's my honor to meet you in this life. I've always been mocked and looked down upon, I'm the only one who's willing to trust me. I can't disappoint you, come, you bastards, let's die together. Xianxia was still young, but he was willing to use his own life to protect Xianxia. Ha 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 ha, die together? Do you have the ability to do that? Their attacks had arrived in front of Xianxia, and they were about to collide with his inner core. However, right at this moment, a man suddenly appeared like a ghost. He stood in front of Xianxia. All the attacks landed on the man's body. The men from the Hidden Sword Nation were shocked. The reason for that was because that person was actually completely unharmed by their attacks. He was emitting a devilish aura, and he was staring at them coldly. The light emitted from those eyes could even pierce through their souls. Run! The men from the Hidden Sword Nation realized the danger they were in. While screaming in fear, they turned around and tried to run. Run? When you wanted to kill me, didn't you think this would happen? Blood Shadow Sword Art, Blood Light Clone Slash. Die, all of you. In an instant, Xianxia turned into dozens of blood-red lights and shot out. In an instant, 7 or 8 Hidden Sword Nation martial artists were killed on the spot. Everyone's dantian was pierced through. These pitiful fellows didn't even have the chance to scream. These 8 men were all 4th and 5th level Divine Core warriors. The remaining 30 or so people were also pale. They didn't know whether to escape or stay. Xianxia released the martial spirit enchantment to trap those people to prevent them from escaping. Then, he turned to Xianxia and said, "It's been hard on you. Hurry up and heal your injuries." Yes. Xianxia finally heaved a sigh of relief after surviving the calamity. He didn't let down Xiao's trust, which put him in a good mood. After consuming the healing pill, he immediately began to treat his injuries. "Brat, you're too arrogant. We're from the Hidden Sword Nation. But killing 8 of us at once, do you still want to live? The mid-6th Divine Core warrior had a gloomy expression on his face. No matter what, he was a mid-mortal core warrior. This brat looked like he had just broken through to the early 4th Divine Core realm. How dare he not take him seriously? How dare he not take the Hidden Sword Nation seriously? How dare you threaten me? A mocking smile emerged on Ling Zhao's face. In an instant, he transformed into the hell-undying bird. A purplish-blue flame enveloped his body. The Blood Sovereign sword in his hand was spitting out the same flame as well. When it intertwined with the blood-red glow, it looked extremely beautiful. His cultivation had returned to the early 4th Divine Core realm. He could now use the Blood Sovereign sword. Besides, he could now use the Blood Shadow Sword skill, Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps, Blood Devil Seal, and Plum Blossom Acupuncture Palm. Especially the Blood Shadow Sword skill, he could now unleash almost all of its power. His current strength had increased by too much. Looking at Ling Zhao's beast soul transformation, everyone from the Hidden Sword Nation suddenly felt suffocated. It was as if the air around them had become hot. There was also a sharp sword intent pressing down on them. It made it hard for them to breathe. Blood Shadow Kill. Ling Zhao suddenly thrust out his sword. The cold sword beam instantly shot into the crowd. The sword beam pierced through two men's stanchions, killing them on the spot. Brothers, let's fight him. We can't run away from him anyway, there's no need to be afraid, we're all warriors from the Hidden Sword Nation. In terms of sword skills, we are no weaker than him. The leader of the group shouted out. Right now, he had to help his companions regroup. If he didn't, these men wouldn't have any fighting spirit left. Facing Ling Zhao would be a dead end for them. Yes. Over 30 men leapt into the sky at the same time. They shook their swords and unleashed over 30 sword beams towards Ling Zhao at the same time. The sword beams were extremely sharp and piercing. This was the strength possessed by a warrior from the Hidden Sword Nation. This sword skill is even more powerful than Yang Mo's. Looks like the Hidden Sword Nation does live up to its name. While fighting, Ling Zhao was carefully observing his opponent's martial skills. This was one of his habits. Falling Plum Blossom Steps. Just as the 30-plus sword lights were about to pierce Ling Zhao's eyes lit up. Countless plum blossoms suddenly fell down from the sky. Ling Zhao's figure could appear anywhere within the range of the plum blossoms. All the attacks were hitting the spot where Ling Zhao was just now. What they hit was nothing but air. Ling Zhao was nowhere to be seen. Phantom kill. He thrust out the Blood Sovereign sword, killing another 2 men. Ling Zhao was crazily absorbing the energy from these men's stanchions. He was replenishing his potential and increasing the energy in his cultivation base. Multiple shadow kill. After the phantom kill, it was the even more powerful multiple shadow kill. Ling Zhao's figure turned into dozens of afterimages. He killed 5 men, and severely injured 6. Just like that, Ling Zhao slaughtered all the warriors from the Hidden Sword Nation like a ghost. In an instant, there were only 4 men left. These 4 people were the strongest of the Hidden Sword Kingdom's martial artists. 3 of them were perfect 5th level Divine Core warriors, and 1 was a mid-6th level Divine Core warrior. It wasn't easy to kill these 4 men. Not only were their sword skills excellent, their movement skills were excellent as well. It was difficult to kill them instantly, but for them, death was just a matter of time. Stop. Suddenly, the leader shouted out, "Young hero, we admit that we were wrong just now. But, this is the secret realm, it's normal for something like this to happen. You've killed so many of us, you should feel better now. We apologize." If apologizing is useful, then why do we still practice martial skills? A disdainful grin emerged on Ling Zhao's face. If he was weaker than this man, would he let him go? The answer was no, absolutely impossible. Sir, don't go too far. Although the Hidden Sword Nation is weaker than the Snow Moon Nation, White Dragon Nation, and Fengho Nation, we are still a very powerful nation. As long as you let us go, we won't pursue what happened today. Won't pursue the matter? Hee, what an arrogant tone. Ling Zhao sneered, I even dared to provoke the Dongshan Great Country, do you really think I'm afraid of a mere Hidden Sword Great Country? While speaking, 10 sharp sword beams appeared around Ling Zhao's body. The sword beams were wrapped in purplish-blue flames. Cold, frightening, and murderous, hearing Ling Xiao's words, the four men's expressions turned ugly. They really did not think that Ling Xiao was actually such an audacious person. He even dared to provoke the Dongshan Great Country. Although the Dongshan Great Country wasn't the strongest amongst the four great countries, it was still a great country. It was much more terrifying than any other great country. Even the Shuiyu Great Country, which was said to be almost as strong as a great country, couldn't be compared with the Dongshan Great Country. Who was this man? What was he trying to do? We're willing to give you everything we have, but please spare our lives. Finally, they started begging. Since they couldn't threaten Ling Xiao, they could only beg. Hehe, is that really necessary? If I kill you, I can still get whatever I want. Ling Xiao sneered, then he unleashed all 10 swords at the same time. 10 streaks of sword light attacked the 4 people separately. At the same time, he unleashed the blood light clone slash. 2 attacks combined. After a brief moment, the 4 men who were still alive and kicking had turned into 4 dead bodies. Ling Xiao burned their dead bodies with his flames and absorbed the energy from their inner cores. The energy in his cultivation ocean had also increased by 30%. But, he felt like it was getting more and more difficult. After breaking through to the early 4th Divine Core realm, it was really difficult to increase his cultivation level by absorbing the energy from other people's inner cores. He would need to use some rare treasures to do so. Killing and robbing, Ling Xiao collected all these men's storage rings. Most of these men's storage rings were relatively clean. There were only some upper-rank soul stones, pills, and talismans. Only the storage ring of the leader actually had 2 sets of handwritten copies of martial skills. One was a sword skill, a 6th grade Emperor Realm sword skill. The other was a movement skill, also a 6th grade Emperor Realm movement skill. Ling Xiao already had the Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps and the Divine Devil Seal, so he was not interested in these 2 things. Thus, he decided to give it to Yang Mo after copying it with his Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Yang Mo was willing to use his life to protect him. Naturally, he wouldn't be so stingy. Especially if it was something that he couldn't use. Of course, he had to let Yang Mo bask in the glory. With Yang Mo's cultivation base at the 5th level of the Divine Core realm, he was able to cultivate a 6th order Emperor martial skill. However, Ling Xiao felt that his strength was still a little lacking, especially his aptitude. He needed to undergo tempering. Thinking of this, he took out an inner core from his storage ring. This inner core came from the Water White Wolf. It was a peak 8th Divine Core Warrior's inner core. It was a heaven pill. Ling Xiao didn't have time to use it back then, and his cultivation dropped. When he gave it to Xianxia didn't accept it. Now, he could give it to Yang Mo. The stronger Yang Mo was, the more help he would be able to provide. Yang Mo, how do you feel now? Have your injuries recovered? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, it's completely healed. Yang Mo said. Do you trust me? Ling Xiao asked. Of course. Yang Mo nodded his head. Good, give me your inner core. Ling Xiao didn't tell him what he wanted, he just wanted Yang Mo to give him his inner core. If it was anyone else, they would probably hesitate. But Yang Mo didn't. It wasn't because he was stupid, it was because he trusted Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao really wanted to harm him, he wouldn't even need his inner core. With just a single strike, he could kill him without leaving anything behind. Ling Xiao took Yang Mo's inner core. After that, he started fusing them together. The process was a bit difficult. After all, his current cultivation base wasn't as strong as before, and the Water White Wolf's inner core was much stronger than before. Therefore, it took him more than 2 hours to finally fuse the 2 inner cores together. It consumed a lot of energy, but it's worth it. Ling Xiao returned the inner core to Yang Mo. Right when Yang Mo's inner core returned to its original position, he could feel a huge change in his body. In just a few moments, not only did his cultivation base skyrocket, he had broken through to the peak 6th Divine Core realm. Furthermore, all aspects of his body had become much stronger. Of course, the most important thing was his innate talent, he had become much stronger than before. From today onwards, Yang Mo's life belongs to Big Brother Ling Xiao. Yang Mo kneeled down on both knees and expressed his gratitude. Ling Xiao was his second parent. His parents had given him life, and Ling Xiao had given him a new life of cultivation. Alright, we don't have much time left, let's continue moving forward. There's nothing left for us to stay here. When Ling Xiao saw how effective the inner core fusion was, he had thought of fusing his inner core with the ancient Dongxing Emperor's or the thief god's inner core. But, he had tried, and he hadn't succeeded. Perhaps it was because his cultivation base was still too low. But, he believed he could do it in the future. As long as he knew the method, fusing inner cores would be easy. But too bad, every warrior could only fuse with someone else's inner core once in their life. He still had to think about it carefully and choose carefully. Between the thief god's inner core and the ancient Dongxing Emperor's inner core, he had to think about it carefully. Both of you, please give us your treasures. Just as they were about to leave, a few more men suddenly appeared. These men's overall strength was similar to the Hidden Sword Nation's warriors. There were only 6 of them. But, they were just as arrogant. The moment they opened their mouths, they demanded that Ling Xiao and Yang Mo hand over their treasures. What arrogance! Not to mention that we didn't get any treasures, even if we did. Do you think you can take them away? Yang Mo sneered. When one's overall strength grew, so did his confidence. In the past, Yang Mo wouldn't have dared to speak like this. But now, he had the confidence to do so. Good lads, I think you're really tired of living. You're just 2 men, how dare you compete with us, you're courting death. One of the men suddenly attacked. He waved the long blade in his hand and slashed down at Yang Mo. Ling Xiao didn't join the fight. Yang Mo still needed to temper himself in real battles to break through his cultivation. Besides, his opponent was only a peak 5th heavenly core warrior. He was far weaker than Yang Mo. He was no match for them. Big brother Ling Xiao, can I kill them? Yang Mo asked. Of course, in the secret realm, it's either you die, or I live. Since they don't want to let us go, there's no need for us to show any mercy. These 6 men are all yours, just keep their inner cores for me. Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. Understood. Right after Yang Mo finished speaking, he drew out his long sword. A cold beam pierced through the air. The warrior didn't even see where the sword beam came from, he could only feel the blinding light from the sword beam blinding him. Then, he felt something sweet in his throat, and he fell to the ground. Yang Mo swung his sword again and took out the man's inner core, then he gave it to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao refined the inner core with his flame and absorbed the energy within. What? Those men had never expected Yang Mo to be so strong. They couldn't help but tremble in fear. Therefore, they turned around and ran away, no longer thinking about the treasure. Yang Mo was startled by what he saw. If it was before, he wouldn't have been able to kill that mighty warrior so easily. But now, after Ling Xiao had modified his inner core, his combat strength had skyrocketed. This was truly too powerful. How do you feel? The strength of a peak 6th divine core warrior? Ling Xiao asked with a smile on his face. Strong. He's really too powerful. Yang Mo was overjoyed. You'll become even stronger in the future. The inner core I gave you is a peak 8th divine core warrior's inner core from the deep sea dragon domain. That means, you'll be able to reach that level at the very least. Ling Xiao continued. Hearing what Jiangchen said, Yang Mo felt like he was being surrounded by happiness. Alright, I won't disturb your happiness, but it's time for us to leave. We've spent a lot of time here, and most of the warriors have left. I'm still worried about Lion Master Bao and the others. Although those 3 men were strong, they were all alone, and it would be troublesome for them to face a large group of enemies. Alright. Yang Mo's confidence was off the charts. Even though he hadn't learned the 6th grade Emperor realm martial skill from the Hidden Sword Nation, he was still confident. With his current cultivation, he would definitely be able to help Lion Master Bao and the others a lot. After that, both men flew into the sky and chased after Lion Master Bao, Darkfrost, and Yi Lingyin. Ling Zhao's worry wasn't without reason. Right now, those 3 men had indeed encountered some trouble. Very far away from them was a strange place filled with caves and mansions. A large number of warriors had gathered here. They had formed a circle, and all of them had nervous and excited expressions in their eyes. It was as if they had found some kind of treasure, but were worried that they wouldn't be able to get it. In the center of the circle, there were many corpses piled up. The corpses were piled up into a high platform. These corpses weren't left behind from the past, and they weren't killed by traps. They were all killed in the same way. Almost everyone's dantian was pierced with a long bone spike, and their throats were cut open by sharp weapons. 2 girls stood on top of the mountain of corpses. One of them looked to be about 12 years old, and her delicate face was filled with cold killing intent. Her clothes were stained with blood. And his face was a little pale. He wasn't injured. It looked like he had been fighting for too long and had used up too much energy. The other one was about 18 years old. She was wearing a tight black battle robe that wrapped around her exquisite figure. Blood kept dripping from the daggers in his hands. Her situation was much better than the little girl's. It seemed that she had not been involved in the battle for long. He was full of energy and stamina. The little girl was none other than Darkfrost. As for the young woman, she was Yi Lingyan. Being surrounded by so many people, they couldn't escape easily, but they weren't willing to give up either. Since someone wanted them dead, they would kill to their heart's content. As for why they were surrounded, of course, there was a reason. There were many caves here, but most of them had been looted by people who had been here before. When Darkfrost arrived, she used her outstanding soul power to find a cave within a cave. After entering, she found a strange soul orb. This soul orb was born from heaven and earth. It had no grade, but in Darkfrost's hands, it was more powerful than a rare quality Heavenly King artifact. The soul orb was called the Ghost Realm Soul Orb. It could absorb the soul power of the dead to increase one's strength and attack. To Ming Shuang, it was simply something that was tailor-made for her. Other than the Ghost Realm Soul Orb, there were many treasures, martial skills, secret techniques, and so on. So she contacted Lion Master Bao and Yi Lingyan to come over. Lion Master Bao obtained a rare quality Heavenly King artifact saber and a suit of armor that was very suitable for him. It was also a rare quality Heavenly King artifact. Yi Lingyan also obtained a few treasures, and they were all of good quality. Darkfrost put the remaining treasures into her storage ring, preparing to give them to Ling Xiao and Yang Mo. Of course, treasures were just worldly possessions. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't follow their owners forever. What was even more amazing was that all 3 of them had found inheritances that were suitable for them in this cave. After cultivating for a while, Darkfrost was the first one to break through. Her cultivation had reached the peak 6th divine core realm, and she had also mastered 2 more powerful secret techniques. However, right at this moment, someone noticed the existence of this cave. Therefore, some warriors started swarming in, trying to disturb their cultivation and steal their treasures. Lion Master Bao and Yi Lingyan were still cultivating. Therefore, Darkfrost blocked the entrance by herself and fought for more than 10 minutes, killing dozens of enemies. Right at this moment, Yi Lingyan had broken through as well. After absorbing the energy from the inheritance, her cultivation had reached the peak 6th divine core realm, and she had also obtained the inheritance of a 6th rank Emperor realm martial skill. Lion Master Bao was the only one left, and he was still cultivating. Yi Lingyan came out to help, and the 2 fought for another half an hour. More and more enemies came to surround them. The number of dead bodies on the ground was increasing as well. Therefore, the current situation had come to an end. If both of them still had the same cultivation as before, they would have been dead by now. Luckily, not only had their cultivation improved tremendously, they had also learned new secret techniques and martial skills. Furthermore, they had obtained powerful magical treasures. You 2 beauties, stop struggling. Leave behind all your treasures, and I'll spare your lives. If you don't, not only will you die, you'll also be tortured mercilessly. Look carefully, there are a lot of men here. I'm sure you don't need us to remind you how men will react when they see beauties. A cold and mocking voice sounded out from the crowd. It was a threatening voice. That's right. Don't be fooled by the fact that you're killing each other, those who died are all trash. Besides, we have a lot of people here. With just the 2 of you, you won't be able to kill all of them. In the end, you'll still be the unlucky ones. Therefore, for the sake of everyone, I advise you to surrender obediently. Someone else said. Dark Frost's expression was still as cold as ever. Big Sister Lingyan, I don't want to surrender, what about you? She looked at Yi Lingyan and said. Of course I won't surrender as well. How can we hand over the things we worked so hard to get to them? Besides, our friend is still inside, we can't let these people disturb his cultivation. Yi Lingyan gritted her teeth and said. Although both of them were women, they were not inferior to men. For their friend, they could do things that were worthy of respect. Well said, Big Sister Lingyan. Big Brother Ling Xiao didn't misjudge you. Dark Frost smiled and swallowed a soul-stabilizing pill. Her originally pale face quickly recovered. Although Ling Xiao wasn't here, he could still help them. Those medicinal pills were the best helpers. Come, if you want to take away our things, then be prepared to die, we have decided to fight to the end. The last 8 words were said by the two at the same time, their voices resounding through the mountain of corpses. Humph, everyone heard it. These 2 women are completely reckless, there's no point in talking nonsense with them. It's better to continue attacking. Someone said loudly. Yes, these 2 killed so many of our people, and now they have become the target of public criticism of the Western Kingdom. If they don't die, it's hard to make the people angry. These people originally thought that the 2 women were easy to deal with. However, a lot of people had died. Feeling displeased, they naturally had to be overbearing. Of course, more importantly, they took a fancy to the treasures on Dark Frost and Yi Lingyan's bodies. But although they shouted very fiercely, in fact, there were only a few who really dared to make a move. Before, they attacked like a swarm of bees, but dozens of people died. Now they are a little scared. The reason why they are still unwilling to leave is that they have seen the power of the Ghost Realm Soul Pearl in Dark Frost's hands and the blood cloak on Yi Lingyan's body. Each and every one of them is envious. How can they choose to leave so easily? Kill but don't dare to kill, leave but don't want to leave, you are really a group of good-for-nothings. Dark Frost ridiculed, but she is still quite satisfied with the current situation. The other side did not dare to continue to attack like a swarm of bees, which for the 2 of them, reduces the pressure a lot. As long as they rely on the pills given by Ling Xiao, it is not a problem to hold on. After a long stalemate, someone finally can't bear it anymore. If you don't dare to go, we will. The treasures are there. They can't keep wasting time here, right? One of them with a long sword has already pounced on Yi Lingyan. Compared to the Ghost Realm Soul Pearl, he obviously likes Yi Lingyan's blood cloak more. Because he is an assassin. An assassin who is good at movement. The effect of the blood cloak, for an assassin, is simply a divine weapon. No one makes a move, no one makes a move. But once someone makes a move, there will be a lot of people rushing to imitate. After all, there are only so many treasures, if they are snatched away, it will be troublesome. Terrifying killing intent once again shrouds Dark Frost and Yi Lingyan. The 2 of them back to back, their eyes firm and unwavering. No matter how many enemies there are, they must guard the cave entrance. Kill. Yi Lingyan saw the man with the sword pouncing towards her. There were several other experts following behind him. With a cold shout, he made the first move. The bloody clothes on his body suddenly released a bloody net. This blood web was like a spider web, but it was much larger and was completely woven with blood. This place had long been piled up into a mountain of corpses. Naturally, there was no shortage of fresh blood. Although the people who were heading towards her had already sensed the danger, they still couldn't avoid it in time. He was stopped by the huge blood net and stuck to it. He felt the chi and blood in his body churning, and it was extremely uncomfortable. Die. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Lingyan turned into a blur and stabbed the dagger in her hand into a person's throat. Then, he disappeared and reappeared. It was like a cold killer harvesting the lives of his enemies. In the blink of an eye, the 7 people who attacked him were all killed by her. They didn't even have the chance to fight back. The effect of the blood robe was really too strong. As for the blood web, it was only one of the effects. This was why so many people wanted to get their hands on the blood robe. At the same time, Dark Frost's battle began. The Ghost Realm Soul Pearl revolved around her body. It released a terrifying soul aura. The people who were attacking Dark Frost all held their heads and screamed in pain. Ghost Realm Light. Then, Dark Frost's mind moved, and several black blurs shot out from the Ghost Realm Soul Pearl. They directly pierced through the dantian of those people. Only a few corpses were left. Their faces were still full of fear. Dark Frost and Yi Lingyan looked at the crowd arrogantly. If you don't have the ability, don't make a move. Otherwise, you will regret it when the place is dyed with blood. So what if they were besieged? So what if it was dangerous? They were unyielding and did not fear death. No matter how many people came, they would kill them all. I think we should forget about it. Let's go. Finally, someone in the crowd chose to leave. This secret realm was so big, there must be other treasures. There was no need to fight to the death here. Anyway, there were so many people here. Even if they really killed Dark Frost and Yi Lingyan, would the treasures really fall into their hands? I'm leaving too. In an instant, hundreds of people chose to leave. But, the majority of them still stayed. The temptation of these two treasures was just too great. Not only could the red cloak allow a warrior to conceal himself, it could also absorb blood to strengthen his attack, unleash a blood web, and increase his defense. Not to mention, it was a rare Heavenly King weapon. It would be a shame if they couldn't get it. As for the Ghost Realm Soul Pearl, although it seemed like it would have a better effect in the hands of a soul warrior. But, if an ordinary person had it, it could still be used as a handy treasure. The soul pressure it unleashed was just too frightening. Even a 6th level Divine Core warrior would feel a splitting headache from the pressure. Besides, these two women didn't only have these two treasures, they also had many other treasures with them. Although they weren't as good as these two treasures, their effects were still pretty good. Even if it was dangerous, greed and desire could still make people forget about the danger. Everyone became crazy. I think there are still some good things in the cave behind these two women. Their cultivation wasn't so strong before this, but after entering the cave, they became so frightening. I think there are some treasures that are even more exciting than these treasures. Perhaps because the crowd's morale was low, someone started to fan the flames. That's right, there must be a reason why these two women are blocking the entrance. Why don't we work together and kill them, then we can fight for the treasures with our own abilities. Although they were attacking just now, they were all thinking about different things, and none of them attacked with all their strength. They all wanted to save their strength to fight for the treasures, and that was why so many of them were killed. One had to know that these people were not weak. But now, they realized these two women weren't as simple as they looked. It wasn't worth it for them to fight and die. So, they might as well kill these two women first. There were still around 200 men left. If all of them worked together to fight Dark Frost and Yi Lingyan, they would be a formidable force. We can't let them come to an agreement, we have to disrupt their rhythm. Yi Lingyan looked at Dark Frost and said. That's right, looks like we have to take the initiative. Luckily, there are so many corpses here, it's enough for me. Sister Lingyan, fly up first. After saying that, Dark Frost flew up into the sky. After that, she controlled the Ghost Realm Soul Pearl. A black mist covered the dozens of corpses on the ground. Servants of the soul, awaken from the abyss of evil. Fight for me, live for me. Dark Frost finished chanting the incantation. The dozens of corpses stood up one after another. Their bodies were emitting black mist. Their eyes were dull, and their movements were stiff. However, their speed wasn't slow. Under Dark Frost's control, they leapt into the crowd. Ghost Realm Apostles, kill. The corpses that Dark Frost resurrected were one of the secret methods she got from the cave. Ghost Realm Apostles, a high-level 6th level Emperor-level secret method. Although the resurrected apostles couldn't use the martial skills they had when they were alive, their physical strength was the same as before. Moreover, they became immortal monsters. Unless their corpses were completely smashed, they could still move even if they were dismembered. At the same time, Yi Lingyan also rushed into the crowd with the blood cloak. Wherever the blood cloak went, screams were heard. There were many injured people, and one of them was beheaded by Yi Lingyan directly. Yi Lingyan didn't talk much. She looked like an obedient girl, but she didn't hesitate to kill people. Ah! A warrior was pressed to the ground by a Ghost Realm Apostle. He was bitten beyond recognition in an instant. After a while, he got up from the dead and joined the ranks of the Ghost Realm Apostles. This was the most terrifying thing about this move. Every time the enemy died, Darkfrost would have one more helper. Quick! Kill them quickly, or we'll all die today. People exclaimed. They released powerful attacks one after another, attacking Yilingyan and Darkfrost. They knew that they didn't have many choices at the moment. They could choose to run away. Or they had to fight with all their strength. Otherwise, they would be killed one by Darkfrost and Yilingyan. Yilingyan was wearing the blood cloak, like a ghost. Not only was her defense strong, but she was also very fast. The blood cloak released streaks of blood light that could attack the enemy directly. The enemy couldn't even touch her, let alone kill her. As for Darkfrost, she was protected by several Ghost Realm Apostles. She wouldn't be in any danger for a while. However, they were alone after all. At the same time, more people came from the surroundings. Although many people ran away. But more and more people came. At first, these people were watching and didn't attack. But when they saw Yilingyan's blood cloak and Darkfrost's Ghost Realm Soul Pearl, greed appeared in their eyes. They also joined the attack. Suddenly, a black figure appeared behind Darkfrost. A Ghost Realm Apostle was torn apart on the spot. Then, the huge claw reached for Darkfrost's head. Bone Cage. Darkfrost hastily used White Bone Cage to block the attack. With the help of the Demon Ghost's Soul Pearl, the White Bone Cage, which was originally a 5th-level Emperor-grade secret technique, could now erupt with the power of a 6th-level Emperor-grade secret technique. He forcefully blocked that warrior's attack. Eye of Fear. Ming Shuang's eyes suddenly glowed with a crimson light. When that martial artist saw this pair of eyes, he immediately fell into a state of panic. For a moment, he actually forgot to escape. He was pierced by the bone spikes of the White Bone Cage and bitten to death by the remaining Ghost Domain Apostles. A moment later, black smoke rose from his body, and he turned into a Devil's Apostle. This girl's Ghost's Domain Soul Pearl is too scary. Although the besieging warriors all knew how terrifying the Ghost Realm's Soul Pearl was, it was precisely because of this terror that made them even more greedy. If he could get his hands on such a good item, even if he couldn't unleash the girl's power, he would still be able to use it. He would definitely be able to achieve other effects. If he really couldn't, he could exchange it with a soul warrior for something good that he could use. Kill. Several more figures pounced on Darkfrost. All kinds of weapons bombarded the White Bone Cage. Crack, crack, the White Bone Cage shattered bit by bit, and it was about to be destroyed. Suddenly, the Ghost Realm's Soul Pearl released a terrifying soul power. The color of the White Bone Cage turned black, and the broken parts were reconnected. Not only that. Huge black monsters appeared in the 4 directions of the White Bone Cage. They each held a weapon in their hands, and they fiercely slashed at those warriors who pounced on them. Oh no! Oh no! Run! Those warriors sensed that something was wrong and wanted to dodge, but the Ghost Domain Apostles grabbed their legs and feet. It was only a moment of delay, and they were killed by the black bone monsters. Continue, don't be afraid. The stronger the power of the Ghost Realm's Soul Pearl, the crazier these people became. Killing those people didn't make them feel afraid. Instead, it attracted more attacks. Darkfrost's face turned pale. She felt a splitting headache. It consumed a lot of soul power to maintain this kind of secret method. Every time the enemy attacked, she was in great pain. Boom, boom, clang, crack, all kinds of weapons, fists, and feet smashed on the White Bone Cage like raindrops. Although the Ghost Domain Apostles kept coming forward to stop them, they could only hold on for a moment. After all, the Ghost Domain Apostles couldn't use martial arts or secret methods, and could only fight with their bodies. Their combat power was relatively weak. Ming Shuang was about to be in trouble. A streak of blood light flew over. Darkfrost knew that Yilingyan had arrived. So she activated her soul power and released the White Bone Cage. Countless white bones were released, trapping all the warriors who were attacking her. After Yilingyan arrived, she only needed to kill them. She killed all the warriors who besieged Darkfrost one by one. Usually, it would take hundreds of moves to finish them off in a one-on-one fight. But now, she only needed one move to finish them off. This was cooperation in battle. The two girls became more and more skilled in the battle, which was the key to them being able to hold on until now. The crowd retreated once again. After a wave of fierce attacks, there were more than a dozen corpses left, and those corpses turned into ghost domain apostles again, standing around Darkfrost and Yi Lingyan. Excluding those who were destroyed, there were more than 30 left. Damn it, these two women are too scary when they work together, coupled with the magic treasures in their hands and their respective martial arts and secret techniques, it's simply watertight. People gnashed their teeth hatefully. The more they looked, the more jealous they became. Not only their treasures, but also their martial arts. It was as if they were born to cooperate with their treasures. At that moment, another group of people rushed over. It's those two women. Ling Xiao is nowhere to be seen. It seems that they separated. Among the group of people, there were cultivators from Shuiyu. Prince Xuanji, do you want to attack? These two women seem to be very lucky to have obtained something good. Instead of benefiting others, why don't we take it for ourselves? Xiaomu asked. Xiaomu had tried to sneak attack Ling Xiao before, but in the end, he had fled in fear, leaving his companions to die. This meant that two people from the Ice Imperial Palace had died at Ling Xiao's hands. His hatred for Ling Xiao was not just any ordinary hatred. The battle stopped temporarily, so they weren't in a hurry. Get out of the way. Bing Xuanji didn't reply to Xiaomu. He just humped coldly, and his chi filled the air. In an instant, the cultivators surrounding Darkfrost and Yi Lingyan were frightened, and they all retreated. The cultivators of Shuiyu had lost the Moon Demon Palace and the Snow Sun Palace, but they still had a lot of people. There were nearly 100 people, and they were all in the same group. Although there were nearly 300 people here, they all belonged to different groups. They didn't dare provoke them. Seeing the crowd move aside, Bing Xuanji smiled and walked toward Ming Shuang and Yi Lingyan. You two did well. Now, give me the treasures. We're all united. I don't think these people will dare attack you again. Yi Lingyan and Darkfrost glanced at each other and saw the disdain in each other's eyes. What a joke. They already knew what kind of person Bing Xianji was. If they gave the treasures to Bing Xianji, they would die quickly. The reason why he hadn't died yet was because of the effects of these two treasures. Handing them over would be courting death. Bing Xianji, you're shameless. Didn't you say we were traitors of Shuiyu? Now you want us to give you the treasures we worked so hard to get. You're really shameless. Darkfrost smiled coldly. How insolent. Prince Xianji is magnanimous. You've done so much for Shuiyu, you've done great deeds for Shuiyu, so he'll be lenient with you. If you hand over the treasures, they don't belong to us, they belong to the entire Shuiyu. Don't slander me, how magnanimous of a vile person. Xiaomu shouted furiously. I'm just a little girl. So what if I'm magnanimous? It's better than giving away the treasures and getting killed. If you want the treasures, take them with your own strength. Don't play such ridiculous tricks. Do you think we're all idiots? Darkfrost mocked him. Miss, you're wrong. How about this? You should have a lot of treasures. I don't want the ghost pearl. You just need to hand over the Shuiyu. We'll use it. That way, we'll be united and we won't be afraid of others. That's fine, right? Anyway, after leaving the mysterious world, what's yours will still be yours. Why be so stubborn? Bing Xianji said with a smile. Hee, what a dignified reason. Since you said so, it's simple. We're both from Shuiyu. The treasures can be used by you or by us. It's the same. Moreover, the two of us have mastered the ability to use these two magic treasures. It would be more convenient to use, so there was no need to lend it to others. If you want to show your sincerity, then defeat these people who are besieging us. Darkfrost said indifferently. This little girl had been by Ling Xiao's side for a long time, so she had also learned how to speak eloquently. There was no way Bing Xuanji could fool her. You're wrong. Xiaomu shook his head and said, you are too weak. You will only waste the power of the artifact. It was better to give the bloodstained robe to Prince Xuanji, who would be able to unleash its full potential. Moreover, if we want to help, it can't be that we don't get any benefits, right? Do you really want to die here as traitors? There was a strong threat in Xiaomu's words. Although Bing Xuanji didn't respond to Xiaomu's question, it was obvious that he didn't oppose Xiaomu's words. That was his intention as well. If Dark Frost and Yi Lingyan were not willing to hand over their magical treasures, then, in that case, they had no choice but to act. At the end of the day, you just want the magical treasures, so why are you still talking so much nonsense? Who are the traitors of Xueyu? Naturally, the higher-ups of Xueyu will have the final say. Not you people with ulterior motives. Dark Frost said disdainfully. Good, you finally spoke your mind. It seems that Starry Night and the others were right. You people want to betray Xueyu. You don't care about the interests of Xueyu at all. Xiaomu sneered. What a joke. Who do you think you are? You think you can represent Xueyu? Dark Frost said disdainfully. If he can't, then what about us? Yes, that's what we all mean. You followed that traitor Ling Xiao and killed your fellow disciples. Today, I give you 2 opportunities and you didn't know how to cherish them. Since that's the case, it's better to clean up the sect today and kill all of you traitors. Otherwise, there will be trouble in the future. Bing Xuanji said coldly. Obviously, he couldn't hold back his temper anymore. Whether it was the blood cloak or the ghost domain soul pearl, he was very envious. Finally, you're showing your foxtail? If you want the treasure, just say it. Why do you have to make yourself so uncomfortable? You're obviously a black-hearted person, but you want to tell others that you're a white lotus. Dark Frost sneered and said, anyway, we already have enough enemies. If you want to steal it, then do it. At worst, we'll have to kill a few more people. That's right. Yi Lingyan finally said. She didn't say much, but her attitude was very clear. Humph, you 2 traitors, you really know how to find excuses. I, Bing Xuanji, am the chief disciple of the Ice Imperial Palace. I'm also the next king of Xueyu. If I ask you to hand over the treasure, you must hand over the treasure. If you don't hand it over, you're a traitor. Since you're a traitor, you can be killed. Bing Xuanji snorted coldly. He didn't even bother to hide his greed anymore, completely exposing his greedy side. He was very aggressive. Actually, he was just a disciple of the Ice Imperial Palace. He was just a little stronger. In reality, he didn't have any power. He claimed that he was the future king of Xueyu and that if they didn't obey him, they would betray Xueyu. That was a bit too arrogant. When the surrounding people heard Bing Xuanji, they also felt that he was shameless and funny. But they didn't dare say anything. Bing Xuanji was extremely strong and he was also a disciple of Xueyu. They couldn't afford to offend him. My teacher once said that there are shameless people in the secular world. They always claim that they are the messengers of justice. In reality, they're all thieves and prostitutes. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. A voice came from the cave. Shi Xiaobao came out of the cave and looked at Bing Xuanji coldly. You're the most shameless person I've ever seen since I stepped into the secular world. You keep saying that. You're doing this for the benefit of Xueyu. If you're really that great, then what you should do now is to help us out. You shouldn't be eyeing these treasures. Shi Xiaobao's armor was dazzling. It was as if a lion was draped over his body. He changed his weapon again. It was a saber with a lion pattern on the hilt. It was a heavy and gigantic saber. It weighed at least 5,000 jin. When he swung it, it looked like a tiger. Of course, the most important thing was that it was also a precious heavenly emperor weapon. It was definitely as powerful as Shui. The day I joined the Eternal Night Palace, the day I became a disciple of the Eternal Night Palace, I will never betray Xueyu. But people like you who only think about themselves don't deserve to be disciples of Xueyu. Even if I kill you, I'm sure that General Lang will forgive me. Shi Xiaobao continued. Then, he looked at Xue Wushuang and said, Xue Wushuang, you're the representative of the Eternal Night Palace. You're also the daughter of the king of Xueman Tian. Today, you should say something fair, right? Our Eternal Night Palace is being bullied, you can't be indifferent, right? That was the last chance Shi Xiaobao gave Xue Wushuang. End of chapter 39-33. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.